Chapter 1 Su-hong, Classmates. There are only 3 months left until the college entrance exams. During this time, everyone should think carefully about their future path, whether to pursue the liberal arts stream or the martial arts stream. If you choose the martial arts stream, the registration fee is 30,000 yuan. Remember to submit it to me in 7 days. After homeroom teacher Li Ming finished speaking, the students below began to chatter excitedly. I sat by the window in the back row, gazing outside and muttering to myself, 30,000. My heart was filled with bitterness. Although I diligently practiced martial arts and had decent innate talent in martial cultivation, my physical energy levels were only above average within my class. But 30,000 yuan. In just 7 days, as a student, even with side jobs, there's no way I could gather that sum in such a short time. Hesitant, after class I went to the teacher's office to find Li Ming. Teacher, could I pay the registration fee a few days late? A few days late? Li Ming looked at me and sighed inwardly. He rather liked me as a student. I trained diligently in martial arts and had decent talent, ranking within the top 10 in my class. But my class was just an average one. In previous years, only the top 3 students had ever had a real shot at getting into a martial arts university. Ranking 10th, even if I paid the entrance fee, it would likely be for nothing. And 30,000 yuan was no small burden for my family. When I was 3 years old, my parents died in a beast tide. Since then, I'd been living with my uncle, Su Guoming's family. The Su Guoming family's financial situation was modest, with both their son and daughter also training in martial arts. For an ordinary household to support 3 children in martial arts training simultaneously was simply too demanding. Su-hong, it's not that I won't help you, but the rules are the rules. Extensions simply aren't permitted. Actually, pursuing martial arts doesn't necessarily mean taking the college entrance exams. You could also. His voice trailed off unconvincingly. Everyone knew that gaining admission to a martial arts university through the entrance exams meant access to resources beyond compare in the outside world. The resources available at martial arts academies paled in comparison to those at martial arts universities. After a long silence, I nodded. I understand. Thank you, teacher. With that said, I turned and walked away. Watching my retreating figure, Li Ming could only let out a long sigh. After stepping out of the school building, I looked up at the sky, feeling momentarily dazed. It had been 18 years since my rebirth. This was a world strikingly similar to my previous life, yet also distinctly different. 300 years ago, a celestial seed descended from the heavens, reviving martial arts. As a result, the beasts of Blue Star evolved and began to wreak havoc upon humanity. At the same time, the descent of the celestial seed shattered Blue Star's protective barrier, allowing armies from countless races across the cosmos to invade. Fortunately, human powerhouses rose to prominence, pushing the battlefield from Blue Star to the heavenly battlefields. To this day, the flames of war still rage across the heavenly battlefields. When I first transmigrated, I was filled with lofty ambition, dreaming of one day becoming the ultimate powerhouse and sweeping through all races. Yet, despite my cultivation efforts up till now, the 30,000 martial arts enrollment fee has become an insurmountable barrier. Su-hong, stop spacing out, come spar with me. Chen Lin's voice rang out just then. He's my deskmate and best friend. Coming to my senses, I found myself already standing before the gymnasium entrance, where he was waving at me from the steps. I exhaled a deep breath of stale air. Rather than dwelling on these thoughts, it's better to focus on doing what needs to be done right now. Coming. The golden crow dipped west as the jade rabbit rose high, with night's curtain falling over the land. The Xingqing No. 1 high school gymnasium remained brightly lit, where martial arts students drenched in sweat trained their bodies with unwavering determination. In one corner, a dull thud sounded as Chen Lin staggered back several steps, clutching his palm with a pained grimace. Su-hong, your diamond fist technique has improved again. Have you already reached the subtle level? Ouch, that hurt like hell. I nodded, just reached subtle a couple days ago. Subtlety is a martial arts mastery realm. The progression of any martial arts mastery from lowest to highest is initiation, proficiency, subtlety, great achievement, and perfection. Damn impressive. Chen Lin gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Diamond Fist is a martial art taught uniformly at our school. We started learning it at the same time, yet he only reached proficiency recently while I've already achieved subtlety. Looking around our class, in terms of proficiency with the Diamond Fist technique, I doubt few can match you. I ignored his comment and asked instead, had enough rest? Let's continue. Damn, it's already 8 p.m. You're made of iron, I'm not. I need to eat. Chen Lin wore a resentful look. He'd been trying to slip away since 5 o'clock, but I dragged him into training until now, starving him hollow. Then go eat, come back after. No, have mercy on me. I'm definitely not up for it today. Alright then, I nodded and was about to continue practicing the Diamond Fist technique when Chen Lin raised an eyebrow and moved closer. Ever heard of underground fighting rings? I paused for a moment. Underground fights were a gray area industry where martial artists competed in bloody arena matches. Winners earned prize money while spectators placed bets on the brutal bouts. You're not thinking of competing, are you? I frowned. The hefty 30,000 entry fee had crossed my mind before, but participants were either seasoned veterans who'd trained for years or wilderness hunters who made their living killing mutated beasts. High school students like us stood no chance. These matches often ended in deaths. I'm not crazy. I just want to experience real martial arts combat firsthand. You coming to watch or not? Let's talk about it later. I frowned and thought. Chen Lin soon left, and I stood still in silence for a moment before resuming my practice of the Vajra fist. As night deepened, the gymnasium gradually emptied of students. By midnight, only I remained, drenched in sweat. After finishing the final set of Vajra fist, I took a shower and left the school, heading home. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, I walked alone down the deserted street. Raising my head to gaze at the full moon, my heart was filled with uncertainty about the future. Chapter 2, Eternal and unparalleled. The dim glow of the few remaining streetlights illuminated the aging neighborhood. Standing at my doorstep, I was about to push the door open when I suddenly froze. From behind the door, faint murmurs of conversation between uncle and aunt could be heard. I recall the rent is due in a month, right? How much more do we need? Paying for a whole year at once, still short by over 8,000. The room fell silent for a moment before sighing collectively. I'll figure something out, Su Guoming said quietly. Don't tell the kids about this, especially Xiao Hong. He's at a critical juncture, with the college entrance exam just around the corner. Don't let him find out. Hearing these words, I lowered my hand and leaned silently against the wall. After a pause, voices rose again inside the room. I know, came my aunt's voice, thick with concern. I heard from the neighbors that martial arts discipline enrollment requires quite a hefty fee. How much? Probably tens of thousands. After a moment of silence, the sound of a lighter flickered. Su Guoming walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and said nothing. Aunt hesitated. Maybe we should stop my medication. It's not like it can cure me anyway, we'd save quite a bit. Besides, Xiao Hai and Xiao Meng are in middle school now, at a crucial age for growth. And with them practicing martial arts, we can't skimp on their food. If I stop the meds and go back to finding work, just doing a bit of sewing at home isn't enough. Your health is already weak, don't think like that. Su Guoming said firmly. Focus on your treatment. Don't cut back on what Xiao Hai and Xiao Meng need. Buy whatever they must have. Xiao Han's registration fee is the same. He's the most talented in martial arts in our family. He must train. But, no buts. Su Guoming said softly. With me here, this family won't collapse. I'll think of something. Don't mention these matters to the three children. I'd better not say anything more, or I might wake Xiao Hai and Xiao Meng. Besides, Xiao Hong should be coming back soon at this time. Well, let me apply the medicated patch for you first. Okay. I stood at the door, head bowed, silent with my fists clenched tight. After a moment, I took a deep breath, forced a smile onto my face, and pushed the door open to enter. I'm home. In the cramped living room, Uncle Su Guoming was lying on the sofa, while Auntie held a pungent-smelling ointment in her hands. Hearing my voice, the worry on their faces instantly melted away as they both broke into smiles. Xiao Han's back. How was your training today? Su Guoming asked with a smile. Made great progress. I grinned, stepping forward to expertly take the ointment from my aunt's hands. Auntie, let me do it, I said to her. She poked my forehead and said, he's my husband, and here you are trying to steal him from me. The three of us burst into laughter. After applying the ointment, Uncle Su Guoming stood up, patted my shoulder and said, you've trained so late, get some rest early so you won't be tired tomorrow. I responded with a chuckle, Uncle, do you need me to help you back to your room? Uncle glared at me, you little rascal, grown up and gotten bold now. Huh? Daring to tease your uncle? He raised his hand as if to hit me, and I playfully dodged, running into the room. Uncle shook his head with a smile, but as he took just one step, his expression suddenly changed, his hand quickly reaching to support his waist, his face twisting in pain. Auntie looked at him with deep concern as she helped him up, and the two slowly made their way back inside. I returned to my room, quietly closed the door, and the smile on my face instantly faded. The small house we lived in had 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a bathroom. Uncle and Auntie shared one room, while my younger brother Xiaolai, younger sister Xiaomeng, and I shared the other. There were 2 bunk beds in the room, similar to those in school dormitories. My younger brother and sister shared one bed, one on the top bunk and the other on the bottom, while I used the lower bunk of the other bed, leaving the top bunk empty to store miscellaneous items. Glancing at my peacefully sleeping siblings, I tiptoed to my bed and lay down silently. Just as I pulled up the covers, I heard my younger brother Su Xiaohai's voice. Bro, I asked softly, not asleep yet? At that moment, my younger sister Su Xiaomeng peeked her head out from under the blanket. Bro, I'm not asleep either. I was speechless. I was about to say something when my younger brother Su Xiaohai spoke up. Bro, I don't want to go to school anymore. My eyebrows furrowed instantly as I sat up in bed and said sternly, is someone bullying you at school? My little brother scoffed, no way. If anything, I'd be the one beating them up. Bully me? I'd give them 2 solid punches right on their noses, enough to make their faces swell. I asked in confusion. Why is that? My younger brother leaned against the bed frame and said earnestly, I want to drop out of school early to help the family. I'm stronger than Dad now and can help him carry things together. Uncle was a laborer who helped people unload cargo. My sister also whispered, and me too. I'll work with Xiaohai so Dad can rest. Besides, I'm stronger than Xiaohai, he can't even beat me in a fight. I'll definitely carry things faster than him. The younger brother flared up. What did you just say? The younger sister raised her eyebrows sharply. What's this, Xiaohai? You wanna have a go at me? My younger brother's confidence instantly withered. Watching their playful scuffle, I fell silent. I knew they'd overheard Uncle and Aunt's words. Bro, what do you think? My brother asked. Think my ass. I scolded. Get your ass back to school properly. In a hushed voice, my brother said, Xiaomeng and I don't have your natural talent for martial arts. We'll drop out first to ease the family's burden. You focus on your training, get into a martial arts university, become a warrior, then Xiaomeng and I can finally kick back and coast. My sister chimed in cheerfully, exactly. Once you're a warrior, I'm quitting work immediately. I'll just laze around home mooching off you, you'll have to support us all. I forced a weak smile, at a loss for words. My younger siblings were too mature for their age, mature in a way that broke my heart. It felt like there was a wall pressing against my chest. Seeing my silence, they exchanged glances and were about to say more. I rubbed my face, then flashed a confident grin. Just focus on your studies. Household matters aren't for you to worry about yet. I've already figured out how to handle the tuition and rent. They froze for a second before exclaiming, really? I nodded. Of course. You think all my martial arts training was for nothing? Don't you know what talent looks like? My younger brother burst out laughing at my exaggerated act. Bro, are you showing off again? I raised an eyebrow and swiftly gave him a knuckle rap on the head. My little sister, who had been grinning and about to say something, watched Xiaohai howling in pain, ducked her head, and quickly swallowed the teasing words that had risen to her lips. I looked down at her. She was clutching the blanket with both hands, revealing only a pair of lovely eyes that darted about nervously. Brother, I didn't say anything. Don't blame me for no reason. With that, she yanked the blanket up, completely covering her head. I couldn't help but laugh. All right, get some sleep, I said before turning and walking out of the room. Pushing the door open gently, I stood in the narrow hallway, leaning against the railing as I gazed blankly into the night sky. I don't know how long passed before I smiled wryly at myself. My talent is good? Perhaps, but it's far from enough. I took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply, as if trying to expel all my frustrations in one go. Suddenly, I remembered what Chen Lin told me this afternoon. Underground boxing matches. I murmured to myself, taking out my shattered phone to search. My gaze fixed on the lines listing prize money. With my perfected diamond fist technique, it's not entirely impossible. My eyes gradually grew determined. When a man is poor, he must change. Otherwise, whether it's the martial arts academy enrollment fee or my family's hardships, I won't be able to solve any of them. I was still hesitating at first, but even my younger siblings, who had just entered middle school, had resolved to give up martial arts to help our family. As an 18-year-old man, Su-hon, how could I keep wavering back and forth like this? Just as I made up my mind, a notification sound echoed in my head. Ding. Host's unwavering martial arts heart detected. System binding successful. Ding. The beginner's gift pack has been automatically opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the talent, peerless through the ages. Ha! Hearing the prompt in my mind, I froze for a moment. System. When I came to my senses and confirmed I hadn't misheard, a sharp glint erupted in my eyes. 18 full years have passed since my transmigration. I'd long since abandoned all hope, yet never expected to awaken a system now. As I read the few lines of system prompts, my gaze fixed on the key phrase, the indomitable heart of martial path. So that's how it is. My lips twisted in a complicated expression. Perhaps I'd always possessed this system, merely lacking the catalyst for its awakening until now. But charging ahead without looking back sounds much easier said than done. If I hadn't heard my aunt and uncle's words today, or seen how my younger siblings were willing to give up their martial path and drop out of school just to ease the family's burden, perhaps I would never have developed this all-consuming determination. Whew, I took a deep breath, steadying my turbulent emotions, and began studying the system in earnest. As time slowly passed, my eyes grew increasingly bright. The system's functions were immensely powerful. Simply put, every time I defeated or killed an enemy, including ferocious beasts, I would gain martial points, and these martial points could then be used to enhance my blood energy, martial techniques, and so on. Open the system panel, I silently thought to myself. In the next moment, a minimalist interface appeared before my eyes. Name, Su-hon, talent, peerless through the ages, vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus. Physique, mortal body 3% plus, martial skills, diamond fist subtle 7% plus, gliding palm proficient 35% plus, sky treading step novice 56% plus. Martial arts value, 0, each attribute is followed by a plus, meaning points can be allocated using martial arts value. 85 vitality points, a 3-point increase from a month ago. Not far from becoming a quasi-martial artist now. 90 vitality points qualify one as a quasi-martial artist, while 100 points make one a first-tier martial artist. This spiritual energy couldn't be. My eyes revealed disbelief. In this world, besides martial artists, there's another cultivation path, spiritual mentors, who can manipulate all things with intangible spiritual power. They're extraordinarily powerful, appearing in perhaps less than 1 in a million people. And now, my system actually has the ability to enhance spiritual power too. I forced myself to calm down and continued examining the other attributes. As for martial techniques, nothing unexpected showed up there. And this mortal physique. I remember learning in books that everyone's physical constitution differs, just like talents, some strong, some weak. Similarly, some people are born with powerful special physiques, advancing in martial arts at an astonishing pace, their combat strength far surpassing practitioners of the same level. There's also a plus sign after mortal physique. Could it be that one day, I too could transcend my physique and evolve into some formidable form? My heart pounded wildly, and it took me quite a while to calm down. By the way, what does the Peerless Through the Ages talent from the newbie gift pack mean? Seeing these 4 words, I already had a guess in mind and quickly clicked open the description. It read, Talent, Peerless Through the Ages. Description: the concept of talent has existed since ancient times. Those who possess this talent stand unparalleled in history, unmatched by any other, truly, peerless through the ages. I was completely bewildered by these words, the greatest innate talent in all of history? I don't think I feel any diff. As I tried to recall the various difficulties I'd encountered while practicing Diamond Fist, it suddenly struck me, those problems that had once troubled me now seemed effortlessly resolved, becoming so simple and straightforward that anyone could understand and master them. My mouth grew dry from the sheer strangeness of the sensation. I attempted to ponder floating light palm and void treading steps, only to immediately find myself overwhelmed by a single thought. Why are these so easy? How stupid was I before? It felt like watching an adult solve the simplest math problem, no need for thought, no mental exertion required. The correct answer simply appeared in my mind, as natural as breathing. Let's find a place to test it. I remembered there was an empty space in the neighborhood. With that thought, I vaulted over the railing and instinctively used my sky-stepping technique. In the past, with my rudimentary sky-stepping skills, I could barely manage a single step on air. Living on the 5th floor, I figured one step would be enough to safely descend to the ground. However, something unexpected happened. The moment I stepped on the air after clearing the railing, it felt as solid as the ground beneath my feet. In the quiet night, a thunderous boom echoed as my body shot straight up, launching me all the way to the top of the building, where my feet landed firmly against the rooftop wall. I glanced back, then looked down at my feet, utterly bewildered. Holy shit! No way? I was stunned. The apartment building only had 8 floors, but with my initial airstep technique, I leapt straight up 3 stories in one bound. This was unreal. Just then, a notification chimed in my mind. Airstep beginner, airstep mastery, airstep perfection. Wait, I just moved once and reached perfection? My mind went completely blank as I sucked in a sharp breath. Now I finally understood what peerless talent spanning eternity truly meant. Even though airstep was just an E-rank combat skill, going from beginner to perfection in a single step was beyond ridiculous, literally one kick, in the span of a single breath. So does that mean the E-grade floating light palm is similar? And how long for the D-grade diamond fist? 2 breaths. I couldn't stay calm. But then, a stream of angry curses erupted from the neighborhood. Who the hell is setting off firecrackers in the dead of night? Are you out of your mind? Let people sleep. That bastard with the firecrackers. If I catch you, I'll blow your ass to smithereens. Scratching my head awkwardly, I realized the commotion from my void step practice had woken all the neighbors. Scram! Scram! I made my way to the other side of the rooftop and leaped down again, this time opting to jump floor by floor. If I tried that mid-air step trick one more time, the neighbors would probably curse me even worse. First floor, arriving. I landed light as a feather on the ground without making a sound, then immediately headed toward the neighborhood gate. At the entrance of the neighborhood, the security guard was already dozing off. I glanced back at the shabby compound, the same familiar path that filled me with gloom upon returning, yet brimmed with exhilaration when setting out. Just give me a little more time, and all problems can be solved. Uncle won't have to toil anymore, Aunt's treatment is within reach, and the children's school fees won't be an issue. And my martial arts registration fee. A surge of determination rose within me. Before, relying solely on my mastered diamond fist technique, I had the courage to choose underground fighting. Now, with this system in hand, there's no reason not to charge forward fearlessly. A few minutes later, I arrived at the nearby open-air training ground. It was already past 2 a.m., and the place was deserted except for me. Even though I had been practicing punches all day, I felt utterly exhilarated at that moment, without a trace of fatigue. Ha, when did they add these two first-tier combat power analyzers here? I looked at the machines with some surprise. The combat power detector is an instrument used to measure a martial artist's combat prowess. By delivering a full-force strike, the detector displays a numerical value of combat power, with a first-tier combat power detector capable of measuring up to the combat power of a first-tier martial artist. Martial apprentices, quasi-martial artists of tiers 1 to 9, with tier 7 being grandmaster, titled kings. Starting from first-tier martial artists, each rank is further divided into 3 levels, low, middle, and high segments. Martial realms are purely distinguished by chi blood levels, but a martial artist's actual combat power can never be identical, as it depends on the grade of martial techniques mastered and proficiency. Martial techniques are graded into 9 tiers, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Let me test my current combat power. I stepped up to the tier 1 combat analyzer, adjusted my stance, and unleashed a powerful Vajra fist with a sudden punch. With a dull thud, the numbers on the combat analyzer surged wildly before settling at 1027. Breaking through the 1,000-point barrier, my eyebrow raised in satisfaction. Normally, a warrior's combat power is 10 times their vitality stat. Even when meeting standards, the most critical factors affecting combat power are the grade of martial techniques and one's mastery level. With 85 points of vitality, achieving 1027 combat power already placed me among the elite of my peers, comparable to an early-stage tier 1 warrior who hasn't even activated any martial techniques. It's mainly thanks to my meticulous diamond fist technique. By the way, my A-rank sky treading step just reached the meticulous level. How has the D-rank diamond fist improved? Curious, I opened the panel to check the diamond fist section, which showed diamond fist meticulous 58% plus. Holy shit, I was stunned. I distinctly remembered it was only at 7% before one punch, and the proficiency shot up by 51%. Damn, does this mean a few more moves and I'll reach perfection? Eagerly, I started practicing the diamond fist again. Bang, 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 the sound of rapid punches tearing through the air erupted one after another. As I threw my third punch, my entire body suddenly radiated a far more formidable presence than before. The fist tore through the air as though splitting it apart, with shockwaves rippling outward on both sides. At the same time, a notification sounded in my mind, Vajra Fist Precision Vajra Fist Mastery. I didn't stop moving, fully immersing myself in the technique of the Vajra Fist. My punches gradually became fiercer and more domineering. Until, at a certain moment, I threw a punch that seemed utterly ordinary, no discernible peculiarities, yet the air abruptly exploded in response. Iron Fist Mastery, Iron Fist Perfection, this is the perfect state. I took out my phone to check the time. Only about 10 minutes had passed. A D-grade martial art, from precision to perfection, in just over 10 minutes. What terrifying speed. If word got out, who knows how many jaws would drop in shock. Let's see how my combat power is now. I returned to the first-tier combat power detector and, just as before, unleashed an iron fist strike. With a loud bang, the first-tier combat power detector, a machine weighing several tons, was sent flying backward by that single punch, smashing into the wall. Holy shit! I froze for a second before quickly stepping forward to right the toppled combat power detector. If this got broken, I definitely couldn't afford to pay for it. Who's there? Sneaking around doing God knows what in the middle of the damn night. A sudden voice made me jump out of my skin. Turning my head, I saw a bleary-eyed young man slowly approaching from the distance. The young man looked thoroughly displeased. It turned out this open-air training ground had recently installed 2 first-tier combat power detectors, and to prevent theft, he'd been assigned by Star City to guard them on rotating shifts. Because of these first-tier detectors, martial artists living nearby had all gathered here. He got woken up punctually at 6 a.m. every morning, with only the late-night hours for proper sleep. And now today of all days, someone had to come causing a ruckus in the middle of the night with this much noise. Was a man not even allowed to sleep anymore? Those who come to this open-air training ground couldn't possibly be ranked warriors. With my initial first-tier strength, frightening people away shouldn't be a problem. The young man thought to himself. Sometimes he even wondered if it was necessary to have this first-tier combat analyzer placed here. After several days, the combat record still showed the 1208 score he had left earlier, which proved that no first-tier warriors had come here at all. Using such advanced combat analyzers for non-ranked warriors was completely overqualified. When I saw a teenager standing in the open-air training ground, I immediately felt reassured. At that age, there's no way he could be a ranked warrior unless he's some kind of genius. But what kind of genius would come to this open-air training ground to mess around in the middle of the night? Percent. I shouted at the young man, "Hey, you, was the combat power detector in this position before? Was it really this close to the wall?" Seeing the first-tier combat power detector leaning against the wall, a look of vigilance surfaced in my eyes. "Hey, kid, you weren't planning to steal this combat power detector, were you? You've got some nerve." "I wasn't stealing, I was training here and just ran a test," the youth replied while straightening the fallen combat power detector. With a cold laugh, I asked, testing? Then why did you move the combat power detector next to the wall for your test? Ridiculous. I originally thought this would be a chore, but never expected to actually encounter such a bizarre thief. Catching a thief would be no small achievement. As I walked toward him, I swung my arms to warm up. Kid, you'd better surrender quietly. Don't even think about fighting me. Let me tell you that Combat Analyzer's record was left by me. I'll say it again, I didn't steal anything. The Combat Analyzer got knocked to the wall by accident. His tone hardened. Knocked away? You? I nearly laughed out loud. Even I couldn't knock that Combat Analyzer away, let alone this teenager who looked like a high school student. I stopped wasting words and moved closer to him, ready to strike. Just then, my peripheral vision caught the glowing screen of the combat power detector. The number displayed sent a violent tremor through my pupils, and my gaze flickered repeatedly between the screen and his youthful face. You're planning to fight me? His tone turned icy. I snapped out of my daze, feeling a chill run down my spine as my entire body jerked. Hurriedly, I exclaimed, huh? No way. Bro, I was just joking. Pretend I was never here, keep practicing. Bye. With that, I immediately turned and sprinted away. Ha! He looked utterly bewildered, probably thinking I was insane. Watching me actually leave, he scratched his head before his eyes landed on the combat power value. Softly, he muttered, the perfected realm of Vajra Fist boosts combat power even more drastically than I expected. Then, he began practicing the other two martial arts techniques. My legs went weak as I sat in a chair inside the small hut not far away, my heart pounding wildly. Damn, a combat power of 1,850? That's almost on par with a mid-stage first-rank martial artist. One punch from him would probably obliterate my frail body. And he looks like a high school student too. I definitely can't take high school gigs anymore. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and glanced through the window at the open training ground, still shaken by what I'd witnessed. At first, I really thought he was a thief. But how could a young genius with such combat power possibly be stealing a first-rank power detector? At this thought, I could barely hold back tears as I muttered, what kind of genius trains at an open-air training ground in the middle of the night? Must be bored out of their mind. At 5 in the morning, continuous explosive sounds reverberated across the open-air training ground. I streaked through the sky at incredible speed, kicking off the air with each descent before shooting like a cannonball toward the opposite side. After a moment, I landed on the ground, revealing my handsome features. Open the system panel. I murmured silently, and instantly the interface materialized. Name, Suhong, talent, unparalleled through the ages, vitality, 85, plus, spirit, 23, plus, physique, mortal body 3%, plus, martial skills, diamond fist perfect, floating light palm perfect, sky tread step perfect. Martial arts value, 0, overnight, 1D grade martial art and 2E grade martial arts have all reached perfection. Excited, I clenched my fist. I stepped in front of the first-tier combat analyzer and unleashed a barrage of punches and palm strikes. After a full minute, I confirmed my combat power, which fluctuated between 1800 and 1900. 100 points of chi and blood represents a first-tier beginner-level warrior, 200 points indicate middle level, and 300 points signify high level. In other words, my current combat power is now infinitely close to that of a normal mid-tier first-rank martial artist. Though this doesn't include their enhanced abilities when using martial techniques, it's still quite astonishing. Keep in mind, my life force is only at 85 points, I'm still just an ordinary martial apprentice. Underground fight rings are divided by tiers, apprentices fight apprentices, quasi-martial artists fight quasi-martial artists, and full-fledged martial artists battle one another. With my current strength, I have no problem facing any apprentice-level fighter, or even a quasi-martial artist. Underground fights happen every day. Let's go check it out tonight. First, head home. During breakfast, Aunt hesitantly advised me, Xiaohong, martial arts training does require hard work, but you really shouldn't stay up all night. You need to learn to rest. Uncle also nodded and said, don't be so impatient. What's most important is perseverance and gradual accumulation. You should balance work and rest. They behaved just like usual, showing no signs of last night's worries. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt. I'm in great shape, I said with a smile while eating steamed buns. Su Xiaoming said with a giggle, Mom and Dad, don't worry about him. My brother's as strong as an ox, he could plow fields all day without breaking a sweat. Su Xiaohai had wanted to join in the teasing, but the memory of last night's flick on the forehead kept him silent. As soon as Xiaoming finished her joke, Auntie pinched her ear. Watch how you speak to your brother, she scolded. Brother, save me. Xiaoming gasped dramatically, calling out to me for help. Serves you right. I burst into laughter. Su Xiaohai secretly congratulated himself on his cleverness. Amidst cheerful chatter, we finished breakfast and said, Mom, Dad, we're off to school. Uncle, Auntie, I'll take these two with me first. Auntie reminded us, be careful on the road, Xiaohai, Xiaoming. Don't bully your classmates at school, but if anyone bullies you, fight back hard. Our family doesn't start trouble, but we'll never back down from it, understand? Su Xiaoming drew out her words in a coquettish tone. Oh mom, I know already. How could someone as sweet and adorable as me ever bully classmates? Su Xiaohai twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself how she never bullies others but always beats him up. He was just considering whether to tattle to their mom when he caught Su Xiaoming shooting him a cheerful sideways glance, so he wisely kept his mouth shut. Noticing their mother looking his way, Su Xiaohai confidently tilted one corner of his mouth upward, clasped his hands behind his back, and said coolly, Mom, it'd be a miracle if I weren't the one bullying others who'd even have the nerve to bully me. He mentally added, except Su Xiaoming, of course. No sooner had they left the neighborhood than the cheerful grins vanished from the kids' faces, replaced by frowns of worry. Oh ho, you guys have learned how to change expressions now, eh? I ruffled their little heads with both hands. Hey bro, head patting stunts our growth. Su Xiaoming protested unhappily. Bro, were you telling the truth yesterday? Su Xiaohai looked at me with hope in his eyes. There's really a solution now? You're not fooling us, are you? At this topic, Su Xiaoming stopped protesting too, whispering, Bro, you must tell the truth. If it doesn't work out, we'll just drop out and help at home. I stopped in my tracks, turned their faces towards me, and spoke slowly with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, I'm not lying to you. I truly have a solution now. Seeing how serious I was, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming's eyes completely lit up. They knew when I wore this serious expression, it meant I wasn't deceiving them, proof that I genuinely had a way out. Yay! Su Xiaoming cheered with an excited hop, while Su Xiaohai broke into a radiant smile. Seeing them regain their usual liveliness, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. This was the meaning behind all my efforts, just to bring genuine smiles to my family's faces. After dropping them off at school, I arrived at class 6 of senior year in Xingqing No. 1 High School about 10 minutes later. As soon as I entered the classroom, Chenlin excitedly urged me to sit down. Su Hong, what's the decision? Wanna check it out tonight? I'll pass. I shook my head. You serious? Chenlin's eyes widened. You're really gonna miss the fight between actual martial artists, huh? Sure you won't regret it? I thought to myself, I won't just watch, I'll fight. I had no intention of telling Chenlin. If I did, he would surely stop me, and might even tell my uncle and aunt, needlessly worrying them. Just then, homeroom teacher Li Ming walked into the classroom and announced loudly, Quiet, everyone. Everyone gather at the gymnasium. The students looked surprised, and someone asked, Teacher, aren't we having morning study session? Li Ming smiled and said, You could have study session, but today the principal has specially invited a third-tier martial artist to teach you all a Class C martial arts technique. Are you sure you want to miss it? Hearing third-tier martial artist giving personal instruction and C-grade martial arts techniques, the students immediately snapped to attention and charged toward the gymnasium with howling excitement, moving even faster than their usual lunch break sprint to the cafeteria. My eyes lit up. Nowadays, I don't fear difficult martial techniques, only that there might not be enough of them to learn. Chenlin waved his fist excitedly before leaning in to whisper, If I can master these, I might even dare to compete in underground boxing matches. I stared at him in shock. He blinked, then punched my shoulder indignantly. What, bro, you don't believe me? But before I could speak, he deflated on his own. Forget it, even if I learned it, I wouldn't fight. Those martial artists hit way too hard, and many have already achieved mastery in their disciplines. I'd just be cannon fodder. Better to just watch the fights quietly. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up with mischief. He patted my shoulder with mock solemnity. Little Hong, my boy, I have high hopes for you. When your diamond fist reaches perfection, you'll step into the ring, I'll place the bets, and we'll split the winnings 50-50, make a killing. Having said that, he chuckled to himself and asked, Am I not hilarious? I gave him a thumbs up. Absolutely side-splitting. Li Changshan, the principal of Xingqing No. 1 High School, was waiting by the school gate. A few minutes later, a black sedan pulled up, and from it stepped Chen Tian, a sturdy middle-aged man. Li Changshan said with sarcasm, Chen Tian, it sure took some effort to get you here, old comrade. Chen Tian blared and retorted irritably, I even paid for my own cab ride. And you call that effort? Damn right I should have waited at the hotel for you to send an 8-man sedan chair to fetch me. After trading barbs, both men burst into laughter and bumped fists. Chen Tian was Li Qingshan's former comrade-in-arms, and the third-rank martial artist he'd invited to teach martial arts, one rank higher than the school principal who was only at the early stage of third rank. Li Changshan pulled Chen Tian inside, to which Chen Tian responded with an exasperated expression, Seriously? You're really treating me like a donkey? After coming all this way, you won't even offer me a cup of tea? Is this how you treat a guest? Li Changshan pulled out a bottle of iced black tea and a bottle of iced green tea, asking, Tea? Here, do you want green tea or black tea? Chen Tian sighed helplessly. You're unbelievable. You call iced black tea tea? Damn right. Just tell me if you're drinking or not. Hand it over then. Chen Tian chose the iced black tea and noticed upon receiving it that the bottle was surprisingly large. Li Changshan chuckled, 1 liter, pretty decent of me, huh? Chen Tian flipped him the bird, too lazy to keep bantering, and asked, let's get to the point. How's this batch of students? Li Changshan sighed and said, most of them are still martial apprentices. Only a dozen or so are quasi-martial artists, and there are just 2 first-tier martial artists, both of them only broke through recently. Chen Tian asked again, actually, not too bad. Are there any promising talents with potential in martial arts? If there were, would I be sighing like this? Chen Tian froze for a moment upon hearing this, then said helplessly, so you don't even have a single decent talent, yet you called me here to teach martial arts? Even if I teach, how many would actually grasp it? He couldn't help but rant, Li Changshan, you don't seriously think my Thunder Fist is some common cabbage, do you? This is a C-grade martial art. With the caliber of your students, I'd be surprised if even those 2 first-rank warriors could learn it. At best, maybe beginner quasi-warriors could barely manage. As for martial apprentices mastering a C-grade martial art, that's pure fantasy. Li Changshan was getting annoyed. Nonsense. I'm not asking you to tutor martial apprentices. Mainly it's about teaching 2 first-rank martial artists and over a dozen quasi-martial artists. Then why did you gather all the students in the gymnasium? Equal opportunity, as the school principal, this is the best I can do. Who knows, maybe some martial apprentice might actually grasp it. Chen Tian shook his head, right, you're already starting to talk in your sleep. The 2 arrived at the gymnasium, where Li Changshan announced, students, let's welcome 3rd-rank martial artist Chen Tian, here to teach you martial arts. Thunderous applause echoed through the venue. Our class, led by homeroom teacher Li Ming, was positioned in the central area of the gymnasium, while the genius class occupied the front rows closest to Principal Chen Tian. The spacious gymnasium felt somewhat cramped with the entire school gathered, yet only the genius class students enjoyed enough room to move freely. They could both watch Chen Tian demonstrate martial arts up close and imitate his movements, benefiting from the highest learning efficiency. Students from regular classes stood packed together, straining their eyes to observe from a distance, left to practice on their own afterward in whatever space they could find. Many students gazed at the genius class with envy and jealousy, while the genius students themselves puffed their chests with pride. At the forefront, 2 first-tier martial artists, Li Tu and Chen Shan, maintained an air of composed indifference. Chen Tian said, students, enough talk. What I'm going to teach you today is the C-grade martial art, Thunderbolt Fist. I'll demonstrate it 10 times from start to finish. How much you can learn depends entirely on yourselves. With that, he assumed his stance. The entire classroom fell silent as all the students widened their eyes in anticipation. The gifted class students immediately began mimicking Chen Tian's movements. Our homeroom teacher Li Ming told us, pay close attention, everyone, this is your opportunity. After saying that, he also turned his head, widening his eyes. As a first-rank martial artist, this was an opportunity for him as well. Chen Tian began practicing the Thunderbolt Fist, explaining as he executed the moves. The Thunderbolt Fist boasts a fierce and domineering momentum. When one first masters it, a thunderous roar accompanies each punch. With that, he threw a punch, and the thunder-like sound of his fist echoed through the gymnasium. At the proficient level, one can produce 3 thunderous strikes. At the refined level, 5 strikes. And at the mastery level, 7 strikes, which is precisely my current realm. As he spoke, his punches accelerated, delivering 7 consecutive thunderous booms before he gradually withdrew his fist and stood firm. And when you reach the perfected state, you'll be able to strike 9 resonances. He shook his head. However, even I haven't achieved that perfected state yet, so don't aim too high beyond your reach. It'll be quite an accomplishment if you can just master the basics today. After speaking, he glanced at the students in the gifted class. Li Tu and Shen Shan were the most skilled, yet their prowess was only superficial. He displayed not the slightest hint of surprise. 10 seconds to recall, then I'll go again. In class 6, Chen Lin muttered under his breath, damn it, how the hell are we supposed to learn anything like this? Is this seriously a C-rank martial art? The difficulty is absurd, and it's so cramped here I can barely stretch my legs. By the time we actually practice this, we'll probably have forgotten everything. Su-hon, don't you think so? He turned his head to complain to me, only to find I was gone. Where'd he go? He was bewildered, looking around everywhere but couldn't find me, so he quickly went over to poke Li Ming. Li Ming looked puzzled. What's wrong? Teacher, Su-hon has disappeared somewhere. Li Ming froze for a second. Chen Lin whispered, he was just here. Li Ming furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting my figure disappearing through the back door of the gymnasium. He shook his head, never expecting that I, usually so diligent, would choose to give up on myself now. Recalling how I'd once asked if I could delay submitting the registration fee, he sighed softly and said, let him be. You focus on your studies. Oh, Chen Lin muttered absent-mindedly. I stepped out from the back door of the gymnasium, thoughtfully stroking my chin as I murmured to myself, C-level martial arts, don't seem that hard? I walked to an empty spot, recalling Chen Tian's demonstration of the Thunderbolt Fist, and began practicing the moves. A fist strike erupted. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded. Chapter 7, 9 Thunder Claps. Thunderclap Fist Beginner Level. the system notification chimed in his mind. Su-hong appeared not to hear, completely absorbed in practicing the thunderbolt fist. A moment later, bang bang bang, 3 thunderous booms erupted. Thunderbolt fist novice thunderbolt fist mastery. Inside the gymnasium, at the forefront were Chen Shan and Li Tu from the elite class. They were secretly locked in a silent competition. As the only 2 first-level martial artists in the school, in their eyes, each saw only the other as a true rival. Other students simply couldn't catch their eye. Not even the genius class students were an exception. Today they observed Chen Tian demonstrating the Thunder Dash Fist. Both were determined to master it first, to gain the upper hand over the other. At this moment, Chen Tian finished his 7th round of thunderous fist practice. He walked over to Li Changshan. How was it? Li Changshan asked eagerly. Not bad. Chen Shan and Li Tu at the front have the best talent, they should be able to get started. Hearing this, Li Changshan let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Indeed, C-grade martial arts are exceptionally difficult to master. The classification of martial arts not only distinguishes their power levels but also reflects how their learning difficulty escalates with each higher grade. For these students to master such techniques was inherently challenging. Li Changshan had already prepared for the worst-case scenario where no one could learn it. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Li Tu, the 2 most outstanding students in the school, did not disappoint his efforts. What about the others in the genius class? Do you think they have a chance of learning it? Chen Tian shook his head. Difficult. Li Changshan nodded slightly. Even the quasi-martial artist students from the genius class found it difficult to master. As for the regular class, where most were merely martial apprentices, the possibility was even slimmer. It'd do them good to be stimulated, though there really aren't many promising seedlings among this batch of students. Li Changshan shook his head with emotion. At that moment, Chen Tian came before the students. 3 more times. With that, he resumed practicing the thunderbolt fist technique. The first round was quickly fought. Li Tu threw a thoughtful punch. Boom! A thunderclap exploded. Holy shit, Li Tu has leveled up. Is this what genius looks like? Li Tu's heart swelled with joy. He had learned it. He couldn't wait to open his eyes. His gaze turned toward Chen Shan standing nearby. In an instant, there was another deafening roar of thunder. Chen Shan has also entered the stage. I mastered it first, I win. Li Tu gave a faint smile. Don't get cocky, it's only a difference of seconds. We'll see who comes out on top in the monthly exam. Chen Shan's eyes burned with intensity. Both of them wore expressions that said, you're my only rival. The rest of the elite class could only feel profoundly powerless, though they were both members of the gifted class. Yet, standing before them, they felt no different from ordinary students. At the same time, outside the gymnasium, boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive thunderclaps exploded in succession. Thunder Dash Fist Proficiency. Thunder Dash Fist Sublimation. It actually took over 10 minutes to reach sublimation. Su-hong checked the time on his phone. He sighed in admiration. This is truly a C-rank martial art, completely incomparable to those of D or E rank. With that, Su-hong continued practicing the Thunderbolt Fist with unwavering focus. Inside the gymnasium, Chen Tian finished practicing the Thunder Rush Fist 10 times. Li Qingshan's gaze gradually shifted from expectation to disappointment. Apart from Chen Shan and Li Tu, no one else could master it anymore. Ah, well, at least 2 people managed to learn it. Li Qingshan comforted himself silently. Actually, not only had the students failed to learn, even the teachers from the regular classes couldn't help feeling somewhat embarrassed at this moment. They hadn't mastered it either. As a teacher, yet not as skilled as 2 genius class students, this filled them with mixed emotions. Sigh, how on earth are Chen Shan and Li Tu's brains wired? At that moment, Chen Lin beside him grumbled. He's already checked out. His distracted gaze kept drifting toward the back door. If I'd known earlier, I would have left with Su-hong instead of wasting time here. Chen Lin muttered under his breath. Li Ming's forehead throbbed with a visible vein. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say some words of encouragement, but the harsh reality before him left him at a loss for words. In the end, he had no choice but to remain silent. His gaze swept around the gymnasium. Li Ming sighed with emotion. In truth, they were all just there to make up the numbers. Within the school, only Chen Shan and Li Tu could truly be called geniuses. The other students in the gifted class paled in comparison to them. The disparity in talent was laid bare at this moment, utterly and completely. Perhaps Su-hong was right. Leaving long ago would have spared me this torment. Li Ming shook his head. Now, Chen Tian, wholly absorbed in demonstrating the tenfold thunder fist 10 times over. A few beads of sweat had broken out on his forehead. He walked to Li Qingshan's side. Not bad, Chen Shan and Li Tu have learned something. This trip wasn't a waste. Li Qingshan said with a smile, how about saying a few words to the students? Afterward, I'll treat you to a meal. Forget it, I'll eat, but I won't talk. I need to step out for some air. Chen Tian waved his hand and walked toward the back entrance of the gymnasium. Class, although only Chen Shan and Li Tu have grasped it today, don't lose heart. Remember. Behind me came the sound of Li Changshan rallying the school with impassioned fervor. Chen Tian shook his head with a wry smile as he walked through the back door. Soon, they arrived outside the gymnasium. He gazed at the sky and sighed softly. The path of martial arts cultivation is exceedingly brutal. The gap in innate talent only widens over time. To catch up, sheer effort without serendipitous opportunity is utterly futile. As he spoke, Chen Tian glanced sideways with his peripheral vision, letting out a soft sound of surprise. In the distant open space, a young man in a school uniform was practicing martial arts. It was the thunderbolt fist technique he had just taught. Chen Tian was somewhat surprised. No sooner had his class ended than a student from the regular class immediately came out to practice, truly diligent. Unfortunately, how easy could it be for a regular class student to master it? Even Chen Shan and Li Tu, who had watched his demonstration up close while imitating his movements, took a full 7 repetitions to learn it. And these students who couldn't imitate on the spot had to rely entirely on memory for post-practice. Wanting to enter the field was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Chen Tian shook his head and was about to turn away. But suddenly, boom, 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 a series of thunderous booms erupted from the distant open ground. 7 consecutive blasts. Ha! Chen Tian's eyes widened instantly. He whipped his head around to look. His eyes widened to their limits, fixed intently on the youth in the clearing. Until, boom, 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 7 strikes again. Perfected thunder dash fist? A student? Chen Tian's voice trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. What? How could a student master it so quickly after I just finished teaching? Is this for real? Chen Tian wore an expression of utter disbelief, his gaze fixed on the young man's retreating figure. He didn't even dare to blink. Gradually, his eyes flickered between flashes of comprehension and waves of confusion. In the end, Chen Tian was utterly intoxicated, completely immersed in what he was witnessing. An unknowable amount of time had passed. Boom, boom, boom. The moment 9 thunderclaps erupted across the empty grounds. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Tian's mind. His face lit up with excitement as he slapped his thigh. I've got it. That's how it works. Seizing the fleeting inspiration, Chen Tian dared not waste a single moment and immediately began practicing the thunderbolt fist on the spot. Soon, 7 thunderclaps rang out. At this moment, Chen Tian's eyes gleamed fiercely as he suddenly unleashed another punch. Boom! 8 resonances. Only one step away from the perfect 9 resonances. Chen Tian slowly withdrew his fist and stood tall, exhaling a long breath. I never expected Thunderclap Fist, stuck at the peak for years, would finally break through today. Holy shit, old Chen, you've improved again. Li Changshan happened to come out and witness this scene, letting out a startled shriek. But then he seemed to realize something, his expression abruptly changing. He said with an unfriendly tone, you old codger, weren't you holding back just now? Chapter 8. So I'm a martial arts genius. What did you say? Chen Tian didn't react immediately. You could clearly make 8 resonances, yet you insisted you could only do 7. Drinking my iced tea for free, are you? Chen Tian snapped back to his senses and immediately burst into curses. You still have the nerve to bring that up? I came all the way here to teach you martial arts, and all I got was a bottle of iced tea? And now you dare to say that? Li Changshan looked embarrassed and laughed awkwardly. Didn't I say I'd treat you to dinner? After speaking, Li Changshan muttered under his breath. But you still shouldn't keep secrets. Secret your ass. That was my breakthrough just now. Wait. Chen Tian's scolding was abruptly cut short as his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly looked toward the open space ahead. Completely bare. The boy from earlier had already vanished. Ha! He just broke through. Li Changshan didn't notice Chen Tian's strange behavior and let out an awkward, forced chuckle. Never mind that, let me take you to eat first. He didn't finish his sentence. Then came Chen Tian's wretched, bizarre scream. Damn it! What's going on? Li Changshan was utterly bewildered. It's all because of your damned sudden appearance. Chen Tian gritted his teeth in fury and punched Li Changshan right in the eye socket, leaving an immediate dark purple bruise. Damn, Chen Tian, was that really necessary? The iced tea thing was just a joke. Li Changshan grimaced in pain, his face contorted. Didn't you say earlier there were no promising talents at school? Chen Tian suddenly blurted out this remark. Li Changshan froze momentarily before nodding reflexively. Indeed, haven't you seen for yourself? The most gifted students on campus are Chen Shan and Li Tu. Chen Tian smiled. Thunderclap fist with 9 resonances, does that count as promising talent? Li Changshan said irritably, Chen Tian, have you lost your mind? Calling this freak promising talent is an understatement. Wait a second. Li Changshan suddenly grasped something, his breathing instantly growing heavier, his eyes widening in shock. What do you mean? You really don't know? Chen Tian was puzzled and recounted the whole sequence of events. After hearing this, Li Changshan's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself as if in delirium. What kind of monster do we have at Qingqing number 1 high school that I don't know about? With that, he suddenly sprang up from the ground. You mean that student just now, the one in that open area? Right. Receiving Chen Tian's affirmative reply. Whoosh! Li Changshan erupted with full power, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he dashed to the open area. Looking left and right, he suddenly spotted a uniformed teenager heading toward the cafeteria. His eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Hey classmate, wait up! He hurried over, just as the boy turned his head to look. What's your name? My name is Chen Lin. The young man looked bewildered. Come on, quick, demonstrate the lightning fist technique. Chen Lin? Here, right here? Chen Lin scratched his head in confusion. Quickly, Li Changshan urged. Oh, alright. With a bewildered expression, Chen Lin assumed his stance and, drawing from memory, performed a rather wobbly thunderbolt fist routine. How was that, principal? How'd I do? After finishing, Chen Lin suddenly became somewhat excited. Out of everyone, the principal had specifically chosen him. There had to be a reason. Could it be that I'm actually a legendary martial arts prodigy, just unaware of it myself, and the principal recognized this hidden talent? Li Changshan fell into deep silence. He looked at Chen Lin, who was staring at him with eager anticipation. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then closed it without speaking. He replied perfunctorily without sincerity, not bad, keep working hard. With that, he turned and walked away. As he walked, Li Changshan let out a prolonged whistle. All faculty members, assemble in my office at once. Holy shit! Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin's heart pounded wildly in his chest. The principal watched my thunderbolt fist. The very next second, he summoned all the school's teachers. What this meant couldn't have been more obvious. I truly was a hidden genius all along. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beside him, Chen Tian, who was passing by, twitched at the corner of his mouth. With a hesitant expression, he seemed on the verge of saying something but ultimately chose to remain silent. Forget it, shattering a young man's dreams would be too cruel. 5 minutes later. The principal's office. All the teachers, including Li Ming, were present. Today, every single one of you must report to me the names of students who left the gymnasium early. Li Changshan said sternly. Seeing the principal's furious demeanor, the group of teachers exchanged glances. Principal, should these students be punished? Li Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking up. He understood the reason behind Su Hong's self-destructive behavior. If the principal decided on punishment, he wasn't prepared to reveal Su Hong's name. Punishment? I couldn't be happier. Our school has produced a real prodigy, the Nine Thunders Fist Resonance. Thud, thud, thud. At these words, the hearts of teachers like Li Ming skipped a beat. Nine Thunders Fist Resonance? Our school has such a prodigy? It took Qinshan and Li 210 readings just to barely grasp the basics. My goodness. Li Ming looked utterly shocked, but he quickly relaxed. If it's not about punishment, then it doesn't concern his class. Starting with you, has anyone left the class early? At that moment, Li Changshan pointed at Li Ming. Yes, there was one, Su Hong. Li Ming came right out and said it. Available right at hand? Lin Qingshan's eyes lit up. He eagerly pressed, has there been anything unusual lately? Or is this student Su Hong simply introverted by nature, not one to show off? In terms of personality, he's indeed quite steady and composed. Li Ming carefully chose his words. As for anything unusual, Su Hong has been worrying about paying the liberal arts enrollment fee recently. He came to me not long ago asking if he could delay the payment for a few days. He's probably been feeling quite down lately. Upon hearing there might be something unusual, Li Qingshan's breathing suddenly grew heavier. But upon hearing what followed, the corner of his mouth twitched. A monstrous genius capable of producing 9 thunderclap sounds with fist of rushing thunder in such a short time couldn't possibly be unable to come up with 30 grand. With such skills, entering a few underground boxing matches would guarantee more than enough earnings. Fake. Next. Li Changshan pointed to another teacher and suddenly turned to Li Ming. By the way, if the student is struggling financially, give him a few more days to pay the registration fee. I approve it. Great. Thank you on behalf of Su Hong, principal. Li Ming quickly expressed his gratitude. No problem. Next. Su Hong opened the system panel while eating in the cafeteria. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 85, plus. Spirit, 23, plus. Physique, mortal body 3%, plus. Martial arts, thunder dash fist perfect, diamond fist perfect, glowing palm perfect, sky step perfect. Martial path value, 0. Thunderbolt fist has also reached perfection. Next, I should figure out how to earn martial arts points. Su Hong pondered in his heart. The method to obtain martial arts points is to defeat opponents. In that case, those martial artists participating in underground boxing matches, would defeating them count as well? Su Hong inquired with the system and, upon receiving confirmation, felt greatly reassured. He began eating heartily to replenish his energy, preparing for the challenge match that evening. Chapter 9, Defense Mode. Chen Lin sat in the classroom. Looking at the next door classroom, yet another student was called to the principal's office. How strange, why hasn't it been my turn yet? Chen Lin felt somewhat puzzled. The principal had gone to great lengths summoning all the teachers. How could several hours have passed already? Why hadn't they summoned him to the principal's office yet? By the way, Su Hong, are you sure you're not going to watch the underground boxing match tonight? I heard quite a few classmates are going together this time. Even genius class students like Chen Shan and Li Tu said they're going to watch the fights. Chen Lin suddenly remembered and looked at Su Hong. Definitely not going. Su Hong refused. At that moment, the class bell rang. I'm heading out first. Su Hong swiftly grabbed his bag and ran out of the classroom. 2 hours later, night fell. Su Hong arrived in front of a black building. The basement level here was the venue for underground boxing matches. At this moment, a bustling crowd swarmed at the entrance. Su Hong had already changed his clothes and was wearing a mask. After entering the building and explaining to the security guard that he was there to compete, the guard let him pass, and he took the elevator down to the basement level. Just as the door opened, a wave of hot air rushed out from inside. Deafening heavy metal music, multicolored neon lights, roaring martial artists, and scantily dressed women serving drinks everywhere. Su Hong wasn't accustomed to this environment. Covering his ears, he scanned the scene and quickly located the registration area. There stood a signboard listing the tournament schedule and prize money for winners. Su Hong's gaze lifted upward. For martial apprentices, winning one match in the arena earns 1,000 blue star coins. For quasi-martial artists, one victory brings 5,000 blue star coins. For first-rank martial artists, each victory is worth 10,000 blue star coins. Not only that, the champion of the martial apprentice tournament would receive an additional reward of 30,000 blue star coins. Currently, there are just over 40 people registered for the martial apprentice tournament. If there are only 40-some participants, it would only take about 6 or 7 matches. Su Hong's gaze fixed on the 30,000 blue star coins as he licked his lips. That's quite little. The martial arts college application fee requires 30,000. The rented home still needs over 8,000 more. Younger siblings' tuition fees. All these bits and pieces added together would easily amount to 50 or 60,000. And this doesn't even include the cost of Auntie's treatment. Too little? At this point, the person at the registration desk chuckled. You sound pretty young, but your tone sure is bold. The speaker was a charming young woman with an alluring appearance. If you think you can win the championship, you can try the hold the fort mode, fight all the way to the end by yourself. Oh, Su Hong suddenly became intrigued. Does the prize money change in defense mode? The young woman blinked. She had originally thought this fellow was reaching for the stars and wanted to put him in his place with a few sharp words. To her surprise, the youngster actually seemed genuinely interested. That's right, defense mode. If you can defeat everyone, the final prize money gets doubled. But the rule of winning 1,000 per victory disappears. To put it simply, if you choose the challenge defense mode, you either defend till the end to get the money, or if you lose midway, you won't get a single cent. Understood? Do you want to participate? Su Hong nodded. Seeing this, the young woman took out a contestant badge and handed it to Su Hong. You can go check your chi and blood now. The young woman pointed to the left. Wait. Su Hong gestured toward the chi blood detector. What was that all about? He saw a freshly tested first-level warrior holding a card identical to his own. Oh, everyone who's competing gets the same brand, there's no difference. Su Hong frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it? Before he could finish speaking, the young woman burst into laughter. I get what you mean. Warriors with high blood vitality can't downgrade to fight in the novice arena. As for novices who want to challenge quasi-warriors or even warrior-level arenas, well, if they're not afraid of death, it's up to them. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded thoughtfully. He then went to wait for his blood vitality test. The young woman watched his retreating figure. Her eyes flickered momentarily. She summoned a servant. Place a bet for me on this man's defeat. Ha, Sister Wang, is this guy really that weak? The young matron Sister Wang said impatiently. Of course, the voice sounds so young, and he clearly doesn't understand the rules at all. Must be some school kid joining the competition for the first time. Don't you want free money? Holy crap, then that student's definitely gonna lose. I'm gonna place my bet too. 1 month's, no, 3 months salary, 85 HP. Su Hong's chi and blood test is complete. A staff member approached. Hello, come with me, we'll go to the changing room first. Noticing Su Hong's apparent confusion, the staff member explained. Some martial artists who come to compete prefer not to reveal their true appearance, so we specially provide masks and head coverings here. How thoughtful. Su Hong thought to himself. Soon, he arrived at the changing room. His gaze searched along the wall. Finally, his eyes settled on a bull's head mask. This mask looks interesting. Su Hong took it and put it on, making sure his vision remained unobstructed. With the 2 bull horns swaying on his head, he walked into the waiting room for the martial trainees arena. Just as he stepped inside, a loud bang rang out. He turned his head to look. There, a group of martial trainees were gathered around a combat power detector, shouting and making a ruckus. People are constantly testing their combat abilities. Su Hong observed from the side for a while. He noticed, excluding himself, there were 50 people in total. Their combat power generally fluctuates between 1,000 and 1,200, as expected of those daring to compete in underground boxing matches. Keep in mind, these are all martial apprentices who haven't even reached 90 points of chi and blood. The normal combat power is around 800. None here are under 1,000. If I'd come with my previous subtle Vajra fist skills, I'd be at the very bottom. Su Hong sighed. But times have changed. After quietly observing for a while, Su Hong felt greatly reassured. At this moment, the arena opened. The group of martial apprentices all started moving toward the fighting platform. Suddenly, a minotaur surged past them and leaped straight onto the martial apprentices' platform. I challenge the defense mode, Su Hong declared loudly. The scene fell momentarily silent. Then it erupted into frenzied excitement. Holy shit, tonight's getting wild already? Someone's challenging the defenders right off the bat. Who's this minotaur? Never seen him before, looks like a total badass. The audience excitedly began discussing among themselves. Students like Chen Lin, Chen Shan, and Li Tu looked utterly bewildered. What's this defender mode? It's like this, someone nearby began to explain. After hearing this, Li Tu and the others were instantly shocked. Holy shit, playing all the way to the end? This guy is way too arrogant. Chen Lin excitedly waved his fist. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he muttered under his breath, Su Hong, what a shame you didn't come today. When you hear about this tomorrow, you'll probably regret it so much you won't be able to sleep. The stands were buzzing with excitement. However, among the martial apprentices preparing to take the stage, furious expressions appeared on their faces as they gazed at the minotaur in the arena. Choosing the hold the arena mode undoubtedly meant he believed he could defeat every challenger and emerge victorious in the end. This was the ultimate insult to all other participants. Bring it on! A burly middle-aged man leaped onto the arena platform. First time here, buddy? That's quite the attitude. The words barely left his mouth when, bang, was already kicked off the ring with a single blow. Next, Chapter 10, Crushing Everything. What the hell? The middle-aged burly man who was kicked off the stage sat on the ground with a dazed expression. Everything before his eyes blurred for an instant, and the next thing he knew, he had been knocked off the platform. Patting himself down and realizing he wasn't injured, the middle-aged man hurriedly stood up and thanked Su Hong. Once you ascend the arena, life and death are left to fate. Despite the presence of referees, martial artists still occasionally perish in combat. It's common for fighters to suffer broken bones and torn tendons during a match. The fact that he got kicked off the stage unharmed clearly showed his opponent's mercy. Su Hong waved his hand at him dismissively. Though competing against these men for money, there was no personal grudge between them. Naturally, he wouldn't resort to lethal force. At this moment, the audience was momentarily stunned when they saw the middle-aged man kicked off the stage. Normally, warriors who dare to step onto the arena are no pushovers. It's quite rare to see someone get thrown off the stage before they've even finished speaking. That bullhead's got some real skills. Heh, no wonder they dare to challenge the arena defense mode. The audience chatted and laughed, showing a bit of interest in the minotaur. At this moment, most people's gazes were fixed on the martial disciple arena. Holy crap, wasn't this supposed to be a fight to the death? How did he get kicked down with just one kick? Chen Lin and the group of students exchanged baffled glances. It's just that this guy is too strong, his combat power completely overpowers them. Li Tu offered this explanation at that moment. Pfft, no matter how strong, he's just a martial disciple. Probably couldn't even take one strike from my lightning fist. What's so impressive about that? Chen Shan curled his lips in disdain. Those martial apprentices are going all out, we can't afford to slack off either. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from the probationary warrior waiting room. The next instant, a middle-aged man wearing a white fox mask leaped onto the novice fighter arena. I want to challenge the king of the hill mode too. His words instantly set the whole venue ablaze with excitement. Holy crap, isn't that White Fox? The undefeated arena champion who's won 7 days straight. Today he's actually going straight for king of the hill mode. TSK, what a great show tonight. Definitely worth coming. The moment the White Fox stepped onto the stage, the audience immediately erupted with excitement. At the same time, Martial Disciple Arena. A prompt tone rang out in Su Hong's mind. Defeat the martial disciple, gain 3 martial points. 3 o'clock? Su Hong pondered in his heart. I wonder how much martial arts prowess is needed to raise one's vital energy by a single point. At this moment, Martial Apprentice Arena, 1 victory. 48 martial apprentices remaining. Let's see if this Minotaur can successfully defend his position tonight, or if there are other formidable challengers. The referee raised a megaphone and shouted, his voice high-pitched, stirring the enthusiasm of everyone present. The audience howled with excitement, and people kept leaping to their feet from their chairs, faces flushed as they roared. "We'll talk after the fight." Su-hong stopped pondering over the system and instead focused his mind. He immediately looked toward the audience below. He waved his hand. Next. Soon, a burly man leaped onto the stage. He grinned at Su-hong. "Friend, thank you for showing mercy to my brother earlier. As repayment, I'll try my best not to hurt you." As he spoke, his vital energy surged outward. The aura he emitted was only slightly weaker than that of the quasi-martial artist on the neighboring platform. Clearly, this man was just one step away from becoming a quasi-martial artist. "Please." Su-hong smiled slightly and reached out his hand. "Coming." The middle-aged man shouted a low warning. Taking 3 steps in 2, he rushed in front of Su-hong. With a punch thrown, a fierce tearing sound of air exploded. Faced with this, Su-hong neither dodged nor avoided, lifting his fist to meet it head-on. The middle-aged man frowned at the sight. He hadn't expected the Minotaur to dare block his full-powered punch head-on despite him revealing his aura first. Considering the opponent had shown mercy earlier, the burly man decided to hold back some strength. But before he could act, Su-hong's fist suddenly accelerated. The 2 fists collided instantaneously. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he felt an overwhelming force surging toward him. All thoughts of holding back vanished instantly. The veins in his neck bulged as he prepared to roar and unleash his full strength. Su-hong's lightning-fast kick sent him flying off the stage once more. Just like his brother before him, the middle-aged man flew off the platform and plopped down onto the same spot where his brother had just been sitting. The ground still carried a trace of residual warmth. I lost just like that." The middle-aged man was utterly bewildered. Staring at the Minotaur on the stage, his eyes were filled with shock. His vitality stat had reached 89 points. He was considered one of the top martial apprentices present today. This was precisely why he felt confident in holding back. But the actual result. Not only did his opponent clash fists with him head-on, but still found time to land a kick. Clearly, their strength far surpassed his own. Where did this monster come from? The burly middle-aged man felt both depressed and relieved. Fortunately, the Minotaur had shown mercy. Had it been more ruthless, that kick could have easily shattered a few of his ribs. Martial Disciple Arena, 2 consecutive victories. The judge announced loudly. Next, over a dozen martial apprentices took the stage one after another. Yet Su-hong effortlessly defeated them all. He didn't even break a sweat. With my flawless mastery of the Diamond Fist, no one on the martial novice stage stands a chance against me. Successive battles had made Su-hong understand this point. Qualified Fighter Arena, 5 consecutive wins. At that moment, a loud shout came from next door. Su-hong turned his head to look. There stood the person wearing the White Fox mask, calm and composed on the arena. Truly worthy of being called the White Fox, such formidable strength. What else did you expect? 7 consecutive championship wins don't lie about one's skills. I heard people say he's mastered the D-grade martial arts to perfection. His combat prowess is unmatched by any other quasi-martial artist. Hearing the words from the spectator stands, Su-hong's eyes flickered. Mastery of D-grade martial arts? That's not on the same level as his Diamond Fist. With this level of strength, he can achieve 5 consecutive wins? And he seems to be doing it effortlessly. Just at this moment, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from one side. Ha! Su-hong frowned and instinctively dodged to the side. The moment he moved away, an explosive boom erupted where he had been standing. Looking up, he saw a young man grinning at him with bared teeth. "You're quite fast." The ambush failed, yet he showed no trace of embarrassment. Su-hong's expression turned icy. That punch just now was aimed straight at the back of his head. If I hadn't dodged, I could have died right here. Damn it! It's that shameless Lin Ping again. He won the championship yesterday by ambushing his opponent. After succeeding with his sneak attack, he deliberately crippled the original fighter. His methods are vicious. What? Ambushes are allowed? Doesn't the referee care? This is underground fighting, man. The fight starts the moment you step into the ring. The rules aren't that strict. I just can't stand this guy. He's clearly top tier among martial apprentices, yet he insists on sneaky attacks without feeling any shame. Utterly shameless. The sound of the audience's curses and complaints filled the air. On the fighting platform, Lin Ping wasn't angry at all. Instead, he cheerfully waved at the crowd, with an expression that made it seem like the audience wasn't scolding him but rather praising him. But suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Lin Ping only caught a glimpse of a figure rapidly closing in on him from the corner of his eye. A massive fist rapidly expanded within his pupils. Straight to the face. Lin Ping's expression changed abruptly. While jerking his head aside to dodge, he threw a fierce punch. The instant their fists collided, Lin Ping's clenched fist was instantly deformed, his knuckles shattered. Not only that, but the terrifying force knocked his arm bones out of place, with the forearm bone piercing through skin and flesh, leaving a large section exposed to the air. Chapter 11, First Kill. Excruciating pain shot through him, and Lin Ping immediately collapsed to his knees, his face twisted in agony as he howled in pain. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps approached. Lin Ping raised his head despite the excruciating pain. He saw the Minotaur still hadn't given up on him, slowly advancing. No, please, I surrender. Lin Ping's eyes were filled with terror, his lips trembling as he was about to admit defeat. One more punch from this man, and he would surely die. But before he could finish speaking, a massive hand reached out and dislocated his jaw with a single motion. The words from his mouth became choked and indistinct. Spare me. Lin Ping's face was full of terror, his legs giving way as he plopped onto the ground, desperately scooting toward the edge of the arena, trying to get away from the opponent before him. Keep beckoning. Don't you just love sneak attacks? Su Hong's tone was icy, his gaze indifferent. Without hesitation, he planted his foot and kicked out. Lin Ping's chest caved in instantly, his struggling body went limp, and all movement ceased. Su Hong expressionlessly retracted his leg and walked back to the center of the ring. If others treat me with respect, I will return it tenfold. The two middle-aged men earlier had been very courteous, so he had shown them mercy. But this Lin Ping had ambushed him earlier, targeting the back of his head. If he hadn't reacted quickly and dodged, he would have been killed. Thus, Su Hong showed no hesitation in delivering a lethal strike. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The audience members still wore traces of indignation on their faces. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ping's chest caved in, no longer drawing breath. For a moment, the audience fell into an eerie silence. But soon, the crowd snapped out of it, their faces flushing crimson as they roared with excitement. Killed him good. Holy shit, that's insane. What an overpowered Minotaur. Though Lin Ping is a bad seed, his strength is truly nothing to scoff at. To think he got completely crushed in a fistfight and was beaten to death. Oh no, I'm falling for the Minotaur. Sorry, hubby. I really feel like this guy has a solid chance of successfully defending his champion spot. On one side of the audience seating area, students like Chen Lin were seated there. Watching Lin Ping with his brains spilled out, their faces turned pale. Some with weaker psychological resilience began retching directly. Is this the life and death struggle between martial artists? Every move could decide one's fate. Chen Lin's heart was filled with countless emotions. He glanced to the side. Li Tu stood there with his arms folded, silent as a tomb. Chen Shan, who had always boasted about his thunder fist and initially looked down upon the martial disciple arena, now fell silent. A bit physically nauseous, but I can manage. This was Su Hong's first time killing someone. Standing at the center of the arena, he carefully observed the changes in his body. Some nausea, some discomfort. His body trembled slightly, whether from excitement or fear. Ha! Su Hong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then he looked towards the audience below, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Next! At this moment, the referee gave Su Hong a profound look before announcing loudly. 3 consecutive wins in the apprentice arena. A few seconds later. Yet no one steps forward. In the apprentice waiting room, all the competing martial apprentices fell silent. Looking at Su Hong on the stage, shock and wariness appeared on their faces. Bloody slaughter is most soul-stirring. Previously, they had seen Su Hong show mercy twice in a row. Although astonished by this person's strength, they would still eagerly step onto the stage. But, watching Lin Ping being grabbed by the janitorial staff and carried away like a dead dog, the martial trainees hesitated. Should we still fight? This guy is way too strong, and he doesn't hold back. I'm afraid I'll get carried off the stage too if I go up. A few martial disciples whispered among themselves, their courage faltering. It shouldn't be that bad. Lin Ping was killed because he ambushed him first. If you follow proper etiquette on stage, you should be fine, right? Someone spoke up like this. Several nervous disciples turned to look at the speaker. Then you step up? The martial disciple immediately fell silent. Anyone else coming forward? The referee's voice rang out. The group of martial apprentices exchanged glances. After a while, someone shook their head. Forget it. I'm not fighting. This guy is too strong. Even if I went up there, I wouldn't stand a chance. With that, he turned and walked away. Seeing this, the other martial apprentices remained silent for a moment. He also walked toward the door. Forget it, forget it. We'll try again tomorrow. Before long, the martial disciple waiting room was completely empty. At the same time, meanwhile, at the martial disciple arena, the referee received the news. His eyes widened involuntarily. No way, dude. He's in defense mode and has only fought 3 matches so far. So you're just going to stop fighting? We sell tickets to the audience, and after just a few minutes of watching, it's all over. What are we, the organizers, supposed to do about this? At that moment, at the neighboring Quasi-Warrior arena, White Fox knocked yet another contestant off the stage. The judge beside the arena excitedly shouted, White Fox, 8 consecutive victories. Seeing this, the referee in charge of the apprentice arena let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still 2 arenas acting as buffers. He began to announce loudly, the martial apprentice arena has successfully defended its title. Let us congratulate the Minotaur. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted. Su Hanyu stepped down from the arena, retreating under the gaze of everyone. Impressive. I never thought I'd live to see the day I misjudged someone. Just as he entered the waiting room, a sultry voice reached his ears. Su Hong turned his head to look. It was the young woman from the registration point earlier. Here, this is your prize, 60,000 blue star coins. The young woman took out a stack of money. Are you the one specifically responsible for awarding prizes to the winners? Su Hong suddenly asked. The young woman was taken aback for a moment, then shook the prize money in her hand with a smile. Isn't it obvious? Then I'll leave it with you for now, and we'll take everything together later. Ha! The young woman was taken aback, feeling rather perplexed. What do you mean? She didn't get to finish her sentence. She saw Su Hong walk out of the waiting room and head in the opposite direction. The young woman was stunned, a shocking thought flashing through her mind. Could he possibly? She hurriedly chased after him, just in time to see Su Hong enter a room. Her gaze shifted slightly upward. Then she saw several large characters. Reserve warrior waiting room? My God, seriously? The young woman looked utterly astonished. She recalled the words she had exchanged with this man at the registration point earlier. At the time, she had even joked that if martial trainees weren't afraid of death, they could level up to fight in the quasi-warrior arena. But she never imagined that this casual remark would actually be taken seriously by him. You should know that most participating martial apprentices have around 80-something points of chi blood. At first glance, the difference between them and quasi-warriors with 90 points seems negligible. But if that were truly the case, would there be any need to draw such a clear distinction? When a warrior's chi blood reaches 90 points, their physical body undergoes substantial enhancement. This disparity isn't reflected in chi and blood levels, but manifests in combat effectiveness. On the surface, a martial apprentice with 89 chi blood points appears only 1 point weaker than a quasi-warrior with 90 points. But in reality, the latter can easily defeat the former. In the young matron's eyes, a mere apprentice daring to challenge a quasi-warrior's arena was nothing short of suicide. Chapter 12, Fighting Above One's Rank. This is utter madness. The young woman shook her head speechlessly. On the other side, Su Hong entered the quasi-martial artist waiting room. Ha! A group of prospective fighters looked over in confusion. When they saw the newcomer was actually the champion of the apprentice arena, they were somewhat surprised. But they quickly assumed he had come to observe the fights between prospective fighters up close and thought nothing more of it. Su Hong's gaze turned toward the arena. At this moment, the White Fox warrior sent another opponent flying off the arena, eliciting cheers from the entire audience. White Fox, 13 consecutive victories. The referee's excited voice rang out. Witnessing this scene, all the martial arts aspirants in the waiting room couldn't help but feel emotional. That White Fox is truly formidable, effortlessly winning 13 consecutive matches. As expected of a 7-time champion, he successfully defended his title, and I'm thoroughly impressed. Absolutely incredible. A group of aspiring martial artists shook their heads, all deciding not to take the challenge. But at that moment, a mocking laugh rang out. What a bunch of trash. I originally thought the fighters in Star City's underground boxing matches would be something special. Who knew even someone this week could get 13 consecutive wins? Hearing this, a glimmer of anger flashed in the eyes of the surrounding aspiring martial artists. Su Hong turned toward the sound. There stood an arrogant young man, arms crossed, his face full of disdain. Li Ming, noticing everyone's attention, sneered. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Seeing his attitude, several hot-tempered quasi-martial artists raised their eyebrows and mocked. From your tone, are you from the neighboring city? Anyone can talk big. If you think White Fox is weak, why don't you get on stage and defeat him? Just at this moment, any more challengers for the quasi-martial artist arena? The referee's voice rang out. Li Ming sneered and strode toward the fighting platform. Before leaving, he casually threw out a sentence. Watch closely, frog in a well. Watching his departing figure, the group of pre-warriors' expressions all darkened. Meanwhile, on the pre-warriors arena stage, the White Fox stood at the center of the arena with hands clasped behind its back, waiting for the referee to declare victory. But at that very moment, a young man leaped onto the arena. Any more challengers? The White Fox raised an eyebrow. The audience, who had assumed it was all over, instantly grew excited again. Please. On the platform, the White Fox clasped his hands together toward the young man in salute. Li Ming let out a derisive laugh and immediately threw a punch. The White Fox frowned, its eyes turning cold. It raised its fist to counterattack. A loud bang was heard. The White Fox's face drastically changed color as the terrifying impact sent him stumbling back several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. Oh, Li Ming was somewhat startled. To think you could block my punch, I underestimated you. With that, he swiftly closed the distance. Take this punch, if you dare. Boom! 3 thunderous booms rang out in succession. The next moment, the The white fox figure was sent flying backwards, vomiting blood as it landed off stage like a ragged piece of cloth. For a moment, complete silence fell over the entire scene. The spectators all widened their eyes in astonishment. Thunderbolt Fist. The students, including Chen Lin, were utterly shocked. They never expected to witness Thunderbolt Fist in actual combat merely hours after learning about it that morning. 3 thunderclaps, that's already mastery-level execution. Li Tu and Shen Shan exchanged a glance, their expressions turning complicated. As the 2 top talents of First High, they had only barely begun to master the Thundering Fist technique. Yet here on stage, this youth who hadn't even officially become a martial artist had already achieved mastery of Thundering Fist. The audience erupted in applause at this moment. He's so strong. To think you defeated the White Fox so easily, that's amazing. This must be the C-grade martial art Thunder Rush Fist to have mastered it to the proficient level as a mere quasi-warrior. This kid's a genius. Yet, before the audience could even utter a few words, I see. On the fighting platform, the young man who defeated the White Fox glanced around with a disdainful expression on his face. Is this the level of martial artists in Star City's underground fighting matches? Compared to my Sunshine City, it's far behind. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone understood instantly. This young man had come to cause trouble. Even the referees flashed with anger in their eyes. But given their positions, they couldn't easily speak their minds. But the audience couldn't care less. Most spectators were locals of Star City. How could they tolerate provocation from fighters of other cities? Immediately, curses flew thick and fast from the crowd. Go to hell, you little brat acting all high and mighty. Are these young city martial artists here in Star City to beg for food? Li Ming clasped his hands behind his back and let out a scornful laugh. Enough talk. Your words are useless. If you've got the guts, send a quasi-martial artist up here to defeat me. At this moment, at the first-rank martial artists arena, the middle-aged man standing on the platform said with a cold expression, Kid, cut the arrogance in your speech. What's wrong? Li Ming glanced at him and suddenly laughed. A first-rank warrior wants to fight? Fine by me. As these words were spoken, the entire audience was furious. A quasi-warrior from Yang City came to stir up trouble. If they really let a first-rank warrior take action, bullying the weak with their strength, it would be utterly shameful. What if even first-rank martial artists lose? That would utterly disgrace us. In the waiting room for quasi-martial artists, the faces of the martial artists were as dark as ink. They never expected this arrogant young man to be so formidably strong. They couldn't even defeat a white fox, so they stood no chance against this young man. Coming through. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. The group of martial arts trainees turned their heads in astonishment. They saw a figure wearing a minotaur mask gesturing for them to step aside. Isn't that the champion from the martial disciple arena? Scram, scram. What's all this commotion you're making? Brother, anger is one thing, but you're just a martial disciple challenging him. Wouldn't that be like delivering yourself to be slaughtered? Someone advised. But before he could finish his words, the minotaur suddenly leapt up, vaulted over them, and headed straight for the exit. This left all the prospective warriors dumbfounded. Brother, you seriously dared to go for it? Where did this courage come from? At this moment, on the quasi-martial artist stage, Li Ming was just about to step onto the martial artist platform. The next instant, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye, raising an eyebrow in surprise. A figure leaped onto the stage. Seeing a prospective warrior step forward to accept the challenge, the audience erupted in cheers instantly. Kill him. Go for it. Wait a minute, isn't that the Minotaur? How did a mere martial apprentice get up here? At these words, the cheering crowd froze in stunned silence. Upon closer inspection, it really was the Minotaur who had won the Martial Disciple Arena Championship. The audience was instantly stunned. Dude, what are you doing up here? Holy shit, what's the meaning of this? The audience looked utterly bewildered. Yet in the next instant, the scene unfolding on the stage made their pupils contract sharply. Upon the fighting platform, Su Hong, who had just stepped up, curled a finger in challenge under Li Ming's amused gaze. Come. Seeing this scene, the audience was instantly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. He's actually going to fight. A novice martial artist is challenging a quasi-warrior. Is he out of his mind? Brother Minotaur must be getting cocky from his wins. Isn't this basically suicide? That guy easily defeated White Fox earlier. Sure, he's smug, but his skills are legit terrifying. Gotta admire the courage, I guess. Not a single person in the arena, whether spectator or fighter in the waiting room, gave Su Hong a chance. The gap between a martial apprentice fighting a quasi-warrior is far too great. It looks like an inevitable defeat no matter how you see it. Chapter 13, A Bountiful Harvest. Is that Minotaur insane? That young man has already mastered the 3 resonances of the Thunder Fist. In the spectator stands, Chen Shan couldn't help but exclaim. Not to mention martial arts techniques, even a regular full power punch would be impossible for this martial apprentice to block. Li Tu shook his head. Never mind a martial apprentice, even they themselves, having just broken through to become first-rank martial artists, might not necessarily be able to take down this young man if they really faced him. Wow, tonight was truly spectacular. Chen Lin's face lit up with excitement, then suddenly he shook his head regretfully. Su-hong, you really missed something fantastic by not coming tonight. In the arena, the referee looked at Su-hong, growing somewhat anxious in his heart. Though he thought Su-hong was somewhat overestimating himself, he was still the one who stepped forward to accept the challenge. None of those quasi-martial artists dared to step onto the stage, yet a mere martial apprentice stood up. The referee decided in his heart that he would intervene to save Su-hong later, doing his best to prevent him from getting injured. At this moment, he saw Su-hong curl his finger in a beckoning gesture. Li Ming narrowed his eyes and sneered. How dare a mere martial apprentice dare to provoke him? It was utterly ridiculous. It seemed he had been too lenient earlier. No wonder this man had the nerve to leap onto the stage. Looking to die. Li Ming spat out two icy words. No sooner had the words left his mouth, he suddenly threw a fierce punch. Couldn't even be bothered to use martial techniques. Just a mere martial apprentice, easily defeated with a casual move. Seeing this, Su-hong didn't retreat but instead advanced, directly raising his fist to meet it. The next instant, two fists collided. Ha! Li Ming's pupils contracted slightly, his body swayed a little as he took a step back. On the other side, Su-hong retreated 3 steps. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Damn! The audience's eyes widened into perfect circles, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Ming, who could easily defeat the White Fox, only made Su-hong retreat 2 steps with a single punch. This minotaur is ridiculously overpowered. Where did this genius come from? This. Chen Shan and Li Tu wore expressions of utter astonishment. How could he block it so effortlessly? Wow, this martial apprentice is really strong, so awesome. Chen Lin scratched his head. If it were him up there, he reckoned he'd already have been knocked flying. Pretty strong. On the arena, Su-hong steadied himself and sighed sincerely. But these words took on a different meaning in Li Ming's ears. Just a mere martial apprentice, exchanging a direct punch with him, had only been forced back 2 steps more than him, and then had the audacity to say pretty strong. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like mockery. Li Ming's face darkened as the vital energy within him erupted violently. The next moment, 3 thunderous booms erupted. Seeing this, the referee on the sidelines tensed up, already preparing for a potential rescue. But suddenly, his eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Because from the opposite side of the arena, thunderous sounds had simultaneously erupted. Boom, boom, boom. 9 thunderous blasts in succession. 9 peals of deafening thunder. 9 strikes. Li Ming trembled violently, his face turning as pale as a ghost. Before he could even react, he was struck down, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed unconscious on the fighting platform. The entire arena was deathly silent. The referee who had intended to intervene stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. The audience was petrified, gazing blankly at the fighting platform, their eyes filled with utter shock. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment rose one after another. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Martial apprentice defeats quasi-warrior. This defies the heavens. The crowd snapped out of their daze and instantly erupted. Chen Lin was completely dumbfounded. Li Tu and Chen Shan's lips were trembling. And 9 thunderclaps. Li Tu swallowed hard. That's the perfected form of Thunderbolt Fist. Holy shit! And he's just an initiate. Chen Shan screamed in disbelief. The next moment, the two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yet they mastered Thunderbolt Fist after just 10 viewings, and were already hailed as geniuses by others. But compared to this martial apprentice, what do these so-called geniuses amount to? In the arena, I've won. The prize money should be mine now. Su-hong looked at the referee and asked, what? The referee responded dazedly, then quickly nodded as he regained his composure. Exactly, as long as no other probationary warriors step onto the stage, the prize money is yours. Hearing this, Su-hong cast his gaze toward the probationary warriors in the waiting room. At the sight of this, the group of probationary warriors shook their heads frantically and backed away several steps. What a joke! C-grade martial arts, mastered to perfection. Who would dare fight you when you're this fierce? I declare the quasi-warrior has successfully defended the challenge arena. The referee announced loudly. The audience cheered wildly, dancing with excitement. Amidst the roaring crowd, Su-hong leapt down from the arena and disappeared from the spectators' view. The prospective martial artists in the waiting room saw Su-hong approaching. Instinctively, they parted ways on either side to make a path. Su-hong walked through calmly, watching Su-hong's retreating figure. A group of quasi-warriors clicked their tongues in amazement. Good heavens, where did this monstrous genius come from? A mere martial apprentice, yet he beats quasi-warriors like they're his own sons. Stepping outside, Su-hong saw the young woman staring blankly at him. He extended his hand and said, the bonus. Oh, right. The young woman numbly handed the prize money to Su Hong. Su Hong counted the cash, confirming none was missing, then turned to leave. At that moment, the young woman suddenly grabbed his arm. Su Hong turned back in confusion and met a pair of extraordinarily gleaming eyes. "It's so late, is there somewhere here to rest?" Su Hong frowned, pulled back his arm, turned and walked away. "Women will only slow down my martial arts training." Black building. Su Hong, now fully dressed and bundled up tightly, emerged and disappeared into the crowd. It was already past 9 in the evening. The streets were deserted and silent. As he walked, Su Hong began tallying up the gains from his trip. The martial apprentice successfully defended the arena challenge, earning 60,000 blue star coins. The quasi-martial artist successfully defended the arena challenge, earning 100,000 blue star coins. Total 16 grand. Indeed, martial training burns money quickly, but the earning potential is equally swift. Just a few short hours, he made 160,000. This was already nearly a year's salary for his uncle and aunt. Su Hong sighed with emotion. "My mood has lifted considerably. The martial arts school registration fee is sorted. The house rent is taken care of. There's enough for my younger siblings' tuition next year too. Auntie's illness, how much will the treatment cost, I wonder? If not a complete cure, at least enough for several courses of medication and treatment that shouldn't be too much to hope for." These thoughts ran silently through Su Hong's mind. Then, he opened the system interface. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through ages. Vitality, 85, plus. Spirit, 23, plus. Physique, mortal body 3% plus. Martial arts, Thunderbolt Fist perfect, Diamond Fist perfect, Glimmering Palm perfect, Sky Step perfect. Martial arts value, 67. 67 points of martial arts value. Tonight, a total of 4 people were defeated. Su Hong checked the notification. He realized most of the rewards came from that young man at the end. It seems defeating stronger opponents yields more martial arts points. The enemy's talent probably affects the outcome too. Su Hong pondered. With martial arts points available, naturally he should use them. His gaze swept across the panel. Su Hong decided to start by enhancing his chi and blood first. I wonder how much it'll improve. Su Hong eagerly began allocating his points. Chapter 14, Quasi-Martial Artist, Combat Power 2000. He stared at the system panel. Su Hong controlled his thoughts and clicked the plus sign beside the chi and blood entry. Immediately, a small prompt panel popped up. It asked him to choose how much martial value to add. After some consideration, Su Hong selected 1 point. The next moment, he felt a surge of chi and blood throughout his body, as if some change had taken place. His gaze fell upon the system panel. Chi and blood, 85.1, plus. 1 martial arts point boosts chi and blood by 0.1 points. Su Hong's face lit up with joy. It seemed like a small amount, but under normal cultivation, it would typically take at least a week or even half a month. Improving one's vital energy was incredibly arduous. And now, 1 martial arts point can increase vitality by 0.1. With 66 martial arts points left, doesn't that mean I can directly break through to quasi-martial artist? Thinking this, Su Hong immediately prepared to allocate all his martial arts points to vitality. But suddenly, he showed hesitation on his face. Will adding too much at once be too much for the body to handle? After some thought, Su Hong decided to test it bit by bit. Starting with 2 points. No problem. 5 points. 10 points. 20 points. When he invested 20 points at once, Su Hong clearly felt his body swelling slightly, even experiencing a faint stinging sensation. After waiting a while, allowing his body to adjust, Su Hong continued adding points, until his vitality reached 89.9 and climbed to 90 points. His entire aura suddenly surged violently. An invisible ripple spread outward with him at the center. The fallen leaves on the ground were swept up, dancing wildly through the air. A moment later, the fluctuating chi and blood energy within Su Hong gradually calmed down. Quasi-martial artist. Su Hong clenched his fist, sensing the surge of power within his body far beyond what he'd possessed before, and closed his eyes, intoxicated by the sensation. This feeling of improvement, truly intoxicating. After breaking through to the quasi-warrior level, his physical strength had noticeably improved. Su Hong licked his lips, savoring the sensation. A few seconds later, he allocated all his remaining martial arts points to chi and blood. At last, his chi and blood reached 91.7 points. Compared to before, it's a full 6.7 increase. At this moment, the phone rang. Su Hong picked it up to look. The screen showed the contact name, Thunder Fury Martial Arts School, Song Fei. In the past, Su Hong would work to earn money. Every week, he would take up part-time work at the Raging Thunder Martial Arts School, serving as a sparring partner for others. He could earn 100 blue star coins per hour. Though it seemed like a lot, it was actually a grueling job. A sparring partner, to put it nicely, is called a training companion, but to put it bluntly, they're just human punching bags. Though protective gear is worn to block most of the damage, bruises are a common occurrence. To avoid disrupting his training routine, Su-hong didn't go every day. He usually scheduled sessions several days in advance with his partners. Answering the phone. Su-hong, it's almost 10 o'clock. Are you almost here? On my way. Alright, hurry up. Soon, the call ended. Although with Su-hong's current capabilities, there was naturally no need to take on side jobs. But this was something that had been agreed upon in advance. Having given his word, he had to keep his promise. Su-hong oriented himself and headed toward the Thunder Rage Martial Arts Hall. 10 minutes later, as he passed by an open-air training ground, Su-hong's eyes lit up. He had been here just the day before. I remember there was a first-tier combat power detector inside. I wonder how much my combat power has improved after the breakthrough. Su-hong walked inward, in a small hut not far from the open-air training ground. Ha! Today these martial artists left unusually early. Finally I can get a proper night's sleep. Bliss! The young man yawned. Ever since being assigned to guard this place, this was the earliest he'd gone to sleep in all this time. Surely there won't be another genius popping up in the middle of the night to test me like yesterday, right? Lying in bed, the young man suddenly recalled his recent experiences and felt inexplicably uneasy. But soon, drowsiness overtook him. The young man yawned. Forget it, having one occasionally is normal, it's impossible to have it every day. Thinking this way, the young man happily began to fall asleep. Soon, the sound of snoring emerged. But just at that moment, boom! 9 consecutive thunderclaps roared, as if exploding right beside his ears. The young man was so startled he leaped straight out of bed. With a loud clatter, his head smashed into the ceiling. Tisk! After landing, the young man crouched on the ground, clutching his head in pain with gritted teeth, repeatedly sucking in air. Not again? Seriously? The young man clenched his teeth, anger surfacing between his brows. With a loud bang, he pushed the door open, angrily rushing toward the open-air training ground. But halfway there, as if remembering something, his steps suddenly slowed. It couldn't possibly be that genius from yesterday again, could it? The young man hesitated a bit, yet he found it hard to believe. Such geniuses usually either trained at schools or martial arts halls. It was already rare enough to meet one by chance at this open-air training ground. Forget it, since we're already out here, might as well go take a look. But anyway, recalling yesterday's events, the anger in his heart lessened somewhat. He composed himself, moving forward with calm steps. Soon, he arrived at the open-air training ground. From a distance, he could see the screen of a combat analyzer glowing. He scanned the surroundings but found no one in sight. The young man was instantly speechless. He fumed, damn it, throwing a punch and then running away. What kind of psycho does that? Grumbling under his breath, he walked toward the combat assessment device, though the screen would automatically shut off in a few minutes anyway. But now the more he looked at this thing, the more it rubbed him the wrong way. Who the hell did this? Don't let me catch you. Holy shit! The young man muttered to himself before suddenly letting out a blood-curdling scream. The decibel level rivaled those thunderclaps from earlier. Simply because, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a number appearing on the combat power detector. Combat power, 2023. God damn it. The young man's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb. Suddenly remembering something, he nervously glanced left and right like a thief. After making sure no one was around, his suspended heart finally settled completely. Thank goodness, they've gone far enough. Didn't hear what I just said. The young man wiped his cold sweat with a look of relief. Suddenly, he abruptly slapped himself across the face. Yesterday I almost offended a genius. Today I nearly managed to upset a formidable fellow again. All because of this mouth of mine. The young man walked toward the cottage with lingering fear on his face. As he walked along, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp, loud sound of the slap echoed through the empty night sky. Combat power has broken through the 2000 mark. On the road, Su-hong nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, he arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Rage Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, Song Fei was already waiting there. Seeing Su-hong approach, he waved his hand. Su-hong, let's go. Practice with me first. I hired a martial arts instructor today, and you can join in later. A martial arts instructor? Hee. Song Fei grinned smugly. It's not quite accurate to call it a martial skill, it's actually a Class C spear technique. Hearing these words, Su-hong's eyes lit up. An ordinary person holding a weapon can significantly increase their lethality. The same applies to martial artists. However, martial artists use alloy weapons. The grade of weapons, like martial skills, ranges from F class to SSS class. A C-rank marksmanship technique costs significantly more than ordinary combat skills. Alloy weapons also come with hefty price tags. Su-hong had never considered them before due to financial constraints. I really should select a weapon now, otherwise I'll be at a serious disadvantage when facing enemies wielding alloy weapons. Su-hong had these thoughts as he walked into the Thunder Rage Martial Arts Hall with Song Fei. Chapter 15, Isn't that perfect? Su Hong and Song Fei walked side by side. Soon they arrived at a spacious, well-lit training room. Su Hong glanced around at a space spanning at least 200 square meters, its walls fully mirrored to allow martial artists practicing their techniques to constantly observe their own movements. At this moment, the training hall already had over a dozen martial artists waiting inside. Their eyes immediately landed on Song Fei. They greeted him with cheerful smiles. Song Fei, you're late. What do you mean? Has the training already ended? Song Fei's eyes widened in shock. It hasn't started yet. What I mean is, you haven't come for the past few days. Today's actually the last day of Class C gun techniques training. Song Fei stood frozen. If only I hadn't gone out to have fun these past few days, damn it. If I'd started studying from day one, I might have already grasped the basics by now. Song Fei pounded his chest in bitter regret. When he finished speaking, yet the group of martial artists remained silent for a moment. What's wrong? Song Fei asked in confusion. Don't even mention it. That martial arts instructor teaching spear techniques is called Jiang Ming, a third-tier fighter. It seems he owed the dojo master a favor from years ago and only came to teach reluctantly this time. He isn't serious about teaching at all, just demonstrates a few moves and leaves, not even bothering to give any pointers. The martial artists all wore wry smiles. We've been practicing for 6 days, and not one of us has managed to grasp the basics. By the way, who is this? The martial artists turned their gaze to Su Hong, their expressions tinged with confusion. This is my buddy, I brought him along to study with us. One more person shouldn't be a problem, right? Song Fei chuckled. Doesn't matter to me. There's plenty of space here, another person just means more company. Yeah, no need to hold back. Brother, we're all training together anyway. The group of martial artists said cheerfully. The atmosphere at this martial arts school is quite pleasant. Su Hong responded with a smile, thank you. Don't mention it. Although we haven't officially entered the school, we've been training here for several days now. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask us. Yeah, even though this instructor isn't teaching seriously, it's still C-ranked marksmanship after all. Learning a bit can't hurt. Before he could finish speaking, with a loud bang, the door swung open. A disheveled young man with bloodstains on his clothes stumbled in, supporting himself against the wall. Though covered in dust and grime, his face still wore an arrogant expression. My teacher's instruction was inadequate? If you lack comprehension, just admit it, stop making excuses. At these words, the gathered martial artists all furrowed their brows. Only Su Hong's eyes revealed a flash of surprise. Who's this guy? Such a poser. Song Fei quietly asked a nearby martial artist. That guy's called Li Ming. He's that firearms instructor's disciple always putting on airs and looking down on us Xingqing martial artists. What are you all whispering about? Li Ming snapped in a low voice. None of your damn business. A warrior responded coldly. Li Ming scoffed dismissively, is that all you've got? Such an attitude enraged the surrounding warriors. Someone sneered, oh, you think you're so impressive? If you're truly capable, how did you end up beaten so badly, looking like a dying dog? These words struck a sore spot for Li Ming. His face instantly turned ashen, glaring venomously at the martial artist who had spoken, itching to teach him a lesson immediately. But considering his own injuries, Li Ming could only let out a resentful snort and head towards the second floor of the martial arts hall. At the same time, inside a room on the second floor of the martial arts hall, Jiang Ming stood by the bedside with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Star City. Teacher, it seems Li Ming has sneaked out again. A burly young man approached and said respectfully, that kid. Jiang Ming furrowed his brows and lectured. My purpose in coming from Yangcheng this time is to bring you two to challenge the genius martial artists among Star City's high schools. Not to go fight in some underground boxing matches. Such disgraceful nonsense is a complete waste of time. Jiang Ming felt somewhat displeased in his heart. Although Li Ming was only a quasi-martial artist, he had not only mastered his marksmanship but also achieved proficiency in Thunder Rush Fist, another C-level technique. With such strength, competing in underground boxing matches would be nothing but bullying weaker opponents. Li Yan, go out and bring that kid back here. I need to teach him a proper lesson. Yes. Li Yan acknowledged the order and headed toward the door. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. A disheveled Li Ming stumbled in. Teacher, senior brother, H.M. Seeing Li Ming in such a state, Jiang Ming and Li Yan both widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Jiang Ming frowned. Did you go challenge a first-rank martial artist again? And no. Li Ming felt somewhat embarrassed and didn't want to talk about it. The teacher was staring straight at him. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and recount the entire incident. When he finished speaking, Li Yan's eyes widened as if he'd seen a ghost. Martial apprentice, Thunder Dash Fist with 9 resonances. Li Yan couldn't believe it. Jiang Ming frowned. How could such a genius possibly be fighting in underground boxing matches? Are you sure you're not lying? Master, I swear I'm telling the truth. At this point, Jiang Ming was somewhat speechless. The thunderbolt fist techniques of his two disciples were taught by a martial artist who had immersed himself in the art for many years. It took Li Ming 3 months to reach the mastery level. Li Yan, being a first-rank martial artist, learned even faster and achieved the profound level. Just this, and the martial artist who had taught them boxing was already marveling at the genius of the two. But now, a mere martial disciple had mastered the thunder fist to perfection. This was something he found hard to accept for the moment. Seeing Li Ming beaten to the point of nearly losing all confidence, Jiang Ming suppressed his astonishment and comforted him. Don't compare yourself to such monstrous geniuses. Focus on recovering properly. Once you're healed, challenge the martial artists from Star City High School together with Li Yan. Regardless of whether others are geniuses or not, you must focus on yourself. Only by becoming stronger will you truly benefit. Start this journey by defeating the martial artists of Star City High School. Use them as stepping stones toward your future in martial arts. After such comforting words, Li Ming's confidence was rekindled. Yes, he nodded emphatically, swearing silently in his heart. I will become stronger in the future, and then I'll find today's martial apprentice to settle the score. All of this starts with defeating the martial artists from Xingcheng High School. Then when should we go challenge the martial artists from Xingcheng High School? At that moment, Li Yan glanced at the injured Li Ming and asked. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and said, it'll take Li Ming at least a few days to recover from his injuries. Let's make it the end of the month. End of the month? Li Yan hesitated. I remember Xingcheng High School always holds monthly exams at month's end. Before he could finish, Li Ming, his confidence reignited, cut in. Senior brother, isn't this perfect timing? Li Ming clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with ambition. Since it's the monthly exam, those genius martial artists from Star City Academy will all be present. Let's choose that day to pay them a visit. Hearing this, Li Yan nodded in agreement. Which one should we start with? Li Ming smiled confidently. If we're going to fight, we might as well take on the strongest. Let's challenge Star City No. 1 High School directly. Good. Li Yan, infected by Li Ming's confidence, nodded emphatically. Seeing his two disciples regain their spirits, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Stay in and prepare properly these next few days. No one's allowed to go out. Yes. Alright, now, I'll go finish teaching the final day's marksmanship training. With that, Jiang Ming walked out of the room. Chapter 16, Beginner? Try Mastery. After the teacher left, I really don't know what's worth teaching those good-for-nothings. 6 days, and not a single one has grasped the basics. Li Ming shook his head. Exactly. Why do you think these people come to study at martial arts schools? They're all hopeless cases. Teaching them is a waste of time. Most of those martial artists are already in their 30s or 40s, with the strongest barely reaching first-rank warrior level. They have no talent whatsoever. It'd be a miracle if they could learn anything. Li Yan shook his head with a scornful laugh. The two of them looked down on all the martial artists who came to the training hall to study. These words happened to reach Jiang Ming's ears just as he stepped out of his room. These two lads. Jiang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Truth be told, he was thinking the same thing. For these martial artists, learning D or F tier techniques might still be feasible. Wanting to learn a level C martial skill, and a spear technique at that, given their talents, it was basically impossible. But this had nothing to do with him. The only reason he came to teach was to repay a favor from back then. After teaching the last class today, I can just pat my butt and leave. It's already been almost half an hour late. Why hasn't the person arrived yet? Inside the martial arts training room, all the martial artists were starting to get impatient. This guy not only teaches half-heartedly but also shows up late. What a joke. Ha, well, he is a third-tier martial artist after all. If he wants to put on airs, there's nothing we can do about it. The group chatted idly, their conversation drifting in and out. At this moment, the door swung open. Jiang Ming walked in holding a standard-issue spear. What are you all dumbstruck for? Pick up your weapons. Seeing the assembled warriors sitting on the ground, Jiang Ming barked a curt order. He was the one who'd shown up late, yet the first thing he did was yell at them. A group of martial artists felt somewhat displeased, but to learn martial skills, they suppressed their dissatisfaction. Soon, everyone picked up standard spears and stood ready. Su Hong held his spear, standing at the very back. Alright, today's my last day teaching you the Raging Sea Spear technique. Learn it well. Same as always, I'll only demonstrate 3 times. Jiang Ming said it offhandedly. With that, he didn't bother checking whether the martial artists were ready or not. They immediately began practicing drills. A group of martial artists quickly widened their eyes, trying to learn while mimicking the movements. Song Fei, who was learning for the first time, clumsily swung his spear around with unsteady movements. Su Hong, however, stood motionless, his gaze sharp and intense. In his eyes, Jiang Ming, who was trying to teach and finish everything at the fastest speed possible. Yet Jiang Ming's every move seemed to slow down drastically, each detail effortlessly captured by Su Hong. Su Hong's mind raced, his understanding of the Raging Sea Spear technique skyrocketing. Soon, Jiang Ming finished the routine in one go. At the same time, a notification sound popped up in Su Hong's mind. Raging Sea Spear Technique, Novice. It's slightly more challenging than the Thunder Fist, but that's about it, Su Hong thought to himself. At this moment, after completing the first round, Jiang Ming didn't give the martial artists any time to think, immediately starting the second round. Then came the third round. In just 9 short minutes, Jiang Ming had demonstrated it 3 times. Alright, how much you can learn depends entirely on yourselves. Jiang Ming casually tossed out these words before immediately exiting the training hall. After he had been gone for a while, the assembled martial artists could no longer contain their dissatisfaction and began voicing their complaints one after another. Holy shit, what the hell are we supposed to learn from this? If you don't want to teach, then don't. 3 whole times. That guy only glanced at us once from when he arrived until he left. He clearly never intended to teach us properly. Song Fei was utterly speechless. It was his first time learning. Other martial artists had watched it for at least 6 days. When they mimicked it, it even looked somewhat decent. But there he was, just standing there, completely dumbfounded. I couldn't help but stare as his gun spun like a flaming wheel. No way you could copy that move. Song Fei glanced at Su Hong while venting his frustration. Totally half-assed. No normal person could learn this. Su Hong nodded in agreement. Of course, he meant ordinary people couldn't master it. Glancing at the status panel. Raging Sea Marksmanship Sublime. I've already memorized everything. With just a bit more practice, I should reach perfection. Su Hong thought silently to himself. And at that moment, a group of martial artists who had just finished complaining. Someone suggested they spar with each other and share their experiences from the past 7 days. Song Fei, you and your friend come too. A middle-aged man waved at Song Fei and Su Hong. He laughed. Although we haven't officially joined the sect yet, we do have some experience with spear techniques that we could teach you. Song Fei was overjoyed and quickly nodded in agreement. Su Hong had originally intended to refuse, but suddenly thought of a question. Can you gain martial arts points by winning a sparring match? In just this short while, everyone had already found their sparring partners and began their battles. Young man, come here, I'll be your opponent. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier beckoned to Su Hong. I must say, the atmosphere among the trainees at this martial arts school is quite good. Everyone is very warm and welcoming toward each other. You got it. Su Hong picked up his spear and walked over. I'll suppress my chi and blood. Pay attention to my spear movements. Knowing it was Su Hong's first visit, the middle-aged instructor deliberately slowed down his movements to make sure Su Hong could see clearly. Then, he thrust forward. Crack! A spear clattered to the ground. Staring blankly at the inexplicably dropped spear, the middle-aged man was completely baffled. He barely had time to see it clearly. Su Hong seemed to thrust his spear with lightning speed, and that strike gave him the exact same feeling as if Jiang Ming had delivered it. Sorry about that, old man. Su Hong felt somewhat awkward. After achieving micro-level mastery in spear techniques, his instinct had taken over, making him block with a reflexive thrust. But suddenly he froze, his expression stunned. A notification chime rang in his mind. Su Hong opened the system interface to check. Martial arts value +5. To my surprise, victory in a spar could also yield rewards. Su Hong was overjoyed in his heart. Had you learned spear techniques before? At this moment, the middle-aged man picked up the long spear and asked with evident curiosity. No, Su Hong shook his head. Damn, then you must be a genius. Just watching those 3 times, and you could knock my gun away with a single shot. The middle-aged man sighed with emotion when suddenly he thought of something, his eyes gradually turning to shock. He stammered, why you? Could it be you've mastered the basics of the Raging Sea Marksmanship? A group of martial artists gathered upon hearing the commotion, curiously asking what had happened. The middle-aged uncle explained. Holy cow! We trained for 7 days, yet we're still not as skilled as you after watching for just 9 minutes. You've grasped the basics already? That fast? Damn! The martial artists looked incredulous, finding it simply unbelievable. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Handsome guy, spar with me too. Me too. Let me learn a thing or two. Watching Su Hong suddenly become the center of attention, Song Fei was utterly bewildered. Has Su Hong somehow had an epiphany? In his memory, wasn't Su Hong completely unremarkable? How did his martial arts talent skyrocket like this all of a sudden? One at a time, everyone, one at a time. Watching a group of martial artists charge toward him, Su Hong suppressed the joy in his heart. These were all martial arts points. Chapter 17, An Unexpected Surprise. You defeated, martial arts value +3. You defeated, martial arts value +6. You defeated, martial arts value +5. You defeated, martial arts value +0.3. The time that followed, Su Hong sparred with over a dozen martial artists. Notification sounds kept ringing in his mind. After completing a round of sparring with everyone, Su Hong approached the middle-aged man once again. Yet, he discovered he could no longer gain martial arts points. Is there a time limit for just one attempt? Su Hong murmured to himself. His heart overflowed with joy. In just this brief moment, his martial arts value had already reached 35 points. A significant portion of it was contributed by warriors of the first rank. Su Hong discovered that after breaking through to the quasi-martial artist level, defeating another quasi-martial artist now yielded significantly fewer martial points than when he was at the martial disciple realm. Holy shit, Su Hong, you might actually be a martial arts prodigy. Song Fei picked up his spear and approached, his face filled with astonishment. I don't know, maybe I just had an epiphany? Su Hong said with a chuckle. Badass. Song Fei gave a thumbs up, then flashed an embarrassed smile. Then teach me? Sure thing, Su Hong replied with a nod and a smile. The group of martial artists saw this. They hurriedly rushed over as well. Handsome, teach us too. Seeing the crowd of martial artists staring at him with eager eyes, among them was the middle-aged man who had kindly given him guidance earlier. Su Hong smilingly agreed. Seeing this, the group of martial artists immediately stood at attention like obedient children. I'll demonstrate first, keeping it as slow as possible. Everyone try to imitate. Su Hong spoke slowly. Then, he gripped his spear tightly and began to unleash the raging sea spear technique. The spear moved like a swimming dragon. Each thrust was as mighty as a flood dragon stirring the sea, its momentum awe-inspiring. Holy shit! This feels like more than just mastery at the introductory level, exclaimed Su Hong. I remember Jiang Ming's disciple, the one named Li Yan. His raging sea spear technique had reached mastery, but watching Su Hong fight, it feels like he was only slightly inferior. Gasp! Could he have entered the subtle realm? A group of martial artists practiced while exchanging astonished comments. As the last words echoed, everyone froze for a moment. As students of the martial arts school, they had naturally seen Li Yan practicing before, and had even secretly learned from him. But now, watching Su Hong perform the raging sea spear technique carefully, it seems the more I fight, the better I get. In just this short time, it looks like I'm already on par with Li Yan. Someone couldn't help but ask Su Hong. Yes, you've truly achieved microscopic precision. Receiving Su Hong's confirmation, all the martial artists were thoroughly impressed, and their excitement grew even stronger. He's truly a genius, everyone should learn from him. No lies detected there. After practicing 3 times in succession, Su Hong's comprehension of the raging sea spear technique soared like a rocket. Until the 3rd session concluded. Su Hong opened the system panel to take a look. Fury Sea Spear Technique Micro Fury Sea Spear Technique Mastery. Mastered at last. Su Hong tightened his grip on the spear, his expression brimming with excitement. At this moment, a group of martial artists gathered around and began humbly seeking advice, asking about problems they encountered while practicing spear techniques. Su Hong answered each one in turn. Among them, he gave Song Fei the most detailed guidance, followed by the kind middle-aged man. Not only that, Su Hong had them demonstrate their techniques, moving through the crowd to continuously correct the martial artists' erroneous postures, angles, and other flaws in their spear thrusts. Looking every bit like a martial arts instructor, all the martial artists listened with humble acceptance. To be honest, they felt Su Hong's teaching was even better than Jiang Ming's. No, it wasn't just a feeling, his teaching was objectively superior to Jiang Ming's. In just these few minutes, their comprehension of the raging sea spear technique had far surpassed everything they'd learned from Jiang Ming over the past 7 days. Just then, that kind-hearted middle-aged man from before, a spear thrust forward. The faint sound of a tidal wave could be heard. He froze momentarily, then shouted and cheered in excitement. I've done it! I've mastered the basics of Fury Sea Spear technique. The other martial artists, seeing this, became as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, tirelessly practicing their spear techniques. They were desperate to improve. Soon, under Su Hong's guidance, one after another began to master the basics of the Fury Sea Spear technique. The second one. The third one. The fourth was Song Fei. The moment his spear thrust found its mark, he realized he had crossed the threshold into mastery, leaving him utterly dumbstruck. When he came to his senses, he excitedly clenched his fist with fervor. Holy shit, my Hong, your teaching is fucking amazing. It's such a damn waste you're not a martial arts instructor. Hearing this, a group of martial artists nodded repeatedly, utterly convinced. Heaven knows what they had endured over the past 7 days. That Jiang Ming had taught 7 full lessons, yet not a single person grasped the fundamentals. But now, after just over 20 minutes of instruction from Su Hong, 4 martial artists had immediately mastered the basics of spear techniques. One of them was actually Song Fei, who had just learned it for the first time. This clearly demonstrates just how exceptional Su Hong's teaching quality is. It wasn't until the 7th martial artist had mastered the basics of spear technique. Su Hong slowly withdrew his spear and stood upright, wiping the sweat from his brow. His agreed sparring time with Song Fei had arrived. Song Fei has also mastered the basics of the Furious Sea Spear technique. Su Hong thought to himself silently. Originally, what existed between him and Song Fei was merely a transaction. Song Fei paid, and he used the money to be his sparring partner. Song Fei had no obligation to join him in learning the Raging Sea Spear technique. but he did it anyway. So Su Hong chose to return the favor. Song Fei taught with the greatest dedication. Now that he'd taught them, he had no intention of staying any longer. Is it over? Today's gains were enormous. A group of martial artists set down their guns, savoring the experience with immense satisfaction. Seeing Su Hong begin to put away his gun and prepare to leave, the martial artists exchanged glances and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Young man, you're Su Hong, right? Thank you for teaching us so earnestly today. Take this money, it's not much, just a token of our appreciation. I have some too. Su Hong was momentarily stunned. This scenario caught him completely off guard. After several polite refusals, and amidst the persistent urging of the surrounding martial artists, Su Hong had no choice but to accept the money. A total of 50,000 blue star coins. Su Hong, don't think this is too much. With your teaching quality, it's worth even more than 50,000. Soon, amidst the waving gestures of numerous martial artists, Su Hong departed. He's absolutely a genius. Ah, if only we could ask him to teach us for a few more days. As they spoke, someone glanced at Song Fei. Song Fei, since you came with Su Hong, you must be quite familiar with him. We can pay to hire him. Song Fei was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He was the youngest among this group of martial artists, but thanks to his privileged background, his knowledge and experience were actually the broadest. Considering the abilities Su Hong displayed today, to put it bluntly, even the term genius falls short of describing him. During the earlier teaching session, he clearly noticed that Su Hong was instructing him with particular dedication. After guiding him through the basics, he soon took his leave. It was clear that Su Hong was returning kindness for kindness. Forget it, everyone. To achieve mastery in a C-level martial art in less than an hour, being able to teach us once is already a stroke of fortune from such a genius. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the gathered martial artists, Song Fei shook his head. Hearing this, the group of warriors nodded in agreement and didn't press further. To reach the initial stage in such a short time, it truly feels like a dream. Someone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Have to admit, the teaching here is truly exceptional, far superior to Jiang Mingjin's methods. His words had scarcely faded. The door swung open. Li Yan strode in and said coldly, gossiping behind someone's back again. My teacher taught you for 7 days, 7 full days, and not a single one of you grasped the basics. Your comprehension is shockingly poor, yet you dare complain about the teaching. Chapter 18 Conviction. Upon hearing Li Yan's nearly insulting words, the group of martial artists immediately took offense. What's this? Poor teaching is poor teaching. Do you think we're blind to his half-hearted attitude? Exactly. Others taught us for less than half an hour, and we improved more than what your teacher taught in 7 days. More than that, it's like night and day. His teacher might as well have taught nothing at all. The group of martial artists chimed in one after another. Their dissatisfaction had been brewing for a while. Anger flashed in Li Yan's eyes as he was about to speak up. What's wrong? Jiang Ming walked over. Teacher, they said. Li Yan pointed at the group of martial artists and repeated what they had just said. Half an hour, better than 7 days of my teaching? Jiang Ming furrowed his brow. Admittedly, he hadn't put much effort into teaching. But how could this tiny martial arts school have someone with a deeper understanding of spear techniques than him? The master of the Raging Thunder Dojo was indeed a third-level martial artist, but he specialized in saber techniques. At this thought, Jiang Ming's expression darkened with irritation. Bullshit, he said coldly. You claim someone teaches better than me? Where is this person? I'd like to meet them. After a pause, he sneered, surely this person doesn't exist. Song Fei frowned and said, he's my friend. He's already finished teaching and left. Hearing this, Jiang Ming smiled a sneering smile. Your friend? Jiang Ming glanced at Song Fei and said indifferently, I admit I didn't teach with much effort, but that doesn't mean some mere quasi-martial artist friend of yours could ever compare. The moment these words left his mouth, all the martial artists who had just been taught by Su Hong took offense, especially Song Fei. He directly picked up the standard long spear from the ground. Watch closely. After speaking to Jiang Ming and the other, he immediately performed a set of the angry sea spear technique on the spot. The moment he heard that faint roar of a tsunami, Li Yan's pupils contracted slightly. He actually learned it for real? Jiang Ming also visibly froze for a moment, but he soon frowned, looking at Song Fei. In these 7 days I haven't seen you once, which means this is your first time here. Yet you grasped the basics after watching me demonstrate just 3 times. This shows your natural talent is quite remarkable. Hearing such shameless words, the other martial artists were visibly displeased. And you dare mention drilling it 3 times? Who teaches martial arts by finishing 3 repetitions in just 9 minutes? You said it's his first time here, but surely you can't claim it's our first time too? Jiang Ming sneered as he listened to the group of martial artists talking. You lot? Your comprehension is too poor to master such advanced martial techniques. Hearing this, the martial artists' faces darkened with anger. Then open your eyes wide and watch. See if our comprehension is truly as lacking as you claim. As they spoke, they picked up their standard issue long spears. they immediately began practicing the Fury Sea Spear technique. Faint roars of tidal waves continuously resonated through the air. All 6 warriors had achieved the beginner realm in the Fury Sea Spear technique. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ming and Li Yan froze on the spot. Add Song Fei from earlier. That makes a total of 7. We studied with you for 7 whole days without making any progress, yet with someone else teaching us for less than half an hour, we mastered it. What do you have to say for yourself now? Jiang Ming's eye twitched as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. At this moment, Song Fei sneered coldly. Moreover, it seems you look down on my friend? Let me tell you, he's also a prospective martial artist, still a high school student who'd never touched spear techniques before this. Yet after just watching your half-hearted 3 demonstrations, he not only mastered it but quickly achieved the minute subtlety realm. Not only that, but in just half an hour of teaching, he helped 7 warriors achieve basic mastery of marksmanship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's expression darkened as he growled, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Without saying a word, Song Fei immediately performed another set of the Raging Sea Spear technique. The faint roar of tidal waves could be heard. Jiang Ming's lips twitched uncontrollably, rendering him momentarily speechless as he fell into silence. The ironclad truth lay before him, leaving no room for denial. Seeing Jiang Ming remain silent, Song Fei and the others snorted coldly before directly leaving the training hall. Frowning deeply, Jiang Ming stood rooted to the spot until finally murmuring after a long pause. Probationary warrior, never handled spearmanship before, reaching the subtle realm in one night. How could Star City produce such a monster? Li Yan was also shocked speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Teacher, what they're saying might not be true." He remembered taking 2 whole days to master the basics of Fury Ocean spearmanship when he first learned it. Was repeatedly praised by Jiang Ming, who called him a genius. But now, someone told him. There was a novice warrior who had never before touched a spear technique, yet in less than an hour, directly mastered the Angry Sea Spear technique to the micro level. This left Li Yan utterly incredulous. At this moment, Li Yan suddenly thought of something and spoke up. "Teacher, didn't that Song Fei just say that genius was still a student?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming's brows knitted tightly together. His mind raced through memories at lightning speed. Yet they found that none of the famous genius martial artists at Star City Academy matched the person Song Fei had described. Forget it. If he really is a student, you'll eventually encounter him when you challenge the genius martial artists at Star City Academy after Li Ming recovers. As he spoke, Jiang Ming gave Li Yan's shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't overthink it. That Song Fei must have exaggerated quite a bit. Reaching the subtle realm in less than half an hour. Even the geniuses in the demon capital or imperial city couldn't boast such an outrageous feat. His gun technique reaching the subtle realm is likely true, but he's probably been practicing for an exceptionally long time. Just focus on perfecting your spear techniques during this period. With your mastered Raging Sea Spear art and mid-tier martial artists' physical strength, few genius warriors in the entire Star City can match you. A dimly lit street under pale yellow streetlights. Su Hong walked on his way home. I earned 50,000 more, plus the previous 160,000 makes a total of 210,000 blue star coins. Su Hong put the money into his backpack with a sigh of emotion. The harvest tonight was something he wouldn't have even dreamed of before. The rent, the registration fees, everything was settled overnight. In this high martial world, as long as you have strength, you have everything. Looking at his backpack bulging with cash, Su Hong thought silently. And then there's the front line. The myriad races of the cosmos have always coveted Blue Star. Once they break through, we'd be completely at their mercy. At this moment, Su Hong became even more determined in his belief to become a powerhouse. That feeling of never being able to change the status quo. He never wanted to experience it again. Thinking of this, Su Hong opened the system panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Blood Chi, 91.7, plus. Spirit, 23, plus. Physique, mortal body 3% plus. Martial skills, Raging Sea Spear technique mastery, Thunder Rush Fist perfection, Diamond Fist perfection, Flowing Light Palm perfection, Sky Treading Step perfection. Martial arts value, 35. Su Hong glanced over the interface. Back at the martial arts school, he later shifted his focus to teaching, which resulted in his Fury Sea Spear technique still being at the great accomplishment realm. Without a spear, this martial skill can't be used. I'll have to earn some money to get myself an alloy weapon. Using a spear feels quite comfortable. Might as well stick with it from now on. With these thoughts running through his mind, Su Hong began allocating his skill points. Chapter 19, Surprise. The most important thing right now is to boost your vitality. Without guidance techniques, relying solely on physical training makes the improvement of chi and blood far too slow. Su Hong gazed at the panel, where his chi and blood values remained unchanged, and couldn't help letting out a sigh of melancholy. During the apprentice warrior and quasi-warrior stages, increasing vital energy could only be achieved through physical training. Progress this way was extremely slow. It often took half a month just to gain one single point of vital energy. But after breaking through to the first-rank martial artist level, there's no longer a need for such slow progression methods. One can practice guiding techniques to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, strengthening oneself. It's not that Su-hong doesn't want to practice guiding techniques now, it's that he cannot. Because the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is extremely violent. If one's physique isn't strong enough, rashly absorbing it leads to only one outcome: explosion. After years of prolonged testing, it has been proven that only when one's vitality reaches 100 points and becomes a first-tier martial artist can the physical body withstand the energy of heaven and earth. This is a bloody lesson drawn from centuries of history, paid for with the lives of countless human compatriots. I still need to break through to the first-tier martial artist as soon as possible. Thinking this, Su-hong allocated all 35 martial points to his vitality. Moments later, Su-hong immediately felt warmth spreading through every limb and fiber of his being. His vital energy and blood grew restless, coursing through his veins like turbulent rivers. This sensation lasted several minutes before gradually fading away. Su-hong's gaze fell upon the vitality column on the system panel. Vitality, 95.2, plus. Only 4.8 points of vitality left to reach first-rank martial artist. So close now. Martial arts points have been reset once again. This got Su-hong thinking about where to go next to acquire it. Soon, Su-hong came up with an idea. At school, every few months, monthly exams were organized. All students were required to participate, engaging in battles to determine the strongest within the school. The top 10 will also receive rewards issued by the school. The monthly exam is compulsory, but it doesn't start until 6 days later. I should take advantage of these few days to earn money in exchange for an alloy spear. Su-hong pondered what he should do. At that moment, passing by a small grocery store, he heard the sound of a television broadcasting from inside. In the wilderness surrounding Star City, vicious beasts have shown signs of gradually increasing in strength recently. The city lord of Star City has summoned martial artists to hunt these beasts, offering substantial rewards. Hearing this, Su-hong's eyes lit up. Killing vicious beasts can also earn martial arts points, plus make money to exchange for firearms, and what's more. Su-hong recalled the underground boxing match, that moment when he killed Lin Ping. It was his first time taking a life, and both mentally and physically, it left him with a certain discomfort. I still need to get used to the sight of blood. Decision made, I'll go hunt fierce beasts in the wild. Su-hong made up his mind. I've decided to set off for the wilderness tomorrow. With the college entrance exams approaching, students are now free to choose whether or not to attend classes. Of course, they must return to school on the day of monthly exams, or face punishment. The street lamps flickered intermittently in the dilapidated neighborhood. Su Guoming dragged his exhausted body toward home. As he walked, he kept one hand pressed to his waist, his face slightly contorted in apparent pain. He'd thrown out his back by accident yesterday. Today he'd endured the pain while moving goods all day long. His back was already giving him trouble. Arriving at the foot of his apartment building, Su Guoming stared at the staircase and sighed deeply, his heart filled with worry. That damn boss. I've worked for him most of my life, and he won't even agree to a 1-month salary advance. Su Guoming cursed under his breath, feeling utterly powerless. After venting for a while, Su Guoming sighed. Supporting his waist with one hand and gripping the railing with the other, he began the arduous climb up the stairs. The 5 flights of stairs took him a solid 10 minutes to ascend. Arriving at his own doorstep, Su Guoming rubbed his face, forced a smile onto his features, and opened the door to step inside. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng, their little faces serious, squatting in horse stance in the narrow living room, exercising. Their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Dad, you're back. Xiaohai and Xiaomeng called out cheerfully with beaming smiles. Su Guoming forced a smile and nodded gently. Yet his heart was troubled with mixed emotions. There was both pride in the children and anger at his own helplessness. You're back? Hearing the sound of the door opening, the aunt wearing an apron came out from the kitchen. Seeing Su Guoming holding his waist, the aunt froze for a moment. Her face filled with heartache as she quickly stepped forward to help him sit down. No chance. Just as he sat down, Su Guoming lowered his voice and whispered. The idea of getting an advance on his salary was something he came up with together with his wife last night. Auntie froze for a moment, her heart sinking a little, but she forced a smile and said, then let's think of another way. As she spoke, she got up to fetch the ointment. At this moment, the sound of a key turning in the front door lock rang out. I'm back. Su Hong's voice came from outside the door. Hearing Su Hong's return, Su Guoming reached out and stopped his aunt who was about to fetch the ointment, shaking his head at her. Seeing his aunt's confusion, Su Guoming whispered, let's not make the kids overthink things. Hearing this, Auntie nodded in agreement. At this moment, the door opened as Su Hong walked in with a smile. Brother! Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng cheerfully called out to him. Suppressing their worries, Su Guoming and Auntie greeted him with smiles and asked, Xiaohong, why are you so happy today? Su Guoming joked with a smile, haven't seen you like this in a while. Could it be you've broken through to quasi-warrior level? He was just teasing. All three children in the family practiced martial arts. How difficult it is to boost chi and blood. He was well aware of it. Su Hong's eyes flickered as he feigned shock. Uncle, how did you know I've reached the quasi-warrior level? He exclaimed. As these words were spoken, his uncle and aunt were instantly stunned. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng, who were in a horse stance position, also froze for a moment. Losing their balance, they plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Ow! The two little ones groaned, rubbing their bottoms as they stood up. Brother, you're joking, right? Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Everyone at home was staring at him. Su Hong chuckled and nodded very seriously. It's true, I'm now officially a martial artist. Hearing this, wow, bro, you're amazing. Xiaomeng and Xiaohai Su rushed forward to hug Su Hong, their little faces brimming with admiration. Uncle and aunt also smiled from the bottom of their hearts, genuinely happy for Su Hong. Yet, as he smiled, Su Guoming's heart grew increasingly heavy. Earlier at work, he had chatted with several colleagues, those who also had children, who labored alongside him. Only then did they learn that the martial arts program's registration fee required a full 30,000 yuan. What's more, the payment had to be made within a week, otherwise enrollment would be impossible. Despite the magnitude of this matter, Su Hong had never once mentioned it to his family. The more Su Guoming thought about it, the more ashamed he felt, believing he'd become a burden to Su Hong. Let's beg the boss again tomorrow, we must scrape together this money no matter what. Su Guoming smiled while thinking silently to himself. Xiaohai, Xiaomeng, uncle and auntie, come here for a moment. At this moment, Su Hong smiled mysteriously, pulling the four of them to gather around the dining table. What's wrong? Su Guoming teased with a smile. Could there be some surprise? It certainly is a surprise. Su Hong laughed heartily and, as if presenting a treasure, unzipped his backpack before starting to pour its contents out. Stacks upon stacks of banknotes, filling the backpack, came tumbling onto the dining table. Seeing this scene, Su Guoming, his aunt, along with Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng, all froze in shock. Chapter 20 Warrior Base. A full 210,000 blue star coins, all completely poured out from Su Hong's backpack. The small dining table was nearly submerged under a sea of banknotes. Staring at this money, whether it was Su Guoming, Aunt Qianlan, or Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng, everyone froze in stunned silence, their minds completely blank. For every member of this family, they had never seen so much cash in their entire lives. Xiao Hong, where did this money come from? Su Guoming was the first to snap out of his shock, his voice trembling slightly. He feared Su Hong might have taken the wrong path and done something unforgivable. Aunt Qianlan, Su Xiaohai, and Su Xiaomeng also quickly turned their gaze toward Su Hong. Don't worry uncle, this money is a special scholarship the principal gave me because he recognized my potential after I qualified as a quasi-martial artist. Su Hong told a white lie. He knew perfectly well that if he said it came from winning underground boxing matches, his family would have worried sick. Sure enough, hearing his words, uncle and aunt immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, heartfelt smiles broke out on their faces. Uncle, aunt, you've worked hard all these years. From now on, I'll carry this family on my shoulders. Su Hong's face was brimming with pride as he spoke. For him, none of his achievements, whether it was winning the championship in underground boxing matches or teaching at the martial arts school while being fawned over by a group of fighters, could compare to the sheer exhilaration he felt at this moment. Good. You've really made something of yourself, far surpassing even your uncle here. Su Guoming's voice trembled as he struggled to contain his emotions, but try as he might, he just couldn't hold them back. Auntie, focus on getting better. I'll earn the money for your treatment, Su Hong said to his aunt. Hearing this, his aunt immediately covered her mouth as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Watching Su Hong, Su Xiaohai, and Su Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled with admiration, their reverence for him reaching its peak in that moment. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Su Guoming and Qianlan stayed up all night talking indoors, their tones filled with emotion and faces radiant with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng dragged Su Hong around, bombarding him with excited questions. With just a modest display of his abilities, Su Hong had the two youngsters cheering and clapping non-stop. The next day, at breakfast time, uncle and aunt took out the money. They said this was a crucial period for Su Hong and he mustn't be held back, insisting he take all the money. Su Hong simply couldn't refuse in the end, accepting 50,000 but firmly declining to take any more. But uncle and aunt were displeased and kept trying to dissuade him. In the end, Su Hong simply ran straight out of the house. Before leaving, he told his uncle and aunt that he would be cultivating at school recently and wouldn't be coming home for now. Walking on the street, Su Hong let out a sigh. Still not enough money. Su Hong thought helplessly. If he had taken out 2 million yesterday, perhaps uncle and aunt wouldn't have acted this way. Let's go slay savage beasts, make money. Su Hong walked for a while, hailed a taxi, and headed toward the outskirts. About 10 kilometers outside Star City, there lay a warrior training base. It had been built ever since Star City was established, specializes in providing services for martial artists who come to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild. Following yesterday's news from Star City, today, numerous martial artists have gathered here, all aiming to hunt beasts in exchange for monetary rewards. Vehicles streamed continuously at the base's entrance. The warriors either came alone or in small groups of 2 or 3, forming teams. So many people. Getting out of the taxi, Su-hong gazed at the overwhelming crowd, or even entering the warrior base required queuing, and couldn't help but sigh. Half an hour later, Su-hong finally entered the warrior base. Looking around, I noticed the base's glass walls were all transparent, offering an unobstructed view of the wilderness outside. After observing for a while, Su-hong noticed that all the arriving martial artists had gathered in front of a large screen. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the wilderness nearby, from time to time, warriors would return to the base, their bodies covered in bloodstains. In their hands, they carried dripping blood-soaked bags. Su-hong noticed that these bags were filled entirely with the left ears of savage beasts. Soon, under his watchful gaze, these hunters who had returned from slaying the beasts arrived at a settlement point. The staff continuously took the bags and began identifying the left ears of the beasts, counting them carefully. From time to time, the staff would announce numbers like so many first-tier initial stage beasts. After watching for a while, Su-hong withdrew his gaze and looked at the large screen. On it were clearly written the bounties for hunting the beasts. Non-ranked ferocious beasts, 300 blue star coins each. Lower-tier first-rank ferocious beasts, 1,000 blue star coins each. Mid-tier first-rank ferocious beasts, 3,000 blue star coins each. Upper-tier first-rank ferocious beasts, 5,000 blue star coins each. Second level. Note, after killing the ferocious beast, be sure to cut off its left ear as proof, otherwise no settlement will be made. Straightforward and simple. Su-hong gained an understanding of the rules. With his current strength, killing a first-stage beginner-level beast shouldn't be a problem. 1,000 per beast, 10,000 for 10 beasts, that's quite a reward. And that's not even counting the beast's fur and other materials, which can also be exchanged for money. It's just that carrying the beast's flesh, blood, and fur takes up too much space, so most warriors only bring back the left ear. Su-hong stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he headed toward the entrance of the wilderness. There was still a line to join. Su-hong couldn't help but feel frustrated. The prize money is too generous, attracting too many martial artists. Have all the ferocious beasts in this area been hunted clean? Just then, a rough voice came through. Make way. Su-hong turned his head to look. A small team of 5 first-level martial artists, led by an arrogant young man, swaggered through the crowd and blatantly cut to the front of the line. There were other martial artist teams waiting in line as well. Some were even stronger than this particular team. There were several second-tier martial artists present. Yet surprisingly, when faced with this arrogant young man cutting in line, none of these martial artists uttered a word, they simply stepped aside. He. The arrogant young man chuckled softly and strode into the wilderness entrance with 4 martial artists in tow. It wasn't until shortly after he left that someone finally cursed under their breath. Damn it, who does he think he is? Nothing but a spoiled nephew with connections. Humph, if it weren't for the sake of his uncle's face, I'd have slapped him long ago. Once someone started cursing, the other martial artists also began grumbling with displeased expressions. After listening for a while, Su-hong understood what was going on. That arrogant young man was called Yifeng, a mid-level first-grade martial artist. Uncle Yi-chi, a third-tier martial artist, served as the person in charge of this martial arts base and doted on his nephew Yifeng excessively. No matter where you go, you can't avoid people like this existing, Su-hong thought to himself. However, this had nothing to do with him. After Yifeng left with his group, the line continued moving forward. Soon it was Su-hong's turn. So young, and coming to the wilderness alone? The staff member glanced at Su-hong with some surprise, but they didn't say anything more and simply let him pass. Soon, Su-hong arrived at the wilderness entrance. Walking through a passage about 10 meters long, he stepped onto the wilderness earth. Fragrant, sweet air rushed into his nose and mouth. Ha! Su-hong took several deep breaths, randomly selected a direction, and strode forward. Chapter 21. The terrifying potential of talent. The dense forest was filled with ancient trees with thick trunks everywhere. Su-hong moved cautiously through the woods, his expression alert. Soon, there was a rustling in the grass ahead. Su-hong raised his gaze, his body slightly tensed as he prepared for action. The next moment, a warrior emerged from the thicket. This left Su-hong momentarily speechless. Along his entire journey, he hadn't encountered a single fierce beast. Instead, he encountered quite a few martial artists. The outermost areas must have been completely cleared out. We'll need to go deeper. Su-hong shook his head. With a single leap, his body became nearly parallel to the ground. His feet kicked violently against the thin air. With a thunderous boom, At that moment, Su Hong seemed to transform into a superhero, shooting forward. After soaring dozens of meters, Su Hong kicked off against nothing once more. Moving at extreme speed, it disappeared into the outskirts of the forest. 10 minutes later, as they penetrated deeper, Su Hong finally encountered his first ferocious beast. It was a wolf with a 2-meter-long body and tusks curved like crescent moons. First-tier initial stage ferocious beast, the Shadow Moon Wolf. The school's cultural classes had taught students how to identify ferocious beasts. Su Hong immediately recognized the beast before him. At that moment, thick saliva dripped from the Shadow Moon Wolf's jaws. Those emerald green eyes stared fixedly at Su Hong, as if sensing his vital energy. The next moment, a glint of excitement surfaced in the Dark Moon Wolf's gaze. This human was the weakest martial artist it had ever encountered. Oh whoa! With a howl, the Dark Moon Wolf dashed swiftly before Su Hong, its bloody maw gaping wide as it lunged straight for his throat. Su Hong's breathing grew slightly rapid, his whole body involuntarily tensing up. This feeling that life and death could be decided at any moment filled him with an inexplicable excitement, so intense that his hands trembled faintly. Facing the moonlit wolf that lunged at him, aiming to crush his throat, Su Hong's mind had never been clearer than at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he dove down to evade the attack, positioning himself beneath the Manhwa wolf's belly. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! 9 thunderous booms echoed through the air. The Manhwa wolf's abdomen was pierced clean through by that single punch, leaving a gaping, transparent hole from front to back. Oh whoa! The lunar gale wolf collapsed heavily to the ground, showing no signs of movement for several breaths. Ha! Su Hong exhaled sharply, his eyes blazing with excitement, when suddenly his expression changed. He caught the scent of the lunar gale wolf's saliva. Holy shit, that's insanely rank. Su Hong held his breath, stepped forward, and with a forceful tug, tore off the left ear of the Moonhowl wolf. He stuffed it into the spacious backpack he'd prepared beforehand before turning to leave. As he walked, Su Hong began analyzing the recent battle. That diving maneuver, he'd executed it almost instinctively, without the slightest hesitation, as if it were pure muscle memory. In the past, his reaction would never have been this quick. The dodge, followed by the punch, seemed almost like an instinctive action. It seems the unparalleled gift of 10,000 ages doesn't just enhance comprehension, even combat awareness peaks beyond belief. Su Hong sighed with emotion. This battle with the Shadow Moon Wolf was the first time he'd felt the difference so vividly. In the previous underground boxing matches, he had completely dominated his opponents, so he never noticed this point. Find another fierce beast to test it out. With this thought in mind, Su Hong hurriedly began searching. The deep forest was indeed the deep forest. Fierce beasts ran rampant. Before long, a massive black bear appeared before Su Hong's eyes. A mid-tier first-rank fierce beast, the Rage Black Bear. Come. Su Hong curled his finger in a beckoning gesture. The furious black bear lived up to its name. Seeing Su Hong's provocative gesture, with an enraged roar, it charged forward in an instant. The burly figure, towering like a small mountain, began to run. Su Hong even faintly sensed the ground tremble slightly beneath him. Roar! A massive bear paw came swiping down. Su Hong dodged it effortlessly. The furious black bear kept attacking relentlessly, yet it couldn't so much as graze the hem of Su Hong's robe. A full 10 minutes passed. The enraged black bear was left panting heavily. Su Hong stood not far away, his breathing steady, his clothes not even disheveled. As expected, his talent in combat awareness is also maxed out. A first-tier mid-level ferocious beast couldn't even lay a finger on me. Su Hong sighed with emotion. This peerless talent of 10,000 years unparalleled was truly terrifying. Since the test was over, Su Hong resolutely stepped forward. Roar, howl. The enraged black bear roared with fury, poised to attack, its massive paw just beginning to rise. The next moment, there was a deafening boom. A sharp pain shot through his front paw. The enraged black bear let out a howl of agony. Looking down, it thought, where's my front paw? Then, raising its head, it saw a fist rapidly filling its field of vision. With a thunderous boom, the bear's head exploded in an instant. Su Hong swiftly retreated to avoid being splattered by brain matter. The corpse of the enraged black bear slowly collapsed, shaking the ground slightly. Su Hong stepped forward, collected the left ear, and was about to stride away. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound came from behind. Su Hong instinctively dodged to one side. In the next second, a long spear crashed down where he had just been standing. Oh, that was quite fast. The ambusher sounded slightly surprised. Su Hong cast a cold glance. It was a thin and diminutive man, now slowly raising the long spear in his hand. Kid, hand over the collected left ears of the beasts, and I'll spare your life. The wiry man pointed his long spear at Su Hong, grinning broadly. You're not hunting beasts, but coming to ambush me instead? Su Hong's face remained expressionless. TSK, youngsters never use their brains. Hunting beasts? Robbery gets you loot much faster. The thin man scoffed, pointing the spear tip directly at Su Hong as he impatiently uttered a cold threat. Hand over the left ear of the ferocious beast, or your life. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Just as Su Hong was about to speak, suddenly, his gaze fell upon the spear leveled at him. The next moment, Su Hong smiled. He asked with a grin, "Is that an alloy spear?" The skinny man was taken aback and instinctively retorted, "Duh. What grade of alloy? Class D." "Wait a second, why should I answer you?" The skinny little man finally realized he'd been played for a fool and flew into a rage. "Since you refused to take the chance I gave you, then go and die." The lean man thrust his spear forward with a sudden lunge. Su Hong seemed oblivious, expressing regret as he said, "Only D grade? Ha, I'll make do for now." The thin man sneered coldly, ready to stab Su Hong to death with a single thrust. But just as the spear tip was about to pierce Su Hong's throat, the thin man only saw a blur before his eyes. His hand went numb, and he instinctively released his spear. In the next moment, he only felt a fierce kick to his chest, his body instantly sent flying backward before crashing into an ancient tree not far away. Put! The scrawny man slid to the ground, spitting out a thick mouthful of blood. With a bewildered expression, he had no idea what had just happened. Tisk, as expected of an alloy weapon, neither the grip nor the durability can compare to standard-issue spears. Just then, an admiring exclamation rang out. The scrawny man looked up to see a youth in the distance holding his alloy spear, offering continuous critiques. Gulp! The skinny man swallowed hard. At this moment, he fully realized he'd kicked an iron plate. "Well, young man, I admit your skills surpass mine. You can have this alloy spear." "Is that so? How generous of you. You may go now." "Ha!" The scrawny man forced a strained smile and turned to leave. As he walked away, fury boiled within him. Just a damned kid, he'd bring people back to finish him off. How dare that brat take his gun? Just then, a tsunami-like roar surged from behind. The scrawny man froze, instinctively turning his head to look. Before he could discern anything, a spear instantly lashed out, collapsing his chest. The next moment, he was sent flying and landed hard on the ground nearby. You said you'd let me go." Watching the youth approach step by step with a gun in hand, the scrawny man's face was filled with disbelief as he struggled to lift his head. Su Hong flashed a brilliant smile. "Oh, I lied to you." Hearing this, the scrawny man's eyes widened with hatred flashing in his gaze, as if he still had something to say. The next moment, the spear tip pierced through his heart. The eyes of the scrawny man instantly dimmed as his struggling head lifted one last time before slamming heavily onto the ground. Chapter 22, Breaking Through to First-Rank Warrior. After killing the scrawny man, Su Hao noticed. He seemed to have changed. The thrill he felt during his first kill was completely gone now. Not even a trace of nausea remained. Ha! At that moment, Su Hong noticed the backpack slung over the skinny man's shoulder. She checked it. Whoa! At least 20 some vicious beast ears. That man wasn't wrong about one thing: murder and arson lead to golden riches. Su Hong put away his belongings and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Though admittedly, the rewards were substantial. But to kill someone without any personal grudge, just for his own ends, such things, Su Hong would neither do nor stoop to do. Oh right, nearly forgot to search the corpse. After walking a few steps, Su Hong slapped his forehead and quickly turned back to search the body. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be found. Remember this well in the future. It's my first time doing something like this, still not very skilled at the job. Su Hong silently reflected as he turned to leave. While walking, he opened the system panel. Check how much martial arts points you've gained. Martial arts points, 38. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hong allocated all 38 points onto his vitality stat. As a familiar surge of vigorous vitality coursed through his body with a tremor, his chi and blood rose from 95.2 points to 99 points. Just one more point of chi and blood, and I'll become a first-rank martial artist. Su Hong's heart brimmed with anticipation for the breakthrough. Not only would his realm improve, but most importantly, he'd finally be able to practice the guidance technique. Come to think of it, I really should thank that guy for ambushing me. Su Hong lowered his head, gazing at the D-grade alloy spear in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. With this alloy spear, he could now advance his master-level Raging Sea Spear technique to perfection. Time to find a savage beast and test this spear. Thinking this way, Su Hong began searching for traces of the fierce beast. That same evening, Su Hong found a cave and moved a massive stone to block its entrance. He approached the kindled bonfire. His gaze shifted to the system panel. Martial arts value, 32. 32 points, enough to break through to the first-rank martial artist. Su Hong licked his lips and allocated the martial arts value to his vitality. When his vitality surged from 99 points to 102.2 points, Su Hong's body jolted violently as his chi and blood surged like tidal waves, coursing wildly through his veins. His entire body burned feverishly, every limb and joint steaming like a blazing furnace. With a click, Su Hong's muscles swelled abruptly, his sleeves instantly bursting apart to reveal arms bulging with protruding veins. After a moment, the muscles that had expanded due to the sudden surge in physical toughness gradually settled back to normal. Su Hong's physique transformed from a muscular powerhouse back to a slender figure. First-level martial artist. Su Hong clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body that far surpassed anything before, brimming with joy. This sensation of growing stronger, no matter how many times he experienced it, never failed to captivate him. After savoring the moment for a while, Su Hong awkwardly realized. The next 4 days, Su Hong began relentlessly hunting fierce beasts. His raging sea spear technique had reached perfection. The sound of a tsunami emerged when the gun fired, its momentum vast and mighty. Not only that, but its power was astonishingly immense. With just a few shots, the spine of a mid-tier first-order beast was shattered. Somewhere in the forest, 4 days passed. Su Hong's entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. His eyes turned icy sharp, radiating an intimidating edge. Every ounce of his being had shed the immature student appearance from before. On the contrary, like a hunter who has spent years slaying savage beasts, with experience so profound it borders on instinct. At that moment, Su Hong's gaze was grave. Before him, a massive black serpent, its body stretching dozens of meters, flicked its tongue as it fixed its stare upon him. Black jade python. Even among first-tier high-grade ferocious beasts, it sits at the very pinnacle of the food chain. This was the 4th day. Su Hong had encountered the most powerful ferocious beast yet by far. Tisk. The obsidian python flicked its forked tongue and suddenly lashed its tail towards Su Hong. Despite its massive size, the tail moved with startling speed. A boulder in its path shattered instantly upon impact. Su Hong knew better than to take the brute force head-on, only a fool would try. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Su Hong leaped up with his spear, landing directly in front of the black jade python's massive head. His spear thrust forward like a dragon strike, piercing precisely through the serpent's eye. The entire spear shaft disappeared into the wound as countless streams of crimson blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain instantly sent the black jade serpent into a frenzied rage. Its massive tail lashed out towards Su Hong. At that moment, Su Hong flashed a cunning smirk. Drawing his spear, he deftly evaded the strike. Only an enormous dull thud could be heard. The obsidian python's tail whipped directly against its own head. Its massive body immediately lost balance, toppling sideways. Seizing this opening, Su Hong executed a midair footwork technique to close the distance instantly. With one decisive spear thrust, he pierced the serpent's remaining eye before immediately retreating. Landing some distance away, he stood quietly watching as the blinded obsidian python furiously attacked empty air. Once the black jade python stopped, Su Hong would step forward and give it a strike. The black jade python would then fall into a frenzy of attacks again, and Su Hong would immediately retreat. This gradually wore down its stamina, until after 10 minutes or so, the black jade python could no longer even lift its tail. Su Hong then stepped forward to end its life. That was exhilarating. Gazing at the massive corpse of the black jade python, as large as a small hill, Su Hong's heart pounded wildly. He appeared to dispatch them with effortless ease, yet the reality was far from it. A single solid hit would have left him grievously wounded. Fortunately, those 4 days of relentless combat and his peerless innate talent had tempered him well. His combat prowess had reached absurdly formidable heights. But soon, Su Hong found himself troubled. The giant black jade python was slain indeed, but it has no ears. Su Hong looked around for a while when suddenly his eyes lit up. He noticed a distinctly different scale on the forehead of the massive black serpent. It shone far brighter than the other serpent scales. Su Hong approached to pry it loose, then thrust at it with an alloy spear, yet couldn't pierce through. This would make excellent armor if forged properly, must be worth a fortune. After some thought, he dug out another ordinary scale to serve as evidence of killing the black jade python. Immediately, Su Hong lifted the oversized backpack already bulging with beast left ears and turned to leave. During these 4 days, he himself had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. At least several dozen. The backpack's almost full, let's head back to settle up first. Su Hong thought as he walked toward the forest's edge. All along the way, he encountered quite a few martial artists along the way. Every one of them flashed a glint of greed when they spotted his bulging pack, but when they saw Su Hong covered in beast blood, with that icy gaze, after some consideration, not one of them made a move. Even the left ears of beasts alone could make his backpack bulge outward. Such a ruthless person was someone they neither wanted to offend nor could afford to provoke. But right at that moment, a team of warriors appeared ahead of Su Hong. There were 5 in total, each carrying a backpack. When he saw the youth named Jifeng leading them, Su Hong frowned, unwilling to cause trouble, and prepared to turn around to take another path. At this moment, Yifeng, who had also spotted Su Hong, suddenly brightened his eyes. Seeing that Su Hong was about to leave, he sharply called out, "Halt!" Su Hong didn't pause his steps in the slightest. Witnessing this, a cold glint flashed through Yifeng's eyes. He waved to the 4 martial artists beside him, signaling them to take immediate action. "Young Master Yi, it's just a kid, let me handle him." A middle-aged man eagerly stepped forward ahead of the others, trying to curry favor with Yifeng. These past few days, following Yi Feng around had been nothing short of exhilarating for him. They stopped and robbed everyone they encountered. Many warrior squads clearly stronger than them hesitated to act, intimidated by Yi Feng's status. In the end, they had no choice but to hand over some beast ears to buy peace. Following Yi Feng these days, he hadn't actively hunted any beasts himself, his backpack was already overflowing with their ears. In the past, this would have been impossible. Thus, the middle-aged man was more than happy to curry favor with Yi Feng. Now, seeing that this young lad dared to disobey and displeased Yi Feng, he immediately stepped forward, ready to show off in front of Yi Feng. Who knows, he might even get another chance to join him on future robberies. Seeing someone volunteer, Lord Yi Feng nodded approvingly. Very well, you take the lead. Don't kill, just cripple him. As you command. The middle-aged bruiser lunged forward, closing the distance to the retreating youth within seconds, then drove a fist straight toward the boy's unprotected back. Just then, Su Hong, who had sensed it coming, suddenly turned and pierced the middle-aged man's heart with a single strike of his spear. Chapter 23, Murderous Intent. GHH. The middle-aged man looked down in bewilderment as his heart was impaled. His throat convulsed as if trying to speak, but the rising blood filled his windpipe, leaving him only able to make choking, guttural sounds. The next moment, Su Hong withdrew his spear, and the burly middle-aged man slumped to the ground like a heap of mud, motionless. Just as Su Hong was about to turn and leave, his figure suddenly froze. He spotted the backpack filled with beast-left ears on the man's body. Without hesitation, he snatched it and vanished into the depths of the forest in a flash. The whole scene unfolded too quickly, too abruptly, so fast that Yi Feng and the three warriors didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, that burly middle-aged man was actually killed. What? That guy was a mid-level first-rank warrior. He's dead just like that. Snapping out of it, the three warriors widened their eyes in sheer disbelief. Immediately, intense wariness surfaced in their eyes as they looked at Su Hong. Damn it, how dare you kill my men? Yi Feng was also stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and flew into a rage instantly. You even took the backpack? You're seeking death. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and coldly snapped at the three martial artists. Chase after him with me and kill him. Hearing this, the three martial artists' expressions changed. Their strength was nearly equal to that of the middle-aged man. The youth could kill him with a single spear thrust, partly because the middle-aged man underestimated his opponent, but without real strength, such a feat would have been impossible. Most importantly, possessing this level of ability at such a young age meant he was unquestionably a genius from Xingqing Academy. Stealing from those martial artists was one thing, but if they killed such a genius and Xingqing Academy eventually found out, there would be no way they could withstand the consequences. At this thought, a warrior couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Yi, this youth must be a prodigy from Star City Academy. If we kill him, wouldn't it? He didn't finish his sentence. Yi Feng suddenly turned his head and fixed him with a deathly stare. The martial artist immediately shut his mouth. So what if he's a genius? We're in the wilderness. Yi Feng sneered coldly. After killing him, just toss the body into a beast's maw. Who'd ever find it? Hearing this, the three martial artists exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After him. Yi Feng barked an order, and three martial artists immediately gave chase. But after pursuing for a while, they realized that despite their speed, they couldn't catch up to that youth. They watched helplessly as the young man grew ever more distant. Yi Feng gnashed his teeth in rage, roaring at the young man's retreating figure. Kid, I've already memorized your face. Be smart and drop that backpack, or else. With murderous intent in his eyes, Yi Feng threatened, I'll slaughter your entire family. As these words were spoken, Su Hong's fleeing movement suddenly halted as he whirled around, his eyes blazing with ferocious light. Yi Feng had sent men to rob him, and now after being countered and killed by Su Hong, dared to threaten to slaughter his entire family? Seeking death. Cold ruthlessness flashed in Su Hong's eyes as murderous intent surged in his heart. He withdrew his gaze, quickened his pace, swiftly left Yi Feng and the others behind, and soon disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Seeing that they had lost the chase, Yi Feng cursed angrily. The three martial artists were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a sound. After venting for a while, Yi Feng turned around furiously and strode toward the outskirts of the forest. Come with me. Since he stole the backpack, he'll definitely head back to settle the score. Let's go straight to the entrance of the warrior base and ambush him. Hearing this, a warrior glanced at the already darkening sky. He cautiously suggested, Young Master Yi, night has fallen, the beasts will multiply. Shouldn't we return tomorrow instead? At these words, Yi Feng furrowed his brow. He shook his head and said, no way. If that person hurried back overnight, wouldn't that mean he escaped? The three martial artists said nothing more. The group took advantage of the night and began rushing toward the outskirts of the forest. Damn bastard, daring to kill my men and steal my things. All the way, Yi Feng kept cursing under his breath. The three martial artists were also thoroughly displeased. They had been comfortably following Yi Feng around, robbing people without a care. Then this damn kid had to show up. Now they had to travel through the night. At this thought, The three martial artists couldn't help but curse under their breath. If I see him again, I'll be the first to kill him. Oomph, don't try to steal my kill. It's all because of that useless fool. If he hadn't underestimated the enemy, none of this would have happened. They kept cursing vehemently as they walked. Just then, suddenly a figure erupted from the thicket. A spear thrust flashed with terrifying speed, piercing straight through a warrior's heart. With a single successful strike, he instantly retreated and vanished into the thicket. His speed was too fast. Another ambush when they least expected it. Yi Feng and his three companions couldn't react in time, until another martial artist crashed heavily to the ground. Only then did they snap back to reality, finally grasping what had transpired. Damn it, that kid again. Yi Feng, trembling with shock and fury, began shouting curses. He never could have imagined it. This young man had actually never left. Instead, he had been silently following them all along in the shadows, watching as his comrades, who were just talking moments ago, became lifeless corpses in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng and the two remaining martial artists felt a chill run down their spines, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Hurry up, move faster. Let's get out of this damned place as quickly as possible. Yi Feng gulped hard, urging them on repeatedly. The two martial artists didn't dare utter another word of complaint, shutting their mouths and hastening to follow. The three of them walked cautiously, eyes darting warily around them. It was as though at any moment, someone might leap from the shadows and ambush them again. And indeed, that was the case. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the air. Yi Feng and his companions instantly tensed, their gazes snapping toward the source of the sound. Yet after staring for a full 10 seconds, there was still no sign of anyone charging out. It seemed like someone was deliberately toying with them. Just wait till I catch whoever's doing this. Yi Feng gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, only daring to ambush, got the guts to come out fair and square, right, bro? A warrior cursed under his breath, his voice laced with a hint of fear. Yet, the response from the third person was still not forthcoming. Yi Feng and this martial artist froze in an instant. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Thud! The sound of something heavy collapsing. Yi Feng and the martial artist quickly turned to look. The next moment, every hair on their bodies stood on end. Another warrior was killed again. Damn it, damn it. Yi Feng's eyes revealed a trace of fear as he kept cursing to vent his emotions. Another warrior quickly pulled at him. Why Yi Xiao, stop scolding, let's get out of here quickly. Hearing this, Yi Feng immediately shut his mouth, not daring to stay a moment longer. The two of them hurried away. Yet they hadn't gone more than a few steps, when they suddenly froze in place. Behold, right in the middle of their path ahead, a youth holding a gun stood quietly. It was precisely Su Hong. Seeing Su Hong, Yi Feng's heart finally relaxed with a deep exhale, the tension that had been hanging over him settled at last. You bastard, no sneak attack this time. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with killing intent. The other martial artist also fixed his gaze fiercely on Su Hong, terrified that he might vanish again. Under the cover of night, Su Hong's eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Yi Feng and the other man, his gaze as indifferent as if they were already corpses. He whispered softly, just the two of you left, no need for ambushes anymore. For Yi Feng, who dared to threaten to wipe out his entire family, Su Hong didn't want him to die that easily. No need for a sneak attack? Ha ha ha. Yi Feng burst into bitter laughter. Who do you think you are? Before she could finish, his figure shot forward violently. The sole remaining warrior immediately followed close behind. Chapter 24, sharpening the spear at the last minute, gleaming brightly. Yi Feng and that martial artist charged together to kill him. Su Hong's expression was cold as he advanced with his spear, thrusting it forth like a dragon. With a single powerful thrust, he clashed head-on with Yi Feng. This strength. Yi Feng's expression darkened slightly as he let out a muffled groan, stumbling back several steps. His gaze at Su Hong gradually turned grave. He hadn't anticipated this. With his late first-tier cultivation, this youth could still force him back with a single spear thrust. At that moment, taking advantage of the gap when Yi Feng was pushed back, Su Hong seized the opportunity and charged at the martial artist, spear techniques wild and mighty, brimming with overwhelming pressure. In the blink of an eye, the martial artist was struck down by Su Hong's spear. Thud! Su Hong flicked his spear, the blood from its tip splattering onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's face was as dark as a thundercloud. In just a few short hours, their initial five-man squad had been whittled down to only him. Your turn. Su Hong's eyes were ice cold as he advanced step by step toward Yi Feng, gun in hand. Do you really think you've got me cornered? When only 3 meters remained between them, Yi Feng suddenly smirked and pointed a finger, sending a surge of energy shooting toward Su Hong's chest at blinding speed. Ha! Su Hong's expression changed as he swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! The burst of energy grazed past him, striking the large tree behind. The tree was instantly severed at its trunk. This power. Su Hong's pupils constricted slightly as his vigilance heightened. Seeing this, Yi Feng sneered coldly. B-rank martial skill void shattering finger. This was specially taught to him by his uncle, the base leader, before their departure. Though he had only reached the beginner level, his combat prowess far surpassed ordinary warriors of the same realm. This was precisely why he dared to lead his gang out, emboldened to plunder everywhere. Most of these warriors who came to hunt beasts were from modest backgrounds, with access only to low-grade martial techniques. Even if encountering a second-tier warrior, Yifeng still had the capability to put up a fight. If you hid like a rat, I might have had no way to deal with you, but now that you've jumped out on your own, you're asking for death. Yifeng let out a cold shout, continuously striking with his void-piercing finger. Streaks of white qi, carrying terrifying force, surged towards Su Hong. Su Hong frowned, dodging repeatedly, momentarily unable to close the distance to Yifeng. A peasant will always be a peasant. Seeing this, Yifeng felt greatly reassured and began to mock with his words. What if he's a genius? Still being suppressed by him nonetheless. Yet, he failed to notice. Every time he executed the shattering void finger technique, Su Hong's gaze remained fixed, flickering intermittently with flashes of comprehension and realization. A few minutes later, Yifeng unleashed another shattering void finger, sending forth a surge of qi energy. But Su Hong seemed weakened, his reactions delayed just enough to leave him vulnerable to the impending strike. Die now! A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yifeng's lips, but the next moment, he froze in place. Su Hong stood where he was and suddenly lowered his gun, then extended a finger in the same manner. An identical surge of energy shot out from his fingertip. The two energy waves collided midair with an explosive impact before dissipating into nothingness. Ha! Yifeng froze instantly, his face a picture of utter disbelief and astonishment. What in the world was happening? How could this youth also know the void-piercing finger technique? How is this possible? Unable to believe his eyes, Yifeng unleashed the void-piercing finger once again. But then he saw Su Hong perform the void-piercing finger technique once again. As he executed the moves, a thoughtful expression flickered across his face from time to time. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was utterly stunned. He screamed in disbelief, "Motherfucker, did you just learn that on the spot?" If before it was just astonishment, now what Yifeng felt was pure terror. In these brief few minutes, this youth had actually managed to secretly learn his shattering void finger technique. This is a Class B martial skill. His uncle taught him for a whole month before he barely grasped the basics. Even so, his uncle Yi Chi already considered him quite talented. An ordinary second-tier martial artist might not necessarily learn it in a month. But now, this youngster before me, how long has he been at this? And he's been learning while fighting against me. Hiss. Yifeng couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Looking at the youth's indifferent expression, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. What kind of monstrous genius have I provoked? I can't stay any longer, or I'll die here. Yifeng's eyes were filled with terror, his shoulders trembling as he kept forcing Su Hong back while slowly retreating toward the forest outskirts. But just at that moment, Su Hong flicked his finger, sending forth a surge of energy far more formidable than before. Not only did it instantly shatter Yifeng's energy, but its momentum carried it relentlessly toward him. Yifeng, caught completely off guard, was struck through the thigh, the impact sending him stumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. Mastery Realm. Yifeng didn't even have time to scream. He raised his head, his voice filled with extreme horror. Looking at Su Hong approaching step by step, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Learning his void-shattering finger technique during combat was bad enough, but how could Su Hong have actually mastered it to perfection in such a short time? He's barely at the initiation realm. Is this kid even human? Yifeng's face filled with terror as he saw the killing intent in Su Hong's eyes, stammering as if trying to speak. With a single finger thrust, Su Hong's energy pierced through his other thigh. Hiss. If you dare kill me, my uncle won't let you off. Yifeng gritted his teeth in pain, sweat continuously beading on his forehead. His whole body trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably from fear. Spare me. I can give you a martial art skill, the same B-grade martial skill I just used. It's right here on me. You're so talented, I'd never dare provoke you again. Before he could finish speaking, Su Hong cut him off. Su Hong said softly, killing you still makes it mine. Yifeng still tried to say something. Plop! Several consecutive bursts of energy shot forth, directly piercing through his forehead and heart. Dead beyond dead. Su Hong's expression was cold, without the slightest hesitation. The moment this person dared to threaten to kill his entire family, he had already sentenced him to death. Luckily I learned it during the fight, otherwise killing him would have been quite troublesome. Su Hong shook his head and quickly began searching the body. His movements were no longer as awkward as they had been on the first day. His professional skills had already become extremely proficient. Within mere seconds, he suddenly found himself holding a martial arts manual. Void-piercing finger technique. A B-grade combat skill. This time I've truly stumbled upon a treasure. Su Hong's voice carried a note of delight. Though he possessed peerless talents spanning ages, yet Yifeng himself was fundamentally still at the novice realm. For Su Hong to forcibly push his comprehension to the mastery level was already astonishing beyond measure. Given a bit more time to attempt deductions on his own, he could have mastered it naturally. But how could it compare to the speed of cultivation while simultaneously observing martial techniques? After browsing through the void-piercing finger manual for a while, Su Hong walked toward the backpack filled with beast left ears beside Yi Foam. A full 5 large bags. Any one of these backpacks contained no fewer beast left ears than Su Hong's own. Chapter 25 Void-Piercing Finger Perfection. A fish-belly white hue appeared on the horizon. Outskirt of the forest. A youth carrying 6 enormous backpacks trudged through the woods. Suddenly, an enraged black bear charged into view, baring its teeth and brandishing its claws as it launched its attack. Void-Piercing Finger. The youth raised his hand and tapped the air once. A thick white energy beam, as wide as a grown man's arm, instantly pierced through the furious black bear's heart. Void-Piercing Finger, Mastery. Void-Piercing Finger, Perfection. Finally perfected. Such power, truly worthy of being a B-grade martial skill. Su Hong thought excitedly to himself. Now, he too possessed a mid-range offensive martial skill. His attack range had improved significantly. Moreover, the void-piercing finger technique could be executed with frightening speed, making it nearly impossible to defend against. If unleashed unexpectedly during battle, enemies would find it extremely difficult to react in time. After some time had passed, Su Hong raised his head and could now discern the outline of the martial artist's face. At this moment, Su Hong seemed to recall something, sinking into deep thought for a while. Finally, he pulled out that tattered martial arts manual for void-piercing finger. With gritted teeth, he burned it on the spot. Yi Foam, whom he had killed, had an uncle who was the base leader, a third-tier martial artist he couldn't afford to provoke right now. If we get caught, it'll be trouble. Better safe than sorry, and besides, I've already reached perfection. This manual is just icing on the cake. Su Hong thought to himself. With that, he hoisted 6 large bags onto his back and strode purposefully toward the martial base. Warrior base. Although the sky was just beginning to lighten, yet the place was already bustling with crowds. Several days had passed, and the warriors who hunted ferocious beasts were gradually returning. The settlement process is currently underway at the checkpoint. At this moment, the staff is accepting 4 backpacks handed over by a warrior team and proceeding with inventory checks. This team is called the Thunder Squad, which holds some renown among warriors. Many warriors have gathered around to watch. First tier initial stage fierce beasts, 67 in total. First tier middle stage fierce beasts, total value, 230,000. The staff members' words echoed through the hall. The surrounding martial artists all looked on with envy. Your Thunder Squad is really fierce. Just a few days and you've killed so many. For standard backpacks packed full, now that's impressive. These gains nearly match what I've struggled for in months. TSK, skill gaps can be so frustrating, I'm sincerely impressed. Even the staff member looked up with a smile. Your Thunder Squad has killed more savage beasts than any other team I've seen recently. Hearing these words, all 5 members of Thunder Squad flashed proud smiles. Just then, holy shit! A scream that nearly echoed across the square erupted from the wilderness entrance. What's going on? Everyone turned their curious gazes toward the sound. The next moment, they froze in shock. Behold! At the wilderness entrance, a gun-wielding youth, his clothes soaked in the blood of ferocious beasts, walked in slowly with a disheveled appearance. On his back were 6 bulging backpacks, from the bottom of which blood dripped occasionally. As for what was inside these backpacks, it went without saying. Holy shit, are these all left ears of ferocious beasts? It took 6 backpacks to hold it all. Just how many did he have to kill? Moreover, it was all done alone by someone who looks quite young, almost like a high school student. Which academy produced this kind of genius? Every martial artist present was stunned. Even the Thunder Squad watched in utter disbelief. At this moment, someone questioned, there's so many, they must all be unclassified savage beasts, right? Someone immediately retorted, that's a full 6 large bags. Even if they're unclassified, it's already extraordinary. How old is this youth? And he did it alone. Upon hearing this, the earlier skeptic immediately fell silent. Regardless of what tier these beasts belonged to, the sheer quantity a single person had slain was utterly astounding. However, most warriors still believed the backpack likely contained the left ears of mediocre beasts. After all, this youngster was traveling alone. Whereas the Thunder Squad from earlier, all 5 members had only managed to fill 4 backpacks between them. At the settlement point, Su Hong walked over with a backpack slung over his shoulder. A group of martial artists quickly gathered around him, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Seeing the spotlight being stolen, the Thunder Squad felt somewhat displeased and stood nearby to watch. Hello, let me take that backpack for you. The staff member spoke with a deferential expression, stepping forward to take the backpack from Su Hong himself. This attitude left the group of martial artists utterly astonished. They had never received such attentive treatment before. Only the Thunder Squad merited this kind of special treatment. At this moment, the staff member lifted the backpack and began to dump its contents. Clink-clatter. A pile of various ferocious beasts' left ears accumulated on the ground, forming a small mound. A group of martial artists hurriedly turned to scrutinize them. Rage Black Bear, Shadow Moon Wolf. Hissed, damn, they're all first-tier ferocious beasts. I can't find even a single subpar beast. I'm shocked, is this really the efficiency of just one hunter? Looking at the severed left ears of the beasts on the ground, the group of martial artists stood utterly stunned. Suddenly, their hearts began pounding wildly as they stared at the remaining 5 backpacks. Could those 5 backpacks also be filled entirely with left ears of first-tier fierce beasts? This can't be possible. A warrior swallowed hard. He didn't finish his sentence. The staff then picked up the remaining 5 backpacks and continued dumping them onto the ground. Before long, the ground around the settlement point was completely covered with demon beast left ears. After lowering their heads to inspect for a while, the group of warriors, I just felt a chill run down my spine. Unreal. I haven't seen a single mediocre savage beast yet. All first tier, and quite a few at mid-stage first tier levels too. There are even several high-stage ones. This guy is absolutely a genius. The martial artists stared at Su Hong as if they'd seen a ghost. Holy shit, is this a scale from the Black Jade Python? At that moment, a warrior spotted something and shouted in astonishment. Black Jade Python? That's one of the top-tier first-grade ferocious beasts. The group of martial artists froze for a moment before hurriedly turning to look. They saw a staff member take the snake scale, examine it for a while, and then nod in astonishment. Correct, this is indeed a scale from the Black Jade Python. Upon this confirmation, the martial artists immediately erupted in excitement. This is the Black Jade Python we're talking about. Even they would steer clear of this creature. The Thunder Squad, who had originally been disgruntled about having their spotlight stolen, were now utterly silenced. Their squad had once encountered a Black Jade Python and nearly got wiped out. But the outcome was that this young lad managed to kill it all by himself. The Thunder Squad gazed at Su Hong as if looking at a monster. At that moment, the staff member seemed to remember something. He hastily asked Su Hong. On the forehead of the Black Jade Python, there was a crystalline snake scale. Did you bring it back? Su Hong froze for a moment before producing the unusual snake scale. Yes, this is the one. The staff member exclaimed with excitement. We at the martial arts base buy snake scales, high price paid. Would you like to sell yours? Su Hong's eyes lit up as he asked, how much are you offering? The staff member raised a single finger. 10,000 blue star coins. Hearing this, Su Hong froze in surprise. You must know, the left ear of a high-level fierce beast could only fetch 5,000 blue star coins. This single snake scale is actually worth as much as 10,000. But considering the standing of the Black Jade Python among first-level fierce beasts, this doesn't seem unusual at all. Deal agreed, replied Su Hong with a nod. Alright, let me take stock first, and we'll settle the accounts together later. The staff member began counting the mutant beast's left ears. When the final tally was completed, he gave Su Hong an astonished look and announced the counting results. Chapter 26, Return with a full load. First tier initial stage ferocious beasts, 72 in total. First tier mid-level ferocious beasts, 83 in total. First order high tier fierce beasts, 17 in total. Plus the scales of the Black Jade Python, 10,000. The staff member uttered the final value with visible shock. The total, 416,000 blue star credits. As these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Holy shit, 416,000. I couldn't earn that much in half a year of hunting. I'm only at the initial stage of the first rank. Asking me to do this would take at least 2.5 years. Is this what genius looks like? You can't help but admire it. The most crucial part is, he's doing it all alone. Oh my heavens. The group of martial artists were utterly stunned. Su Hong's gaze was filled with shock. The 5 members of the Thunder Squad also shook their heads in astonishment. If they had still harbored some competitive thoughts before, now they were genuinely convinced. The beasts slain by their group of 5 were only worth 230,000 blue star coins, yet Su Hong alone had hunted beasts worth twice their combined haul. As the staff finished tallying the results, the money was promptly transferred to Su Hong's account. He checked his phone and confirmed the 416,000 deposit had arrived. Su Hong was ready to leave. Seeing him about to depart, the martial artist swiftly cleared a path on either side. Just then, with a deafening boom, on the second floor of the base, a figure smashed through the window and leaped out. He roared, "No one is allowed to leave. Security, lock down the entire base, not even a single fly gets past." A deathly silence fell over the scene. All because the person who roared those commands was none other than the base director, Yi Chi. A group of martial artists were completely baffled. They watched as staff members blocked all the exits. Someone couldn't help but cautiously ask, "Director Yi, what's going on?" Yi Chilua landed on the ground, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings as he spoke in a chilling tone. "My nephew, Yi Feng, has been killed." As these words were spoken, every martial artist present widened their eyes in shock. Yi Feng was actually killed? No wonder Yi Chi was so furious. But soon, all the martial artists in the arena were desperately suppressing the corners of their rising lips, secretly cheering in their hearts. These past few days in the wild, most of them had been robbed by Yi Feng. If not for considering his status, he would have been killed long ago. Now that Troublemaker has finally been killed by someone. Good riddance. Starting now, all martial artists must be searched. Only after being searched and cleared of suspicion may they leave. Yi Chi swept his gaze across the room, his eyes icy. As these words were spoken, the crowd froze, displeasure flashing across their faces. A body search? What gives him the right? Your nephew died, and now you demand a body search. What kind of reasoning is this? Someone mustered the courage to speak up, Supervisor Yi, about this body search. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chi's cold snort cut him off. A murderous intent flashed in Ye Chi's eyes as he sneered coldly. Yi Feng had a B-ranked martial skill on him. Whoever killed him would surely take it. Until everyone is searched to clear suspicion, no one leaves. B-level martial skill? This Yi Chi truly has deep pockets. The martial artists couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Yet merely because of this, they had to be searched. They still harbored some dissatisfaction in their hearts, but at this point, no one dared to voice any further objections. Yi Chi was clearly at the peak of his rage. Should they refuse now, there'd surely be no good outcome for them. Soon, the staff began searching each martial artist one by one. Yi Chi stood to the side, his eyes like a hawk's, fixed intensely on one martial artist after another. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught the settlement point where several small mountains of fiend beast left ears were piled up. Yi Chi said coldly, "Who killed so many fiend beasts at once?" All the martial artists and staff present immediately turned their gaze towards Su Hong. Seeing this, Yi Chi's intimidating stare followed their line of sight. When he saw Su Hong's youthful face, a flicker of surprise passed through Yi Chi's eyes. After sizing him up for a while, Yi Chi furrowed his brows. He questioned sternly, "A first-rank beginner stage martial artist like you managed to kill so many ferocious beasts?" He paused, and his tone suddenly turned cold. "It seems you're the one who killed my nephew and stole their backpack. How dare you shamelessly return to settle accounts, such audacity." Hearing this, the gathered martial artists all cast sympathetic glances at Su Hong. "Go, search him immediately." Yi Chi waved his hand, and a staff member approached Su Hong. But the moment he got close to Su Hong, a spear was pointed at him, freezing him in place. All the martial artists present were shocked, never expecting Su Hong to dare refuse the body search. "You dare refuse me?" Yi Chi's eyes flashed with ferocity as he approached with murderous intent. Yet before he could speak, Su Hong stated expressionlessly, "I'm a student of Xingqing No. 1 High School." Just such a simple sentence made Yi Chi halt in his tracks. He glanced at Su Hong's youthful face, then turned to look at the mountain-like pile of beast left ears. For a moment, hesitation flickered through Yi Chi's eyes. A student from Star City First High who could kill so many beasts was undoubtedly a prodigy. Searching other martial artists' belongings didn't bother him. He wasn't concerned about their potential resentment. But searching a genius like this, if the person were to grow powerful someday and come looking for revenge, Yi Chi hesitated for a while, but ultimately his desire to find the murderer prevailed. He looked at Su Hong, his tone no longer icy but considerably softer. "My nephew was killed, and I must conduct this body search, but I won't do it for free. Cooperate with me. Consider it giving me face. As compensation, I'll give you 10,000 blue star coins. How about it?" Hearing this, Su Hong deliberately furrowed his brows, showing visible dissatisfaction as if hesitating. Seeing this, Yi Chi's eyebrows knitted together, and he extended 3 fingers. 30,000. All right then. Su Hong pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. The search was quickly completed. The staff member shook his head at Yi Chi. "All right, you can go now." Yi Chi waved his hand and had someone transfer 30,000 blue star coins to Su Hong. After receiving the money, Su Hong wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he leisurely took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and only then walked toward the exit of the martial artist base. Seeing Su Hong so composed, even taking the time to bathe, Yi Chi, who had been silently observing, finally completely dismissed his suspicions of Su Hong in his mind. "Keep searching. Until the suspicions are cleared today, no one is allowed to leave." As he walked out of the martial artist base, Su Hong heard Yi Chi's cold voice behind him. Su Hong's face remained expressionless, yet his heart was pounding wildly. Fortunately, he had been cautious and burned the void-shattering finger martial skill scroll before returning. Otherwise, his life would likely not have been spared. Yi Chi's decisiveness in taking action, if it had been anyone else, they would probably have been captured. After all, B-grade martial techniques are far too precious. Without completely mastering them, how many would be willing to destroy them? Only, Yi Chi could rack his brains all he wanted and still never guess that someone could traverse the path from the depths of the forest back to the martial artist base in just a few short hours, and during that, master the void-piercing finger technique to perfection. Walking to the roadside, Su Hao hailed a taxi and headed toward the city center. "Now that I'm a first-tier martial artist, My first stop should be the Martial Artist Association to pass the assessment and get my hands on the induction technique. Su Hong's eyes brimmed with anticipation. This anticipation wasn't solely for the breathing technique. Simply by passing the Martial Artist Association's assessment and officially registering as a first-tier martial artist, one could receive a substantial monthly stipend. Chapter 27, A Sudden Surge in Strength. With anticipation in his heart, Su Hong opened the status panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 103, plus. Spirit, 23, plus. Physique, mortal body 6%, plus. Martial arts, Fury Ocean Spear Technique Mastery, Thunder Dash Fist Perfection, Diamond Fist Perfection, Gliding Palm Perfection, Sky Treading Step Perfection. Martial Power Value, 534. Vital Chi has increased by 0.8 points over these 4 days? Su Hong was somewhat surprised, but quickly deemed it reasonable. During these 4 days, except for sleeping at night, he had been engaged in life-or-death battles with ferocious beasts. The rate of physical enhancement was naturally incomparable to regular training. How did my mortal body progression jump from 3% to 6%? Su Hong was genuinely astonished this time. Back when he first broke through to Tier 1 Warrior, without paying much attention, only upon checking today did I realize it had increased by 3%. It must be because I broke through to first-rank martial artist status. Su Hong mused, then couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. He broke through to become a first-rank martial artist, a major realm breakthrough. Yet, his ordinary physique progress only increased by 3%. Without the system's attribute allocation feature, achieving 100% progress would be utterly impossible. No wonder those powerful special physiques are vanishingly rare. As a martial artist, no one wouldn't desire to possess a special physique. Su Hong was no exception. I need to test how much martial arts value can increase the progress by 1%, so I'll have a clear idea. As for this spirit, it hasn't changed at all. Su Hong sighed faintly. It seems he truly lacked the talent to become a psychic master. He could only focus on improving his attributes diligently. With this thought, Su Hong turned his gaze toward his martial arts value. In just 4 days, his martial arts value reached an unprecedented figure. The martial arts value stands at a staggering 534 points. A first-rank beginner martial artist possesses 100 points of Chi and Blood, while a first-rank intermediate martial artist has 200 points of Chi and Blood. If all the martial values were used to enhance Chi and Blood, it could improve by 53.4. Having just broken through to the initial stage of first-tier martial artist, I was only short by a little over 40 points of Chi and Blood to reach the middle stage. But when Su Hong looked at the columns for spirit and mortal body, he couldn't help feeling somewhat frustrated. This martial arts value looks plentiful, but it's completely insufficient. Thinking this, Su Hong decided to test his idea first. He added 1 martial arts value point to the mortal physique. Changes soon became apparent. From 6%, it increased to 6.1%. At the same time, Su Hong keenly sensed that his strength had grown slightly, very little, but there was indeed an improvement. Being able to directly boost combat power, this must be upgraded. Su Hong immediately placed greater emphasis on the mortal body category. Chi and Blood are merely the standards by which realms are measured. For martial artists, it's still about combat prowess that speaks volumes. What a pity, for a mortal physique to improve by 1% requires 10 points. Su Hong then added another 1 point of martial value to his spirit. Spirit increased from 23 to 23.1. It's all at a 10-to-1 ratio. Su Hong calculated mentally. He wanted to raise his mortal body progress to 100%. It requires 939 martial arts points. As for spiritual energy, he currently doesn't know how much more is needed to awaken as a spiritual mind master. I need to find time to look up some information, so I can have a clear goal in mind. After identifying the issue clearly, Su Hong pondered for a moment before starting to allocate his martial Dao points. Enhancing physical progress directly boosts strength. In Su Hong's mind, this had already been prioritized above even vitality itself. After some thought, Su Hong directly added 300 martial points to the mortal body category. The progress of the mortal body increased from 6.1% to 36.1%. At the same time, Su Hong, sitting in the passenger seat of the taxi, suddenly, his entire body gave a violent shudder. Just like when he broke through to become a first-rank martial artist before, his muscles instantly bulged, with veins twisting like coiling dragons. His clothes strained with an unbearable sound, as if they would explode apart any moment. His entire body suddenly swelled several sizes larger. From a graceful and handsome youth, he suddenly transformed into a muscular hunk. Bulging muscles paired with that delicately handsome, youthful face created an utterly dissonant sight. The sudden transformation nearly scared the wits out of the nearby driver. He thought he must have somehow provoked the young man's displeasure. The driver's lips were trembling as he stammered, Brother, what did I do wrong? Just tell me and I'll fix it." But an experienced driver is still an experienced driver. Though panicked, he kept the car steady as a rock. At that moment, Su Hong had no time to speak. All he could feel was an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through his veins. Compared to before, it's impossible to tell just how many times stronger he's become. The only thing certain is that his current self could probably defeat countless versions of his pre-enhancement form. After a moment, Su Hong began adjusting to his transformed body, the bulging muscles gradually relaxing back to normal. He transitioned from a hulking brute back to that graceful, handsome youth in the blink of an eye. Better switch to stretchable clothes next time, or there's a risk of exposure. Su Hong looked down at his clothes, which had stretched several sizes larger. If not for their quality, he'd probably be mistaken for a pervert. Are you okay? Su Hong gave the driver an apologetic smile. As long as you're fine, I'm fine, %%. The driver saw that Su Hong had returned to normal and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had been terrified just moments ago. Next, Su Hong continued to allocate his attribute points. He added 200 martial arts points to his physical vitality. His chi and blood rose from 103 to 123. Perhaps because his mortal body had been enhanced, Su Hong felt no discomfort whatsoever despite the 20-point surge at once. The 534 points of martial Dao value quickly dwindled to just 34. Su Hong allocated these remaining 34 points to his spirit. Mental strength increased from 23.1 to 26.5. The moment the points were added, Su Hong felt his mind suddenly become clear. The fatigue from hunting ferocious beasts these past few days faded considerably. Nothing else happened along the way. The Martial Artists Association was located in a building downtown. Su Hong got out of the car and walked inside. He found the receptionist and inquired about the location for the martial artist examination. He was about to head in that direction. Just then, a sudden exchange of voices came from behind him. Teacher, my talent isn't bad, right? Not only have my injuries healed, but I've also broken through to become a first-rank martial artist. Not bad at all. Perform well in today's martial artist assessment, don't embarrass me. Su Hong felt the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Turning his head to look, he realized it was Li Ming and Jiang Ming, master and disciple. The two were also walking in this direction. Su Hong just glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze and walking toward the martial artist examination area. Whether Li Ming achieved a breakthrough or not had nothing to do with him. Why does this person's back seem somewhat familiar? Li Ming watched Su Hong's retreating figure with furrowed brows, pondering for a while but failing to recall precisely where he had seen him before. Immediately, Li Ming shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it further. He followed Jiang Ming forward and inquired about the examination location. Head to the right. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the youth who was also heading to the right. With some surprise, he said, "At this age, he's already a first-tier martial artist?" Jiang Ming was equally surprised, but seeing Li Ming's astonishment, he immediately seized the opportunity to lecture him. See, don't get too full of yourself. Just because you've broken through to become a first-rank martial artist doesn't mean you're hot stuff. That kid's several years younger than you, looks like a high school student, and he's also a first-rank martial artist. Li Ming wasn't convinced. Teacher, I just started martial arts training late. If I'd begun earlier, at his age I'd definitely be stronger than him. Pausing briefly, Li Ming flashed a confident smile. Moreover, martial artists ultimately speak through strength. With my mastery of Thunderbolt Fist, I could knock out these students one punch each. Jiang Ming silently shook his head. Sometimes having overly talented disciples wasn't necessarily a good thing. This left Jiang Ming feeling utterly helpless. Ever since his defeat in the underground boxing match, Li Ming had noticeably tempered his arrogance. Yet the moment he broke through to become a first-rank martial artist, his true nature immediately resurged. He had originally intended to use this young man to teach him that there's always someone better. Ironically, Li Ming's argument wasn't entirely without merit. Breaking through to the first-rank martial artist level and also mastering the Thunder Fist technique to the proficient realm, his combat prowess truly isn't something ordinary martial artists can compare with. If he were to bring up that young man from earlier again, Li Ming would probably seek him out for a fight. Enough talk, go take your assessment. Chapter 28, Sent Flying with a Single Punch. Arriving at the martial arts examination site, a staff member promptly approached him, asking Su Hong to wait momentarily. Taking advantage of this idle moment, Su Hong glanced at the other martial artists waiting for their assessments. All were middle-aged men. At this moment, these middle-aged martial artists also seemed surprised by Su Hong's arrival. So young, yet already here for a first-rank martial artist examination. He's absolutely a genius. A group of middle-aged martial artists looked on with envy. This wasn't their first time attempting the martial arts examination. Their previous attempts had all ended in failure. At this moment, Su Hong saw Li Ming and Jiang Ming walk in together. Li Ming noticed Su Hong sizing him up and let out a deliberate, ambiguous snort. Earlier, the teacher had used this youngster to reprimand him. Now he wanted to see whether this arrogant boy could even pass the coming assessment. After waiting for a while, a staff member came over and announced the start of the martial artist examination. First, let me explain the rules to everyone. The examination consists of two parts, vitality measurement and compatibility assessment. A first-level martial artist's chi and blood are 100 points. Everyone knows this, so I won't elaborate further. Combat power is determined by 3 tests, with the average score. If your combat power exceeds 1000, you pass. With this brief explanation concluded, the staff member promptly announced the start. One martial artist after another began lining up to await their turn for the test. The middle-aged martial artists arrived the fastest. They were the first to begin. Fanjia, Chi Blood reading 102 points, Combat Power ratings 992, 994, 1003 assessment failed. The first person stepped forward and failed the assessment immediately. The other middle-aged martial artists couldn't help but become nervous. Su-hong leaned quietly against the wall, resting with his eyes closed. Li Ming, however, looked at these middle-aged martial artists with eyes full of disdain. Jiang Ming remained expressionless. In his heart, today was just a formality to go through. Li Ming passing the examination was inevitable. Among these martial artists, the only one who could compare with Li Ming was that young lad. It's just unclear whether this young man has complete confidence in his abilities, or if he's just recently made a breakthrough and is trying his luck by participating in the assessment. But soon, Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to ponder it further. No matter which type the boy might be, he probably wouldn't surpass Li Ming anyway. In truth, Jiang Ming actually hoped this youth would outperform Li Ming in the assessment, so he could use the opportunity to humble Li Ming's arrogant nature. But was a disciple trained by him, Jiang Ming, the kind that could be overshadowed by just any random newcomer? Clearly not. At that moment, a group of middle-aged martial artists finished their assessments. Only 3 out of over a dozen people passed the assessment. The others weren't exactly disappointed, just a bit regretful, ready to try again next time. On ordinary days, fresh faces rarely appeared for these assessments. These middle-aged martial artists had long since known each other. Not only had they not left, but they had also gathered nearby, discussing whether the young man and the boy could pass the examination. The young man might have a chance. He looks like he was brought here by a teacher, so he must be quite confident. That boy came alone, probably just trying his luck. Coming to take the martial artist examination at such a young age, even if he doesn't pass, he's already a genius. Hearing these discussions, Su-hong remained indifferent. However, Li Ming felt somewhat displeased when he heard these middle-aged martial artists referring to Su-hong as a genius without mentioning him. Soon, he stepped forward to begin his assessment. The group of martial artists stopped their discussions and began to watch attentively. First came the Chi and Blood test. Chi and Blood, 105 points, passed. Immediately after, Li Ming stepped before the combat power detector. He took a deep breath, then unleashed his punch with devastating force. 3 thunderous booms erupted. The numbers representing combat power skyrocketed before finally settling. Combat power, 1763. Holy shit, is this for real? 105 vitality, delivering 1763 combat power. This is almost comparable to a mid-stage first-rank martial artist. Damn, his martial arts must be at least C rank, otherwise his combat power couldn't be this insane. Genius, he's absolutely a genius. The middle-aged martial artists all stared dumbfounded, their jaws dropping wide open. Looking at Li Ming's youthful appearance, a group of middle-aged martial artists felt a deep sense of defeat. They were in their 40s, yet couldn't even pass the martial artist qualification exam. Their combat power could barely reach 1000. Yet this young man, with his first punch, scored as high as 1763. Hearing the astonished voices of these middle-aged martial artists, Li Ming's lips curled slightly upwards. He then threw 2 more punches with full force. Combat power, 1721. Combat power, 1690. The staff were momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality and announcing Li Ming had passed the assessment. Your turn. Li Ming returned with a refreshed spirit. He turned to Su-hong with a smile and said. A group of middle-aged martial artists also glanced over curiously. Old age brings cunning, though their martial prowess might be lacking. They could already smell gunpowder in the air. It seemed this young man harbored some hostility toward the youth. Hearing this, Su-hong opened his eyes, didn't even glance at Li Ming, walked straight towards the Chi blood testing area. Seeing the other party actually ignore him, Li Ming scoffed and crossed his arms to watch. Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly at his attitude. I decided to wait until the assessment was over before finding a genius to temper Li Ming's disposition. I wonder if any of the universities in Star City have this caliber of genius. Jiang Ming thought to himself. Just then, gasps of surprise rang out one after another. Holy shit! Isn't this Chi blood detector broken? How can his Chi blood be this intense? A group of middle-aged martial artists looked utterly incredulous, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Li Ming stood frozen like a wooden chicken, his mind completely blank. Seeing his disciple's expression, Jiang Ming froze for a moment before hurriedly raising his eyes to look. The next instant, his pupils trembled violently. There on the Qi blood tester was displayed a line of numbers. Qi blood, 123. Jiang Ming's face was filled with astonishment as he raised his hand to rub his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. When he turned to look at the strikingly handsome youth whose expression remained utterly calm, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. At such a young age, his vital energy had already reached such terrifying heights. It was even a dozen points higher than Li Ming's. Where did this genius come from? Li Ming snapped back to reality, his face alternating between green and pale. Recalling his earlier behavior and looking at that glaring Qi blood value, he felt like nothing but a clown. Don't panic, high Qi blood means nothing. Combat strength is everything. Combat strength is everything. Li Ming consoled himself inwardly, his eyes fixed intently on Su Hong. This blood essence. The staff member was also dumbfounded, taking a long moment to recover before announcing, B. Blood essence test passed. Proceeding to combat capability assessment. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Su Hong stepped up to the combat power detector. Staring at the punching target before him, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. After his physical enhancement, he wondered just how much his combat power had increased. Since measuring combat power requires 3 tests in total, Su Hong decided to throw the first punch without using any martial techniques to test it. He took a deep breath, his back slightly arched like a man-eating tiger poised to strike. The next moment, a fist suddenly blasted out, smashing into the punching target. Bang! A deafening muffled explosion erupted. The massive combat power detector was sent flying dozens of meters away, swaying unsteadily before finally crashing to the ground. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 29, stunning the entire audience. Martial arts examination venue. The room fell into complete silence. Looking at the combat power detector lying toppled in the distance, everyone stood frozen, faces filled with utter disbelief. He sent the combat power detector flying with a single punch? What terrifying power this must be! Jiang Ming was stunned, staring blankly. Li Ming's face turned alternately green and pale. He had just struck with all his might. The combat power detector didn't budge at all. Forget about knocking it flying, he couldn't even move it back a single centimeter. Yet this boy, whom he had intended to overshadow, actually sent the combat power detector flying dozens of meters away with a single punch? My God! The staff members snapped out of it, staring at Su Hong with utter astonishment. But as the person in charge of assessments, the combat power detector had toppled over. He hurried forward to set it upright again. Just as I reached out to steady the combat power detector, his gaze fell curiously upon the lit screen. The next moment, he shuddered violently. With a loud clatter, the combat power detector he had just steadied, he collapsed heavily to the ground once more. Yet the staff member seemed completely oblivious to it. His gaze remained fixed on the combat power figures flashing across the screen. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably as he stammered out words in disbelief. Oh my God, is this real? Hearing this, the group of martial artists couldn't suppress their curiosity. They all started urging, telling the staff to step aside. Oh, sorry. The staff member snapped back to reality and hastily moved aside to make space. The next moment, the screen came into everyone's view. A group of middle-aged martial artists, along with the startled Jiang Ming and Li Ming master-disciple pair, all turned to look. Combat power, 1862. The moment this row of numbers appeared, everyone's expressions became extraordinarily vivid. A group of martial artists widened their eyes, faces filled with utter disbelief. Holy shit, 1862. That's even more insane than the number that young guy just hit. Damn, terrifying. I thought that young man was already a genius, but I never expected there'd be someone even stronger. Hearing that he'd been overshadowed. Yet Li Ming felt not the slightest hint of anger. He stared blankly at the screen, his hands trembling. He never expected that this young man's combat prowess would surpass his own. Prideful of his genius status all along, he now felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, even higher than Li Ming. Jiang Ming looked utterly stunned, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at the young man's retreating figure. But right at that moment, a sudden exclamation pierced the air, startling everyone present. Then they heard the trembling voice of a middle-aged martial artist. Wait, this young man, didn't he just fight without using any martial techniques? As these words were spoken, everyone froze again. Scenes from the fight flashed through their minds. Now that they thought about it, the youth truly hadn't used any martial arts techniques. At this thought, a group of martial artists could no longer suppress the shock in their hearts. Hiss, gasp. The sound of sharply drawn breaths continuously rose. Watching the young man's receding figure was like gazing upon a monster. Without employing any martial skills, relying solely on his own strength, he actually punched with a combat power of 1862, even higher than the martial technique unleashed by Li Ming. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming, who had just been dumbfounded, was now completely stunned. It was as if a cold chill shot up his spine straight to the crown of his head, leaving his entire body rigid. As for Li Ming, his legs went weak, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. The first combat assessment is complete. Proceed with the second. The staff member swallowed hard and spoke to Su Hong with utmost reverence. Hearing this, the martial artists all raised their heads to look. Just now, relying purely on brute strength alone, they unleashed such terrifying combat power. Isn't it time to use martial skills now? How overwhelmingly powerful that combat prowess must be. Jiang Ming and Li Ming also stared dumbfounded. Ha! Su Hong let out a sigh. He felt quite satisfied with his combat strength. The power gained from refining his mortal body far exceeded what he had imagined. This was something other martial artists couldn't compare to, because they couldn't control the strength or weakness of their constitution. Yet he alone could achieve this. Given time, as Su Hongfan's physical progress continued to advance, perhaps one day, relying purely on bodily strength alone, he'd be able to fight above his level. Next, I should test my combat limits. Su Hong gazed at the punching target and adjusted his breath. The next instant, he struck the target with a full-force finger thrust. Void-piercing finger. A terrifying surge of energy instantly reverberated through the air. The punching target emitted an unbearable creaking sound. In the next instant, under the assault of the energy force, the target actually exploded into pieces. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists watching instinctively gaped in shock. Even the training punching target was shattered? How exaggerated must this combat power be? The numbers on the combat power detector screen began to skyrocket. In just an instant, it shattered the 2000 threshold, finally settling on an astonishing string of digits. Combat power, 3004. 3004. You must understand. The combat power standard for a high-level first-stage martial artist is only 3000 points. Su Hong, just a beginner-stage first-level martial artist, already rivals high-level first-stage martial artists in combat power. Ha! I'm genuinely stunned. These numbers, it's unbelievable. This is sheer monstrosity, absolutely monstrous. Exclamations of astonishment kept erupting from the group of middle-aged martial artists. Their faces were all twisted with shock. Su Hong's gaze was filled with awe. Combat power of 3004. Jiang Ming completely lost his composure this time. His pitch rose several notches, his face etched with utter disbelief. First-rank initial stage combat power, rivaling a first-rank peak martial artist. What kind of talent is this? Could he possibly have some special constitution? Jiang Ming swallowed hard. In top-tier cities like the Demon Capital and the Imperial Capital, some of these prodigy warriors possess special physiques. Their combat prowess is extraordinarily terrifying. Ordinary warriors of the same realm can't even withstand a single strike from these geniuses. It reminded him that Su Hong had previously displayed combat prowess surpassing Li Ming's without even employing martial techniques. Jiang Ming was convinced that Su Hong must possess some extraordinary physique. With this realization, Jiang Ming hurriedly turned his gaze toward Li Ming, who was standing nearby. He had previously considered finding a genius to temper Li Ming's arrogant disposition. But this doesn't mean we should get such a monstrous freak either. This isn't just about tempering patience, it might completely crush Li Ming's mentality. At this moment, Li Ming slumped to the ground in a daze, his face numb as he stared blankly at the combat analyzer screen, looking as if he'd lost his very soul. Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched violently at the sight, and he rushed forward to slap some sense into him. Li Ming, such freaks of nature are born with special constitutions. It's perfectly normal that you can't compare to him. You should keep a level head. Star City High School's monthly exams are coming up soon. You should compete with these martial artists instead of setting your sights too high too soon. On the other side, the sight of the punched-through target dummy left the staff member twitching at the corner of his mouth. Since it's broken through, I don't have to pay for it, right? Su Hong felt somewhat embarrassed. He had been solely focused on testing his ultimate combat capabilities earlier. He forgot to consider whether the combat power detector could withstand it. Of course not. The staff member instinctively responded. Since this punching target is broken, does it need repairs? No need, no need. There's no need to test a third time, you've already passed the assessment. Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly shook their head. Do you want it fixed just so you can break it again? That's the same as not fixing it at all. Chapter 30, Differences in Guidance Techniques. Branch Director of Xingcheng Martial Arts Association. At this moment, Wu Linxian was sitting in her office. She stared at the constantly popping messages on her phone. A troubled expression knitted her brows. Outsiders only knew her as the regional branch president. It looks absolutely glorious on the surface. But only Wu Linxian herself knows the truth. If she fails to deliver impressive results in Xingcheng this year, her position will likely come to an end. The Gaokao is just around the corner now. The presidents of martial arts associations from various cities, constantly showing off in the group chat, boasting about the geniuses emerging in their own cities, how powerful they were, how extraordinary their talents. leaving Wu Linxian with nothing but a belly full of melancholy. Star City's ranking in Jiangnan province was originally mid to lower tier. The quality of students in its universities is actually quite decent, with a few geniuses here and there, but everything pales in comparison, not to mention when measured against other cities in Jiangnan province. Even compared to the nearby Yangcheng, it seems somewhat inadequate. This position of mine has reached its end this year. Wu Linxian sighed deeply. At this moment, the sound of knocking came. Come in, Wu Linxian said lazily. The next moment, a staff member rushed in, panting heavily. Seeing him in such a state, Wu Linxian furrowed her brows. Why the hurry? You're being so impatient. Sit down and catch your breath first, have a glass of water. With that, Wu Linxian personally poured a cup of water and handed it over. At the same time, she also poured one for herself and began drinking. However, the staff member had no time to drink this cup of water. After catching his breath, he hurriedly spoke. President, we've just witnessed a monstrous talent during the martial artist assessment. Put. Wu Linxian spat out her water in an instant. The next moment, a flash of pleasant surprise crossed Wu Linxian's eyes. Without even bothering to wipe the water droplets from her lips, she sprang to her feet, her voice trembling with urgency. Demon, what's going on? Speak quickly. The staff were startled by Wu Linxian's reaction and hurriedly recounted what had just happened during the martial artist assessment. Initial first stage, reaching 1,800 combat points with just physical strength. When executing martial techniques, the combat power actually reached 3,004 points. Bahaha, screw that. Thinking you can make this old lady step down from this position? Dream on. Wu Linxian muttered a few words to herself before suddenly bursting into wild laughter. The next moment, her figure flashed. With a thunderous boom, she stormed out of the office. Is the reaction really necessary to be this exaggerated? The staff members scratched their head while staring at the human-shaped hole punched through the wall. The chairman was so excited he couldn't even be bothered to use the door. At the same time, first floor of the Martial Arts Association. Under the attentive guidance of the staff, Su Hong and several middle-aged warriors who had passed the assessment walked together toward the second floor. As for Li Ming, he remained seated at the assessment site, still appearing lost in a daze, while Jiang Ming had spoken until his mouth was parched. Come with me, I'll take you to the second floor to register your warrior identities first. The staff member gave Su Hong an ingratiating smile. Several middle-aged martial artists nearby were completely ignored. However, the middle-aged martial artists didn't seem the least bit surprised by this. To be honest, if they were in the staff member's position, they'd probably be even more obsequious. Such genius, being fawned over, is only natural. Yet at precisely that moment, before Su Hong's party could even ascend to the second floor, boom! A figure came rushing down from upstairs at an absurdly fast speed. Su Hong and the others only felt their vision blur. The next moment, they saw a tall, voluptuous woman appearing before them, looking to be in her 30s. President, why have you come in person? The staff member looked utterly shocked. Upon witnessing Su Hong's performance, he immediately sent someone to notify the guild leader. He had originally assumed the guild leader would be waiting on the second floor, but he never expected the association president couldn't wait another moment, rushing down immediately. At that moment, Wu Linxian's gaze swept over the group of examination martial artists, instantly locking onto Su Hong. Greetings, I'm Wu Linxian, president of the Star City branch of the Martial Arts Association. Wu Linxian flashed Su Hong a faint smile. My name is Su Hong. Su Hong was somewhat surprised. He never expected the woman before him to actually be the president of the Martial Arts Association. After a brief exchange of words, Wu Linxian personally took Su Hong to register as a martial artist. It's great to be a genius. We can't afford to envy them. It'd be good enough if we can just pass the martial artist exam. Several middle-aged martial artists shook their heads with sighs. Geniuses are just geniuses. Register as a martial artist. Even the president of the Martial Arts Association personally received him. Su Hong, judging by your age, you should still be in high school, right? That's right, I'm a student at Xingqing No. 1 High School. HM. Hearing this, Wu Linxian froze in shock. Since when did Xingqing No. 1 High School produce such a monstrous student this year? Since when did she know about this? That old Foxley Chengshan, when I asked him earlier, he played the pity card and said they'd only produce 2 ordinary first-tier martial artists this year. Wu Linxian gritted his teeth inwardly, wondering if he should find an opportunity to beat some honesty into Li Chengshan. There's actually a genius hidden here, and no one told her about it. Soon, under the personal guidance of Wu Linxian, Su Hong's registration as a first-grade martial artist was completed in less than a minute. A first-grade martial artist can receive a fixed monthly subsidy of 10,000 blue star coins. At the same time, you can also obtain cultivation techniques and guiding exercises for free. Next, I'll take you to collect it. Upon hearing Wu Linxian's introduction, Su Hong felt a surge of excitement deep within. 10,000 blue star credits. Doesn't seem like much, but it's already more than my uncle and aunt's monthly salary combined. When I get back, I'll have uncle quit his job and tell his boss where to shove it. Su Hong thought to himself and followed Wu Linxian to retrieve the guidance technique. All along the way, Wu Linxian had an extremely gentle attitude, without the slightest air of superiority, softly explaining to Su Hong in a low voice. The guidance technique mainly strengthens oneself by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is divided by attributes. Different guidance techniques are designed according to the distinct attributes of spiritual energy absorption. For instance, I practice the heavenly flame guidance technique, which primarily absorbs fire attribute spiritual energy from heaven and earth. While strengthening my body, it also imbues my attacks with flame attributes, granting them greater lethal power. Su Hong listened with rapt attention. This was knowledge he could never have gleaned from textbooks. Before this, he had thought that the guidance technique was merely about absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Little did he expect there to be so many distinctions. Look! At that moment, Wu Linxian extended one hand, and a blazing flame appeared in her palm. The scorching flames burned the air until wisps of black vapor rose. Su Hong caught a pungent, charred scent. In the next instant, the flames enveloped Wu Linxian's fist as she threw a light punch through the air. With a deafening boom, a fiery fist imprint shot forth. Just as the flaming fist imprint was about to strike the wall, Wu Linxian exhaled a breath, instantly dispersing it. So strong. Su Hong's eyes widened slightly. With the enhancement of flames, this power is simply incomparable to ordinary martial artists. His anticipation for the guidance technique grew even stronger in his heart. Of course, achieving attribute projection isn't that easy. For first-rank martial artists, forget wrapping attributes around their fists, even managing to imbue a trace of attributes would already be quite impressive. Su Hong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wu Linxian led him to the front of a room. Taking a deep breath, Su Hong followed her inside. Chapter 31. The Astounded President of the Martial Association. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth possesses 7 distinct attributes in total. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute has its own unique strengths. Among them, if we were to rank by offensive power alone, first comes lightning, second gold, third fire. Lightning possesses the strongest attack power. Su Hong's eyes gleamed as he wished to cultivate the lightning guidance technique. At this moment, Wu Linxian seemed to see right through Su Hong's thoughts. She laughed. If possible, who wouldn't want to cultivate the thunder guidance technique with the strongest offensive power? Su Hong was stunned and remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Seeing that Su Hong could actually resist asking further, Wu Linxian's opinion of him rose even higher in her heart. She explained, guidance techniques of different attributes aren't something you can just practice if you want to. It mainly depends on how well the martial artist resonates with the guidance technique. I see. Su Hong nodded in understanding. A rare tension began to rise in his heart. If possible, he naturally wanted to cultivate the most powerful lightning-attributed technique. But who could say for certain about compatibility? No need to worry. Wu Linxian smiled, her tone carrying a hint of envy. You managed to achieve combat effectiveness as high as 1863 using only first-stage chi and blood energy without employing any martial techniques. This suggests you may possess a special constitution that simply hasn't awakened yet. So even if your highest compatibility cultivation arts attributes aren't optimal, your future achievements definitely won't be lacking. Chairman Wu, just call me Sister Wu. Sister Wu, just how strong is this special constitution? Wu Linxian fell silent for a moment before saying earnestly, you need to understand that those with special physiques are invincible among their peers, and leaping realms to battle is as simple as eating or drinking. Invincible among peers, capable of battling across tiers. A surge of intense anticipation rose in Su Hong's heart. When I raise my mortal body progression to 100%, I should awaken a special constitution. I must earn martial points quickly. Su Hong thought to himself. At this moment, Wu Linxian continued her explanation. Let's return to the topic of cultivation techniques. Take me, for example, the heavenly flame cultivation technique suits me best. If I forcibly cultivate the thunder guidance technique, both the efficiency of cultivation and combat power would end up being significantly inferior compared to practicing the heavenly flame guidance technique. Seeing Su Hong nod, Wu Linxian took out 7 crystal orbs of different colors. These 7 crystal orbs represent different attributes. Place your hand on them, and they will light up. The more the color fills the orb, the higher your compatibility with that attribute, he said. Wu Linxian demonstrated this process to Su Hong. She placed her hand on the flame attribute crystal ball. Immediately, the crystal ball emitted a blinding fiery light. Su Hong glanced at it. The flames occupied about 4/5 of the crystal ball. My compatibility with the Heaven Flame guidance technique is roughly 80%, he said. A proud smile appeared on Wu Linxian's face. For an ordinary martial artist, the compatibility rate typically ranges from 20% to 30%. Her 80% compatibility rate was exceptionally high. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become the branch director of the Martial Arts Association in her 30s. Now it's your turn. Wu Linxian looked at Su Hong, her eyes brimming with intense anticipation. In her view, Su Hong, who likely possessed a special constitution, should naturally have extraordinary talent. His compatibility should be slightly higher than hers, though not by much. In Wu Linxian's estimation, the compatibility with Su Hong was roughly around 90%. This wasn't because he underestimated Su Hong, on the contrary, he already viewed him as a genius to arrive at such an estimate. Don't be fooled by the mere 80% higher compatibility compared to her. But even just a 1% difference in compatibility could mean a world of disparity. Alright. Su Hong stepped forward nervously. He reached out to touch the fire-attributed crystal orb. Wu Linxian watched intently, anticipation flickering in his heart. The instant Su Hong's hand touched the flame crystal ball. The next moment, a blaze far surpassing what Wu Linxian had previously triggered suddenly flared to life. In the blink of an eye, the flame crystal ball became completely saturated, its fiery glow illuminating the entire chamber. What? Witnessing this scene, the eager anticipation in Wu Linxian's eyes instantly turned into stunned disbelief. What's going on? The flame crystal ball, full. A compatibility of 100%. God damn it. Wu Linxian let out a scream, her gaze toward Su Hong burning with intensity. Your fire attribute compatibility is actually 100%. Wu Linxian shook Su Hong's shoulders in disbelief. Do you realize what this means? Su Hong shook his head. I don't know. Wu Linxian's face flushed with excitement, her complexion turning crimson. This means when you practice the heavenly flame guidance technique, you can absorb fire attribute spiritual energy from heaven and earth with 100% efficiency, not a single wisp will leak out. Your cultivation efficiency will be at its absolute peak. Wu Linxian was so exhilarated her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. The efficiency of cultivation depends on the compatibility rate of the guiding technique. Take Wu Linxian's 80% compatibility rate as an example. When absorbing fire attribute spiritual energy from heaven and earth, only 20% is lost, naturally resulting in exceptionally fast cultivation speed. This explains why she had already reached the 5th rank martial artist level and become the branch president of the Martial Arts Association by her early 30s. Yet, even someone like her had never personally witnessed a martial artist with 100% compatibility. Such people do exist, but they are exceedingly rare, pitifully few. In the martial capitals of Magic City and Imperial Capital, where warriors abound, one might find such geniuses, but even there, their numbers remain sparse. Yet where was she located? Star City ranked in the lower middle tier of Jiangnan province. Before today, Wu Linxian never dreamed that Xingqing could produce a martial arts genius with 100% compatibility. To think my region could nurture a prodigy no weaker than those from the Demon Capital or Imperial Capital. Wu Linxian was absolutely thrilled. She was even tempted to immediately pull out her phone and roar triumphantly in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association President's group chat. She had been mocked relentlessly before. No, I must stay composed. If they find out and try to poach Su Hong, I'll be furious. Wu Linxian swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing his overwhelming excitement. Su Hong, there's no need to test anything else. Just cultivate the Skyflame guidance technique. Moreover, you very likely possess a special constitution. It's almost certain you'll become a powerhouse in the future. Hearing this, Su Hong scratched his head. To be honest, he still wanted to try other attribute crystal balls. When he voiced this thought, Wu Linxian immediately looked as if he'd seen a ghost. This is a 100% compatibility rate, why hesitate at all? Wu Linxian screamed internally. If this were happening to her, she'd have already been over the moon with joy. Yet Su Hong was still hesitating. At this moment, Wu Linxian, who had always been called a genius, felt for the first time the staggering gap between people when it came to sheer talent. Having steadied her emotions, Wu Linxian spoke slowly. Alright, try others if you must, but I can assure you the compatibility ratings for other attributes will never be this high. Alright, I'll give it a try. Su Hong nodded in agreement, reaching out towards the thunder crystal orb. In the next instant, brilliant lightning erupted within the orb, instantly filling its entire volume, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder. Witnessing this scene, Wu Linxian's mind went blank with a deafening explosion in his consciousness. Chapter 32, 100% compatibility with all attributes. Watching the crystal ball completely overtaken by thunderbolts. Even faint rumbles of thunder could be heard within it. Wu Linxian froze instantly. She stood there dumbstruck, utterly speechless. It's full again. It's full again. Damn it, it's actually full again. Wu Linxian was practically going crazy. What the hell is going on here? After reaching 100% compatibility with the fire attribute, Su Hong actually has 100% compatibility with the lightning attribute too. What kind of freakish monster must he be? It took quite a while, Only then did Wu Linxian snap out of her daze. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard, staring at Su Hong as if he were some kind of monster. But then, Su Hong didn't notice her gaze. Seeing the Thunder Crystal Ball's compatibility reach 100% again, Su Hong sensed something amiss. Could it be that under the blessing of his peerless talent, no matter what attributes compatibility, it would be 100% for him, right? With this thought in mind, Su Hong reached out to touch the Wind Attribute Crystal Ball. Seeing his movement, Wu Linxian was left speechless. Still not satisfied? That was the most powerful Thunder Attribute attack. Seriously, buddy, what more could you possibly want? Two attributes have already reached 100% compatibility, which is utterly beyond absurd. It couldn't possibly. The Wind Elemental Crystal Sphere lit up completely. Boom, boom, boom. Wu Linxian stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Again, another 100% compatibility. Th3 elements, surely this can't be. Before she could finish speaking, the Metal Attribute Crystal Sphere ignited with dazzling light. Wu Linxian's gaze was vacant. The Wood Attribute Crystal Orb lit up completely. Wu Linxian kept gasping in shock. The Water Attribute Crystal Orb lit up completely. Wu Linxian's expression gradually grew numb. The Earth Attribute Crystal Ball fully lit up. Wu Linxian's expression became completely numb. His entire body was tingling to the extreme. Full, completely full. There are only 7 types of spiritual energy in the world. Damn, you're all alone, yet the compatibility is 100%. Am I dreaming? Wu Linxian felt that the scene before her eyes was too dreamlike, so surreal it seemed unreal. And at that moment, Su Hong, however, understood in his heart. It must be because of his once-in-a-generation talent. All the spiritual energy of the world was in perfect harmony with him. Practice whichever one you like. Everything's fully booked, which is a bit frustrating. Su Hong scratched his head in frustration. Seeing Su Hong in this state, Wu Linxian nearly coughed up blood in frustration. Wait, what are you upset about? All compatibility rates are 100%. Doesn't this mean you can choose whatever you want? Wu Linxian was truly dumbfounded. A terrifying thought even popped into her mind. She wanted to slap Su Hong. This was absolutely infuriating. Back when her fire attribute compatibility test showed an astonishing 80%, she was overjoyed. Everyone around her was envious. But today, forget it. No more thinking about it. If she dwelled on it any longer, she might truly lose control of her hands. Your compatibility is already at 100%. What more could you be troubled about? Wu Linxian couldn't help but ask. It's only troublesome when it's a full 100%. Su Hong wore an expression of reluctance. They're all full. Giving up any one attribute feels like a loss. Wu Linxian gritted her teeth upon hearing this. So you want to have them all, is that it? You can't be so greedy in life. At this moment, Su Hong cautiously asked, Sister Wu, could you give me a copy of all 7 elemental guidance techniques? Wu Linxian froze for a moment, then widened her eyes in disbelief. Damn, brother, do you actually want to master them all? Wait, hold on. Just as she was about to refuse, Wu Linxian suddenly froze, then showed a contemplative expression. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, the rules really don't specify that you can't simultaneously practice all 7 elemental induction techniques. But the thing is, who could have possibly seen this coming? The people who originally set the rules probably never imagined someone would have 100% compatibility with all 7 attributes. Wu Linxian hesitated and said, there's no rule against it, but attempting to cultivate all 7 at once, no one knows what might happen. No one has ever tried such a thing before. After a pause, Wu Linxian said with a serious expression, even if it's truly possible to cultivate simultaneously, the progress would undoubtedly be slowed down many times over. Are you sure about this? Su Hong smiled and said, I don't necessarily have to cultivate all 7 types. I just can't decide right now and want to try each one. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just focus on cultivating the lightning attribute. Upon hearing this, Wu Linxian let out a long sigh of relief. She had genuinely been afraid that Su Hong would stubbornly insist on practicing all 7 guiding techniques simultaneously. There had indeed been such people in the past who attempted it. In the end, he wasted a full few decades, remaining nothing more than a first-rank warrior. Though his combat prowess was indeed heaven-defying, utterly unmatched among his peers, even capable of overpowering second-rank warriors. But what was the point? For decades, he couldn't even break through to become a second-rank warrior. You are invincible against peers and formidable when crossing tiers to battle. Could you possibly fight across an entire realm against a grandmaster? Although this person's affinity with all 7 attributes pales in comparison to Su Hong's, given the precedent, simultaneously cultivating 7 guidance techniques would undoubtedly result in terrifyingly slow progress. Wu Linxian believed that with Su Hong's 100% compatibility, focusing on a single element guidance technique might enable him to become humanity's ultimate powerhouse in less than 20 or 30 years. But if he practiced all 7 simultaneously, whether he could even reach the 3rd stage in his lifetime was uncertain. Alright then, I can give you all 7 guidance techniques, but you mustn't stubbornly fixate on this approach, Wu Linxian cautioned, and Su Hong agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Wu Linxian had no choice but to bring over all 7 types of guidance techniques. Now you can practice right here. If you have any questions, ask me. Try to grasp the basics as soon as possible. Alright, thank you, Sister Wu. Su Hong sat down with eager anticipation. I suggest you start by practicing the Heavenly Flame Guidance Arts, that's the one I'm most familiar with, so I can guide you better. Later, if you want to switch to the Thunderous Guidance Arts, your progress will be even faster. Su Hong nodded, took out the Heavenly Flame Guidance Arts manual, and began reading it intently. Wu Linxian stood to the side, silently pulling out her phone to start the timer. Back then, she had first mastered the basics of the Heavenly Flame Guidance Arts herself. With an 80% compatibility rate, it took just 12 short hours. If Su Hong achieved 100% compatibility, he might need only 2 or 3 hours to get started. At this speed, people would be utterly shocked if word got out. Wu Linxian thought silently to herself. Suddenly, she heard Su Hong's voice. Sister Wu, I think I've grasped the basics. Wu Linxian. She looked up in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. How long has it been? You're already getting started? Wu Linxian glanced at the timer on her phone, her expression gradually turning to horror. 34 seconds. Not even a full minute. You've mastered the basics already? For real? Wu Linxian stared wide-eyed, asking in a bewildered tone. I think so. I can feel the fire attribute spiritual energy entering my body and merging with my chi and blood. Su Hong scratched his head, not entirely certain himself. And Wu, does this count as getting started? Hearing this description felt exactly like her own experience when she first started. At this moment, Wu Linxian felt her throat go painfully dry. She said hoarsely, try controlling that fire attribute spiritual energy and throw a punch. Upon hearing this, Su Hong complied without hesitation. With a punch thrown, a tiny flame ignited on the surface of his fist. The moment he saw the small flame, with a thunderous boom, Wu Linxian's mind went completely blank, his entire body freezing in utter stupefaction. Sister Wu, does this count as getting started? Chapter 33 Training Camp. Wu Jia, does this count as getting started? Su Hong's questioning voice snapped Wu Linxian out of her reverie. Staring at Su Hong, Wu Linxian's lips twitched uncontrollably as she nodded mechanically. Beg beginner level achieved. At the same time, her mind roared with shock once again. 34 seconds. Heavens above, earth below. 34 seconds. Not even a full minute. What kind of inhuman monster is this? Recalling his earlier estimate of 2 to 3 hours, Wu Linxian just wanted to slap himself twice. She was wrong, terribly wrong. To think she had tried to estimate this monstrosity with 7 attributes at 100% compatibility using common sense. Watching Su Hong, Wu Linxian felt a bewildering thought rise in her heart. Just how freakishly high must this talent level be? In this brief span of less than half an hour today, his understanding of martial arts had been overturned countless times already. Got the basics already? That was surprisingly straightforward. Su Hong found it somewhat unexpected. He thought it would take at least a few minutes. Little did he expect that practicing this guiding technique wouldn't be so difficult after all. Hearing this, Wu Linxian twitched at the corner of her eye, feeling that overwhelming urge to beat someone up rising again. At this moment, Su Hong just had to ask right when it was the worst possible timing. Big Sister Wu, how many minutes did it take you to cultivate the guidance technique for the first time? AF, few minutes? What makes you think mastering the basics of the guidance technique in a few minutes is normal? Wu Linxian was about to blurt out her frustration. Suddenly, she closed her mouth again, simply because she sadly realized, with Su Hong mastering the basics in just 34 seconds, asking this question was pointless. They'd probably already considered that her 80% compatibility would lead to slower cultivation progress. Saying a few minutes might even be giving her face. Given that Su Hong achieved enlightenment in 34 seconds, it's only natural to ask this, like hell it is. Wu Linxian was truly stunned, facing Su Hong's curious gaze. What else could she do? To tell the truth, it took me 12 hours to get started, and many called me a genius? How is anyone supposed to compete with that? I, Wu Linxian, also have my pride to maintain. Wu Linxian braced herself and mumbled vaguely, about 3 or 4 minutes, more or less. Oh. Su Hong nodded obediently. Seeing that he didn't press further, Wu Linxian breathed a huge sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, Su Hong seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, Sister Wu, do you know anything about psychic masters? Wu Linxian froze for a moment before suddenly widening her eyes in shock, exclaiming loudly, don't tell me you're also a psychic master. She was truly afraid of getting a positive answer. perfect compatibility with all 7 elemental attributes, likely possessing a special constitution too. And if you turned out to be a psychic master as well, would you even leave any room for other geniuses of your generation to survive? Just let them crash and die then. Su Hong gave a dry laugh. I'm not one. I'm just curious about psychic masters and wanted to know what the awakening conditions are. No? Good thing you're not. Wu Linxian studied Su Hong for a moment before decisively fetching a helmet-like device. What is this? This is a device to measure mental strength. Put it on and test yourself. Fine. While Su Hong was putting on the helmet, Wu Linxian began her explanation. As for psychics, no one has figured out the awakening conditions yet. Some people have very weak mental energy, yet may suddenly awaken overnight. Some people have remarkably strong mental energy, coming within just a few points of awakening, yet they might never achieve it in their lifetime. Judging from past cases of awakening, even newly awakened mentalists never have less than 100 points of mental energy. This is considered a fairly authoritative standard. Upon hearing this, Su Hong nodded in understanding. According to his system panel, his current mental energy sat at a mere 26.5 points. To reach the awakening standard, one needs at least 735 martial arts points. It's a long and arduous journey indeed. Su Hong thought to himself as he put on the helmet to begin the test. Soon, the test was completed. 26.5 mental power points, average, normal range. Seeing the number wasn't shockingly high, Wu Linxian unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. She had been terrified Su Hong might display over 100 mental power points. It wasn't that she didn't want Su Hong to become stronger. It was because she had endured too much shock today and truly couldn't take it anymore. Finally acting a bit more normal. Wu Linxian thought this to herself while glancing at Su Hong. Yet she noticed Su Hong appeared completely composed, without even a trace of disappointment in his expression. Seeing this, Wu Linxian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. To possess such composed temperament at such a young age, coupled with that monstrous level of talent. If someone like this couldn't become a powerhouse, then who could? At this moment, Wu Linxian suddenly froze, remembering something very important. Su Hong, I remember you have your monthly exam tomorrow, right? That's right, Sister Wu. You're paying attention to this? Su Hong was somewhat surprised. Wu Linxian said earnestly, give it your all when the time comes, without holding back in the slightest. Su Hong was taken aback. Though Wu Linxian didn't say it, he had intended to do exactly that. But why was Wu Linxian emphasizing it so seriously? Could there be something he wasn't aware of? Su Hong voiced the doubts in his heart. Wu Linxian's gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. He sighed softly and said, in recent years, tensions between the myriad races and humanity in the celestial battlefield have escalated further. A full-scale war could break out any moment now. The human powerhouses of Blue Star are currently gathered in meetings for discussions. It has been decided that starting from this session, on the eve of the annual college entrance exam, each city will select geniuses to participate in intensive training camps. Various countries will invest substantial resources to accelerate the growth of the younger generation at the fastest possible pace. Star City High School, with its tradition of monthly exams, will directly use these exams as the selection criteria to choose the strongest batch of geniuses in Star City for entry into the training camp. Upon hearing this, Su Hong froze in shock. Over the years, although he had always known about powerful enemies beyond their borders, but little did he realize, the tensions had escalated to such a degree. At any moment, a full-scale war among all races could erupt. As the saying goes, the tallest shoulders bear the heavens collapse. This made Su Hong believe all along that time was still on his side. Even after obtaining the system, the driving force behind his desire to grow stronger was simply to provide a better life for his small family. This had always been his goal. The battlefields of myriad worlds, the great war of countless races. Such things had never seriously crossed his mind before, they seemed too distant and remote. But I never expected things would escalate so quickly, on the verge of eruption at any moment. If humanity were to lose, everyone he knows would be slaughtered by the myriad races. His uncle who toiled away half his life, his aunt, and all his younger siblings, would all perish. At this thought, Su Hong rubbed his face, feeling an intense sense of urgency welling up inside him. He would absolutely never allow such a thing to happen. Sister Wu, thank you for telling me this news. I'll definitely attend the training camp. After Wu Linxian finished speaking, her gaze remained fixed on Su Hong, waiting to see how he would react. But contrary to her expectations, Su Hong went from initial astonishment to complete acceptance of the news in just a few short seconds. Moreover, Wu Linxian keenly sensed that some transformation had seemingly occurred within Su Hong's entire being. This feeling was truly peculiar. Before, when she looked at Su Hong, she saw merely a terrifyingly talented but immature youth. But now, though his youthful air remained, it carried within it an aura of resolute maturity. Sometimes, a person's change and growth happens in the blink of an eye. Wu Linxian didn't quite believe this saying before, but today, she does. Thinking of this, Wu Linxian smiled and shook her fist at Su Hong. Go for it. Chapter 34, Holding Up a Piece of the Sky for All Humankind. Su Hong walked out of the Martial Artists Association. He was on his way home. It was dusk at that moment. School had just let out. Parents crowded outside the school gates, crouching down with smiling faces and open arms to catch their children who came rushing into their embrace. Su Hong watched the scene quietly, standing there for a long while before finally turning to continue his walk home. As he walked, he lifted his gaze to the sky. In the past, every night he could only watch his auntie applied medicinal patches to Uncle's back with pained sympathy on her face. The feeling of helplessness remains vivid in memory. This family won't collapse as long as I'm here. These were the words of Uncle Su Guoming. Now he had grown, developing the capability to take over the responsibilities from his uncle and support his own family. He would never allow the possibility of all this beauty vanishing into nothingness one day in the future. I've supported my small family, but who has been supporting the entire human race all this time? At this moment, Su Hong pondered many things. Clenching his fists in silence, his gaze gradually grew resolute. He must grow stronger, exceptionally, overwhelmingly strong. Be strong enough. If one day in the future the human race's mighty warriors fall, he must be ready to step forward. Just as he now supports his small family, he will hold up the heavens for all of humanity. If forced to choose between his little home and all of humankind, Su Hong decided he would slaughter whichever of the 10,000 races dared pose such a question. Go home and cultivate. Su Hong withdrew his gaze from the sky and strode toward home. Home. With the over 100,000 Su Hong had left behind previously, Auntie's face blossomed with smiles. Uncle Su Guoming no longer stayed up late after work like he used to. Instead, he would go home to rest and recuperate when his shift ended. As soon as Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming got home, they immediately began training without pause. They remembered how their older brother had laid out 210,000 yuan on the table, and the proud smiles on their parents' faces. The two little ones have always stayed vividly in my mind. I hope that one day in the future, I can make mom and dad proud, just like big brother did. Thus, during these days when Su Hong hadn't returned home, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming trained even harder than before. I'm back. At that moment, Su Hong's laughter came from outside the door. The four family members' eyes instantly lit up as they stood and moved toward the doorway. Finally home, look how thin you've gotten. Have you not been eating properly at school? Auntie looked at him with heartache. Su Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was actually several times more muscular now than before. You're back. Su Guoming felt relieved. Yeah, I'm back. Su Hong smiled. Brother. At this moment, the two little ones, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, came bounding over from left and right, clinging directly onto Su Hong's body like little monkeys. After roughhousing with his younger siblings for a while, only then did Su Hong turn to look seriously at his uncle and aunt. Uncle, don't go to work anymore. I can support our family now. Hearing this, Su Guoming was taken aback for a moment. While feeling gratified, he shook his head. Xiao Hong, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. You should keep your money for yourself now. The expenses for martial arts. Before he could finish his nagging words, Su Hong said cheerfully, Uncle, I've already become a first-tier martial artist. I get a monthly allowance of 10,000 blue star coins. You really don't have to work anymore. First-rank martial artist. Su Guoming, his aunt Qianlan, and the siblings Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai were all stunned in place, before they could even regain their composure. Su Hong drew another card and placed it on the table. There's just over 400,000 in this card, Auntie and Uncle. Please take it and use it freely. Before leaving the Martial Arts Association, as the branch president, Wu Linxian shared some insider information with Su Hong. In the training camp with abundant resources, a contribution point system is implemented. Money is utterly useless. Thus, Su Hong decided to take out all the earnings from this beast hunt, along with the 50,000 he had previously, and left it for his family. He only kept 30,000 for the martial arts registration fee. Whoa, over 400,000. Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with admiration, their hearts overflowing with reverence for Su Hong. Su Guoming and Qianlan also widened their eyes in astonishment. They had no idea how powerful a first-rank martial artist truly was. All they knew was just how substantial that monthly stipend of 10,000 blue star coins truly weighed. Su Guoming's daily cargo hauling, combined with Qianlan's sewing income, totaled less than this in an entire month. But now, 18-year-old Su Hong was already receiving a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan from China. This filled both parents with immense comfort. Good, splendid. Su Guoming suppressed his overwhelming excitement, repeating the word good 3 times in succession. Qianlan tightly pursed her lips, tears of excitement streaming down her face. Su Hong smiled brightly. Unlike his usual composed demeanor outside, this smile of his finally resembled what an 18-year-old youth should truly look like. That night, the whole family went out to eat at a restaurant. They ate until their lips glistened with oil and their bellies were round as drums. Strolling under the night sky with full bellies, The family felt more carefree than ever. After returning home, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming pestered Su Hong, wanting their elder brother to teach them martial techniques. Su Hong quickly began instructing them. Under his peerless, once-in-an-era talent, every martial technique they learned was mastered to perfection, their comprehension reaching unparalleled heights. It's easy to explain and simple to understand. Originally, he wanted to teach them the void-piercing finger technique, but no matter how clearly he explained it, his younger siblings were just too young to grasp it. In the end, he had to settle for second best and teach them the thunderous charge fist instead. Under his unreserved guidance, in just half an hour, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming entered one after another. A single punch unleashed, and it sounded like a thunderclap. Wow, I've mastered a C-rank martial technique. Su Xiaoming's face lit up with delight, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, utterly adorable. Ha, let's see how those two at school can stand against me now. I'm gonna be the queen of this campus. Su Xiaohai stood with arms akimbo, roaring with laughter like some mischievous demon king. Su Hong gave him a sharp knock on the head, warning him not to bully classmates without reason. Facing his elder brother's scolding, Su Xiaohai behaved quite obediently. Yet just moments later, Su Hong saw Su Xiaohai holding their aunt's phone, noisily arranging a fight with someone. Su Hong found it both amusing and exasperating. Fortunately, he knew Su Xiaohai was all talk and wouldn't actually go around bullying people. Moreover, Su Xiaoming could keep him in check. Su Hong decided not to interfere further. Returning to his room, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to ponder deeply. At the Martial Arts Association today, he asked Wu Linxian for the 7 types of guidance techniques. This was no joking matter. He also heard Wu Linxian's advice and knew that those who had tried dual cultivation before made extremely slow progress. But Su Hong's focus was drawn to that phrase about being invincible within the same realm, even to the point where a first-stage martial artist could overpower a second-stage one. As for difficulty or whatever, he had the system. Just pump in those martial arts points and be done with it. At this moment, Su Hong opened his status panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, peerless through the ages. Vitality, 123, plus. Spirit, 26.5, plus. Physique, mortal body 36.1% plus. Guidance technique, Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique LV 15% plus. Martial skill, Void Shattering Finger Flawless. Martial arts value, 0. A new column 4 guidance techniques appeared on the panel. Su Hong stared at the panel when his gaze suddenly caught sight of the LV1 suffix following the Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique. Level 1? Can this guidance technique even level up? Su Hong's eyes widened slightly. Wu Linxian never mentioned this before. If there were different levels, Wu Linxian would surely have told him. Could it be that only he could level up this guiding technique? The more Su Hong thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. To test this idea, he immediately took out 6 other guidance techniques and began practicing them. Chapter 35, Combat Power Breaks 3000. With the peerless talent of ages at his disposal, just a few minutes later, Su Hong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. He opened the system panel and his gaze fell on the Guidance Techniques section. Guidance Techniques, Thunder Guidance Technique LV1, Celestial Flame Guidance Technique LV1, Water Marsh Guidance Technique LV1, Earthen Thick Guidance Technique LV1, Spirit Wind Guidance Technique LV1. 7 introductory techniques of guidance, all mastered. Su Hong sensed the changes within his body. Within his chi and blood, 7 different types of heavenly and earthly spiritual energies wandered, continuously merging with his chi and blood. But soon, Su Hong discovered a problem. These 7 different elemental auras of heaven and earth repel each other. Though they all coexist within his body, he can only utilize one attribute at any given time. Su Hong extended his palm, where a bolt of lightning materialized in his grasp. Just as Su Hong attempted to simultaneously manifest the flames, lightning and fire violently repelled each other, ultimately dissipating in his palm. I need to find a way to fuse them together, Su Hong thought with a furrowed brow. Now he was beginning to understand. This explained why the martial artist Wu Linxian had mentioned the one who practiced 7 types of breathing techniques remained a first-tier warrior for decades. The primary reason was the mutual repulsion between the 7 different elemental spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Thunder and fire, both are highly aggressive attributes. I'll start by attempting to merge these 2 first. After identifying the problem, Su Hong began making continuous attempts. Soon, failure followed failure, until the sky began to lighten at dawn. Su Hong spread his palm wide. First, a bolt of lightning emerged. Then, flames appeared in turn. The 2 repelled each other, violently clashing. But then, under Su Hong's full control, thunder and fire, 2 distinct elements, merged harmoniously into one. Phew, finally a preliminary success. Su Hong let out a sigh and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The difficulty was simply too great. Even with his peerless talent spanning the ages, it still took him several grueling hours to barely succeed. Let's test its power outside. Su Hong gazed at the lightning fire energy dancing in his palm and stepped out excitedly. Soon, he arrived at a martial arts school. This time, he had learned his lesson. He avoided the open-air training ground. During the previous martial artist assessment, he had already broken the punching target of the first-tier strength testing machine. He didn't want to damage public property. I specially replaced it with a third-tier combat power detector that should work now, right? Su Hong took a deep breath. He decided to test the thunder attribute first. Clenching his fist, faint traces of lightning flickered into view. Su Hong abruptly smashed his fist onto the punching target. The combat power numbers soared. Combat power, 2343. Seeing this number, Su Hong slightly widened his eyes. He didn't use any martial skills for this punch. It relied purely on raw physical strength, augmented by the might of thunder. During the martial artist assessment, he delivered a punch with a combat power of 1863. That was already incredibly astonishing, but unexpectedly, by merely incorporating thunder force, his combat power soared to around 500 points. He's already comparable to a mid-stage first-rank martial artist with 230 chi points. Let's test the combined power of thunder and fire. Su Hong's face lit up with excitement. If the pure thunder power was this formidable, how powerful would the fusion be? With this thought, Su Hong couldn't wait to begin his testing. Under his complete concentration and control, a trace of thunder firepower emerged on his fist. The next moment, he threw a fierce punch. Even the punching pad of the third-tier combat power detector emitted a dull thunderous boom. The combat power number surged rapidly, finally settling at 3041. What? Su Hong was visibly stunned for a moment. Even he hadn't expected this himself. The merged thunder firepower. It unexpectedly boosted the combat strength directly to 3000. Combat strength 3000. This already meets the standard combat strength of a high-tier first-rank martial artist. That's a warrior with an astounding chi blood level of 300 points. Yet currently, Su Hong is merely a martial artist with 123 chi blood points. The power after attribute fusion is absolutely terrifying. After leaving the martial arts hall, Su Hong couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. His excitement grew even stronger within him. Choosing to cultivate the 7 guidance techniques was undoubtedly the right decision. This terrifying boost in combat power. Who among peers could possibly match him now? Just as Wu Linxian had said, he was truly invincible among his peers. In the future, even challenging those above his tier would be as easy as eating or drinking. And this is just from combining 2 elemental attributes. Su Hongchang began to envision the days ahead. Given time, if he were to merge all 7 attributes, how terrifying would that power become? After returning home, Su Hong couldn't wait to begin attempting the fusion of 3 attributes. But a full 2 hours passed, with absolutely no progress made. The difficulty has increased by who knows how many times. It's related to my low-level guidance technique and my lack of familiarity with attributes. After pondering for a while, Su Hong came to this conclusion. His guidance technique was still only at level 1. His ability to merge 2 attributes was ultimately thanks to his unparalleled, once-in-an-era talent. I still need to earn martial arts points. Today marks the monthly exam, best to seize the opportunity to gain as many as possible. Su Hong thought to himself. Just then, his aunt's voice called from the doorway, summoning him to dinner. A dozen minutes later, Su Hong took Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai out to school. The 2 little ones had been incredibly excited ever since learning the thunderclap fist technique from him last night. Now they couldn't help showing off their newfound moves while walking on the street. They arrived at school. Su Hong headed straight for the teacher's office. Ha, Su Hong, you're here. All right, it's the monthly exam today. Li Ming was slightly surprised when he saw Su Hong. But he quickly caught on and said with a smile, Su Hong, your martial arts program registration fee can be paid a few days later. The headmaster specifically agreed to it. Su Hong was startled. Had this matter actually reached the headmaster? But he quickly took out 30,000 blue star coins. Teacher, I have the martial arts registration fee. I'll give it to you now. Li Ming looked visibly surprised. He gazed deeply at Su Hong and spoke earnestly. Su Hong, your uncle and aunt have been so good to you. You must strive hard too. There's still some time before the college entrance exams. With effort, you still have a chance to get into a martial arts university. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded in agreement. Back in the classroom, Chen Lin, whom he hadn't seen for days, immediately threw an arm around Su Hong's shoulder. He lowered his voice. Su Hong, you've missed quite a few things at school these past few days. Su Hong asked curiously, what's wrong? Hey, it's all about that gifted class again. Principal Li specially pulled in Chen Tian, who teaches the Thunderbolt Fist, to give them extra lessons. Several prodigies from that class have already reached first-level martial artist status, and a few have even started mastering the Thunderbolt Fist basics. After a pause, Chen Lin continued with a tone of envy. Though none can compare to Chen Shan and Li Tu, rumor has it they've both achieved mastery in the Thunderbolt Fist, capable of producing 3 thunderclaps with each strike. The power is astonishing. With that, Chen Lin sighed, this monthly exam has really turned into their solo performance. The rest of us are just backdrop leaves. Not to mention as students from regular classes, we simply can't compare to them. Don't you agree, Su Hong? Su Hong was just about to say something. Li Ming walked into the classroom. Everyone follow me to the playground, monthly exams are starting. Chapter 36, Monthly Exam. When Su Hong's class arrived at the playground, as far as the eye could see, a sea of dark heads stretched endlessly. At this moment, on stage, once all the students were in place, Li Chengshan began to speak. Everyone, today is the monthly exam, but it's unlike any before. Due to the tense situation on the front lines, Huagua has decided to establish a training camp for every session from now on, selecting geniuses to participate and focusing on cultivating them intensively. This training camp is rich in resources, offering access to martial arts elixirs beyond your wildest dreams, with grandmasters serving as instructors to guide you. The top 3 students in this monthly exam will get to participate in the training camp held in Star City. As these words were spoken, the entire student body erupted with excitement. Holy shit, training camp? This is blatantly giving special treatment to the geniuses. Damn, I'm so envious. Only 3 can go. Then I've got no chance. Buddy, the way you say it, if I didn't know you ranked outside the top 1,000 in the school, I'd think you were actually 4th place. Damn, the key point is having a 7th rank grandmaster as a mentor. Even our headmaster is only 3rd rank. Li Tu and Chen Shan are definitely getting in, right? As these words were spoken, all the students in the school looked at Li Tu and Chen Shan, the leaders of the gifted class, with eyes full of admiration. They could feel countless gazes converging upon them. Both Li Tu and Chen Shan remained utterly composed. For them, getting into this training camp was a sure thing. Although a few other students from the genius class had also broken through to become first-rank martial artists during this time, there was still a considerable gap between them. In the minds of Butcher Li and Chen Shan, their only opponent was each other. The top 2 positions in the entire school were only contested between them. Last time, my Thunder Fist was a bit slower than yours. This time in combat practice, I'm definitely taking the school's top spot. Chen Shan's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke with confidence. Li Tu said indifferently, when I knock you down, I hope you can still be this confident. On the ordinary class's side, after hearing the principal's words, Chen Lin watched Li Tu and the other with envious drool practically dripping from his mouth. Damn, with these 2 around, the rest of the gifted class can only compete for 3rd place at best. As for us regular class students, forget about it. Chen Lin shook his head inside. Su Hong glanced at Li Tu and Chen Shan, who were the center of everyone's attention, but said nothing. All students, begin drawing lots now. Once the drawing is complete, the monthly exam will officially begin. After speaking these final words, Li Chengshan walked over to Chen Tian, who was standing nearby. Still haven't found that genius who achieved 9 resonances with the Thunderbolt Fist? Seeing Li Chengshan furrowing his brows, Chen Tian asked with a look of surprise. Hearing this, Li Chengshan let out a deep sigh. I've searched everywhere during this time, checked all the students who left the gymnasium that day, but nothing. They were all students who had given up on martial arts. With a frustrated expression, Li Chengshan said, I think this genius isn't even a student from our number 1 high school. After sighing for a while, Li Chengshan looked at Chen Tian and asked, after teaching them for this period, how do you estimate Li Tu and Chen Shan's abilities? Where would they roughly stand in the training camp? Chen Tian pondered for a moment before saying gravely, I'd say mid to low tier. Some students from other schools have already reached intermediate 1st rank, with even a few at advanced stages. Hearing this, Li Chengshan smiled bitterly and said, it seems the reputation of our top high school this year is indeed undeserved. With that, he sighed once more. He had been thinking all this time about how wonderful it would be if the student who had unleashed the 9 thunderous strikes was truly from his own number 1 high school. Alas, after searching for so many days without success, Li Chengshan had already given up on that impractical notion. Hey, old Li, why the long face? Did your wife run off or something? Just then, a teasing voice chimed in. Hearing this voice, Li Chengshan frowned and looked up to see who had arrived. Jiang Ming, what the hell are you doing in my school? The newcomer was indeed Jiang Ming, followed by Li Ming and Li Yan. Li Chengshan's expression darkened noticeably. Although he and Jiang Ming were comrades in arms, they couldn't stand each other. TSK, we're old comrades. You won't even let me into your school? As he spoke, Jiang Ming glanced at the students on the playground. His gaze lingered on the students from the genius class for a moment. Then he turned his head and teased Li Chengshan mockingly. Old Li, the quality of your students isn't great. Doesn't this tarnish the reputation of Xinjiang number 1 high school? Hearing this, Li Chengshan immediately became displeased. He responded indifferently, none of your damn business. I could beat your students from Yangcheng with my eyes closed. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He'd been waiting for Li Chengshan to say exactly that. He smirked mischievously and said, "Oh, I've brought 2 disciples myself today. After your monthly exams conclude, shall we have the top scorer come spar with them?" At these words, Li Chengshan sized up the 2 students standing behind Jiang Ming. Principal Li, they greeted respectfully. Li Yan stood firm without arrogance or servility, brimming with confidence. Li Ming also gave a faint smile and casually offered a greeting. Having weathered the blow of the martial artist assessment, under Jiang Ming's guidance, he finally saw things clearly. In this world, there are always those unreasonable geniuses. These people, Li Ming simply couldn't compete with them. He had to accept it. But that didn't mean he couldn't compete with anyone else. Just like the students of Xingqing No. 1 High School, Li Ming glanced around and noticed there were only a few first-level martial artists, instantly boosting his confidence. With his skills, defeating these martial artists would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Rebuilding my martial spirit starts today. Li Ming clenched his fist quietly. At this moment, Jiang Ming noticed Li Chengshan examining his disciple. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he casually brought it up. "Boldly, my 2 disciples here aren't particularly outstanding either. One just barely broke through to first-tier warrior level, only mastering Thunderbolt Fist and reaching minor accomplishment in Raging Sea Spear technique. As for the other one, slightly better but still mediocre, just recently advanced to mid-stage first tier, achieving minor accomplishment in Thunderbolt Fist and major accomplishment in Raging Sea Spear technique. So, what do you think? Shouldn't be a problem to spar with your so-called genius students from Star City First High, right?" Jiang Ming said with a chuckle, deliberately emphasizing the words Star City First High and genius students. Li Chengshan's expression darkened slightly. Who would have thought Jiang Ming's 2 disciples would be this formidable? Neither Li Tu nor Chengshan could compare. He was just thinking of an excuse to refuse. Jiang Ming added with a smile, "Of course, the quality of students on your end doesn't seem particularly impressive. I'd understand if you refused." These words made Li Chengshan's eye twitch uncontrollably, his fists clenching in fury. If we still refuse, wouldn't that be admitting our school's students aren't up to par? Though he himself said as much, he would never admit it in front of Jiang Ming. It's like some students who constantly complain about every aspect of their own school. But if they hear someone from another school badmouthing their school, they immediately get defensive. "Alright then, when the time comes, I'll have our top monthly exam student give you guys a proper challenge," Li Chengshan retorted stubbornly. "These 2 students of yours, their mentality should be fine, right? It'd be no fun if they can't handle losing." Seeing him agree, Jiang Ming smiled without further ado and led his 2 disciples toward the lounge. As for the monthly exam, he couldn't be bothered to glance at it. He'd long since researched all the so-called talented students at Xingqing No. 1 High School. Absolutely no match for Li Ming and Li Yan. Damn it. Seeing Jiang Ming leave with full confidence, Li Chengshan's face darkened as he cursed through clenched teeth. Glancing at the gifted class students on the playground, Li Chengshan sighed inwardly. If only that 9 thunderous genius were truly a student from his school, then he could ruthlessly slap Jiang Ming across the face. Alas, though he had nearly turned the school upside down in his search, he knew in his heart that genius martial artist wasn't even a student from his school at all. Chapter 37, Stunning the Audience. Just as Li Chengshan and Jiang Ming agreed to spar with each other, the lottery draw on the field had concluded. "Damn, Su Hong, your first opponent is already a quasi-martial artist," Chen Lin exclaimed in shock. The entire class immediately turned to look, their eyes filled with pity. Su Hong actually got a quasi-martial artist as his first opponent. This is really unlucky. "Old Su, don't worry, I'll come join you soon." Chen Lin patted Su Hong's shoulder. Teacher Li Ming looked at Su Hong and reminded him, "You can give it a try, but don't push yourself too hard. Getting injured would be counterproductive for the upcoming training." At that moment, a voice sounded, urging Su Hong and his opponent to enter the field. Contestant 665 Chen Pang and contestant 666 Su Hong, get on the stage immediately. Su Hong quickly stepped onto the platform. Chen Pang looked at him and smiled. "Will you step down on your own, or should I knock you down?" Before she could finish, Chen Pang felt a blur before his eyes. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already sitting on the ground below the stage. Chen Pang was utterly bewildered. "What's going on here? Isn't my opponent supposed to be a martial apprentice? Referee, what the hell kind of martial apprentice do you call this?" At the same time, meanwhile at Su Hong's class, they watched as Su Hong casually lifted a hand and sent Chen Pang flying off the stage. All the students widened their eyes in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. "Damn, when did Lao Su get so strong?" Chen Lin was utterly stunned. Teacher Li Ming was visibly stunned for a moment. Watching Su Hong slowly step off the stage, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. In the time that followed, on other platforms, the students from the genius class, crushing everything in their path. Students from regular classes stood no chance against them. Chen Shan and Li Tu particularly stood out with their dazzling performances. It made no difference whether their opponents came from gifted classes or regular ones. all defeated with a single move. As for their performance, neither the students, the teachers, nor Principal Lee Changshan showed the slightest surprise. On the other side, Su Hong also continued to defeat his opponents effortlessly. The whole process was relaxed and enjoyable. Some opponents were martial apprentices, others were quasi-martial artists. Before they could even react, they all wound up sitting in the audience with dazed expressions. Seeing this scene, Li Ming watched dumbfounded. Wait, is this really my student? The students in Su Hong's class had looks of utter astonishment on their faces. Chen Lin's jaw dropped so wide he could have swallowed several eggs whole. Gradually, as Su Hong kept defeating opponent after opponent, more and more students began to pay attention to him, until every time Su Hong defeated an opponent, gasps of surprise would erupt from the crowd. Hey, isn't that student over there a new face? On stage, Li Chengsen glanced at Su Hong with slight surprise. Who would have thought such a promising sprout would emerge from an ordinary class? Yet Li Chengsan only spared him that brief look before redirecting his attention back to the genius class students. That student. Watching Su Hong's retreating figure, Chen Tian's brows gradually furrowed. That silhouette inexplicably felt oddly familiar, though he couldn't quite recall where he'd seen it before. As time flowed slowly onward, the monthly exam was nearing its conclusion. Most students from the ordinary classes had already been eliminated. Not a single student from the gifted class was eliminated. So this is the gifted class. Ah, what can you do? Even those who aren't as exceptional as Li Tu or Chen Shan are still the top students in the school when they make it into this class. The regular class students have reached their limit. The students buzzed with discussion, some sighing with emotion. And at that moment, contestant 666 Su Hong, contestant 28 Li Kaishan, step onto the platform. A voice rang out. Oh ho, this Su Hong's about to lose. Li Kaishan comes from the gifted class. To have come this far is already incredible, especially for a student from the regular class. I remember Li Kaishan already has 99 points of chi and blood, just one step away from becoming a first-tier martial artist. Su Hong's journey ends here. The students murmured among themselves. Their gazes at Su Hong were filled with pity. Although Su Hong performed quite well, he definitely wouldn't be a match for genius class prodigy Li Kaishan. After all, if Su Hong were truly exceptional, he would have entered the genius class long ago. Why would he still be stuck in the regular class? Holy shit, these jackasses actually dare to look down on my bro. Su Hong, wreck this Li Kaishan and scare the piss out of them. Chen Lin muttered an unhappy curse under his breath. Then, he whispered to Su Hong, don't push yourself too hard. After all, Li Kaishan is from the genius class. Losing to him wouldn't be embarrassing. Li Ming patted Su Hong's shoulder and said, with your current strength, getting into a second-rate martial arts academy shouldn't be a problem. Just don't get hurt. He looked at Su Hong with a reassuring expression. Although he didn't know how Su Hong had suddenly become so strong. But after all, Su Hong was his student, so he was genuinely happy for him. Understood, teacher. Su Hong nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping onto the platform, Li Kaishan was already standing there with arms crossed, waiting. Seeing Su Hong mount the stage, he tilted his chin upward. I saw your performance earlier, quite impressive. After a pause, Li Kaishan grinned, his expression relaxed and full of confidence. Too bad you ran into me. I'll let you make the first 3 moves. Su Hong hadn't even spoken yet. Downstage, students like Chen Lin couldn't hold back anymore. Chen Lin sneered sarcastically, holy shit, what a show-off. I almost thought you were the top student in the whole school. Hilarious. I remember you were among the bottom ranks in the gifted class, quit pretending. Hearing these words, Li Kaishan on stage just shrugged. Even if I'm at the bottom of the gifted class, it's still better than anything the regular class can offer. This remark left Chen Lin and others in the audience speechless. Seeing this, Li Kaishan smiled indifferently. He beckoned to Su Hong. Come on. Su Hong nodded in response. The figure closed in instantly. This speed. Li Kaishan's expression slightly changed. Just as he was about to make a move, a leg swept through the air, sending him tumbling off the stage with a single kick, where he landed flat on the ground. I lost just like that? Li Kaishan's face pressed against the cold floor, utterly bewildered and at a complete loss. He was a student from the gifted class. Got instantly defeated by a student from the regular class? Wait, just who exactly is in the elite class here? Before 3 seconds had even passed since the fight began, Li Kaishan was kicked off the platform by Su Hong. Every student watching the battle froze in stunned silence. Whether they were cheering for Su Hong or cursing Li Kaishan, everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Though they cursed Li Kaishan with their words, it was only because they couldn't stand his arrogance. In their hearts, they still held no expectations for Su Hong. Who would have thought that Su Hongjin actually won? And won so effortlessly. What? Is that it? Is this Li Kaishan really from the genius class? I feel like I could kick him off the platform with 1 foot too. Bro, it's just an illusion, an illusion. Don't get too immersed in it. Holy shit, Su Hong is the first to defeat the genius class. That's fucking insane. Back in Su Hong's class, Chen Lin's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The other students in the class also looked utterly bewildered. No one could figure out how Li Kaishan had been defeated by Su Hong so effortlessly. At this moment, Li Ming exclaimed in shock, Su Hong has actually reached the first-rank warrior level. As these words were spoken, the entire class was stunned. Su Hong has actually become a first-level martial artist already? Didn't he just recently become a martial apprentice? God damn it. Chen Lin stood with his mouth agape, staring at Su Hong on the stage, feeling as though he was looking at a stranger. A nascent first-level martial artist emerging from the ordinary class. On stage, Li Chengshan widened his eyes in surprise. This is clearly a buried genius. To reach first-level martial artist status in an ordinary class, just imagine if he entered the genius class. At this thought, Li Chengshan suddenly became deeply regretful. If this student named Su Hong had discovered it sooner, he could have asked Chen Tian to teach him the Thunder Fist, making him even stronger. Perhaps he would have had a chance to compete for the position of third in the entire school and enter the training camp. But now, too late. Chapter 38, Crushing Everything in Our Path. If only we'd discovered it earlier, then he could have learned the Thunder Fist from Chen Tian. Li Chengshan slapped his thigh in frustration. Beside him, Chen Tian's mouth twitched. This bastard. He really treats him like a beast of burden. But, Chen Tian watched Su Hong stepping down from the stage. A thoughtful gleam appeared in his eyes. It feels so familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, but I just can't recall where. And at that moment, one round of arena battles had concluded. Only about a dozen students remained standing at the front. Apart from Su Hong, all the students from the regular class had been eliminated. The remaining students were all geniuses from the gifted class. In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on Su Hong. Li Tu and Chen Shan glanced with some surprise at this unexpectedly outstanding classmate. But soon, the two averted their gazes. Defeating Li Kaishan was nothing. They could easily do the same. No matter how strong this person becomes, it wouldn't affect their competition for the top 2 positions in the whole school. Not worth keeping in mind. The genius class students who had just begun learning the Thunderous Fist were only mildly surprised. Firstly, Li Kaishan was only a quasi-martial artist, and secondly, he hadn't even mastered the Thunderous Fist. His loss was perfectly normal. They were simply somewhat surprised that a first-stage martial artist had emerged from the ordinary class. As for the remaining students in the gifted class who hadn't mastered the Thunderclap Fist, their gazes now held evident wariness as they looked at Su Hong. Another competitor had emerged. They silently prayed that in the next round, Su Hong would draw an opponent who had mastered the Thunderclap Fist. Perhaps their wishes were truly heard. Su Hong of 666, Chen Xian of 5, come to the stage. Chen Xian? When they heard Su Hong's opponent was actually Chen Xian, all the students cast sympathetic glances. Damn, Su Hong is screwed now. What terrible luck. Chen Xian is ranked 5th in the whole school. He recently broke through to become a first-level warrior, and most importantly, he's already mastered the Thunder Fist technique. He's a genuine genius who can compete for camp qualification spots. Cut him some slack. For a student from the regular class to make it this far, Su Hong's already pretty damn impressive. A group of talented students who hadn't yet mastered the Thunder Fist technique heaved sighs of relief, their eyes lighting up with joy. This way, Su Hong would be eliminated. To be honest, they'd much rather face their other talented classmates. They had no desire to fight Su Hong at all. After all, the other students are somewhat familiar with each other. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses, yet they know nothing about the sudden appearance of Su Hong. Now that Su Hong has crossed paths with Chen Xian, he's bound to be eliminated. They were no longer a threat to them. Chen Xian, what a pity. Li Chengshan shook his head slightly. It seemed he already knew the outcome of this battle. He had made up his mind to transfer Su Hong into the gifted class after this monthly exam. Meanwhile, in Su Hong's class, Li Ming wore a smile on his face. For him, Su Hong's progress to this point was already more than enough to pleasantly surprise him. Su Hong, you're suddenly so strong. What am I supposed to do, bro? Chen Lin wore a complicated expression. His good friend was soaring ahead while he remained just a martial apprentice, leaving his heart cold with dismay. At this moment, as Su Hong stepped onto the stage, a trace of solemnity flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He didn't let his guard down for even a moment. All eyes were fixed on the arena. They thought it would be a one-sided fight. It should be over soon. Begin. On the arena, with the referee's call to start, Chen Xian let out a low shout. Power surged beneath his feet as he instantly closed the distance to Su Hong, throwing a thunderous punch that erupted with a crack like thunder. Holy shit, Chen Xian's using Thunder Dash Fist right off the bat? He's taking this seriously. That's Chen Xian for you. No matter how strong his opponent is, he never underestimates them. Game over. I thought Su Hong might put up a fight, but with this lightning fist unleashed, it's pointless. He'll probably be knocked off the stage any second. Wait, is Su Hong crazy? He isn't dodging, he's actually raising his fist to meet it head-on. Holy shit, Looking for death like this? Referee, save him quick. The students' eyes widened instantly at the commotion in the ring. They stared at Su Hong as if looking at a madman. Facing Chen Qian, who was unleashing his thunderbolt fist technique, Su Hong actually intended to meet force with force. Gone mad? On the platform, Chen Qian's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing this, but he had no intention of holding back. At critical moments, the referee would intervene to save them. He just had to give it his all. The next moment, their fists collided. A dull thud reverberated through the air. The students below widened their eyes, their gazes fixed on Su Hong, anticipating his imminent defeat. Yet, in the very next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Su Hong showed no reaction whatsoever. Yet Chen Qian was actually forced back repeatedly to the edge of the platform, letting out an extremely painful muffled groan. Only then did the students below notice that Chen Qian's punching fist had become a bloody mess, with blood continuously seeping out and dripping onto the platform. At this sight, the entire crowd was stunned. What? Oh my god, what's going on? What happened? What martial skill did Su Hong use? How could Chen Qian, who executed the Thunderbolt Fist, lose in a fist fight? That was a C-rank martial skill, Thunderbolt Fist. And he lost? The students were utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Homeroom teacher Li Ming and students like Chen Lin were utterly stunned. Holy shit, even Tian Xian was taken down with one punch. Then what's the fucking point of us even fighting? As for the gifted class, seeing blood streaming from Chen Qian's fist, the students who had just relaxed found their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Chen Qian, who unleashed the Thunderbolt Fist technique, was actually defeated with just one punch. As the two strongest students in their school, Li Tu and Chen Shan, were momentarily stunned. The next instant, their brows furrowed deeply as they stared at Su Hong, genuine seriousness emerging in their gazes. On the stage, witnessing this scene, Li Changshan suddenly stood up, disregarding the chair that toppled behind him, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Hong in the arena. He said in a deep voice, "Chen Tian, did you see that clearly?" Chen Tian's expression was grave at this moment, as if he had glimpsed something astonishing. He nodded solemnly, his tone filled with complexity. This student Su Hong didn't use any martial techniques just now. After saying this, Chen Tian seemed utterly astonished. He took a deep breath and continued. "Young man, you must possess some special constitution, your strength is simply inhuman." After a pause, Chen Tian hesitated slightly before speaking. "This power seems stronger than even some mid-level first-rank martial artists." Gulp. Li Changshan swallowed hard, and in the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha ha. My school actually produced someone with a special constitution power exaggerated to this extent. Ha 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 ha." Li Changshan was overjoyed. Earlier, he had been somewhat frustrated. Li Tu and Chen Shan, his two best students, could only manage to hover around the mid to lower ranks in the training camp. But now, there's Su Hong, a special constitution with incomparably formidable strength. What an unexpected twist of fate. Bliss. Li Qingshan's current mood was like chugging an ice-cold drink during the dog days of summer, utterly exhilarating. Don't celebrate too early. Chen Tian's words caught Li Changshan off guard at that moment. Shaking his head, Chen Tian continued, "Su Hong was originally just an average class student, the highest level martial techniques he might know wouldn't exceed D class. Even with his astonishing strength, if he were to face students who've condensed even a trace of elemental attributes, he'd have no advantage whatsoever. In fact, he'd likely be at a disadvantage due to his inferior martial techniques. So whether Su Hong can make it into the top 3 of the monthly exam and secure a spot in the training camp remains uncertain, let alone being a match for Li and Tu, who have already mastered the Thunderbolt Fist to proficiency." Upon hearing this, Li Changshan knitted his brows deeply, his heart troubled with worry. At this moment, the referee continued to call names, and a stream of students took to the stage one after another for their matches. The outcome quickly revealed who was superior. Moments later, the drawing of lots began again to assign opponents. The group of victorious students showed no trace of joy on their faces. In their hearts, they kept praying not to draw Su Hong as their opponent. Li Qingshan's heart leapt into his throat. He hoped Su Hong would encounter a weaker opponent. Otherwise, with such a rare special trait finally appearing in their school, it would be a terrible shame to miss the training camp. Next, Su Hong versus Chen Shan. Hearing the referee's announcement, Li Qingshan's vision went dark instantly. Of all the rotten luck, why did his opponent have to be Chen Shan, one of the top 2 students in the entire school? Not only had Chen Shan already mastered the guidance technique, allowing him to harness a trace of elemental power, but his Thunder Rush Fist had also reached the proficiency level, and his physical energy had soared to 120 points. What bullshit is this? Chapter 39 Monster. It's over. It's all over. Li Qingshan's face twisted with frustration. On the other side, the news of Su Hong facing off against Chen Shan spread. The previously worried students from the gifted class immediately burst into laughter. Although Chen Qian is strong, he absolutely cannot be compared to Chen Shan and Li Tu. These two are the undisputedly top two in the school, leaving others far behind. Can you, Su-hong, defeat Chen Xian and still manage to defeat Chen Shan? At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Every student in the school fixed their gaze on Chen Shan. Ha! Chen Shan took a deep breath, feeling the mounting pressure. He watched Su-hong step off the stage with a grave expression in his eyes. Already exhausted? Li Tu chuckled. Hearing this, Chen Shan replied coolly, just a little surprised, that's all. After I defeat Su-hong, you're next. Li Tu smiled faintly. I'll be waiting. Chen Shan wasted no more words and strode onto the platform. Holy shit, Su-hong actually beat even Chen Qian? Class advisor Li Ming was so shocked he didn't know what to say. No matter how he racked his brains, he never could have imagined his student would charge forward triumphantly all the way to challenging Chen Shan, one of the top two fighters in the entire school. Chen Lin wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Su-hong was actually about to hit Chen Shan. Am I dreaming? At this thought, Chen Lin suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. The next moment, Chen Lin clutched his face, grimacing in pain. Damn, it's really not a dream. At the fighting ring, Chen Shan stepped onto the platform, gazing at Su-hong ahead as his expression gradually turned solemn. Let the battle begin. The referee wasted no time and declared the start as soon as both were ready. His voice had barely fallen silent. Chen Shan swiftly closed the distance to Su-hong, raising his fist to strike. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous booms erupted. Mastery realm. Su-hong's eyes lit up as he countered with sheer physical strength, throwing a punch in return. Thud, thud, thud. For a moment, the dull thuds of exchanged fists continuously exploded on the stage. The two fighters were evenly matched in their duel. After more than 10 seconds, seeing that prolonged attacks yielded no advantage, Chen Shan grew impatient in his heart. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. Li Butcher, watch closely, this move was originally meant for you. The next instant, as Chen Shan executed his thunderbolt fist, a wisp of scorching flame flared across his knuckles. At this sight, the students below the stage all wore expressions of astonishment. Holy shit, elemental manifestation. Chen Shan can already manifest his element? And it's the formidable fire attribute, second only to thunder in power. Chen Shan's been hiding his true strength. A flash of surprise also appeared in Li Tu's eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Shan had also mastered attribute externalization. Fire attribute. Li Chengshan let out a cry of surprise, then gave a bitter laugh. Initially, when he saw Su-hong holding his own against Chen Shan's thunderfist, Li Chengshan had even thought Su-hong might win. But then Chen Shan unleashed his fire attribute power externally. He already knew that Su-hong was about to lose. Thinking of this, Li Chengshan's brows gradually furrowed. The school had finally produced a special physique, and he didn't want Su-hong to miss the training camp. In a moment, I'll swallow my pride and visit the city lord to see if I can secure a special qualification for Su-hong. Li Chengshan was deep in thought. Suddenly, Chen Tian beside him let out a startled cry. Holy shit, old Li, look! Li Chengshan froze, then hurriedly lifted his head to stare at the fighting arena. The next instant, his pupils abruptly contracted. Meanwhile, on the fighting platform, taste defeat. With a furious roar, Chen Shan unleashed his thunderbolt fist wreathed in flames, striking violently towards Su-hong. Seeing this, a trace of regret flashed through Su-hong's eyes. He had initially wanted to test how long he could hold his own against a genius like Chen Shan using pure physical combat alone. But damn, this guy is too impatient. After barely 10 seconds of fighting, he couldn't restrain himself and went all out. What a pity. Su-hong muttered under his breath, simultaneously throwing out a punch. Unlike before, this fist was wreathed with streaks of lightning. With a deafening boom, the two fists collided. The lightning instantly devoured the flames. Lightning attribute. Chen Shan froze momentarily, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Before his surprise could fully settle in, the terrifying force behind that punch sent him flying backward, landing off the platform where he lay unconscious. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The tide of battle turned instantly. The students below the platform fell deathly silent, mouths agape, too shocked to utter a word. This, Li Chengshan's expression turned utterly bewildered, so shocked that he couldn't even straighten his tongue to speak properly. Thunder attribute. Su-hong actually possesses the thunder attribute too. Chen Tian stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. The next moment, he shook his head with deep emotion. Yet another special constitution, boundless strength, and his elemental attribute is the most offensive of all, lightning. Su-hong's talent is downright terrifying. Holy crap, did you see that, Chen Tian? The lightning attribute. At this moment, Li Chengshan finally managed to collect himself and shouted excitedly. Looking at Su-hong on the stage, he couldn't be more satisfied. Though we didn't find that student who mastered the 9-clap thunderbolt fist, our #1 high school has produced a genius no less impressive, perhaps even stronger. Li Chengshan burst into laughter, his face flushed with excitement. Your luck is truly remarkable, Chen Tian said sincerely. Then, he added with some curiosity, have you noticed that Su Hong never seems to use any martial techniques? Could it be that he doesn't know any? It doesn't matter if he doesn't. Li Changshan shrugged it off carelessly, his face blossoming into a smile as wide as a chrysanthemum, unable to contain his delight. What's the big deal? After it's over, just teach him the Thunderbolt Fist technique. Su Hong's defeat of Chen Shan meant he had already secured his spot in the training camp. That's what matters most. As for whether he knows combat skills, who gives a damn? If he doesn't know them, he'll just learn. Fine, I'll teach him after it's over. Chen Tian nodded slightly, finding himself growing fond of this talented youth. Yet at the same time, he felt a flicker of curiosity. How would Su Hong's innate comprehension compare to that of Li Tu and his own prodigious pupil Chen Shan? Below the fighting platform, medical personnel swarmed around the barely conscious Chen Shan like worker bees tending their queen. A group of students were buzzing with excitement. My god, I originally thought Su Hong was just a dark horse, but who knew he turned out to be red hair? Incredible! He even knocked down Chen Shan. That means Li Tu, who's about the same level as Chen Shan, definitely won't be Su Hong's match either. The students clicked their tongues in amazement. In the past, the top 10 rankings in monthly exams at school were always dominated by students from the gifted class. Li Tukensen firmly held on to the top 2 positions, never once budging. This monthly exam, the regular class students are actually going to reach the top. It's just like a dream. My god. Back in Su Hong's class, Chen Lin and his classmates were utterly astonished. Their homeroom teacher Li Ming wasn't faring much better either, completely stunned, his mind a total blank. At this moment, under the care of medical personnel, Chen Shan slowly regained consciousness, his eyes opening to reveal complete bewilderment. He froze for several seconds before recalling what had happened. Watching Su Hong walk off the stage, Chen Shan's expression became profoundly complex. He gave it his all, yet was still defeated. What a monster! Chen Shan sighed inwardly, completely convinced. He slowly stood up and returned to the genius class's position. Li Tu, we've been competing for so long, only to have a dark horse emerge out of nowhere. Li Butcher chuckled lightly, so what if it's a dark horse? Seeing such confidence from Li Butcher, Chen Shan froze for a moment before blurting out, what are you pretending for? You and I both mastered Thunderbolt Fist at the proficiency level. Even I was defeated. Do you really think you can win? Li Butcher smiled confidently. If mastered Thunderbolt Fist isn't enough, then I'll just break through to the next level. Hearing this, Chen Shan visibly froze for a moment. The next instant, he drew in a sharp breath and exclaimed in shock, don't tell me you've mastered the Thunderclap Fist to the micro level. Li Tu smiled without speaking, radiating an air of absolute confidence. Witnessing this, Chen Shan's expression gradually grew increasingly complicated. Never expected that while hiding his own trump card, this Butcher Li had kept an even bigger one up his sleeve. Chapter 40, Going All Out. Bitter frustration welled up in Chen Shan's heart. Never imagined. Li Tu's thunderous fist had actually reached the subtle realm without anyone noticing. In that case, it's really hard to say who would win between him and Su Hong. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Li Tu was called to the stage. His opponent was the genius student ranked 6th in the entire school. The crowd watched as these two prepared to battle. The students below the stage began buzzing with discussion. Li Tu is surely going to win, but I wonder how long it'll take him? Su Hong defeated Chen Shan in no time at all. Li Tu is about as strong as Chen Shan. Since Su Hong could even beat Chen Shan, Li Tu naturally won't be a match for him. The student who spoke hadn't even finished their sentence, when suddenly, a soundless thunderclap exploded. At this noise, instantly, the entire hall fell silent. The next moment, a figure came crashing down heavily upon them. It was the 6th-ranked student in the school, now lying on the ground with eyes rolled back, already unconscious. Seeing this scene, the student's eyes widened in unison. Holy shit, 5 resonances. That was so fast, it took barely a few seconds. 5 resonances. Li Tu's thunderous fist has reached the subtle realm. Holy shit, that's not all. I just saw golden light flickering around Li Tu's fists. He's actually mastered metal attribute externalization. The lethality of metal attribute is on par with fire attribute, second only to Su Hong's thunder attribute. The entire group of students was stunned. They had initially believed the outcome was settled, with Su Hong undoubtedly taking the championship. Yet, Li Tu seemed intent on slapping them in the face with reality. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he unleashed his terrifying power without hesitation. With his thunder fist perfected to the minutest detail, he released the metal attribute externally. With both factors combined, could Su Hong possibly stand a chance? The finale is bound to be a fierce battle between giants. Reached the subtle stage? Chen Tian was slightly surprised. This Li Tu kid was improving quite fast. TSK. On one side there's the intricate thunder fist technique paired with metal attribute projection, while the other boasts an immensely powerful special constitution combined with thunder attributes. Hard to say how this match will turn out. Li Changshan happily stroked his chin. Unexpectedly, Li Tu also gave him a pleasant surprise. In the time that followed, Su Hong, Li Tu, and the group of gifted class students once again began drawing lots. However, after witnessing the strength of the two, the genius class students simply chose to forfeit when facing them, until reaching the final four competition. Only then did the last two remaining genius class students separately challenge Su Hong and Li Tu. Want to fight them and see how long I can last? Yet, bang bang, after two dull thuds, both students were swiftly knocked off the platform without putting up a fight. Thus concluded the matter. The monthly exam has reached its final showdown. Finals, Su Hong vs Li Tu. As the referee's resounding voice trailed off, the excitement of all the students instantly reached its peak. Watching the two slowly step onto the platform, the students' eyes brimmed with anticipation. A clash of titans. Who will emerge victorious? Charge ahead, Su Hong. Show the genius class that ordinary students can claim the championship too. Li Tu, destroy them. Among the students, two distinct factions gradually formed. On one side were the ordinary class students, their faces flushed with excitement as they waved their fists in the air. Among them, Su Hong's classmates were shouting the loudest. Chen Lin had even taken off his shirt, swinging it wildly above his head while roaring at the top of his lungs. Even homeroom teacher Li Ming was infected by this enthusiasm, clenching his fists with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. On the other side stood dozens of gifted class students cheering for Li Tu. However, they were completely outnumbered by the regular students. Their cheers were instantly drowned out by terrifying waves of sound. In the stands, Li Changshan watched the scene with a broad smile. Ah, the vigor of youth, Chen Tian remarked with a nostalgic chuckle. At this moment, Li Changshan asked, who do you think will win? Chen Tian hesitated briefly before answering. Though Su Hong possesses astonishing physical strength, Li Tu has mastered my thunderbolt fist technique to perfection. If we're talking about the future, Su Hong with his special physique will undoubtedly be stronger. But right now, I'm more bullish on Li Tu. Chen Tian's words carried a hint of personal bias. After all, he had taught the genius class for some time. Moreover, Li Tu was using the lightning fist technique he had learned from him, and had even reached the subtle realm so quickly. As Chen Tian, who had mastered martial arts, he understood better than anyone just how powerful the 5 thunderclaps could be. You make a valid point, but I stand with Su Hong. Seeing Chen Tian's puzzled expression, Li Changshan smiled and said, your argument is entirely based on the premise that Su Hong didn't use any martial skills. But how can you be sure whether Su Hong truly doesn't know martial skills, or simply didn't find it necessary to use them? Li Changshan paused before continuing. Don't forget, Su Hong was probably there too when you were teaching the Thunderbolt Fist at the gymnasium not long ago. At this point, Li Changshan seemed to recall something, his words suddenly trailing off. The next moment, his eyes widened abruptly as he slapped his thigh. Holy shit! I just remembered, Su Hong was also one of those who left the stadium early. And what's more, he was the very first to leave after barely spending a few minutes there. Chen Tian froze instantly. At this moment, Li Changshan said as if waking from a dream. At the time I even asked his teacher, who said Su Hong might have given up martial arts because he couldn't afford the application fee for the martial arts program. But is that really true? Li Changshan looked somewhat agitated. Perhaps Su Hong had already mastered the Thunderbolt Fist technique and left early to begin practicing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing this, Chen Tian immediately denied it. Li Changshan was taken aback. Chen Tian explained, as you said yourself, Su Hong left after just a few minutes. A few minutes is barely enough to watch me demonstrate it once. Don't tell me you think my Thunder Rush Fist is some common cabbage, that he could learn it just by watching once. Hearing this, the excited Li Changshan retorted heatedly, what if? Su Hong possesses a unique trait, what if he really learns it from just one viewing? Chen Tian shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, this is a C-grade martial technique, don't you understand how difficult it is? This left Li Changshan utterly speechless. He had also studied rank C martial techniques. Back then, with a teacher guiding him, it still took him a full afternoon just to grasp the fundamentals. He'd lost count of how many times he'd reviewed it during that period. And Su Hong merely glanced at it once. Mastering the Thunderbolt Fist was basically an impossibility for him. It seems I got too excited, Li Changshan sighed. Then, the two fell silent. Their gazes turned toward the arena. The arena. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Hong and Li Tu stepped onto the stage. Standing 5 to 6 meters apart, they faced off against each other. Li Tu offered Su Hong a faint smile. You managed to defeat Qin Shan, your strength puts you at second place in the school now. Su Hong smirked and asked knowingly, then who's the first? Naturally, first place goes to me. The moment his declaration echoed, Li Butcher slightly hunched his body, covering 3 steps in 2, and reached Su Hong in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist, wisps of metallic spiritual energy shimmering across its surface. As his fist tore through the air, the atmosphere erupted with deafening cracks. Boom 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 boom. 5 deafening thunderclaps erupted in quick succession. Li Tu came out with all guns blazing from the very start, holding absolutely nothing back. He aimed to defeat Su Hong at the fastest possible speed, showing all the students who remained the undisputed number one in the entire school. Chapter 41, the training camp where geniuses gather like clouds. Li Butcher came on strong right from the start. All the students instantly widened their eyes. With a slight turn of the head, their gazes locked onto Su Hong, eager to see how he would respond. Li Changshan and Chen Tian also turned their gaze over. The next moment, as if seeing something utterly inconceivable, everyone froze in place. On the arena floor, facing the imposing Butcher Li, Su Hong stood his ground without flinching. Raising his fist, crackling thunder surged forth before he unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! 9 consecutive thunderous explosions roared through the air. This punch was terrifyingly fast. It was so fast that Li Tu couldn't react at all. The blow struck his abdomen directly, sending him flying backward on the spot before he crashed down off the stage. Seeing this scene, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their bodies trembling slightly, their faces filled with disbelief. In the eyes of all the students, this was supposed to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Yet, no one could have anticipated. In just an instant, the outcome was decided. Su Hong overwhelmingly defeated Li Tu, displaying absolute dominance. But this wasn't what shocked everyone the most. What truly stunned them was the 9 thunderous roars. Holy shit! 9 thunder echoes from Thunderfist, is this for real? Perfect mastery. Su Hong's Thunderfist has reached perfect mastery. Bro, I just blinked and Boss Li already lost? Holy shit, that was Flawless Realm Thunderfist, right? Even more brutal than the Thunderfist instructor. Just how terrifying is Su Hong's innate talent? The scene exploded like cold oil hitting a sizzling wok. Absolute pandemonium broke out. In the stands, Li Changshan and Chen Tian stood frozen in place like wooden statues, their minds completely blank. The 9 thunderous echoes kept reverberating endlessly through their minds. Nine tolls. Chen Tian let out a bizarre scream, his facial expression turning extraordinarily vivid. 9 booming thunder strikes. This is the realm of perfection. He's only reached the major accomplishment stage. Holy shit, old Chen, say what you just said again. Li Changshan was so agitated he could barely string his words together. His face flushed crimson as he nearly pressed it right into Chen Tian's. Say it again, that Su Hong couldn't have learned it from watching just once? Ha! Chen Tian opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word, ultimately letting out a series of bitter smiles. Damn it, how was I supposed to know your student's talent would be this terrifyingly monstrous? Chen Tian was clearly devastated as he weakly protested. This is a C-rank martial skill we're talking about. Did he really master it with just one glance? And, once you've mastered it, forget it. His level has already surpassed mine, and I barely reached the great perfection. Chen Tian's face was a picture of helpless frustration. What a mess this was. He had even felt a pang of regret for wasting such talent earlier. I was still thinking about teaching Su Hong the Thunderbolt Fist after everything was over. Yet now it seemed, it should be Su Hong teaching him instead. This is completely topsy-turvy logic. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Tian's stunned expression, Li Changshan burst into laughter. He gazed at Su Hong on the martial arts stage, clenching his fists in excitement. A special constitution with boundless strength, the most offensive thunder attribute, unparalleled comprehension, and mastering the C-grade martial skill Thunder Fist on the first try. Ha 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 ha. The more Lin Changshan spoke, the more excited he became, his words flying him in enthusiastic spittle. This isn't just a genius. This is a dragon born to Xingqing #1 high. At the same time, below the fighting ring, with the help of medical personnel, Li Tu slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Su Hong on the stage with a bitter smile. Who would have thought that he, just like Chen Shan, would end up lying flat here? Well, look who's here, Mr. Confidence himself. What happened, bro? Chen Shan popped his head out, grinning widely at Li Tu. Beat it. Li Tu rolled his eyes, then said with a helpless expression. That Su Hong is a monster. That was the 9th roar of the Thunderclap Fist. Right now, I feel like I got hit by a truck. Your feeling is spot on, that guy's just inhuman. Chen Shan silently nodded in sympathy. At that moment, Su Hong stepped down from the platform. The two immediately shut their mouths and fell silent. Thus ended the monthly exam. After Li Changshan concluded his usual impassioned speech from the platform, as top 3 students in the school, Su Hong, Li Tu, and Chen Shan were qualified to join the training camp. Come over to the spectator stands. You're here, come sit. Li Changshan cheerily gestured for the 3 to sit down. After complimenting them a few words, Li Changshan's expression suddenly turned serious. The 3 of you are the strongest students at Star City #1 High School, but don't get arrogant. As far as I know, all those participating in Star City's training camp this time are first-rank martial artists, with quite a few at mid-stage first rank, and even several at peak stage first rank. At these words, Chen Shan and Li Tu were immediately stunned. School, really? Even first-order high-rankers are coming. Chen Shan and Li Tu looked utterly shocked. That's a full 2 minor realms apart. No matter how talented they were, they couldn't possibly compete with such monsters. Thinking this, Chen Shan and Li Tu instinctively sized up Su Hong. In their minds, Su Hong might even be able to contend with a mid-tier stage 1 martial artist. But against high-tier stage 1 martial artists, even all 3 of them together probably wouldn't stand a chance. It's true, there are high-tier stage 1 warriors here, and several of them. Li Changshan spoke in a solemn tone. In truth, they can't exactly be considered students, they're actually descendants of several powerful families in Star City. Even the Star City Lord's own grandchildren are participating in this training camp. Since childhood, they've had abundant resources at their disposal, and martial skills training was never lacking, so it's only natural their cultivation levels are slightly higher than yours. Chen Shan and Li Tu's mouths twitched uncontrollably upon hearing this. I had barely secured my spot in the training camp when this bucket of cold water came pouring down on me, dousing my excitement. A tumult of emotions churned in both their hearts, yet Su Hong felt a surge of delight in his chest. He couldn't have wished for more prodigies to join this training camp, the more, the merrier. The more people there were, the more martial arts value he could acquire. As for the descendants of those prominent families, the offspring of the Star City's lord, the more that came, the better. These individuals came from illustrious lineages, surely the grades of their martial techniques wouldn't be far from impressive. The more he thought about it, the more excited Su Hong became. His void-piercing finger technique was secretly learned from Lin Ping. Lin Ping's background was merely having an uncle who served as a supervisor at a wilderness base. Compared to the backgrounds of these geniuses, that was nothing at all. Lin Ping could even possess the B-grade martial skill void-piercing finger. These geniuses' martial techniques surely couldn't be worse than Lin Ping's. The more Su Hong thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes filled with anticipation. Currently, his only decent offensive martial skill was the void-piercing finger. As for movement techniques, body martial arts techniques are extremely rare, commanding far higher prices than offensive martial arts. Su Hong has been using the E-rank movement technique Void Step until now. As his strength gradually grows, the grade of Void Step has evidently become insufficient for his needs. Alright, that's about all I know on the subject, Li Changshan reminded them. The special bus to the training camp will arrive at the school gate promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. Don't miss it. Yes. Su Hong and his 2 companions nodded in acknowledgement. Just as the 3 were preparing to stand up and leave. Old Li, has the monthly exam's top rank been announced yet? My 2 disciples are growing quite impatient. A teasing voice called out from afar. The newcomer was Jiang Ming, with Li Ming and Li Yan trailing behind him. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. Upon hearing that the monthly exams here had concluded, he wasted no time and immediately brought his 2 apprentices along. As he approached the viewing stand, Jiang Ming spotted from a distance 3 figures dressed in school uniforms standing before Li Changshan. Instantly, the smile on his face grew even wider. Caught red-handed. This left Li Changshan with no excuse to refuse the competition. Chapter 42, You know how to use a gun too? Seeing Jiang Ming approaching with 2 disciples, their faces wore malicious grins. Li Changshan's brows immediately furrowed, but when his gaze swept over Su Hong, they quickly relaxed again. With Su Hong here, what do I have to worry about? At this thought, Li Changshan's face broke into the same knowing smile as Jiang Ming's. He chuckled and said, the top scorer for the monthly exam has been announced. If you hadn't come, I was just about to send someone to fetch you. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He eyed Li Changshan with some suspicion. What's up with this guy? Why the sudden change of demeanor? Could it be that he thought his school's students could actually defeat his 2 apprentices? At this thought, Jiang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. He had come fully prepared this time. He knew exactly what kind of geniuses Xingqing No. 1 high school possessed. The strongest among them were none other than Chen Shan and Butcher Li, but they had barely broken through to the initial stage of the first rank, and had only been learning the Thunder Fist from Chen Tian for a short while. What level could they possibly reach in just a few days? Old Li, the more stubborn you are now, the uglier your expression will be later. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly, and behind him, glancing at the retreating figures of those 3 students, Li Ming's eyes burned with fighting spirit. They couldn't compare to the geniuses at that martial artist examination site from before. Can I, Li Ming, really not defeat you all? Yet Li Yan held a completely opposite view from the battle-hungry Li Ming. In Li Yan's eyes, this trip to No. 1 high school was merely a formality. As a mid-stage first-rank martial artist, he knew these students would barely reach early stage at best. It's totally adults picking on kids. Winning doesn't give any sense of achievement at all. Soon, Jiang Ming and his 2 companions arrived at the spectator stands. No need for idle talk. Let the monthly exam's top scorer come out. Jiang Ming gave Li Ming's shoulder a pat. My disciple Li Ming will compete on my behalf. Li Ming stepped forward, his face wearing a confident smile. Seeing Jiang Ming's presumptuous expression that he already had victory in the bag, Li Changshan couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Suppressing his laughter, he nodded and said, "Alright, no more nonsense." With that, he slightly turned his head and said, "Su-hong, there are two people challenging our number 1 high school. Since you're the top scorer in the monthly exam, why don't you entertain them?" After a pause, Li Changshan added, "Don't worry, it's just a first-rank beginner martial artist." "Alright." Hearing this, Su-hong nodded, never expecting martial prowess points would come knocking at his door. Su-hong? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ming and Li Ming looked visibly surprised. This name, it's completely unfamiliar. He hadn't come across it during his previous investigations. At that moment, the student called Su-hong had already turned around. Both of them instinctively turned to look. When they saw the student's face, Jiang Ming stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Wasn't he that monstrous genius from the martial artist examination earlier? "What are you doing here today? He's actually a student from number 1 high school. It's actually you." Staring at Su-hong, Li Ming's confident expression instantly vanished, replaced by overwhelming terror. Memories of being completely overpowered in strength immediately flooded back. How could it possibly be you? Li Ming's lips were trembling, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. As for Su-hong, he had already developed a massive psychological shadow. "I thought I'd never see you again. Yet today, of all days, here you are. And under circumstances where I had to challenge you myself. Me, fight this monster? What a joke." Seeing the reactions of these two people, everyone present was momentarily stunned. What's going on here? Why do these two look like they've seen a ghost upon seeing Su-hong? "Su-hong, do you know each other?" Li Changshan looked genuinely curious. Chen Tian, Chen Shan, and Li Tu also immediately turned their gazes over. Su-hong nodded and said, "We met during the first-rank martial artist examination before." He said it very casually. But everyone present understood that something had definitely happened at that time. Otherwise, how could it have startled Jiang Ming and Li Ming, master and disciple, to such a state? And at that moment, Li Yan, who had initially appeared indifferent, froze the moment he heard Su-hong's words, his pupils contracting sharply. He turned to Jiang Ming and said urgently, "Teacher, is this that demon?" "Yes, it's him." Jiang Ming wore a complicated expression. No matter how he thought about it, he'd never expected. This demon was actually a student from Xingqing number 1 high school. Receiving an affirmative answer, a glint sparked in Li Yan's eyes as his gaze towards Su-hong gradually grew fervent. And at that moment, watching them talk for so long, Li Changshan said impatiently, "Jiang Ming, stop wasting time with nonsense here. Are we fighting or not?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming and Li Yan turned to look at Li Ming, eager to see his reaction. Noticing their gazes, Li Ming froze for a moment before vigorously shaking his head like a rattledrum. "And no fighting." His voice even trembled as he spoke. "Are you kidding me? Fight this monster? He's not tired of living." That first-tier power meter's punching bag was smashed to pieces by this guy with a single punch. His head isn't as hard as that punching bag. Seeing this, a muscle twitched at the corner of Jiang Ming's mouth. The next moment, he was about to shake his head in refusal. But then he heard Li Yan's urgent voice. "Teacher, if junior brother won't fight, I will." Jiang Ming froze for a moment. Li Yan grinned excitedly, "I really want to see how monstrous this guy actually is." After hesitating briefly, Jiang Ming finally nodded in agreement. But Li Changshan wasn't having it. "Hey, what kind of joke is this? Your disciple is only mid-first year, and you have the nerve to let him fight Su-hong?" Chen Shan and Li Tu both echoed in agreement. "Exactly. Isn't this just using higher cultivation to bully the weak? Even someone who just reached mid-first tier has at least 200 chi points. How dare you propose this challenge?" They were both students from the same school, so when it came to standing united against outsiders, neither of them hesitated for a moment. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was left speechless. There was indeed some truth to the accusation of bullying the weak with strength. At this moment, Su-hong was starting to feel a little anxious. How could they let such readily available martial arts points slip away? He quickly spoke up. "Principal, mid-stage first rank is fine by me. I'll fight him." As these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Li Changshan looked startled as he hurriedly asked, "Su-hong, are you serious? This is mid-first tier." Su-hong nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Li Changshan sighed wearily and tried again to persuade him. "Su-hong, this Li Yan isn't just any mid-first tier opponent. His raging sea spear technique has reached perfection. Besides, you're fighting barehanded while he's using a spear. That's already a disadvantage, not to mention your realm is lower than his." Su-hong said earnestly, "Principal, don't worry. It'll be fine." Seeing this, Li Changshan had no choice but to reluctantly let Su-hong face the opponent. At this moment, seeing both parties agreed, Li Yan's face lit up with delight. Gripping his alloy spear, he stepped forward eagerly. Noticing this, Su-hong pondered briefly before turning to Li Changshan beside him. "Principal, do we have any spare alloy spears at school?" "Yes," Li Changshan answered instinctively, but he quickly caught himself. With unconcealed astonishment in his voice, Li Changshan stared at Su Hong in shock. You actually know how to use a gun? Chapter 43, The Hidden Dragon Emerges. The others also looked utterly shocked. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Su Hong nodded slightly, a little. As these words were spoken, Li Changshan's lips twitched. Know a little? You should know, Li Yan had truly mastered the art of marksmanship. Showing off your slight skill with a spear before Li Yan would be like teaching fish to swim. Might as well use the Thunder Fist. Though disadvantaged against weapons, Su Hong's perfected Thunder Fist could still hold its own in a fight. But for Su Hong to engage with his barely passable spear technique would only be weakening himself for no reason. But persuasion was pointless, so Li Changshan simply had someone fetch an alloy lance. Chen Shan and Li Tu gave Su Hong a strange look. Didn't realize before, Su Hong's quite the arrogant one. Chen Shan muttered, to which Li Tu nodded in emphatic agreement. Su Hong was already at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation realm. Yet not only did he forego using his thunderclap fist, he even chose to wield a spear against Li Yan, who had mastered spear techniques to perfection. By all appearances, he was just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming's expression turned unusually solemn. Thinking back to Su Hong's monstrous performance during the martial artist assessment earlier, he couldn't help but whisper a warning to Li Yan. Be careful. This freak knows full well your spear technique has reached perfection, yet still dares to use a spear against you. His mastery must be extraordinary. Li Yan frowned and remained silent. Seeing this, Jiang Ming shook his head helplessly, knowing full well Li Yan didn't believe him at all. At this moment, Su Hong took the alloy spear handed to him by the staff. You're really going to fight me with a spear? Li Yan's tone was thick with displeasure. His voice turned cold. This is a waste of time. Just use what you're best at. Su Hong let out a light chuckle upon hearing this. My marksmanship isn't weak either. Enough talk, bring it on. With that, he stepped out, gun in hand. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger surfaced in Li Yan's eyes. Not until all hope is gone will one give up, so be it. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Li Yan's gunshot flashed like a dragon strike, thrusting forward with lethal precision. A deafening roar like an oceanic tsunami erupted right beside their ears. Seeing this scene, Chen Shan and Li Tu both turned pale. With just one glance, they knew there was absolutely no way they could withstand this spear thrust. To have truly mastered the raging sea spear technique at this age, he undoubtedly qualifies as a prodigy. A flash of astonishment flickered in Chen Tian's eyes. Li Changshan furrowed his brows tightly, not uttering a single word. His entire body had already tensed up, ready at any moment to rescue Su Hong. Just then, a violent explosion of movement erupted like furious tidal waves. In just an instant, the tsunami-like roar of Li Yan's piercing spear was completely drowned out. Hearing this commotion, everyone froze in stunned silence. Before they could even react, there was only a dull, muffled thud bang. Li Yan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground not far away. Ignoring the excruciating pain racking his body, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and terror. You know the fury of the sea spear technique too, and you've mastered its perfect form. Li Yan screamed in disbelief, utterly astonished by what he had witnessed. He had followed Jiang Ming for a full 5 years before reaching the great perfection realm. Su Hong was only 18 years old, yet his spear technique had already reached perfection? At that moment, he suddenly recalled how his master and junior brother had always referred to this person as a freak. A freak. Li Yan's expression instantly became extremely complicated. Holy shit, one shot killed. From what Li Yan said, Su Hong's marksmanship shares the same origin as his, but far surpasses him in skill, having reached perfection. And this was a mid-stage first-rank martial artist, killed instantly just like that? Another perfect mastery. Su Hong has not only achieved perfection with the Thunder Fist but also with his spear technique. Damn, what's even left for us to do here? Are you kidding me? Chen Shan and Li Tu were both utterly shocked. Their vacant gazes kept drifting between Su Hong and Li Yan. Li Changshan remained dumbstruck for a long while before finally comprehending what had just occurred, momentarily unable to string his words together properly. He had considered that Su Hong's claim about being somewhat skilled with firearms might have been an understatement, but he never imagined that a little meant a whole damn lot. Damn, that's reaching the pinnacle of the raging sea spear technique right there. And you call this knowing a little? That's not modesty, that's absurd understatement. Beside them, Chen Tian's mouth twitched uncontrollably, clearly stunned by what he just witnessed. On the other side, Jiang Ming stood frozen like a wooden chicken, as if he had turned into a statue, completely motionless. Li Ming swallowed hard, his heart filled with both shock and relief. Shocked by Su Hong's monstrous talent, and relieved, thankful that he had been clever enough not to go up and fight. Otherwise, it would be him lying on the ground right now. Wait a minute. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized something and glared fixedly at Su Hong. How do you know my Fury Ocean Spear technique? This technique was created by me alone, I never taught you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in shock. This phrase carries quite a substantial amount of information. Jiang Ming's uniquely created spear technique ended up being mastered by Su Hong. This is outright stealing techniques. Hearing this, Su Hong calmly stated, "The Thunder Fury Martial Arts School. I'm talking about marksmanship, and you bring up martial arts schools. Holy shit." Jiang Ming's frown froze mid-sentence as if suddenly remembering something, his expression petrifying instantly. Not just him, even Li Ming and the newly risen Li Yan stood dumbstruck. All three had simultaneously recalled something horrific. That was what happened on Jiang Ming's last day teaching the Raging Sea Spear technique at the Thunder Rage Martial Arts School. After Jiang Ming finished teaching that day, he overheard students gossiping, saying someone could teach better in half an hour than he could in 10 days. At the time, they absolutely refused to believe it until several trainees successively grasped the technique's essence, leaving them utterly humiliated. One student named Song Fei even claimed their new instructor for the Raging Sea Spear technique was merely a prospective martial artist who'd never handled a spear before. After watching Jiang Ming demonstrate just 3 times, he'd attained microscopic mastery of the technique within 30 minutes. At that moment, Jiang Ming was still reeling from the shock that such a monster actually existed in Star City. "So it's really you?" Staring at Su Hong before him, Jiang Ming felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. The high school quasi-martial artist that Song Fei had mentioned. Today, he suddenly transformed into the top scorer in the monthly exam at Xingqing No. 1 High School, not only breaking through to the level of a first-tier martial artist but even mastering the Angry Sea Spear technique to perfection. How much time has passed? Jiang Ming murmured in disbelief, his gaze towards Su Hong gradually becoming complicated. He couldn't fathom how terrifying the talent of this young man before him truly was. Oh my god. Li Ming seemed utterly stunned by the news, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li Yan looked dazed, his face deathly pale. He had initially thought that even if Su Hong could defeat him in marksmanship with such formidable talent, the boy must have trained extensively with firearms. How could it be otherwise? But now, he realized how profoundly wrong he had been. Su Hong had only begun practicing marksmanship mere days ago. Is this what they call a monster? Li Yan wore a bitter smile, his former confidence utterly shattered. At this moment, after defeating Li Yan, hearing the prompt tone announcing the acquisition of martial arts points in his mind, Su Hong secretly rejoiced as he returned the alloy spear. Immediately after, he turned to Li Changshan and said, "Principal, since it's over, I'll head home first to prepare for tomorrow's training camp." Li Changshan seemed not to have recovered from this astonishing news yet. He nodded blankly. "All right, go ahead." Hearing this, Su Hong turned and left. Watching the young man's tall and straight figure receding into the distance, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, their gazes brimming with indescribable complexity. After what seemed like an eternity, Chen Tian finally remarked with a sigh, "Stop staring. A monstrous genius like him is beyond our comprehension." Pausing briefly, he suddenly chuckled while thoughtfully stroking his chin. Li Changshan asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Tian chuckled. "I was just thinking about what would happen when such a monstrous talent joins the training camp. Those so-called geniuses with outstanding gifts or prestigious backgrounds would probably be crushed. A golden carp was never meant for a small pond, it transforms into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. For Su Hong, our Star City is ultimately just a tiny puddle after all. Training camps, the imperial capital of Demon City, even the battlefield of all races, these are the places where such prodigies truly shine." Watching Su Hong's gradually receding figure, Chen Tian shook his head and sighed with emotion. "It's as if I'm seeing a hidden dragon coiled at the bottom of an abyss, its draconic eyes gazing upward through the water's surface. This time at the training camp, when Su Hong goes, it will surely be the dragon emerging from the depths, like a rock spreading its wings, destined to soar to the heavens." %. Li Changshan nodded deeply in agreement. With a sigh, he said, "Su Hong's talent is indeed freakishly extraordinary." Just as he finished speaking, Li Changshan suddenly paused, then abruptly slapped his thigh. "Wait a minute, Su Hong is a student from my No. 1 high school. Why the hell am I standing here being shocked and sighing? I should be fucking delighted instead." Chapter 44, Attribute Boost. That night, after returning home, Su Hong was at the dinner table. She shared that she had ranked first in today's school-wide monthly exam and would attend the training camp tomorrow. As soon as he said this, uncle and aunt froze in shock for a moment. It took them a good while to recover from the astonishing news. Exchanging glances, they both saw joyful smiles spreading across each other's faces. But very soon. But then uncle frowned and asked whether there might be any danger at the training camp. Both of them were ordinary people and had no concept of the brutality of martial artists. Although Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaomeng were just junior high school students, their training in martial arts had made them aware of how fierce the competition among fighters could be. They understood clearly that the training camp wouldn't be as easy as their older brother had made it sound. At this thought, worried expressions appeared on their faces, and they were about to say something. He immediately shut his mouth obediently under Su Hong's glare. Naturally, Su Hong wasn't about to tell his uncle and aunt how brutal the boot camp competition was. Plus, his younger siblings looked genuinely worried too. Thinking of this, next, Su Hong deliberately acted with extreme confidence, even bordering on arrogance. In his words, this training camp filled with geniuses was as simple as a school-organized spring outing. As for the other students attending the camp, he dismissed them as worthless trash, mere ants that could be crushed with a single slap. In short, he was bragging non-stop. Su Hong knew that only by speaking this way would his uncle, aunt, and younger siblings stop worrying. If he were to tell them the whole truth, he feared their hearts would remain restless until his return from the training camp. Soon, through his enthusiastic exaggeration, the worry in his uncle, aunt, and younger siblings' eyes gradually faded. After finishing the meal, Su Hong inquired about his uncle and aunt's health. After these days of rest, his uncle's waist condition has improved somewhat. As for his aunt's illness, treatment has also begun. Everything is slowly getting back on track. Dinner was finished. Su Hong returned to his room. He then opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unparalleled through the ages. Vitality, 123, plus. Spirit, 26.5, plus. Constitution, mortal body 36.1%, plus. Guidance technique, Thunderbolt guidance. Martial skills, Shattering Void Finger perfected, Raging Sea Spear technique perfected, Surging Thunder Fist perfected, Diamond Fist perfected, Gliding Light Palm perfected, Sky Treading Step perfected. Martial arts value, 285. 285 points of martial arts value, that won't be enough. Su Hong's brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't forgotten what the principal had said today. This training camp didn't consist only of students. There were also scions of prominent families, even the city lord's own children had come. Born into such a family, cultivation resources like elixirs and martial techniques were never lacking since childhood. Most are mid-level first tier, with even a few at advanced first tier. Su Hong murmured to himself, feeling a growing sense of urgency. With his current combat strength, when utilizing Thunderflame power, he could rival an advanced first-tier martial artist. But it barely surpassed 3,000, just meeting the minimum combat power standard for a first-tier high-rank martial artist. And this calculation doesn't even account for these martial artists' combat power when using martial techniques. Not to mention, Su Hong was only at the first-tier initial stage, having practiced the guidance technique for just a few days. With low spiritual energy content in his chi blood and the lightning firepower being extremely draining, it could only be used as a trump card. Without this, Su Hong's sustained combat strength over time would be weaker than that of a first-rank high-level martial artist. Combat strength is what matters most. Thinking of this, Su Hong's gaze swept across the attribute panel. The next moment, he allocated all 285 martial points to the ordinary body column. The physical constitution improved from 36.1% to 64.6%. It's another significant leap forward. Only 35.4% remains to reach 100%. I wonder what kind of special constitution I'll awaken. Su Hong's heart was filled with anticipation. The next moment, after distributing points to his mortal physique, his physical strength began to rapidly increase. Muscles continuously tore and reconstructed, undergoing remarkable transformations. Half an hour later, Su Hong, his clothes already drenched in sweat, opened his eyes, from which a sharp glint erupted. My strength has significantly increased. Su Hong clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within. He nodded in satisfaction. With each enhancement, feeling the surging power within, his anticipation for a special constitution grew even stronger in his heart. He is still in the mortal stage, yet his strength surges so dramatically after improvement. How much greater would the enhancement be once he truly awakens his special physique? Su Hong couldn't even imagine it, brimming with anticipation. Soon, he gathered his focus and began wholeheartedly practicing the guidance technique. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Su Hong stopped the circulation of his guiding technique after a night of cultivation. He hadn't slept all night, yet his spirit was invigorated, without the slightest hint of fatigue. A whole night of practice, he had advanced the 3 attribute-based guiding techniques lightning, fire, and metal to level 3. After advancing the level of his guidance technique, its operation efficiency became noticeably faster than before, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy with corresponding attributes also increased somewhat. As for the other 4 attribute-based guidance techniques, Su Hong wasn't practicing them for the time being, for no other reason. With a full 7 different guidance techniques, he simply couldn't practice them all. Therefore, Su Hong focused his cultivation efforts primarily on the 3 attribute-based guidance techniques that most obviously enhanced offensive capabilities. One night of cultivation, and my chi and blood surged by a full 3 points. Su Hong glanced at his status panel, his eyes flickering with joy. His chi and blood had risen from 123 to 126 points, and this was just from a single night. Before practicing the guidance technique, this was something beyond his imagination. Move out. After breakfast, Su Hong went out carrying his alloy spear. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to his uncle, aunt, and younger siblings who insisted on seeing him off to the neighborhood gate. The next moment, Su Hong turned and headed toward the school. Watching his retreating figure, uncle and auntie felt a tumult of emotions in their hearts. Their child had grown up. Not only could he stand on his own, but he could also shield the family from storm and stress. The burden on their shoulders had lightened considerably. Watching Su Hong gradually walk away, prideful smiles appeared on the faces of Su Guoming and Qianlan. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai clenched their fists in secret, dreaming of one day being like their brother and making their parents proud of them too. "Hey, Guoming and Qianlan, why has your whole family come out today?" Just then, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Su Guoming and Qianlan turned to see who it was. Approaching them was a middle-aged woman with salt and pepper hair, narrow triangular eyes, and a cloud of overpowering perfume trailing behind her. "It's Sister Hong." Qianlan's eyes flickered slightly as she greeted her with a polite smile. This middle-aged woman was named Lin Hong, who lived next door to their family. "What is Su Hong going out for? Why are you all seeing him off?" Lin Hong glanced at Su Hong's retreating figure and asked curiously. But before Su Guoming and Qianlan could respond, Lin Hong went on laughing to herself. "You know, it's been ages since my Lin Yin played with Su Hong." As she spoke, she deliberately mentioned it as if by chance. "Oh, by the way, I remember Su Hong is still just an initiate martial disciple, isn't he? My Lin Yan recently broke through to the quasi-warrior level. If he has time, maybe he could teach Su Hong how to improve." Su Guoming frowned upon hearing this and appeared ready to reply. Before he could utter a word, Qianlan pinched his waist sharply. Su Guoming looked over in confusion and saw Qianlan blinking at him, signaling him to stay silent. Su Guoming hesitated to speak, then noticed that Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai were also blinking repeatedly at him. Such mischievous little devils. Helpless, Su Guoming shook his head and simply sealed his lips in silence. The family of four quietly watched Lin Hong's enthusiastic performance. Chapter 45, State of Mind. "Oh, that's right." At that moment, Lin Hong seemed to recall something as she leisurely smoothed her long hair. "My son Lin Nian told me, after breaking through to first-rank martial artist status, there's a monthly subsidy of 10,000. I told him to keep it for himself, but he insisted on saving it all for me, saying it's for my retirement." Seeing her chatter endlessly on, "Sister Hong," Qianlan interrupted with a faint smile on her face. "What's wrong?" Suddenly being interrupted, Lin Hong felt somewhat displeased. "Oh, it's nothing," Qianlan smiled casually, deliberately mimicking Lin Hong's earlier manner as if suddenly remembering something. "Didn't you just ask what Xiao Hong was doing today?" Without waiting for Lin Hong's response, Qianlan deliberately continued on her own. "Well, actually it's nothing much. It's just that Xiao Hong accidentally got top score in the whole school in yesterday's monthly exam. And coincidentally there's this training camp in Star City that only geniuses can attend. Xiao Hong got selected, so he just left." Qianlan deliberately emphasized the words top score in the monthly exam and only geniuses can participate. "What?" Lin Hong listened in stunned silence. "For real?" Then, she began to doubt the truth of these claims. "Qianlan, you're not lying to me, are you?" "Of course it's true." Qianlan leisurely smoothed her long hair. She said with what seemed like a sigh. "Ah, Sis Hong, you wouldn't believe it, ever since Su Hong broke through to first-rank martial artist recently, he started acting all disobedient. They insist on giving us that measly 10,000 yuan monthly allowance meant for first-tier warriors. And what's more, they're telling us we don't have to work anymore, just stay home and retire. Can you believe something like that?" Qianlan shook her head, as if utterly helpless. "We're only in our 50s, with strong arms and legs, just sitting idle at home all day with nothing to do. Every day is just drinking tea and watching TV, casually strolling around when there's nothing else to do. Such a boring life. What's the point? Don't you think so, Sister Hong?" "Ah, yes, absolutely." Lin Hong's face showed obvious embarrassment, her toes curling slightly in discomfort, while inside she was consumed with envy. "Ha!" At this moment, Qianlan deliberately let out a surprised little gasp. "Sister Hong, were you distracted just now? You probably didn't hear me clearly. Let me repeat what I just said." No. I heard it clearly." Lin Hong hurriedly interrupted, terrified that Qianlan might actually repeat herself. Hearing this, Qianlan's face lit up with a victorious smile. Seeing her like this, Lin Hong felt extremely jealous. At that moment, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes brightened as she whispered, "Qianlan, you just said Su Hong went to the training camp?" "Yeah." Lin Hong wore an expression of surprise. "Aren't you worried at all? This training camp is extremely dangerous." As these words were spoken, Qianlan froze instantly upon seeing Su Guoming's expression. Noticing this, Lin Hong was secretly pleased but wore a face as if the sky were falling, exclaiming dramatically, "My goodness, didn't Su Hong tell you?" After a pause, Lin Hong spoke with an apparent tone of concern for Su Hong. I heard from my Lin Nian that this training camp is full of geniuses, she said. It's specially set up by Huagui to nurture talents who can fight in the battle of the heavens in the future. The competition is brutal, people can die there. Hearing this, Qianlan and Su Guoming nearly lost their footing, their faces turning ghastly pale. So what? Su Xiaoming glared at Lin Hong indignantly. My brother is also a genius, a really amazing one. That's right, my brother ranked first in the whole school in the monthly exam. Even in the training camp full of geniuses, my brother is definitely the most outstanding one. Su Xiaohai quickly chimed in. Hearing this, Su Guoming and Qianlan's expressions improved slightly, but Lin Hong's next words startled them. Lin Hong looked astonished as she said, "Don't you know? This year's training camp will include descendants from prominent families in Star City, even the city lord's heirs will be participating. With their powerful backgrounds, they've been stuffed with high-grade medicinal pills since childhood and had their pick of martial arts resources. Compared to them, what does a mere school-wide first place even matter?" Hearing these words, Su Guoming and Qianlan turned pale, their shoulders trembling slightly. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai also began to grow uneasy. Taking in the changes in the expressions of all four, Lin Hong secretly relished it, but on the surface, she shook her head and said, "Ah, my Lin Nian is still the best. Though he's only a prospective martial artist, at least he'll always stay by my side. No need to worry, he might suddenly disappear one day." With that, she turned and walked away, triumphant as a victorious rooster. Only the Su Guoming family remained, standing stupefied at the entrance of the residential compound. A long moment passed. "This won't do, I must bring Xiaohong back." Qianlan's face was flushed with panic as she reached into her pocket for her phone, but her hands trembled so violently that she missed the pocket twice in a row. Finally managing to pull out her phone, she was about to call Su Hong, but Su Guoming stopped her. "What are you doing?" Qianlan snapped in desperation. "Calm down," Su Guoming said sternly. His expression was deadly serious. "Xiaohong didn't tell us precisely because he was afraid we'd react like this." Qianlan held the phone numbly, tears welling in her eyes. Su Xiaoming and Su Xiaohai clenched their teeth, remaining silent. Seeing this, Su Guoming frowned. Attending the training camp was Xiaohong's own decision. He's grown up now, and we should trust him. What we can do is take good care of ourselves so he won't worry about us. At this critical moment, Su Guoming demonstrated the decisiveness befitting the head of the household. Qianlan, Xiaohai, and Xiaoming gradually calmed down. "We're going to school now." The two little ones were clearly somewhat dejected. With heads lowered, they finished speaking and headed towards the school. Su Guoming and Qianlan watched the pair leave, then turned their gaze in the direction Su Hong had departed. They stood watching for a long time before finally turning back home, their hearts filled with worry. "Su Hong, get in the car." Su Hong was walking to school. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Turning his head, he looked. A red sports car was parked by the roadside. Inside the car, a voluptuous woman was waiting at him. It was none other than the president of the Martial Arts Association, Wu Linxian. "Sister Wu, what brings you here?" Su Hong was somewhat surprised. "I was waiting especially for you. We'll talk in the car," Wu Linxian said with a smile. Su Hong nodded and got in the car. Wu Linxian stepped on the gas and headed towards number 1 high school. "Sister Wu, what did you want to see me about?" Su Hong was curious. "I came specifically to warn you this time." Wu Linxian's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. "There are many geniuses in this training camp whose cultivation realms are higher than yours." "I know, my headmaster has already briefed me about their backgrounds." Su Hong nodded and recounted what Li Changshan had previously told them. After listening, Wu Linxian added, "As the president of the Martial Arts Association, I know more than he does. As far as I know, among those martial artists, there are a few monsters who have already reached advanced first rank and aren't far from second rank." After a pause, Wu Linxian exclaimed in amazement, "The worst martial arts these monsters have mastered are all B-rank techniques." Hearing this, Su Hong was slightly taken aback. Not far from becoming a second-rank martial artist? That level of strength is indeed formidable. But when he heard Wu Linxian's final words, a gleam of delight flashed through Su Hong's eyes. These people are practicing martial arts techniques that are at least B-grade? For him, this is incredibly good news. Ha! Seeing Su Hong reacting with joy rather than shock, Wu Linxian was momentarily stunned. "You certainly have a positive attitude." Wu Linxian shook her head with some surprise. "It seems my special trip here was somewhat unnecessary." Noticing Su Hong's confusion, Wu Linxian explained. "I was originally worried about your psychological state, how you'd handle suddenly encountering peers far stronger than you." Speaking of which, Wu Linxian's tone turned very serious. "Su Hong, your talent is the strongest I've ever seen, without exception. But your current realm is indeed significantly weaker compared to those monsters. That's your disadvantage and something unavoidable, given the stark difference in background between you. So I hope you understand that even if you face setbacks in the training camp, don't dwell on them. Temporary failures truly mean nothing at all." Those naturally gifted talents born with advantages are only stronger than you for now. With your talent, surpassing them in the future is inevitable. Wu Linxian wasn't optimistic about Su Hong's training camp experience this time. After all, the gap in realms isn't something that can be bridged in a short while. Yet, she held immense faith in Su Hong's future potential. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made a special trip just to say these things. I understand, thank you, Sister Wu. Su Hong nodded and expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Wu Linxian waved her hand with a smile. As she drove, she secretly observed Su Hong out of the corner of her eye. Despite knowing he would face setbacks at the training camp, Su Hong remained composed, even showing occasional flashes of excitement without being the slightest bit affected by her words. Wu Linxian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Not only was his talent terrifyingly exceptional, but his mindset was also remarkably steady. This kind of person was destined to become formidable in the future. It would defy all reason if they didn't. We're here. At that moment, the gates of a middle school came into view. From a distance, Su Hong could already see the principal, along with Chen Shan, Li Tu, and others, standing at the entrance, waiting. Boom! Wu Linxian pressed the accelerator, executing a stylish drift before bringing the red sports car to a stop right at the school gate. Chapter 46, Nothing but Trouble. At the school gate, the group waited in silence. Li Chengshan stood at the center. By his side were Chen Shan and Li Tu, two students selected for the training camp. Beyond them stood the homeroom teacher of the gifted class, along with Li Ming, Su Hong's homeroom teacher. At this moment, Li Ming's expression seemed slightly awkward. He was standing in front of even the school administrators. As a regular class homeroom teacher, such preferential treatment was completely unprecedented for him. At this moment, the roar of an engine. A red sports car executed a stylish drift before coming to a stop in front of the crowd. Su Hong? They watched as Su Hong stepped out from the passenger seat. Everyone was taken aback. But soon, when they saw the voluptuous woman stepping out of the driver's seat, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. What's going on? Wu Linxian, the president of the Martial Arts Association, personally drove Su Hong here. President Wu. Li Chengshan was also surprised and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Wu Linxian acknowledged with a nod. After exchanging a few polite words, a horn sounded. The special bus heading to the training camp arrived. Soon, Su Hong and the other two boarded the vehicle, which slowly drove away. After watching the school's three most talented students depart, under Principal Lin Qingshan's dismissing wave, the school administrators quickly dispersed. Only Li Ming remained standing there in a daze. At this moment, Wu Linxian also turned to leave, but Li Chengshan called out to stop her. Li Chengshan ventured cautiously. Chairman Wu, your relationship with Su Hong is. Don't worry, simply have high expectations for his future. Wu Linxian shot him a glance. That's good, that's good. Li Chengshan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Instantly, a warm smile spread across his face. Chairman Wu, come, let me see you off. Yet, Wu Linxian, who had been about to leave, suddenly found herself in no hurry to go. Looking at Li Chengshan's beaming face, she abruptly recalled something. Not long ago, she had specifically asked Li Chengshan if there were any promising talents at number 1 high school. Yet Li Chengshan had kept Su Hong a secret from her, never mentioning him. This had kept her on tenterhooks for a long time. At this thought, a dangerous smirk appeared on Wu Linxian's face. Principal Li, it seems you don't trust me very much. Ha, President Wu, what makes you say that? Li Chengshan looked utterly bewildered. Surely I don't need to spell it out. Wu Linxian smiled dangerously, clenching his fist as he advanced toward Li Chengshan. Wait a minute. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding rose in Li Chengshan's heart. He gave a forced laugh, trying to back away. Yet he barely retreated half a step, when Wu Linxian's hand shot out and seized him. Wait, President Wu, you owe me an explanation at least. Wu Linxian said nothing, landing heavy blows on Li Chengshan until the latter was howling in pain. Li Ming, watching from the side, was utterly dumbstruck. In broad daylight, the president of the Martial Arts Association was violently beating the principal of First High School. If someone saw this, it'd be trending across Star City within an hour. A moment later. Serves you right for keeping secrets from me, you old fox. After beating Li Chengshan senseless, Wu Linxian felt refreshed and immediately drove off. He didn't stop until the sports car completely disappeared from view. Li Chengshan just scrambled to his feet, covered in dust, with 2 black eyes and a swollen face. Damn it, has this woman gone mad? Li Chengshan pulled out his phone to check his reflection and, seeing his pitiful state, let out a furious string of curses with undiminished vigor. Though he looked utterly miserable, he hadn't actually suffered any real injuries. Wu Linxian had shown remarkable restraint in her strikes, and that was precisely what puzzled him most. Wu Linxian was clearly just beating him up to vent her anger. But the question was, where did this anger come from? Li Chengshan racked his brains but couldn't figure it out, his face full of frustration. At this moment, he seemed to recall something, glancing sideways at Li Ming, who stood there with a dazed expression. You didn't see anything at all, got it? Li Changshan said viciously. Ha, right. Principal, I didn't see a thing. Li Ming froze for a second, then immediately cast his eyes downward and shook his head frantically, rocking it like a rattledrum. But after shaking his head for a while, Li Ming suddenly realized that nodding would have been the correct response. He hastily stopped shaking his head and started nodding vigorously. Seeing this, Li Qingshan's lips twitched, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Looks like I won't be able to take my frustration out on Li Ming. My moral standards are still too high for that woman Wu Linxian to match. Li Ming, don't you agree? Li Qingshan shook his head inside. Oh, yes, of course. Principal, you're the most virtuous. Li Ming kept showering compliments, but inwardly he was cursing up a storm. These fellows, every single one of them, are no good. He could see it clearly now. Li Qingshan had been itching to give him a beating earlier. If he hadn't been quick-witted and denied Li Qingshan the opportunity, he'd probably have become someone's punching bag today. The private car moved along the road. Su Hong chatted casually with Chen Shan and Li Tu, until they noticed. The car had actually driven outside the city, heading toward a towering mountain in the distance. Why are we leaving the city? Chen Shan was taken aback. At this moment, the driver said in surprise, didn't you know? This training camp is set up in the Tianlin mountain range. The Tianlin mountain range? Upon hearing these three words, Chen Shan and Li Tu's expressions changed dramatically. Tianlin mountain range? Our training camp is in that beast-infested Tianlin mountain range. Su Hong also frowned. The Tianlin mountain range is a massive mountain chain spanning multiple cities including Xinjiang and Yangcheng. It teems with savage beasts, even housing beast kings comparable to 7th-tier grandmasters. Not only that, due to its exceptionally dense spiritual energy surpassing other regions, competition among the savage beasts in the Tianlin mountain range is extraordinarily brutal. The fierce beasts capable of claiming territory within the Tianlin mountain range, even mere first-tier creatures from the outer regions, exhibited ferocity far beyond any wild beasts he had encountered before. Even ordinary second-tier martial artists dared not tread lightly in the outer reaches of Tianlin mountain. Yet the site chosen for their training camp was set precisely in this very domain. This fact alone spoke volumes about how brutal the competition would become when the camp truly began. Roar! As the private car gradually approached the Tianlin mountain range, from the dense forests flanking the road, terrifying roars of beasts erupted intermittently. Pairs of eerie green eyes flickered in and out of view among the trees, fixated intently on the moving vehicle. Inside the car, the three passengers remained visibly tense, their bodies instinctively coiled tight, ready at any moment to fight off a sudden beast attack. Su Hong licked his lips, his face full of vigilance, yet his eyes occasionally flickered with a hint of excitement. This intense thrill, the adrenaline surging through his veins, the feeling as if a life-or-death struggle could erupt at any moment, it inexplicably intoxicated him. I must be a little crazy to actually enjoy this feeling. Fortunately, though ferocious beasts kept appearing along the way, for some reason, not a single one launched a real attack. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a camp specifically situated at the foot of the Tianlin Mountains. Su Hong stepped out of the vehicle and lifted his gaze toward the camp. The camp was temporarily set up, surrounded by barbed wire fences with spikes hanging all around. Apart from a single black tent at its center, the entire area was just empty ground. Just as Su Hong was observing the camp, suddenly, he sensed a series of aggressive gazes directed at him from the camp. Su Hong turned to look into the camp. On the open ground within the camp stood a group of young boys and girls, their eyes fixed in his direction. They stood in small clusters, each wearing uniforms from different schools. Their faces wore varying expressions, some indifferent, some arrogant, some scornful. The only common trait was the unruly defiance radiating from each one of them. It was a sort of confidence that made even the heavens seem insignificant before their gaze. These were the geniuses from schools across Star City. Seeing this scene, Chen Shan and Li Tu clenched their fists nervously. Su Hong, however, gave an excited smile. Let's go! He signaled to Chen Shan and Li Tu before leading the way, striding boldly toward the camp under all the gazes turned their way. Chapter 47, The Light of Justice. Seeing Su Hong walking toward the camp, Chen Shan and Li Tu exhaled in relief and followed quickly. As soon as the three entered the camp, a martial artist in a black uniform approached them. Waiting here for everyone to arrive, then we'll begin the camp entrance trials. Trials to enter the camp? Su Hong was slightly surprised, but quickly nodded in understanding. Moments later, he followed Chen Shan and Li Tu as they casually found a spot to stand, chatting idly while observing the other candidates in the camp. As his gaze swept over each person, they met his eyes without the slightest fear. Some faces showed disdain, some wore expressions of arrogance, while others bared their teeth at him. Without exception, they all radiated absolute confidence in themselves. After observing for a moment, Su Hong withdrew his gaze. Unless a martial artist actively displays their blood qi, others cannot discern their cultivation realm unless there's an enormous disparity in strength. After waiting for a while, another special vehicle arrived. All eyes turned toward it. Su Hong was no exception either. When he saw this special vehicle, a flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. This special vehicle was a large car that could easily accommodate over a dozen people. Moreover, the quality of this special vehicle far surpassed what they had ridden in before. At this moment, stepping off the vehicle were over a dozen young boys and girls, chatting and laughing amongst themselves with remarkable ease. Tisk, here comes the clique with powerful backgrounds. Right? These kids have known each other since childhood, their families are closely connected. Naturally they'd arrive together. I listened to the murmurs around me. Su Hong understood that these dozen or so youths were precisely the privileged scions of influential families that Li Chengshan had mentioned. After chatting and laughing for a while, this group then began walking toward the campsite. Su Hong noticed that although they moved with casual ease, they unconsciously formed a subtle formation clustering around 3 leaders at the center. Those 3 in front must either have the strongest capabilities or the most powerful backgrounds. Su Hong surveyed the 3 leading figures with his gaze. In the center stood a burly black-haired youth wearing a black tank top. His bulging arm muscles exuded an oppressive dominance with every movement. To the left was a handsome young man with long white hair, dressed ostentatiously in white robes. He fanned himself intermittently with a pink fan. The fan bore 5 inscribed characters, "Most handsome under heaven." Su Hong's lips twitched as he turned to look to the right. To his right was a ponytailed girl with striking features, wearing a white sports tank top and black hiking pants. Her ponytail swayed rhythmically as she walked. The trio led the way, followed by over a dozen others who maintained a respectful step behind. Soon, the entire group entered the campsite. At this moment, the warrior who had previously received Su Hong and the other 2 stepped forward. Now that everyone is here, I will announce the rules for the camp entrance assessment. At these words, all eyes turned toward them. The rules for the camp entrance assessment are simple. The training camp is located within the Tianlin mountain range, 30 kilometers from the base. Your task is to find the training camp. However, you must hold a token to enter the training camp. As for the tokens, we've hidden them inside some ferocious beasts. Kill the beasts, and you might obtain a token. You have a total of 8 hours. After 8 hours, anyone who hasn't arrived at the training camp will be eliminated, no matter how many there are. Hearing these rules, everyone present furrowed their brows. The rules sound simple when said aloud. There are also 8 hours allotted, which seems like ample time at first glance. But this place is the Celestial Forest Mountains, teeming with savage beasts, and they still have to advance 30 kilometers inward. This can truly be considered going deep. Encountering any level of savage beast is entirely possible. Just arrive 8 hours beforehand? Upon hearing they needed to kill savage beasts to obtain tokens, Su Hong's heart stirred. Since arriving within 8 hours would suffice, he could definitely kill more fierce beasts to earn martial arts points. He was currently too short on martial arts points and didn't want to miss any opportunity. What if we encounter beasts far beyond our rank? Someone asked. The martial artist announcing the rules gave a cold smirk. Then it's just your bad luck. Someone will rescue you, but it means you're eliminated. This isn't fair. Someone frowned and said, too much depends on luck here. Who knows what level of savage beasts we'll encounter? In the end, it might happen that the strong get eliminated while the weak slip into the training camp by sheer luck. Fairness? The warrior let out a mocking laugh, his expression frosty as he swept a cold gaze around. He said coldly, in the end, some people still don't seem to understand the situation. What so-called fairness exists in this world? Luck is also part of one's strength. If you don't want to be eliminated by encountering higher-tier fierce beasts, then you must act prudently with every step. Do your utmost to avoid these risks while hunting the fierce beasts. Remember this training camp exists to cultivate geniuses capable of battling the myriad races on the cosmic battlefield, not simply to shower you with resources. In the future battles across the heavens, who will talk about fairness with you? Overwhelming numbers against the few, the strong preying on the weak, that will be the norm. And what's more, after all your years of diligent cultivation, it's entirely possible that the moment you arrive on the battlefield, some passing mighty figure could crush you with a single slap. These words hung in the air. Everyone fell silent, even those who had spoken earlier closed their mouths. Scared? Then get lost already. Don't waste resources. Someone sneered at this moment. Exactly. If you think this is child's play or fear death, quit now and save everyone's time. Put. A bunch of losers, always imagining obstacles before even taking action, trembling at shadows like cowards. Might as well admit you're worthless trash and just scram. Several people spoke up with cold laughter one after another. The last to speak was a lean youth, his face brimming with utter disdain. Upon hearing the final remark, the youth who had asked earlier immediately shot an angry glare at the speaker. He said sharply, care to say that again if you dare? I'll say it 10,000 times, you're nothing but a coward and a waste. What are you gonna do about it? The lean youth sneered. Got a problem? Bring it on. I'll take you out right here, so trash like you won't hog resources meant for real talents in the training camp. With that, he even hooked his finger at the youth in an extremely provocative manner. Seeing this, the youth's face twisted in anger as he immediately strode toward the wiry boy. At that moment, the rule-enforcing martial artist lazily remarked, "Fighting isn't allowed in the camp. If you have grievances, settle them once you're outside." "Oh, right." The warrior seemed to recall something and flashed a sinister smile at the crowd. "It's understandable you're worried about encountering high-tier ferocious beasts, but there are other alternatives." The crowd was taken aback. The warrior remarked nonchalantly, "If you don't want to risk hunting beasts for luck, just snatch tokens from others, what's the big deal?" At these words, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. The boy who had spoken instantly smirked at the lean youth, who curled his lips in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the rules. "The competition is indeed brutal, it actively encourages us to fight each other." Su Hong thought inwardly. "Keep in mind, this is just the entrance assessment, we haven't even stepped through the training camp's gates yet. Under these rules, out of these 70 or 80 people here, probably more than half will be eliminated." Enough chatter. The entrance assessment begins now. Everyone move out immediately, the 8-hour countdown starts. The martial instructor waved the now-ticking stopwatch in his hand. Seeing this, everyone immediately sprang into action, charging toward the Heavenly Forest mountain range. "You, get over here. I'll send you packing home right now." No sooner had he stepped out of the camp than the youth who'd inquired about the savage beast immediately pointed at the wiry young man. "If you want to be eliminated right now, I'll gladly oblige. Come." The lean youth curled his finger with a disdainful expression. The next moment, the two instantly clashed in battle. As for the others, they merely glanced their way before withdrawing their gaze and charging deeper into the Skyforest Mountains. Only Su Hong watched the battling pair, a peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. The next moment, he dashed toward the Tianlin Mountains. Once his figure had completely vanished from the sight of the two, he then withdrew his aura, circled back, and stood atop a tree, quietly observing the fierce battle below. These two are fighting so fiercely one is bound to be defeated, and the other will surely be injured. If they encounter beasts after entering the mountains, they'll be in danger. I, a kind and virtuous young man, have a duty to help them out. Su Hong stroked his chin. He definitely wasn't targeting the two of them just to grind martial arts points. He simply enjoyed helping others. For this reason, he was willing to sacrifice precious minutes, even if it might cause him to fall behind others, he would spare no effort. Sacrificing oneself for others, this is truly the brilliance of righteousness. Am I being too kind? Su Hong reflected inwardly that he needed to change this aspect of his temperament. Being too eager to champion justice might lead to serious trouble someday if he encountered wicked people. Chapter 48, United Against a Common Enemy. Outside the camp. With a loud bang, the lean teenager Wang Dong exchanged a punch with the other youth. In the next moment, the young man was forced to retreat several steps, reeling from the blow. Is that all you've got? Wang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips. With skills like that, you're just trash even in the training camp. Get the hell out of here. You! A flicker of anger flashed in the young man's eyes across the way. Once again, battles raged with Wang Dong. However, the sheer disparity in strength couldn't be bridged simply by rage. 30 fleeting seconds later, the youth was sent sprawling backward by another punch, blood spewing from his lips. He knelt on one knee, clutching his chest, his face pallid as gilt paper. Is that all you've got? Wang Dong stepped forward slowly, shaking his head with utter disdain. Upon hearing this, the young Chinbei's face darkened with fury, but having acknowledged his inferior strength, he held his tongue. Suddenly, however, his peripheral vision caught something astonishing. His eyes widened in shock. What now? Still playing these tricks? The man was actually staring wide-eyed behind him, as if someone might ambush him from the rear. Wang Dong burst into laughter, his mirth laced with open ridicule. Next, you think I'll turn around to check, and then you explode into action, turning the tables on me? He mocked. Have you read too many novels? Did you really think someone would be stupid enough to fall for that? However, upon hearing these words, Chen Bei's expression instantly turned bizarre beyond words. Seeing through this person's deception only for him to keep up the act, Wang Dong furrowed his brows. Deciding not to waste any more words, he turned to head toward the Tianlin mountain range. But at this very moment, a sudden whooshing sound came from behind. Ha! Wang Dong froze for a split second before his expression changed drastically. Someone actually dared to ambush him? His reflexes were lightning fast. Without hesitation, he whirled around, fist already cocked to strike. Yet the ambusher was even quicker. Wang Dong had just turned around when he saw a thick wooden club rapidly enlarging in his pupils. The next moment, the club struck Wang Dong square in the face. A dull thud rang out. Stars exploded before Wang Dong's eyes as a wave of dizziness sent the world spinning around him. He strained to open his eyes with his last ounce of consciousness, desperately trying to see the face of his assailant. Yet, just as his eyes opened, his vision had not even focused. Still not unconscious? Silently, a murmur of surprise rose. The next instant, the wooden club struck Wang Dong's already wobbling head once more. The blow weakened Wang Dong's entire body, his eyes rolling upward rapidly. Damn it! Before completely losing consciousness, he barely had time to curse with a face full of grief and indignation, then collapsed rigidly to the ground in the next moment. He collapsed without ever seeing what his assailant looked like. The wooden club was far too thick, completely obstructing his vision. This scene seems lengthy to describe, but occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Wang Dong had been standing there with an air of arrogant superiority. The next moment, he was knocked down like a dead dog. Ha 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 ha. Shen Bei, kneeling on one knee, froze for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Looking at the handsome young man standing beside Wang Dong, wooden club in hand, he felt a surge of gratitude and was about to thank him for stepping in. What are you laughing at? The handsome young man exclaimed in surprise. The laughter abruptly stopped. Shen Bei froze momentarily. What does that mean? Not here to help me? The next moment, before he could even react, the same wooden club that had just knocked Wang Dong unconscious now came down on his head. Shen Bei was already injured by Wang Dong, and now with this wooden club strike, he didn't even let out a groan before rolling his eyes and collapsing on the spot. In that split second before losing consciousness, he finally understood. This guy wasn't here to help him at all. He was totally pulling a sneaky ambush. The handsome youth holding the wooden stick was undoubtedly Su Hong. That kid can really take a beating, took 2 solid whacks to knock him out. No wonder he's stronger than this guy. Su Hong glanced at the unconscious Wang Dong and thought to himself. Moments later, he immediately heard the voice in his mind announcing the acquisition of martial arts points. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Su Hong's face. The next moment, he casually tossed away the wooden stick in his hand, ran to the tree where he had hidden earlier, grabbed the alloy spear, and charged toward the Tianlin mountain range. As for why he didn't use the alloy spear but opted for a random wooden stick broken off from a tree, Su Hong explained that he was acting with a spirit of helpfulness, aiming to mediate the quarrel amicably, not to kill anyone. Since this was just outside the camp, the martial artist who had earlier explained the rules witnessed everything happening firsthand. He glanced at the 2 fallen geniuses on the ground, then at Su Hong's retreating figure. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. This art style wasn't quite what he had envisioned. It was supposed to be a thrilling battle between geniuses. Everything had been progressing smoothly just moments ago. Why did someone completely unreasonable suddenly appear out of nowhere? He grabbed the wooden stick and started whacking away furiously. Does this count as elimination? The martial artist scratched his head and radioed for instructions. Nope, without actively requesting shelter, it doesn't count as elimination. If any savage beasts target those 2 unconscious guys, well, tough luck for them, just count them as eliminated then. A voice tinged with laughter came through the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, the martial artist nodded and turned to leave. Outside the camp, only 2 youths remained, collapsed on the ground in identical poses. Large bumps had swollen on both their heads. After a long while, Wang Dong's fingers twitched, and in the next moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze utterly bewildered. He stood up, looking around in complete confusion. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of a wooden stick on the ground. For some unknown reason, Wang Dong's body instinctively trembled. The next moment, gradually, he began recalling everything that had just happened. As memories flooded back, the confusion in his eyes slowly transformed into fury, until his entire face was contorted with humiliation. Damn bastard, that sneak-attacking asshole, just wait till I get my hands on you. Wang Dong let out a furious roar, his face twisted in anger. To be ambushed and knocked unconscious with a wooden club. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. Damn it, that bastard had no manners at all. He didn't even say a word before hitting me with that stick. At this moment, Shen Bei also woke up and started cursing loudly. And here he thought that person had come to help him. He had even considered saying thank you at the time. Only now did Wang Dong and Shen Bei realize each other's presence. The 2 men stared blankly at each other for a moment. Wang Dong looked stunned. You got knocked out too? So that guy wasn't with you? After a long silence, Shen Bei pointed at the swollen bump on his own head and countered. What do you think? The next moment, both men fell into silence. After a long while, the 2 suddenly locked eyes. An inexplicable sense of shared suffering and mutual admiration arose in their hearts. Sorry about earlier, don't take those words to heart. Wang Dong remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly offering an apology. Shen Bei shook his head. You're genuinely stronger than me, so there's no need. After speaking, both fell into silence again. A while later, Shen Bei suddenly blurted out, shall we go settle the score with him? Good. Wang Dong nodded, stepped forward, and reached out his hand toward Shen Bei on the ground. Seeing this, Shen Bei grinned and clasped his hand in return. Oh, right. We've got to bring that wooden club with us. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Wang Dong suddenly slapped his thigh, ran back, and picked up the very club that had knocked them both unconscious. Yeah, gotta bring it along. Only then can we beat that old fox senseless to really vent our anger. Shenbei nodded deeply in agreement. The next moment, they exchanged glances and shared a knowing chuckle. Naturally falling into step with arms draped over each other's shoulders, they headed towards the Tianlin Mountains. No one could have imagined that these two youths, who had been locked in combat moments ago, would suddenly become united against a common enemy because of Su Hong's helpful act. Chapter 49, Having babies is like gotcha pulls, you'll eventually get your guaranteed SSR. Roar! A savage beast's roar erupted. The next moment, before Su Hong's eyes emerged an enormous black tiger. First order high stage. Su Hong determined the black tiger's strength based on its aura. At this moment, with a roaring growl, the black tiger charged forward. Su Hong extended a single finger, and the white energy of his void-piercing finger instantly sent the black tiger staggering. Roar! Thud! The black tiger snarled in pain, provoked to unleash a furious roar. Yet the roar had barely begun. When Su Hong closed the distance instantly, his spear piercing through the black tiger's brow with lightning speed. The next moment, the black tiger collapsed heavily to the ground. Su Hong deftly wielded his spear, slicing open the tiger's carcass to search for traces of the token. Along this journey, he had advanced 10 kilometers and slain numerous ferocious beasts. Perhaps due to bad luck, he still hadn't found the token. Ha! At this moment, Su Hong's eyes lit up. Reaching out, he grasped a bloodstained tiger emblem that appeared in his hand. Finally found it, took me 2 whole hours. Su Hong wiped the blood clean and tucked away the token. The next moment, he stroked his chin in contemplation. The entire enrollment assessment lasted 8 hours. He had spent 2 hours searching for the token, leaving 6 hours remaining. I'll just go to the training camp right on time. There's no limit on numbers anyway. Hunting ferocious beasts to earn martial arts points is the top priority now. With this thought, Su Hong gripped his alloy spear and headed toward the outskirts of the Heavenly Forest mountain range. After advancing 10 kilometers, he had gained some understanding of the distribution of ferocious beasts in this mountain range. The area between 3 to 5 kilometers had the highest concentration of vicious creatures. The farther he went, the fewer the ferocious beasts became, but correspondingly, their ranks had risen significantly. The black tiger before him, a high-ranked tier 1 creature, was currently the strongest ferocious beast Su Hong had encountered. Although dealing with it was effortless given his strength, the real issue was how rarely he came across such prey. In the outer regions, one could encounter over a dozen fierce beasts in an hour, but this black tiger took him a full half-hour to find. Although the martial arts points provided by this black tiger far surpassed what lower and middle-tier first-stage beasts could offer, Su Hong still found it hardly worth the effort. Rather than chasing quality, it's better to overwhelm with quantity. It takes half an hour just to kill a single high-tier first-order black tiger. The efficiency is too low. Better to hunt weaker beasts in large numbers at the periphery. The martial arts points earned would actually be greater. Take full advantage of these 6 hours and grind hard. Hopefully this time I can gather enough martial points to fully max out my mortal physique progress. Su Hong secretly set this goal for himself. His mortal physique progress currently stood at 64.6%. To reach 100%, he needed 354 martial points. Completing this much grinding within 6 hours presents a formidable challenge. Yet the allure of possessing a special constitution is fatal to any martial artist. Su Hong was no exception. Without further hesitation, gripping his alloy spear, he charged swiftly toward the periphery. At the same time, 30 miles deep into the Tianlin mountain range, on a flat expanse of land, an expansive training camp had been established. The training camp was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Among the forests, terrifying beasts exuding fearsome auras were now fleeing in panic, their eyes filled with horror. In the sky, a majestic figure was locked in combat with a giant golden rock. Every collision erupted with terrifying force. This figure stood midair, his eyes blazing with fierce light. Walking on air, this was the hallmark of a 7th-rank grandmaster. This is a master of the human race. He wielded no weapons, relying solely on his iron fists to pummel the physically formidable rock until it was left spitting blood. Golden Rock Beast King, don't make me repeat myself. Get the hell out right now. This territory is temporarily claimed by Qin Tianlai. An overwhelmingly domineering voice rang out. The golden rock's eyes flashed with intense fury, but finding itself no match, could only flee towards the distant horizon. Before leaving, it spoke in human tongue, its voice icy and sharp. Qin Tianlai, if you don't take your people and get out within a month, I'll lead my entire clan to slaughter every last one of you in this training camp. Enough nonsense, get lost. Qin Tianlai waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, completely unconcerned. It's just lending your territory for a month. If you'd obediently moved aside, we wouldn't have this problem. Did you really need a beating to understand pain? Qin Tianlai scoffed as he descended toward the training camp. Around the training camp stood row upon row of martial artists, their eyes filled with reverence. This is my human race's grandmaster. A golden rock forged through formidable physical strength, a terrifying beast king, was utterly beaten into submission. At this moment, Qin Tianlai had just landed on the ground. A man and a woman then approached. The two were Qin Tianlia's teaching assistants. The man was named Lin Zhe. The woman was named Bai Mu. Both were 5th-level martial artists. And Qin Tianlai was naturally the chief instructor of this training camp. Master Qin, Lin Zhe and Bai Mu respectfully called out. Let's go to the monitoring room and see how this year's young talents are doing. Qin Tianfeng acted swiftly with decisive thunder as he finished speaking and strode toward the surveillance room. While walking, he murmured under his breath, I hope these little rascals give me some pleasant surprises. I'll be damned if I let those bastards outshine me. For this training camp, each city was assigned a martial arts master to serve as chief instructor. Qin Tianlai and the other masters were secretly competing against each other. They wanted to see whose protege would shine brightest in the college entrance exams, even wagering considerable stakes on the outcome. Soon, the group arrived at the monitoring room. On the massive screen, the talents participating in the camp assessment flickered past one after another. At this moment, footage was playing on the screen. A burly young man wearing a black vest was simultaneously facing the siege of 7 first-class high-tier ferocious beasts. Showing no fear whatsoever, his every move exuded overwhelming dominance. In just a few minutes, he had slain all 7 beasts with his bare hands. This kid's impressive. What's his name? Faced with Qin Tianlia's inquiry, Bai Mu hurriedly flipped through the files. This person is called Wang Tiantua, a first-rank high-level martial artist with a Qi blood level of 340 points. He practices a fire attribute guidance technique, reportedly with a compatibility as high as 95%. And also possesses a special physique called Barbarian Godbody, born with immense strength. Moreover, he's the son of Star City's governor. The son of Star City's governor? TSK, he finally managed to produce a decent one after spawning kids like livestock. Qin Tianlai clicked his tongue in amazement. The city lord of Star City was quite renowned throughout Huagua. Yet his fame stemmed not from strength, but from his extraordinary fertility. Even by rough estimates, his offspring numbered no fewer than 100. The Lord of Star City once boasted, I'm average in talent, just a 5th-tier warrior at best, but no worries, I can make kids. As long as I father enough, surely a few grandmasters will pop out. Because of this statement, many jokingly nicknamed the Lord of Star City the Gotcha Master. Because having children was like playing gotcha game to him, fathering 10 kids a year was practically no different from doing a 10-pull. Though this gotcha business definitely took a toll on his health. But the city lord of Star City has proven with facts that whether it's gotcha pulls in games or having children in reality, as long as you pull enough times, you'll eventually hit the guaranteed drop. And wouldn't you know it, Wang Tiantua, that SSR tier character, was pulled at last. At this moment, the scene shifts. A flamboyant young man appears, dressed in white robes and wielding a pink fan. Dozens of swift-wing wolves appeared before him at this moment. These were also high-tier first-rank ferocious beasts, among the fastest of their kind, and moreover, pack hunters. Warriors of the same rank would typically find only death facing them. But even these wolves, renowned for their speed, were now hopelessly left behind by this flamboyant youth. With a single leap, his figure flashed dozens of meters away. After just a few such movements, the pack of swift-wing wolves had completely lost sight of him. Just as the Gale Wolf was about to give up, that flashy young man unexpectedly popped up again. With a smirk, he unfolded his pink fan and started fanning himself frivolously, taunting the pack of swift-winged wolves. This kid. Qin Tianlia's mouth twitched slightly when he caught sight of the inscription World's Most Handsome Man on the fan. Bai Mu introduced. This man is Lin Xingha, a first-class high-tier martial artist with 325 Qi blood points. He practices wind attribute guidance techniques with an astonishing 96% affinity. He's a descendant of the Lin family from Star City. Qin Tianlai nodded and instructed someone to continue switching the surveillance footage. Bai Mu continued the introduction. On the screen appeared a beautiful girl with her hair tied in a ponytail. She walked quietly through the forest when suddenly a ferocious beast leaped out to ambush her. The girl showed no reaction at all. But just as the beast was about to pounce on her, its entire body abruptly froze, inexplicably suspended midair, unable to move. This is Xiao Yan from the Xingqing Xiao family, who came with Wang Tiantua and Lin Xingha. Mid-stage first-rank martial artist, 290 points of Qi blood, 95% wood affinity compatibility, and not just that. Bai Mu's tone carried a hint of envy. She's also a mid-stage first-rank spiritual summoner. Chapter 50, Is This Still Human? Wang Tiantua, Lin Xingha, and Xiao Yan, these 3 youngsters are quite impressive. Qin Tianlai nodded in agreement. Continue switching the screens. Meanwhile, as one of the teaching assistants, Bai Mu held a thick stack of documents and began introducing each genius attending the training camp. Lin Pa, first stage mid-tier martial artist. Lin family of Xingqing City. Wang, first stage mid-tier martial artist. Wang family of Xingqing City. After introducing more than 10 people in succession, Bai Mu addressed Qin Tianlai. Chief Instructor Chin, these dozen or so young men are all from the prominent families of Star City. They're all mid-level first-tier martial artists, not bad strength. Chin Tianlai nodded casually, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. These youths from wealthy families had enjoyed continuous resources since childhood, and were carefully selected by their respective clans to participate in this training camp. Their strength was indeed decent, but Chin Tianlai felt somewhat disappointed. Compared to the trio of Wang Tiantua, these people fell far short. They merely relied on abundant resources and slightly higher cultivation levels, nothing particularly impressive otherwise. Meanwhile, the screen continued flickering. Bai Mu began introducing the students from various universities in Star City. As time passed, Chin Tianlia's brows gradually furrowed. Compared to those young masters from noble families earlier, these university students' cultivation levels fell far behind. So far, about 30 or 40 people have been examined. Most of them are first-stage low-rank martial artists. Only a small number have reached mid-rank in the first stage. Moreover, the documents in Bai Mu's hand were still filled out and submitted by the principals of Xingqing high schools themselves. There's no denying there might be some exaggeration involved. Yet even so, these high school students clearly lag behind in terms of cultivation level. In reality, the gap between him and these aristocratic youths might be even larger. The disparity is too great. Chin Tianlai shook his head in disappointment. He couldn't be bothered to continue watching. Master Chin, here are the student records from Xingqing No. 1 High School. Students from No. 1 High School? Chin Tianlai immediately perked up with interest. In any city, the top-ranked No. 1 high school students may not necessarily be the absolute best, but they're certainly among the elite. He asked with some anticipation, what level are the students from No. 1 High School? Bai Mu glanced at the documents and replied, they're all at the initial stage of the first rank, having just broken through recently. As he spoke, Bai Mu's gaze continued downward, casually scanning the detailed information. Only the initial stage of the first rank, and they just broke through? Chin Tianlia's mouth twitched. To say this level of capability belonged to the lowest tier in the training camp wouldn't be an exaggeration. As for most of those first-stage beginners, the majority had already broken through 1 or 2 months prior, only a tiny fraction had just made their breakthrough. Starcrest High School seemed somewhat unworthy of its reputation. A clear look of disappointment surfaced in Chin Tianlia's eyes. He couldn't be bothered to listen any longer. Forget it, I'm done watching. With a sigh, Chin Tianlai turned and walked away. He had barely taken 2 steps. Then, from behind him, came a sharp thud. Something had fallen to the ground. What's wrong? Chin Tianlai turned his head in confusion, only to freeze with astonishment a moment later. Bai Mu, who had previously worn an expressionless face, now stood frozen in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as if she had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible. Ha! A glimmer of confusion flashed in Chin Tianlia's eyes as he looked down at the ground. Lying on the floor was precisely that book recording the students' strength levels. At this sight, Chin Tianlia's eyes sparkled with growing curiosity. What kind of records could possibly shock Bai Mu, a 5th-rank martial artist, to this extent? When reviewing the information about Wang Tiantua and the other 2 earlier, Bai Mu had remained remarkably composed. Bai Mu, what's going on? Chin Tianlai asked curiously. Yet Bai Mu seemed oblivious, still standing there in a daze, completely lost in thought. A flash of surprise crossed Chin Tianlia's eyes. This usually respectful girl had been so startled she didn't even hear his words. Just how shocking could that document be? Seeing Bai Mu remain unresponsive, Lin Zhe quickly picked up the papers from the floor. Grandmaster Chin, wait a moment, let me take a look. Chin Tianlai nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Could it be that there might emerge a few promising talents no weaker than Wang Tiantua and the other 2? But soon, he dismissed the thought himself. Wang Tiantua and the other 2 either possessed special physiques, wielded rare wind attributes, or were psychic practitioners. This is already the caliber of a true prodigy. A recently advanced first-year high school student with strength barely at the initial first-tier stage simply can't compare to these 3 individuals. There must be something special about him. Chin Tianlai pondered to himself. Suddenly, there was another loud slap as something hit the ground. Chin Tianlai looked down at the floor in astonishment. It was that damned folder again. Again! Chin Tianlai looked up to see Lin Zhe also sporting a dumbfounded expression, his eyes wide open with astonishment. It was practically identical to the look on Bai Mu's face. What's going on? Now Chin Tianlai was genuinely curious. Just what was so special about this middle school student that he could shock both of his 5th-level teaching assistants into such a state? No matter how talented you are, there's no need for such an exaggerated reaction. Chin Tianlai shook his head. After all, young people these days lack composure. Not to be critical, but... Chin Tianlai picked up the documents while continuing his lecture. You two, you're not kids anymore. Why are you still so jumpy? Holy shit. Mid-sentence, Jin Tianlai caught sight of a student's information in the documents and immediately let out a shocked curse. His face was filled with astonishment, as if he'd seen a ghost. What the hell is this? Jin Tianlai hurriedly rubbed his eyes, then widened them to stare intently at the documents once more. The first thing that caught his eye was, Su Hong, senior year student at number 1 high school, first stage novice martial artist, vital energy level 123, C-class martial art thunderous fist mastered to perfection. If it were just this alone, it would seem utterly unremarkable. The only thing still worth praising is achieving perfection in a C-grade martial art. However, that also depends on who you're comparing it to. Those who can make it to the training camp are all geniuses, none lacking in talent. What truly shocked Jin Tianlai were the following remarks. During the first rank warrior qualification test, despite having only 123 units of chi and blood, he delivered a combat power of 3004 units on the combat analyzer, rivaling the performance of a high-tier first-rank warrior. Compatibility with guidance techniques, perfect 100% synchronization across all 7 attributes. Mastered the Thunder guidance technique in just 34 seconds during initial cultivation. Currently studying 7 different elemental guidance techniques simultaneously. According to observations, there is a high probability of possessing some special physical constitution. Below there was also a red seal, President of the Star City Martial Arts Association. There was also a signature, bearing 3 large characters, Wu Linxian, the official seal of the Star City Martial Arts Association's president. What's more, it included his personal signature. This was effectively the president vouching for this student named Su Hong in his official capacity. Anyone who could attain the position of branch president at the Martial Arts Association would surely understand the gravity of leaving behind official seals and signatures. Any falsification would face unimaginable consequences. In other words, this student's information couldn't be more authentic. With a sharp snap, the documents fell to the ground once more. Yet Jin Tianlai seemed completely oblivious, staring blankly at the documents in his hands as he muttered in disbelief. Holy shit, is this even human? Chapter 51, Serving a Grandmaster Like Accompanying a Tiger. Inside the vast surveillance room, a 7th-rank grandmaster and 2 5th-rank martial artists were completely dumbfounded. As a grandmaster, Jin Tianlai showed none of the dignified composure one would expect. His hands trembled as he clutched the documents, sucking in sharp breaths repeatedly, his eyes filled with shock. 7-element affinity all at 100%. What the hell? Do monsters like this actually exist in this world? Jin Tianli's eyes twitched violently, his voice pitched to an almost unbearable sharpness. As a grandmaster, he prided himself on having seen much of the world. Yet never in his life had he witnessed someone with 100% compatibility across all 7 elemental attributes. Not even the top prodigies from the imperial capital or demon metropolis could boast such outrageous aptitude. First time practicing the guidance technique, mastered it in 34 seconds? What? And what's with this combat power rating? From the martial artist qualification exam? That means he just broke through recently. How the hell did he just punch out a 3004-point combat rating right after breaking through? Moreover, it's highly likely that he possesses some kind of special constitution? What? These lines of text, at this very moment, felt like heavy bombs detonating endlessly in Jin Tianli's mind. They blasted his brain into complete blankness, leaving his entire body numb. When he was fighting the Golden Rock Beast King earlier and got slapped on the head by that golden rock, he wasn't as stunned as he is now. A freak like this could actually emerge from this shithole called Star City? After a long while, Jin Tianlai finally snapped out of his daze, suddenly overcome with immense excitement. This is a perfect 100% compatibility with all 7 elemental guiding techniques. Just how monstrous is this kid Su Hong's talent? A once-in-a-century prodigy? No, perhaps once in a millennium. As a grandmaster, he understood all too well what this meant. Just like Wang Tiantua and the other 2 before him, their compatibility with the guiding technique was around 95%. On the surface, being merely 5% away from 100% doesn't seem like much of a gap, but these 5% represent an insurmountable chasm of difference. If Wang Tiantua and the other 2, with a 95% compatibility with the guiding technique, could absorb 100 strands of spiritual energy per day and retain 95 strands, Su Hong, absorbing 100 strands, could retain all 100 strands. That's a daily difference of 5%. In the short term, the difference is indeed negligible. But is there any short-term path in martial arts cultivation? This is a lifelong pursuit. When stretched over time, terrifying disparities gradually become apparent. After 100 days, just imagine how wide that gap would be. What about 1,000 days? 1,000 days is just 3 years. Over time, this 5% gap will only grow wider and wider. Holy shit, I've hit the jackpot. Jin Tianlai grew more and more excited as he thought about it. Originally, when he was assigned to Star City to serve as the head instructor for the training camp, he had felt somewhat displeased. After all, Star City was only ranked in the lower middle tier within Jiangnan province. But now, after reading Su Hong's file, Xin Tianlai felt like his luck was just too damn good. This kind of monster actually crossed his path. As he thought about it, Xin Tianlia's lips began to curl upward uncontrollably, especially when he recalled how the grandmasters serving as bishops in other cities had mocked and ridiculed him when he was assigned to Star City. His smirk grew even wilder. Back then, their collective taunting had provoked him into declaring that he'd bring back geniuses to sweep through their training camps. Those grandmasters immediately started egging him on, wanting to make a bet with him. Already worked up at the moment, he agreed without even half a second's hesitation, staking quite a few valuable items. But barely minutes after the bet was settled, he was slapping his thigh in bitter regret. Yet now, ha ha ha, let you bastards laugh at me for getting assigned to Star City. What's so great about Star City, this godforsaken place? Spit. This is clearly a treasure trove. Still want to bet with me? Bring it on. I really am a fucking genius. Now that's a good bet. Xin Tianlai burst into wild laughter. He could already envision the future, the moment he'd take Su Hong to sweep through other training camps, watching those grandmasters' faces twist in utter disbelief. This was a monster with 100% compatibility across 7 attributes, whose combat power at first stage entry level rivaled advanced first stage practitioners, and who might even possess a special constitution. However formidable the prodigies from other training camps might be, could any compare to this student called Su Hong? Xin Tianlai would stake his reputation on it. If those martial arts universities saw Su Hong's profile, every top-tier martial arts school would be fighting over him with bloodshot eyes. There's no helping it, with such terrifying talent, any school that doesn't try to recruit him would be downright stupid. With this level of potential alone, even if all those geniuses in the college entrance exams put on dazzling performances, none could possibly overshadow Su Hong. To exaggerate a bit, Su Hong wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam if he just tore off these study materials, stuck them on his forehead, and ran to Wuhan University's gates. He'd probably get knocked unconscious on the spot and dragged inside the campus. When he woke up, he'd probably already be dressed in their school uniform. The university president might even be waiting by the gate, terrified Su Hong might escape. But it's a bit strange, how is Su Hong only at the initial stage of first rank? After the excitement, Xin Tianlia's brows furrowed slightly. This level is too low. Vitality is only 123 points. Among all the talented students in this training camp, this still belongs to the lowest tier. I don't aim too high, just reaching 200 points to hit the mid-stage of first rank would be good enough. Xin Tianlai was somewhat troubled. Looking across Huagua, Su Hong's potential ranked among the absolute elite, but his chi blood level was truly far too low. Although his combat power already rivals that of a first-rank high-tier martial artist, it's only true when such martial artists aren't using martial techniques. Right now, there's no comparison in combat power with Wang Tiantua and the other two. Even when facing first-rank mid-tier students with advanced martial technique skills, I wouldn't stand a chance. Xin Tianlai felt a headache coming on. This feeling was like encountering a student with extraordinary talent but currently poor performance. Even if you start studying seriously, your grades won't catch up to the top students immediately. Improving physical vitality takes the most time. Xin Tianlai looked at the materials and scratched his head in frustration. But suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a particular line. Currently studying 7 different attribute cultivation techniques simultaneously. Xin Tianlai was stunned for a moment before immediately flying into a rage and cursing loudly. Wait a second, how is this kid practicing 7 cultivation techniques at once? Now I understand why his vital energies so weak. Simultaneous cultivation of 7 techniques would make even a god progress as slow as a snail. Did no one bother to tell him about such an important matter? The absolute bastards. Xin Tianlai was so furious that his hair and beard bristled, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Simultaneously mastering multiple guiding techniques is considered an absolute taboo in the global martial arts community. In the past, within Huagua, there had once been a martial artist who simultaneously mastered all 7 disciplines. As a grandmaster, Xin Tianlai understood this more comprehensively than Wu Linxian. The reason that martial artists who cultivated 7 types of guiding techniques back then could remain invincible among peers at the first rank, even overpowering second-rank practitioners, lay chiefly in the fact that this martial artist had developed a method of attribute fusion. When spiritual energies of different attributes merged as one, they could unleash astonishing destructive power. This seems like a good thing, but the problem is, it takes far too much time. Not only does it require terrifyingly immense talent, but also mastery of spiritual energy at its absolute peak to accomplish. This martial artist spent over a decade just to figure it out. Moreover, the mastery of spiritual energy cannot be taught, it's something martial artists must figure out on their own. This makes it seem rather impractical. After all, over a dozen years of practice, unless one's talent is truly lacking, most would at least reach the strength of 3rd or 4th rank. What's the damn use if a first-rank martial artist creates something incredibly impressive with formidable power that can dominate peers and even challenge those a rank higher? Others have reached 3rd or 4th rank in mere decades, creating an absolute gap in cultivation. A single slap from them could send you spiraling into the heavens. Thus, when Qin Tianlai saw Su Hong practicing 7 different guiding techniques simultaneously, he nearly exploded with fury. At that age, having just broken through to first-rank warrior status, what possible grasp of spiritual energy control could one have? Even if they did, that person from back then spent over a decade just to achieve elemental fusion. With Su Hong's terrifying talent, perhaps the time could be shortened somewhat, but it would still take at least a few years. By then, the soup would have gone cold. Wu Linxian, huh? So you're the head of the Martial Arts Association branch, yet you can't even explain this simple matter properly. I swear I'll give you a good beating sooner or later. Qin Tianlai gritted his teeth in anger, even entertaining the thought of immediately heading to Star City to give Wu Linxian a thorough beating before returning. Ahem. At that moment, a deliberate cough sounded. Qin Tianlai froze, then looked up. There stood Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, each tilting their head to opposite sides, neither looking at him. Noticing Qin Tianlia's upward glance from the corner of her eye, Bai Mu instantly shifted her gaze back. With an exaggerated air of focus, she stared intently at the empty space before her, murmuring cautiously as if speaking to herself. Ahem, it seems the first prodigy is about to arrive at the training camp. Shouldn't someone go out to greet them? Just talk properly. Why are you tilting your heads? Did your necks cramp or something? Halfway through his words, Qin Tianlai glanced down at the documents in his hand, now thoroughly speckled with his own spit, and abruptly fell silent. The next instant, he swiftly crumpled the documents into a ball and tossed them into the trash can. Qin Tianlai immediately cleared his throat, his expression turning stern as he instantly regained the demeanor of a grandmaster, speaking in a steady tone. Is that so? Well then, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe, come with me to wait at the training camp entrance. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and strode leisurely toward the gate. Seeing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe exchanged glances before hurrying after him. Just before stepping out the door, Qin Tianlai halted his steps, slightly turning his head to face the duo while revealing an exceedingly amiable smile. You didn't see anything just now, right? Though his smile appeared perfectly kind, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, both unconsciously shrinking their necks before nodding fervently with compliant expressions. Right, Grandmaster Qin, we saw absolutely nothing. Bai Mu, what are you talking about? Weren't there just the two of us in the surveillance room earlier? Was there? Oh right, just the two of us, ha. An awkward bout of forced laughter erupted. Let's go. Qin Tianlai nodded in satisfaction and took the lead in walking out the door. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe felt like they had just escaped death's door. Wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, they quickly hurried after him. Accompanying an exalted master is like keeping company with a tiger. Chapter 52. Who sent these cannon fodder? The outer region of the Tianlin mountain range. Roar! A 5-meter-tall black bear let out a furious roar and charged at Su Hong with terrifying speed, swinging its massive paw. Perfect timing. Su Hong's eyes flashed with determination as he raised his fist and met the attack head-on. With a thunderous boom, the impact resounded through the air. This middle-stage first-rank beast, known for its brute strength, was sent flying over a dozen meters by his single punch, crashing into a tree. The black bear's eyes were filled with utter confusion. How could this human? After my mortal body's enhancement, I can now contend with middle-stage first-rank beasts using pure physical strength alone. Su Hong clenched his fist, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. Roar! At that moment, the black bear stood up furiously and charged at him again with a roar. But before it could take more than a few steps forward, a sound like a tsunami suddenly erupted. The alloy spear struck first despite moving later, instantly piercing through the center of its forehead. The next moment, the black bear collapsed with a thunderous crash. A notification sound echoed in Su Hong's mind, signaling the acquisition of martial arts points. Casually flicking the blood off his spear, he glanced at the system panel. Martial arts value, 254. Just over 100 points left, and I'll have maxed out the mortal body progress. Su Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes filled with anticipation. After 5 hours of relentless slaughter, his school uniform was completely soaked with the blood of fierce beasts, and his face was smeared with mud, making him look somewhat disheveled. Only 3 hours remain on the countdown. Hurry and gather enough martial arts merits. Su Hong rested briefly. Once more, he began searching for traces of beasts in the forest. At the same time, on the other side, at the training camp entrance, 5 hours had passed, and quite a few prodigies had arrived one after another. A group of previously arrogant geniuses now gazed at the three figures at the forefront with complex expressions in their eyes. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, Xiao Yan. These three are unbelievably strong. They've already arrived within just 1 hour. there's always a bigger fish. A group of academic prodigies felt somewhat discouraged, although they had also made it to the training camp. However, they appeared somewhat disheveled, their clothes torn from battling ferocious beasts. Those who fared better considered themselves lucky, the less fortunate were already stained with blood. Yet when one looked at Wang Tiantua and his two companions, their faces weren't flushed nor their breaths labored, not so much as a wrinkle marred their garments. Clearly, the entrance assessment was exceptionally easy for the three of them. The training camp hadn't even officially begun yet. Yet merely through the entrance assessment, an invisible hierarchy had already formed. Naturally, those who arrived earliest possessed the greatest strength. This is undeniably true. Forget it, let's not compare ourselves to these three freaks, we're actually not bad at all. That's right. After all, coming from major families, there was bound to be a gap from childhood. In this training camp, we'll definitely catch up. The college geniuses were brimming with ambition in their hearts. Soon, 2 hours had passed. During this time, fewer and fewer people could reach the training camp. They could be counted on one hand. Moreover, those few who barely managed to arrive looked utterly disheveled, their faces pale with exhaustion. The gathered talents watching them shook their heads in disapproval. With such poor performance, even if they barely scraped through, they'd still be among the weakest batch in the training camp. Now, only one final hour remained in the 8-hour countdown. After several hours of observation, a group of geniuses who arrived early had already formed a general judgment regarding the speed at which talents of varying strength levels reached the training camp. The strongest trio, Wang Tiantua and his companions, took merely an hour. As for most mid-level first-rank martial artists, they typically took around 3 hours. Some of them appeared rather disheveled. Meanwhile, other first-rank entry-level martial artists took considerably more time. A few of the faster ones even completed the task in less time than some mid-level first-rank martial artists. As for those with weaker skills, most spent 5 to 6 hours. As for the few martial artists who just arrived, it took them a full 7 hours, placing them at the very bottom of the rankings. Amid the exchanges between the martial artists, another half-hour passed. Only the final half-hour remained before the countdown ended. During this time, no new martial artists had arrived at the training camp. I wonder, could it be that there's no one left? Shall we just end it early? Yeah, less than 7.5 hours, their skills must be seriously weak. Coming here just to be cannon fodder, better stay away. Showing up would only embarrass yourself, especially with everyone watching. Even if they did come, with that dead last performance, resources would never be allocated to such trash. Rest assured, everyone. Just then, from a nearby path came the sound of footsteps. Someone actually came? Here comes the cannon fodder. A group of prodigies cast mocking glances in that direction. Well, looks like there's even a master among them. Lin Xinghe waved her pink fan cheerfully, chuckling as she spoke. Beside him, Wang Tiantua, with his arms crossed, was resting with his eyes closed, not even bothering to open them. The only ones he considered worthy opponents were Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan. As for the other students in the training camp, he didn't give them a second thought. Not to mention, this was almost the very last person to arrive, barely making it on time. Xiao Yan sat listlessly on the ground, her cheeks propped in her hands, wearing a somewhat bored expression. Finally, you're here. Qin Tianlai let out a sigh of relief, the throbbing vein on his forehead finally calming down. Seeing that Su Hong hadn't arrived for so long, the anger he had barely managed to suppress earlier had flared up again. If this genius with monstrous talent failed to enter the training camp, he was truly ready to head to Star City and give Principal Su Hong and Wu Linxian a thorough beating. If not for them, Su Hong wouldn't have simultaneously practiced 7 different guidance techniques, causing his vital energy to be so depleted that he nearly couldn't pass the camp entrance assessment. At this moment, under the gaze of eyes filled with varying expressions, a blood-soaked, strikingly handsome youth staggered out from the forest path, looking thoroughly disheveled. The gathering of prodigies merely glanced at him before indifferently looking away, couldn't be bothered to spare him another look. It took nearly 8 grueling hours to finally arrive, and in such a disgraceful state, bathed in blood and utterly bedraggled. Such cannon fodder-like figures weren't worth their attention. Finally caught you, you sly bastard. In the crowd, only Wang Dong and Chen Bei had their eyes locked tightly on Su Hong. Wang Dong was still holding that wooden stick in his hand. You're good at hiding, sneaking out only now. Wang Dong glanced at Qin Tianlai not far away, but ultimately didn't dare to cause a stir in front of the martial arts master. Don't worry, once we enter the training camp, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. Chen Bei smirked mockingly. That's true, Wang Dong nodded in agreement. The next moment, the two locked eyes and chuckled darkly in unison. They began whispering softly, plotting how to deal with the fool who dared ambush them. On the other side, Chen Shan and Li Tu were also present in the crowd. The pair had been fortunate traveling as a team. They'd successfully reached the training camp with just 3 hours remaining on the countdown timer. At this moment, to their surprise, it was actually Su Hong who arrived right on time. Both wore expressions full of confusion. And at that moment, but Su Hong had no mind to pay attention to the others. He was staring excitedly at his attribute panel. Martial arts value, 360. The current mortal body percentage is 64.6%, and 354 points are required to reach 100%. Finally saved up enough. Su Hong clenched his fist excitedly, itching to find a place to upgrade his mortal body immediately. Time's up. 8 hours elapsed. At this moment, teaching assistant Lin Zhe stepped forward. All those who haven't arrived will be eliminated. Now everyone follow me into the training camp. I'll explain its resources and rules. Chapter 53, The Tyrant's Body. Stepping into the training camp, they arrived at an open clearing. Now, let me first introduce everyone to. The training camp has several important facilities in total. Combat Rankings Arena, Gravity Chamber, Movement Technique Room, Ferocious Beast Chamber, Martial Arts Pavilion, and so on. I won't elaborate on the first four, I'll focus on explaining the Martial Arts Pavilion. The Martial Arts Pavilion is a general term. Inside, you can exchange for martial arts techniques, movement techniques, elixirs, alloy weapons, and anything else you might need. And the highest tier you can currently exchange for is A grade. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the university students whose gazes became frighteningly intense. Su Hong also licked his lips. This training camp was definitely the right place to be. Noticing everyone's reaction, Lin Zhe smiled and continued speaking. Of course, none of this comes for free. Aside from accommodation, whether it's meals, training, or access to the martial arts pavilion to exchange for techniques of different grades, everything requires contribution points. And the method to earn contribution points is very simple. For each training subject, as long as you pass, you will receive a certain amount of contribution points. Outstanding performance can earn you extra contribution points. The same applies to places like the Gravity Chamber. Every time you meet certain standards, you'll receive contribution points. Attention, free usage time for Gravity Chambers and similar facilities is limited to 4 hours per day. All other times require contribution points. Without these points, usage is not permitted. Upon hearing these words, the group of prodigies instantly understood. In the training camp, contribution points were the most crucial resource. Even if you want to train, you need contribution points. Otherwise, after using up the free 4 hours each day, there's nothing left to do. Teaching assistant Lin, since none of us have contribution points now, what's the fastest way to earn them? Someone asked. Yes. Lin Zhe smiled and pointed towards a warehouse not far away. In this warehouse, there are weighted vests of different weights, starting from 100 kilograms. The longer you wear them, the more contribution points you earn. Similarly, heavier weights yield more points. After pausing, Lin Zhe added, "Alright, now everyone come forward to collect your smart wristbands. These bands will monitor your training progress in real time. For instance, after wearing a weighted vest for a certain duration, you'll automatically earn contribution points. The same goes for other tasks." Alright, introductions are done. Since it's already evening, we won't schedule any training today. Everyone get a good night's sleep. We'll start training officially tomorrow. Dismissed. With that, Lin Zhe and Baimu followed Qin Tianlai as they turned to leave. Seeing this, the group of students began buzzing with excitement. They all headed toward the warehouse. Su Hong, however, couldn't be bothered to spare another glance and headed straight for the dormitory. Right now, nothing mattered more than improving his mortal physique. Hey, did that guy who arrived last just go straight to his dorm? Among the group of students walking toward the warehouse, someone noticed Su Hong's retreating figure and couldn't hide their surprise. What the hell is shocking? This guy's covered in blood and probably half dead from exhaustion. Where would he get the strength to wear a weighted vest? Even if he just grabs any random vest, he'd still earn some contribution points. Come on, how could he do that? A man's got his pride to think about. If he really took a 100 kilograms one, wouldn't everyone laugh him to death? Man probably just wants to go back and crash. Don't bother him. Glancing at Su Hong's retreating figure, the crowd wore expressions of disdain. Not only had he arrived last, but he also showed no intention to strive for improvement. At that moment, warehouse staff swung the heavy doors open. Piles upon piles of weighted vests came into view, towering like mountains before everyone. Different weights were divided into distinct categories. 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 500 kilograms, 1000 kilograms, even 2000 kilograms and 10,000 kilograms once? This weight limit is excessive. How is this something a first-rank warrior could possibly wear? A normal first-rank warrior's load capacity would typically be a few hundred kilograms at most, maybe pushing 1,000. The students couldn't help but complain about the horrific weight. But the next moment, they immediately shut their mouths. They saw Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan heading straight for the 3,000 kilograms weighted vests. Holy shit, this is heavy. Lin Xinghe tugged at the weighted vest, but it didn't budge an inch. Xiao Yan also gave it a try, only to give up immediately. Seeing this scene, the students collectively sighed in relief. Even those from influential families were no exception. Starting with 3,000 kilograms right off the bat had truly given them a scare. But at that moment, Wang Tiantua effortlessly lifted the 3,000 kilograms weighted vest, casually tossing it in his hand before a flicker of disdain crossed his face. The next instant, he casually discarded it, picked up the 3,500 kilograms one to test its weight, then put it on. This scene left the entire class utterly stunned. Is he even human? 3,000 kilograms isn't heavy enough for you? Is this the barbarian god's physique? Its strength is monstrous, Xiao Yan muttered under her breath. That brute. Lin Xinghe's eyelids were twitching as he watched. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a profound sense of helplessness. In terms of sheer strength, Wang Tiantua with his berserk god physique was in a league of his own within the training camp. No one could possibly surpass his brute power. After a brief deliberation, the two eventually settled on weighted vests measuring 1,200 kilograms. Some other students, motivated by rivalry, attempted to lift them as well. Their faces turned crimson as they strained every muscle, but the 1,200 kilogram vests remained utterly immovable. The glaring disparity struck a heavy blow to many. In the end, most opted for weighted vests totaling a few hundred kilograms, with only a handful of mid-level first-rank martial artists barely managing to don the 1,000 kilogram vests. The training camp assigned single-occupancy dorm rooms. Su Hong pushed open his door, glanced approvingly at the spotless interior, and gave a satisfied nod. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He opened the system panel. Mortal body, 64.6%. Martial arts value, 360. 354 martial arts points, add them now. With a single thought from Su Hong, the martial arts points instantly dropped to just 6. Meanwhile, his mortal body progression began soaring dramatically. 80%, 90%, 100%. The instant the progress bar reached full completion, Su Hong's entire body shuddered violently. Torrents of warmth surged wildly through his body as if erupting from a spring source, continually merging with every fiber of his being. All of Su Hong's muscles abruptly bulged with explosive tension. He clutched his fist in a daze. Just in those few seconds, he could clearly feel his strength rising to an astonishing level. It far surpassed the power boosts gained from previous temperings of his mortal body. At that moment, an unbearable itch suddenly swept over him. Su Hong shut his eyes tightly, sensing streams of warmth within his body gradually merging into his bones and meridians. Until a certain moment, Su Hong suddenly opened his eyes. A fierce light shone in his pupils. He stood up and lightly threw a punch into the air. With a thunderous boom, it sounded as if the very air had been shattered. Immediately after, a powerful gust of fist wind howled through the room. Papers, ballpoint pens, even pillows and quilts all were lifted into the air by the blast. The room now appeared to have lost gravity entirely, with objects swirling chaotically through the space. It wasn't until several seconds later that it slowly descended. This power is terrifying. Su Hong stared in stunned silence. Immediately afterward, he eagerly opened his attributes panel with an excited expression. Look at the Constitution section. Constitution, Overlord Body, Spirit Rank, 0%, plus. Description, the mightiest among the 3,000 constitutions in existence. Overlord Body, the strongest among 3,000 constitutions? Su Hong was dumbfounded on the spot. Who would have thought that his unique constitution could be this terrifying? Wait a second, could this also be related to my unparalleled, once-in-an-era talent? Su Hong scratched his head, feeling that his natural gifts must be at work again. With talents unparalleled throughout the ages, matched with the Overlord physique ranked first in strength among the 3,000 constitutions, isn't this only fitting? Let me test just how much strength I have now. At this thought, Su Hong picked up the alloy spear and prepared to head out the door. But in the next moment, he felt something was off with the grip. Why did the gun barrel in his hand seem to have gone limp? Su Hong lowered his head to look and froze instantly. There, on the alloy spear where he had grasped it, was a clearly sunken palm print. This is grade C alloy. How could I nearly snap it with just a casual grip? Su Hong stared in shock, muttering in disbelief. Is this what they call the tyrant's physique, the strongest of all? Even as the owner of this physique, Su Hong couldn't help being shocked. The next moment, he seemed to recall something, his face twisting with obvious pain. Damn it, that C-grade alloy spear was crazy expensive. I paid a fortune for it. Halfway through speaking, Su Hong paused, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. This spear seemed to have been snatched from Lin Ping in the wilderness outside Star City. It hadn't cost him a single penny. Forget it. C-grade alloy can't even withstand my grip now. This spear might as well be useless. The thought that it hadn't cost him anything instantly lifted Su Hong's mood. I need to earn a huge amount of contribution points fast, not just for the alloy spear, but also for martial techniques and movement skills. The highest exchangeable ones can even reach A grade. With this thought, Su Hong's expression turned fervent as he stood up and headed for the door. Chapter 54, Terrifying Power. Tyrant Body Spirit Tier. It can still advance further. As he walked, Su Hong pondered while looking at the panel. The plus sign behind the Overlord's body still existed. This meant it could still be further enhanced. The spirit rank must also be a tier classification, he thought. At this thought, Su Hong stopped hesitating. Being able to continue improving was naturally a good thing. First, I'll put on a weighted vest. Might as well see just how strong this tyrant body, touted by the system as the pinnacle of strength, really is. Su Hong made his way toward the warehouse where the weighted vests were stored. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Wang Tiantua actually chose the 3,500 kilograms weighted vest, truly worthy of being called a barbarian god physique. Watching the monitors, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe both widened their eyes slightly in surprise. Standing to the side, Xin Tianlai also nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the performance of Wang Tiantua and the other two. At this moment, Bai Mu couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandmaster Qin, doesn't Su Hong practice 7 different breathing techniques? Why didn't we ask him for a more detailed explanation just now? We can't be so direct about it. Qin Tianlai shook his head. Geniuses carry pride with them. Speaking directly to Su Hong might backfire. We need to find a way to make him realize things himself. Hearing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe nodded thoughtfully. By the way, are the martial artists arranged for the night raid all assembled? At this moment, Qin Tianlai inquired. It will take some more time. Lin Zhe replied. Coordinating with the students' varying combat prowess makes it a bit troublesome. They're already on their way. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai nodded in acknowledgement. Put. At this moment, Bai Mu seemed to think of something and covered her mouth with a chuckle. Noticing the puzzled expressions of Qin Tianlai and Lin Zhe, Bai Mu suppressed a laugh and said, I bet those students still think they're really getting a proper day off today. Watching the trainees working out in places like the gravity chamber on the surveillance feed, Bai Mu couldn't help but laugh. They'll definitely use up all 4 free hours today, and probably even spend their contribution points too. By evening they'll be exhausted and desperate for proper rest. That's when we dispatch the night raid warriors, there'll be plenty of wailing then. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai and Lin Zhe exchanged faint smiles. Exactly. Their earlier suggestion for students to rest well today had been strategically timed. That's just to trick them. Thinking about resting once you arrive at the training camp? Not a chance. We'll start with a night assault tonight to give these youngsters a lesson they won't forget. Moreover, they put a lot of thought into this night raid. It wasn't just to mess with the students. The warriors responsible for the night raids were all carefully selected. Each night raid was conducted by warriors working one-on-one. Moreover, depending on the targets of the night raid, the assigned night raiders will vary in their strength and combat prowess. Their abilities will be similar to those of their targets. This is to evaluate how each student performs when facing opponents of equal strength. Look, this is the perfect opportunity to make Su Hong feel defeated. Qin Tianlai laughed. The night raider I arranged for Su Hong is significantly stronger than him. When Su Hong is defeated by the night raider, I'll come out and explain the drawbacks of simultaneous cultivation again. He'll surely obey and give up practicing those 7 induction techniques. Hearing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe nodded in enlightenment. The two exchanged glances, each silently cursing in their hearts. Truly, the older they get, the more cunning they become. Every move is calculated to perfection. Grandmaster Qin, may I ask what level of martial artist you've arranged for Su Hong? Bai Mu inquired with curiosity. Although Su Hong is only at the initial stage of the first rank in Qi and Blood, his combat prowess rivals that of someone at the peak stage of the first rank. Lin Zhe also showed curiosity on his face. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai slightly curled the corner of his mouth. The night raid fighters I arranged for Su Hong are almost identical in strength to those assigned to Wang Tiantua's trio. They're all first-tier high-rank martial artists with vitality levels just over 400, and combat power around 5,000 points. Hearing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe froze on the spot. The 3 of them, Wang Tiantua and company, all had vitality levels exceeding 300. Even Xiao Yan, who had the weakest vitality among them, still had over 290 points, and she was a first-tier mid-rank psychic master to boot. Given the strength of these 3 individuals, assigning assassins of this caliber for a night raid is somewhat justifiable. But arranging such formidable martial artists for Su Hong, whose combat power barely exceeds 3,000. This is no night raid, it's clearly aimed at shattering one's martial resolve. There's no way Su Hong could stand a chance. Looking at Qin Tianlia's smug face, Bai Mulinson's mouth twitched slightly. Now they finally understood. From the very beginning, Grandmaster Qin had no intention of evaluating Su Hong's combat performance. He simply wanted to use this night raid to make Su Hong give up his simultaneous cultivation of 7 guiding techniques. Although it must be said, the latter is indeed far more important than the former. Yet, the two of them still found themselves at a loss for words. After a long silence, Lin Zhe couldn't help but whisper, Grandmaster Qin, this isn't right, it's outright favoritism. Yes, Bai Mu also said cautiously, this is entirely targeting Su Hong. Not at all. Qin Tianlai glared. Su Hong has already mastered 7 different guiding techniques. The point is to make him understand this is wrong. It will seriously hinder his growth speed. Correcting this is what matters most. Hearing this, Bai Mu and Lin Zhe opened their mouths but found themselves momentarily unable to refute. Seems like there really isn't a problem? It's just that Su Hong is unlucky, absolutely going to get beaten up badly. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe shook their heads, feeling sorry for Su Hong. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Bai Mu opened the door. A military uniformed martial artist entered the room. He saluted Qin Tianlai. Reporting to the Grandmaster, all the martial artists you requested have arrived. Please inspect them. Good. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, come with me. Yes. The group quickly departed. The weighted vest warehouse. All trainees from other training camps had already gathered in places like the gravity chamber and movement training room. At this moment, it was completely deserted. Soon, Su Hong walked in. The heaviest one weighs 10 tons? With a trace of curiosity on his face, Su Hong approached the 10-ton weighted vest. He stretched out both hands and gave it a strong lift. Instantly raised overhead. His face flushed slightly red, showing visible strain. No good. You can wear it, but it severely affects mobility. Most importantly, it won't last long. Su Hong shook his head. He could barely last more than 10 minutes under the weight of those 10-ton vests before being crushed to the ground. Setting the vest aside, he began experimenting repeatedly. In the end, he settled on wearing a 5-ton weighted vest equivalent to 5,000 kilograms. This weight suits my current needs perfectly, he said. Su Hong gave a satisfied nod after jumping in place twice. Keep in mind, he was only a beginner first-tier martial artist. A 10-ton weight even an early second-tier martial artist might not last as long as he did while wearing it. I wonder how much weight Wang Tiantua and the other two chose. They're peak first-tier and prodigies, so they're probably about the same as me, maybe even a bit stronger. Su Hong quietly speculated to himself that with his overlord physique, he shouldn't be too far behind those three in terms of ability. Clearly, he had developed a slightly, vastly, mistaken understanding about the overlord physique, renowned as the pinnacle of physical strength among 3,000 known physiques. Just then, the smart bracelet emitted a soft ping. Su Hong raised his wrist to check it. After wearing the weighted vest for 10 seconds, the wristband detected the vest's weight and began timing. I wonder how many contribution points this will earn. Su Hong didn't dwell on it. He left the warehouse and headed straight for the gravity chamber. Chapter 55, not much, just 4.5 tons. Just as Su Hong was heading to the gravity chamber, at the same time, at an open space on the other side of the training camp, a group of martial artists waited for Grandmaster Qin's arrival. At the front of the line stood 3 middle-aged martial artists and a young man with a faint trace of displeasure on his face. At this moment, 3 middle-aged martial artists were teasing the young man with laughter. Bu Jingfeng, aren't you supposed to be a genius? How come you got summoned here too? That's right, you're only a few years older than these training camp geniuses. If you hadn't joined the military, at your age you'd probably still be in your first or second year at a martial arts university. Still the same as us old folks, here to serve these so-called geniuses. Facing their teasing, Bu Jingfeng wore an unmistakable look of irritation. He never expected that he, of all people, would be summoned to act as a sparring partner for these so-called prodigies in the training camp, though they dressed it up nicely as night raid martial artists. But in reality, isn't this just being these guys' training partner? If I were still in high school, it'd be more like these geniuses serving as my sparring partners, Bu Jingfeng said with great dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the 3 middle-aged martial artists burst into laughter. At this moment, Qin Tianlai brought Bai Mu and the other two over. Seeing this, the group of martial artists who had been chatting immediately shut their mouths and stood at attention like soldiers. The 3 middle-aged martial artists also hurriedly snapped to attention. Even Bu Jingfeng swallowed his dissatisfaction. Alright everyone, let's skip the small talk. Qin Tianlai stepped before the group, exchanged a few brief greetings, then waved his hand dismissively. Starting now, each of you will come forward to receive your target for tonight's raid. Their room numbers are in the documents, don't mess this up. Yes. In unison, the uniformed martial artists responded with a loud, disciplined acknowledgement. Soon, under Bai Mulin's distribution, a group of martial artists received the documents for their night raid targets. Only Bu Jingfeng and 3 middle-aged martial artists still hadn't received theirs. You 4 are assigned to raid the strongest among this batch of prodigies from the training camp. I'll personally deliver yours. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Qin Tianlai walked over with a hearty laugh. Wang Tiantua, 340 chi points, that high? A middle-aged martial artist showed a hint of shock. The other 2 middle-aged martial artists also gasped softly the moment they saw the data. That strong? Bu Jingfeng was somewhat surprised, and much of his dissatisfaction faded away. He had initially thought he was just here to accompany the geniuses for fun, but now it seemed these geniuses were no pushovers. Being able to have a good fight like this is actually pretty great. Thinking this way, Bu Jingfeng eagerly accepted the materials handed to him by Qin Tianlai, his face full of anticipation. Then, he lowered his head for a glance and froze instantly. What's going on? 123 Qi and blood points? That's it? Such a useless piece of trash, and they assign him, this genius, to conduct a night raid? Is he even worthy? Why was I assigned a first-stage beginner martial artist? Bu Jingfeng raised his head with a puzzled expression and asked, Grandmaster Qin, could there be a mistake? No mistake. Qin Tianlai waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng's expression instantly became extraordinarily vivid. Even in the presence of a grandmaster, his face darkened outright. As a prodigy, he too had his own pride. Thus, even facing a grandmaster, he questioned directly without hesitation. Master Qin, aren't you looking down on me too much? This is just a first-rank beginner martial artist. If it were truly as simple as it appears on the surface, would I have let you, this brat, fight? Qin Tianlai rolled his eyes. Su Hong's combat prowess is far from ordinary, he's strong enough to rival a first-rank advanced martial artist. As these words were spoken, the three middle-aged martial artists nearby all showed looks of astonishment. With only 123 points of vital energy, his combat prowess could rival that of a high-tier first-rank martial artist. What kind of monster is this? Bu Jingfeng also revealed a trace of surprise, clearly not expecting the student to be so prodigious, but he still felt somewhat displeased inside. Genius is still genius. But currently, this student named Su Hong only possesses combat power comparable to a high-grade first-tier martial artist. With over 400 points of Qi and blood, he's not far from reaching the 500 points threshold of a second-tier martial artist. Sending him to ambush Su Hong at night, wasn't that just pinning the man down for a beating? Bu Jingfeng had no taste for such overwhelmingly one-sided battles. There wasn't the slightest bit of fun in them. He was just about to voice his objection. But Tianlai Qin laughed first. Alright, that's it. Dismissed now. Everyone conserve your energy and give it your all tonight. With that, he turned and walked away. Bu Jingfeng grew anxious and quickly chased after him. Grandmaster Qin, can you assign me a different opponent? Let me fight Wang Tiantua instead. That brat's barbarian divine physique should give me a proper fight. Qin Tianlai frowned and smacked Bu Jingfeng on the forehead with a slap. He grumbled irritably. Just hit him when I tell you to, stop spouting nonsense. Bu Jingfeng rubbed his head, muttering discontentedly under his breath. It's all because of your unfair assignment. I'm clearly the strongest, yet you make me fight the one with the lowest health. Qin Tianlai couldn't be bothered to respond and simply walked away. Seeing this, Bu Jingfeng wore a helpless expression, realizing there was little chance of switching opponents. Yet, unwilling to give up, he shouted at Qin Tianlia's retreating figure. Grandmaster Qin, you know me, if you don't swap people out, I'll truly go all out. Don't blame me if I accidentally wreck this demon spawn later. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai nearly burst out laughing. I'd be worried if you didn't fight at full strength. The best outcome would be beating Su Hong so badly he questions his entire existence. The harder the beating, the greater the chance Su Hong will give up on practicing both guidance techniques. As a grandmaster, he was also familiar with Bu Jingfeng, the renowned martial arts obsessive from the military, and had specifically summoned him this time. With anyone else, he might fear they would go too easy. After some thought, Qin Tianlai decided to add fuel to the fire. He turned his head, curling his lip as he spoke. Even if you go all out, kid, you might not beat Su Hong. Don't come crying to me when you lose. Hey! Bu Jingfeng was truly angered now. Who did they think they were underestimating? He shouted loudly. Alright, since it's your order, I'll really go all out. Don't blame me if anyone gets seriously hurt. Seeing Tianlai Qin casually wave his hand in response, a visibly annoyed Bu Jingfeng. You're really a martial arts fanatic, kid, with nerves this thick. You dare speak so disrespectfully to a grandmaster. Only Grandmaster Qin would indulge a brat like you. Any other grandmaster would have you strung up and whipped within an inch of your life. Consider yourself damn lucky. Three middle-aged martial artists approached, their faces still tinged with lingering fear. Poof! Bu Jingfeng snorted in displeasure. He had already made up his mind. Tonight he would fight with all his might. Beat this demon until it's covered in bumps, and then let Master Qin regret his actions. Seeing him like this, the three middle-aged martial artists couldn't be bothered to persuade him further and began chatting among themselves. Ugh, this latest weighted vest is really heavy. You wouldn't believe it, but this thing I'm wearing, well, it's not much, just a mere 3 tons. That insane? Impressive. What I'm carrying is just a mere 3 tons plus an extra 100 kilograms. Their words were humble, yet their expressions grew increasingly smug with each boast. Watching the three suddenly begin comparing the weight of their vests, Bu Jingfeng's eyes flickered as he intentionally cleared his throat. Noticing this, the three middle-aged martial artists asked with curiosity. Kid Bu, how much weighted armor are you wearing? Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. Bu Jingfeng cleared his throat again and deliberately replied in an indifferent tone, casually saying, not much, just about 4.5 tons. 4.5 tons. The three middle-aged martial artists widened their eyes, expressions of shock written across their faces. Seeing their reactions, Bu Jingfeng's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he took great pleasure in their astonishment. Holy shit, 4.5 tons. If Master Qing knew you were hauling 4.5 tons, he'd never have let you fight that monster, right? That weight could match a freshly advanced second-rank warrior, couldn't it? TSK, kid, go easy tonight. Don't actually wreck that monster, their vitality's only at 123 points. Bu Jingfeng crossed his arms, a confident smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Too late. I won't stop until I beat that student so badly he can't get out of bed tonight, and make Qin the master regret it tomorrow. Seeing his resolute attitude, the three middle-aged martial artists secretly clicked their tongues in astonishment. In their hearts, they had already begun mourning for that student named Su Hong. Chapter 56, Rapid Progress. Gravity Chamber. When Su Hong arrived, he found a group of students standing excitedly outside several gravity chambers, animatedly discussing something. Holy shit, Wang Tiantuo is an absolute beast. He went inside wearing a 3-ton weighted vest. He even set it to 2x gravity. Doesn't that mean he's carrying a full 6 tons of weight on his body? Damn impressive, although it looks quite strenuous, but that's 6 tons we're talking about. Compared to him, both Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan's performances in the gravity chamber fall considerably short. Obviously, one's wind attribute, the other's a psychic master. How can they possibly compare to Wang Tiantuo who possesses the berserker's body? Hearing these words, Su Hong felt somewhat surprised. Wang Tiantuo's weighted vest is only 3 tons? That light? Seems I might have had a tad misconception about the tyrant physique. Su Hong thought to himself, and at that moment, he noticed, all the other gravity chambers were empty and unused. Su Hong felt somewhat perplexed. Su Hong, Chen Shan and Li Tu's voices came from behind. Su Hong greeted the two of them. He voiced the doubts in his heart. Isn't there free time available? Why are they just standing there watching? Ah, it's just that others are too skilled. Li Tu explained with a helpless expression. When their group first arrived at the gravity chamber, can't wait to start training. But then Wang Tiantuo and the other two entered the venue. Realizing there was plenty of time, they decided to observe these first 3 arrivals at the training camp to assess their skills. As they watched, the skill gap became painfully obvious. This made others feel somewhat awkward, unwilling to use the gravity chamber at the same time as them. After all, with these 3 setting such high standards, anyone who trained alongside them would inevitably be compared. With plenty of time available, it wasn't too late for others to train after Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions finished cultivating. That's the only reason? Su Hong shook his head speechlessly. He immediately headed toward an unoccupied gravity chamber. He had no intention of waiting around for such a ridiculous reason. Damn, Su Hong, are you really going in? Won't you wait? Chen Shan and Li Tu were momentarily stunned, then rushed forward trying to stop Su Hong. Yet Su Hong had already moved quicker, striding ahead into the gravity chamber. Exchanging a glance, Chen Shan and Li Tu wore identical expressions of speechless exasperation. They knew Su Hong was quite capable, but it all depends on who you compare him to. Compared to them, Su Hong was indeed stronger, but when measured against Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions, Su Hong was clearly outmatched. It's bound to be compared and even ridiculed by others. Hey, isn't that the guy who arrived last at the training camp? He actually dares to enter the gravity chamber at this moment. Just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out. The surrounding students froze for a moment before turning their heads to look. When they saw Su Hong standing boldly before the gravity chamber's screen, pondering which gravity level to set, the group immediately burst into laughter. Is he out of his mind or what? Bet he misunderstood, probably thought Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 weren't wearing weighted vests. This guy went straight to sleep when picking out a weighted vest earlier, probably hasn't even put it on yet. Coming in now? His intentions are pretty shady. Now that you mention it, why didn't I think of that? Wang Tiantuo's trio will struggle to last long in the gravity chamber wearing weighted vests. While this guy isn't wearing one, of course he'll outlast them. He's just trying to show off deliberately. Pathetic, ignore him. Does he really think we're that stupid? Among the crowd, Wang Dong and Shan Bei both wore the most mocking smiles. They never expected that before they could even begin dealing with this sneaky bastard, he would jump out to clown around all by himself. At this moment, inside the gravity chamber, Su Hong stood before the screen, deep in thought. He currently wore a weighted vest bearing 5 tons. Double that would be 10 tons. He'd tried before, could only last about 10 minutes. This seems rather unnecessary. After some thought, Su Hong adjusted the gravity chamber to 1.5 times normal gravity. The next moment, he immediately felt it. From all directions of the gravity chamber, pressure assaulted him, weighing down on his body like a mountain. Not only that, but even the speed of blood flow and muscle contraction within his body was noticeably affected. A crushing weight of 7.5 tons, Su Hong sat cross-legged and began practicing his guiding techniques. The moment he started circulating his energy, his eyes suddenly lit up. Under the oppressive force of the gravity chamber, he practiced his guidance technique. Though it was considerably more challenging, his progress actually accelerated slightly. Truly worthy of the hefty investment, this gravity chamber's effect far surpasses that of a weighted vest. Su Hong quickly settled into focused cultivation. At the same time, the students watching outside couldn't help but laugh when they noticed Su Hong had only set the gravity at 1.5 times normal. He's probably not wearing weighted gear, how's he only handling 1.5 G? After all, he was the last to arrive. Must be weak, don't dwell on it. Enough. The gravity chamber's glass is completely soundproof, he can't hear us anyway. After laughing for a while, the group of prodigies lost all interest in Su Hong. He turned back his gaze to Wang Tiantua and the other two once more. From time to time, he couldn't help but sigh. 2 hours passed. Su Hong, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. Under the weight of these 7.5 tons, only 2 hours had passed. Apart from the thunder and fire elemental guidance techniques, all other guidance techniques had leveled up by 1. Even my vitality has increased by 4 points. Su Hong opened the panel to check, his expression brightening with excitement. His vitality points had increased from 126 to 130. If the gravity chamber is this effective, the movement techniques room and the beast chamber probably aren't far behind, he thought. With this in mind, Su Hong stood up, ready to go try out the other training rooms. After all, there were 4 free hours every day, plenty of time to come and train. At the very moment he stood up, Wang Tiantua and the other two also opened their eyes. Drenched in sweat, their eyes flickered with a glimmer of excitement. Clearly, they were quite satisfied with the gravity chamber's effects. Holy cow, 6 tons of pressure, and Wang Tiantua actually endured it for 2 full hours. Truly impressive. His physical strength is unquestionably the strongest in the training camp now. I'm dying of laughter. That loser arrived late, yet he's already struggling and about to give up? Seeing Su Hong also standing up to come out, the group of students immediately burst into laughter. But soon, their laughter died in their throats. Wang Tiantua and the other two were the first to step out of the gravity chamber, promptly removing their weighted vests. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 weighted vests hit the ground with 3 deafening thuds. Phew, finally, relief. After taking off the vest, Lin Xinghe breathed heavily. Just a few more minutes wearing it and he would have been crushed to the ground. Nearby, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan also let out long sighs of relief. And at that moment, Su Hong emerged as well. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Feeling somewhat hot, he took off his jacket, revealing a weighted vest worn over his inner shirt. A group of students immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 57, The Soaring Swan's Startling Steps. Seeing Su Hong actually wearing a weighted vest as well, the group of students instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with surprise. Oh wow, he's wearing a weighted vest, that means he's got some real skills. How much does his vest weigh? You wouldn't know it by looking. This specially weighted vest is designed for flexibility, completely inconspicuous from the outside. Only the inner material differs. No matter how heavy it gets, even at the minimum 100 kilograms, being able to wear it in gravity chamber for 1.5 hours is respectable, especially since he arrived last. True enough, though let's be honest, none of us stand a chance comparing ourselves to Wang Tiantua's trio. Pfft, forget about him, which of us could possibly compare to those 3 freaks? A group of students muttered a few words. At this moment, Lin Xinghe's lazy voice rang out. Old Wang, I'll admit I'm no match for you, brute that you are, in the gravity chamber. Care to compare in the agility chamber now? Lin Xinghe waved a pink fan and spoke cheerfully to Wang Tiantua. No comparison. Wang Tiantua outright refused. Afraid? Lin Xinghe taunted him. Wang Tiantua looked at him as if he were an idiot. Your movement techniques are all grade A, and wouldn't attribute at that. Why the hell would I challenge you in agility when I'd just be asking for trouble? Holy shit, you already know that? No fun. Lin Xinghe pouted. Meanwhile, the students who overheard their conversation gasped in shock. Grade A movement techniques? Damn. Not even at the second stage, and already mastered A-rank movement techniques. Is this guy even human? Damn it, every kind of monster shows up here. I was considered a genius at my school, but coming here makes me feel like just some average guy. Now I finally understand why everyone at school used to look at me with such complicated expressions. Listening to these astonished murmurs, Lin Xinghe unfolded the pink fan in his hand. The words handsomest under heaven instantly appeared. A smug smile curled at the corners of his lips, his expression brimming with satisfaction. He feigned humility as he spoke. Ah, it's just an A-grade movement technique, nothing to write home about. Ha! Halfway through, he couldn't keep up the act anymore and chuckled lightly. Clap! With a snap of his folding fan, Lin Xinghe strode towards the movement training chamber. Now, everyone, watch me perform. That damn show-off. Wang Tiantua shook his head. Right? This guy gets physically uncomfortable if he doesn't put on airs for a single day. Xiao Yan curled her lips disdainfully. Grade A movement technique. The moment those 4 words reached his ears, Su Hong, who had been walking toward the body technique chamber, abruptly halted in his tracks. His eyes instantly lit up with realization. Lin Xinghe actually knows an A-grade body technique. Then he had no choice but to watch. Seeing Lin Xinghe speak with such confidence, the group of students all followed along after her. Su Hong also squeezed into the crowd, his eyes fixed on Lin Xinghe's figure. Soon, Lin Xinghe walked into the movement training room. Su Hong noticed that this movement training room was quite unique, with densely packed arrow launchers covering all 4 walls. I've seen movement rooms before. Their difficulty is classified by levels, the lowest being level 1. I tried level 3 and couldn't handle it, the speed was too fast, impossible to dodge. Someone said with visible lingering fear on their face. The group of students turned to look at the speaker and immediately froze. This was a young master from a prominent family, his blood chi at mid-stage of the 1st rank. Even someone at mid-stage 1st rank got defeated at level 3 in the movement technique room? Just how high did Lin Xinghe adjust it? Level 5, level 6? Fueled by curiosity, everyone turned their gaze to the screen in the movement technique room. The next moment, their faces twisted in shock. Holy crap, level 10? For real? Starting at full intensity right away? He's got A-grade movement skills, but logically speaking, he shouldn't be this confident, seems way too showy. Stop talking, it's starting. Before she could finish, inside the movement training room, from densely packed quivers, arrows without arrowheads shot out in an instant. Holy shit, that speed, my eyes can't even keep up. How do you dodge this? Isn't this a fucking map hack? Isn't this a fucking map hack? The entire group of students was stunned. The speed was terrifyingly fast, leaving faint afterimages in its wake. Yet inside the movement chamber, Lin Xinghe remained utterly composed as he faced countless arrows. He even had leisure to fan himself with a folding fan. Just as the first arrow was about to strike him, his figure began to evade at an astonishing speed. A sky full of arrows, yet not a single one managed to hit him. He dodged every single one. Witnessing this scene, the group of students was utterly dumbfounded. The wind attribute is inherently fast, and coupled with the A-ranked movement technique Flying Swan's Cloud Startle he's cultivated, if his attack power were any stronger, I'd have no way to deal with him. Wang Tiantua shook his head with a sigh. He added, of course, he still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Xiaoyan shook her head and said, fast as he may be, once my psychic power catches him, he won't be able to escape even with wings. A group of people stood around chatting and commenting. Only Su Hong remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed on Lin Xinghe's figure inside the movement training chamber. His eyes continuously shifted, sometimes perplexed, sometimes enlightened, sometimes comprehending, until finally settling into complete serenity. Just then, his attribute panel had undergone a transformation. A new movement technique column has been added. Movement technique, Soaring Swan Startles the Clouds, beginner, 34%, plus, the first A-grade movement technique, mastered. Su Hong's lips curled slightly at the corners, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Since he had learned it, he wasn't planning to watch any further. There's no need to use the training room just to practice movement techniques, it'd be a waste of precious free time. With his talent, mastering it would come naturally once he'd learned it. Right now, the most important thing is to boost my chi and blood energy first. Thinking of this, Su Hong returned to the gravity chamber. Adjusting it once more to 1.5 times gravity, he began practicing the guiding technique under the pressure of 7.5 tons. Xiaoyan, let's not waste any more time. Over at the movement training room, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan both entered the facility. The faces of the onlooking students showed mixed emotions. In just these few short hours, they had realized how vast the gap was between them and a true genius. Train. Hey, that last place straggler who arrived late has already started training again. I can't fall behind either. Exactly, even if I don't become supremely powerful, at least I can't let others overtake me so easily. Let's get started. Entering the gravity chamber, he saw Su Hong, the last to arrive, already immersed in cultivation once again. A sense of urgency immediately surged among the group of students, especially when they saw Su Hong in the gravity chamber, still wearing his weighted vest. Their faces changed dramatically before they finally gritted their teeth and stomped their feet. Screw it, I'll wear it too. This one on me weighs half a ton. Pathetic. Mine's 600 kilograms. Cut the crap. How long can you guys last with this weight? Exactly. You all think you're Wang Tiantua or something? That guy wore a 3-ton weighted vest and endured 2 hours under double gravity. He's got the savage god physique unique in the entire training camp. With that, the group of students filed into the gravity chamber and began their training. Chapter 58, block him inside and beat him up. That guy managed to slip away again. Watching inside the gravity chamber, Su Hong had already settled into a cross-legged position and begun his cultivation. Wang Dong and Chen Bei showed a hint of regret. No worries, after finishing his cultivation, he'll definitely head to the beast chamber. Chen Bei suddenly thought of something and chuckled. We'll give him trouble then. Good. Wang Dong nodded, as if conjuring some pleasant scene in his mind, a faint smile spreading across his face. Gazing at Su Hong immersed in his cultivation, Chen Bei sneered coldly. I'll make sure this guy understands, ambushing others without sufficient strength demands a heavy price. Wang Dong chuckled as well. When Su Hong's almost finished cultivating, let's grab a wooden club and give him a few solid whacks. With that, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Soon, Wang Dong and Chen Bei also entered the gravity chamber to begin their training. They deliberately chose positions on either side of Su Hong. This way, they could keep an eye on when Su Hong would finish his cultivation. Half an hour later, at the movement training room, Lin Xinghe and his two companions walked out after finishing their training session. Refreshing. Fanning himself leisurely with a folding fan, Lin Xinghe looked completely at ease. Only a handful of students could be seen watching outside. A flicker of disappointment flashed through his eyes. With a sharp snap, he closed his fan. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan were far from as carefree as Lin Xinghe. The two of them were panting heavily at the moment. What do you think, Lao Wang, Xiao Yan? How's my speed? Lin Xinghe asked them with a cheerful grin. Wang Tiantua shot him a glance, too lazy to speak. Xiao Yan wasn't about to indulge him and went straight for the jugular. Seems like you're only approaching us now that you don't have those students fawning over you anymore. How pathetic. Xiao Yan curled her lip in disdain. How pathetic. Lin Xinghe exaggeratedly widened his eyes with an over-the-top expression. You're not implying that my speed, with my wind attribute and the cultivation of the A-ranked movement technique Soaring Swan's surprising steps is just barely passable, are you? Li Xinghe chuckled mischievously, looking utterly punch-drunk. Give it a rest. You can show off your A-rank martial skill to those students, but why bother pretending in front of us? Wang Tiantua scoffed, like that's hard to do? He too was practicing an A-grade combat technique. Exactly, Xiao Yan pouted. As a psychic master, the A-grade combat technique she practiced was exceptionally unique, a technique exclusive to psychic masters. TCH. Lin Xinghe instantly lost interest. He cast a glance at the students training in the gravity chamber. He said languidly, yeah, well, it's just the three of us competing in this training camp anyway. These students are way beneath our level. Not even the young masters from families like ours have been able to master A-rank martial skills. Upon hearing this, both Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan's faces revealed a trace of pride. Students are still constrained by various issues like resource scarcity, but those young masters from families like theirs, they all had access to Class A martial techniques. Yet among all the elite geniuses carefully selected by the major families across Star City to participate in this training camp, only these three had managed to master Class A techniques. Enough, no more chatter. As his breathing steadied, Wang Tiantua flashed a confident smile. Only three of us in this training camp mastered rank A combat techniques, so the top three spots will inevitably be contested among us. You two can fight over second and third place. With that, Wang Tiantua strode decisively towards the beast chamber. Damn, you're really putting on airs. You lumbering ox can't even lay a finger on me. What makes you think you'll take first place? Humph, seems I'll have to show you both the true power of a psychic master. Useless. Warriors should speak with their strength in the end. One of you relies on speed, the other on mental power. Neither can match my barbarian god physique. The three spoke casually, faces brimming with self-confidence. After the three had departed, at the gravity chamber, as time passed, students gradually emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat. After resting briefly, they headed one after another toward the beast training room. Tisk, why hasn't Su Hong finished training yet? Outside the gravity chamber, Wang Dong and Chen Bei exchanged glances, both visibly impatient. We've come out to rest several times already. How come he hasn't stepped out even once? Chen Bei looked thoroughly puzzled. Nonsense. Did you even see the gravity multiplier he selected? Wasn't it 1.5 just now? Chen Bei froze, his gaze shifting to the gravity room screen displaying Su Hong's readings. The next moment, when he saw the numbers on it, he was utterly speechless. God damn it, it dropped straight to 1.2? What kind of effect is this fucking supposed to have? Heh, just now 1.5 times was already the lowest in the room. The two of us wearing 700 kilogram weighted vests can still train at 3 times gravity for over 10 minutes, but this guy? Now he's even dropped it to 1.2 times. Wang Dong shook his head, his face full of disdain. With this level of capability, he actually had the nerve to ambush them before. Hasn't he noticed us yet? Chen Bei pondered, otherwise he's been holed up there the whole time. It doesn't make any sense. Wang Dong thought for a moment and said, here's what we'll do, let's go out first and see how he reacts. That should tell us. Right, let's go. The two dashed out of the gravity chamber and hid in the shadows to observe. A few minutes later, their expressions turned excited. He's opened his eyes. Holy shit, he was intentionally dragging this out. Humph, he's just scared exactly as I predicted. He's getting up, let's just beat him up right here. Stop. Wang Dong quickly spoke up, noticing Qin Bei's puzzled expression, he whispered in a lowered voice. There are too many people here after all. If a commotion breaks out and gets noticed by the master, it'll be troublesome. Then what do you suggest we do? Wang Dong smiled mysteriously. After training here, everyone goes curiously to experience the beast chamber. Su Hong certainly won't be an exception. On our way here, I observed the beast chamber has separate compartments. We'll wait for him to enter, then block him inside and beat him up. Absolutely no one will know. Great idea. Let's go. Chen Bei's eyes lit up as he pulled Wang Dong aside for cover. Soon, Su Hong's figure emerged from the gravity chamber, heading straight for the beast containment room. He's really going to the beast room after all. Keep up, hurry up and keep up. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Dong and Chen Bei's faces lit up with excitement. After Su Hong had walked several hundred meters, they immediately followed him. On the other side, as Su Hong walked along the road, he felt utterly refreshed and invigorated. Just finished 2 hours of training in the gravity chamber. It boosted his chi and blood from 130 points to 135 points, a full 5-point increase. That's 1 point more than his previous gains. This is mainly due to his guidance technique level improving again, making his efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy even faster. With the unparalleled talent bestowed upon him, Su Hong's progress can be described as meteoric. During these 2 hours of training, he managed to elevate all 7 of his guidance techniques to LV4. The content of the 7 attributes within his vital energy had also significantly increased compared to before. I wonder if there are enough ferocious beasts in the training camp's beast chamber. A look of anticipation surfaced in Su Hong's eyes. The more ferocious beasts there were, the more martial arts points he could obtain, and the faster his strength would improve. Chapter 59, Stunned. Beast Chamber. When Su Hong arrived here, he found a large group of students gathered outside the 3 beast chambers, watching intently. From time to time, startled exclamations would erupt. Su Hong glanced at it and walked toward the wooden board displaying the rules nearby. Kill a first-tier low-level fierce beast to earn 1 contribution point. Kill a first-tier mid-level fierce beast to earn 3 contribution points. Kill a first-tier high-level fierce beast to earn 5 contribution points. The rules are simple and clear. Su Hong gave it a brief glance before looking away. He had already reviewed the rules for the gravity chamber and movement training room earlier. Every 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 hour of cultivation time. The beast room, meanwhile, has no requirements whatsoever. You can come challenge at any time. Compared to training facilities like the gravity chamber, the beast room is primarily a means to earn contribution points. Contribution points matter, but combat prowess matters even more. Su Hong glanced at the small print beneath the wooden board, and his eyes immediately lit up. It stated that the wild beasts were specifically captured by martial artists from inside the training camp. When there weren't enough, they would be promptly replenished. Doesn't this mean I can keep farming them indefinitely? Su Hong licked his lips, ready to step into one of the beast chambers. Just then, a startled cry came from nearby. Holy crap, his contribution points broke 100. Wang Tiantua is an absolute monster. 1 punch to kill a first-class high-tier beast, can you believe that? Lin Xinghe isn't ordinary either, his speed is ridiculously fast, not even a tier 1 high-grade savage beast can touch him. So this is the A-ranked movement technique Soaring Swan startles the clouds? Absolutely insane. Holy shit, look at Xiao Yan quickly. This is my first time seeing a psychic master in real combat. These attacks are completely impossible to defend against. A psychic master? When the last sentence was heard, Su Hong also grew curious in his heart. Walking outside Xiao Yan's beast chamber, he peered inside. There, Xiao Yan was currently facing attacks from 3 high-tier first-grade fierce beasts. She stood rooted to the spot without moving a muscle. Several streaks of light shot through the air like shooting stars, relentlessly piercing the beast's body. Su Hong focused his gaze and realized those streaks of light were actually slender throwing knives. Manipulating objects with the mind, this is psychic telekinesis. At this moment, Su Hong's pupils suddenly contracted. A vicious beast, dragging its severely wounded body, leaped high into the air, pouncing toward Xiao Yan with lethal intent. Just as it was about to strike her, suddenly, the massive body of the beast was eerily suspended in mid-air, completely immobilized. Then, Xiao Yan abruptly floated upward, coming face to face with the beast. With deliberate calm, she raised her weapon and pierced through the beast's skull. Su Hong could be certain she hadn't employed any movement martial techniques. She had simply levitated into thin air. After all, walking on air was the signature ability of a martial arts grandmaster. Yet Xiao Yan, a mere first-rank martial artist, had accomplished it too. Though she couldn't sustain it for long, this feat was nothing short of astonishing. Is this the power of a psychic master? Not only can manipulate objects telekinetically, but also forcefully control enemies with psychic power, and even walk through thin air. No wonder every psychic master is unbelievably powerful, it's literally dual cultivation. Possessing both a warrior's physique and mysterious psychic abilities, no wonder they completely overpower ordinary martial artists. Su Hong's breathing grew heavier as he watched, his fists clenching so tight they trembled. His eyes brimmed with longing for a psychic master. He could scarcely wait another second to max out his martial arts stats, boost his mental power, and become a psychic master. Just then, as if witnessing something astonishing, the crowd of onlookers burst into exclamations. Holy shit! What the hell is that? What's with that giant sword? Su Hong was taken aback and immediately raised his gaze. He saw that just as a fierce beast lunged at Xiaoyan, her eyes narrowed. Astonishingly, a massive silver-white sword materialized in the air, slicing the beast cleanly in half with a single stroke. Su Hong stared in disbelief, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, a clansman who had heard the earlier exclamation remarked with awe-filled admiration. This is a martial technique exclusively for psychic masters, and it's even graded A. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Holy shit, a martial technique just for psychic masters? I've never even heard of such a thing. Another A grade? First Lin Xing has A grade movement technique, now Xiaoyan knows one too. Could Wang Tiantua also have mastered it? Hearing this, the young man from the family spoke with complicated emotions. Wang Tiantua really is capable, and unlike Lin Xinghe, his A grade martial arts technique is offensive in nature. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group of students became extraordinarily vivid. Damn, what's even the point of competing now? These are three absolute monsters. Not only are they formidable in Qi blood realm cultivation, but they've all mastered A-rank combat techniques too. They're insanely powerful. They all know A-rank techniques, unlike the others who wore complicated expressions. Su Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. He originally thought Lin Xinghe's A-grade movement technique was already formidable. Little did he expect there would be even greater masters. Moreover, Wang Tiantua possessed an A-grade martial skill. Su Hong ran outside Wang Tiantua's beast chamber, watched for a while, then felt somewhat disappointed. Wang Tiantua was deliberately tempering himself, showing no intention of using any martial techniques. I'll find another chance to learn it next time. Su Hong returned outside Xiaoyan's beast chamber, watching intently for a while before feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. What a headache! I'm not a spiritual psychic yet, how am I supposed to learn martial techniques that require psychic energy release, with my bare head? With such low basic spiritual power attributes, even possessing peerless talents throughout the ages wouldn't be of any use. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Thinking this, Su Hong stopped glancing around. Without pausing for breath, he plunged headfirst into the distant fierce beast chamber. He's so greedy. Wang Tiantua's A-grade martial arts technique, he craves it. Xiaoyan's spiritual mind master martial skill, he covets that too. As for the spiritual mind master themselves, he yearns for that even more. To become a psychic master, one needs a tremendous amount of martial arts value. Su Hong opened his panel and glanced at it. Psyche, 26.5. This was based on what Wu Linxian had previously explained. To become a spiritual master, one needs at least 100 points of mental strength. He's still 73.5 points short. That equals 735 martial arts points. After realizing this, stepping into the beast cage, Su Hong had only one thought in mind. He was going on a killing spree. At the same time, witnessing Su Hong suddenly enter the beast chamber, Wang Dong and Qin Bei, who had been secretly observing, immediately sprang into action. See that? He went in. Charge ahead, take advantage while everyone's watching Wang Tiantua's team hunt beasts, no one's paying attention to us. Let's go. Beat the hell out of him first. The two of them, brimming with excitement, hurried toward the beast chamber Su Hong had entered. Not only that, but both of them were carrying thick wooden sticks in their hands. These were branches they had deliberately broken off from trees on their way here. They intended to give him a taste of his own medicine. Exactly how Su Hong had ambushed them, they were going to retaliate in the same way. Soon, the two arrived outside Su Hong's beast chamber. Qin Bei, brimming with excitement, was about to push the door open. God damn it! At that moment, Wang Dong seemed to catch sight of something astonishing and quickly stopped him. Damn it, don't suddenly yell like that, you scared the shit out of me. Qin Bei shivered all over in fright and asked discontentedly, what are you getting so worked up about? However, he didn't receive any response from Wang Dong. Qin Bei looked toward Wang Dong in bewilderment. They could see Wang Dong standing there with a completely dazed expression, his mouth hanging wide open, his trembling finger pointing inside the compartment. What the hell are you freaking out about? Holy shit! Qin Bei muttered under his breath while following his line of sight. The next moment, when he saw what was inside the beast chamber clearly, he froze instantly as if struck by lightning. Inside the beast chamber, before Su Hong stood 10 savage beasts. Each creature bore a ferocious expression, radiating terrifying auras from their entire bodies. Are these 10 fucking ferocious beasts all first-class peak tier? And he's challenging this many at once, is this guy trying to get himself killed? Qin Bei's voice trembled, his expression looking as if he'd seen a ghost. Chapter 60, Nope, I'm out. Shenbei wore an expression of utter disbelief. He thought Su Hong had gone completely mad. This was pure suicide. That's a full 10 first-class high-tier savage beasts. Wang Dong was completely dumbfounded, looking at Su Hong as if he were staring at a dead man walking. I remember he's only at the initial stage of first-class cultivation. To challenge savage beasts 2 minor realms above his level right away, and 10 of them at once. At this moment, Shenbei's eyebrows knitted tightly. Should we fetch the assistant instructor or Master Qin? Otherwise, this kid won't stand a chance. Wang Dong shook his head. It's too late. This is a peak first-rank ferocious beast. It'll tear him to shreds within seconds. As the two conversed, inside the ferocious beast's chamber. Come. Su Hong gazed at the 10 first-tier high-rank ferocious beasts, an excited grin spreading across his face as he beckoned them with a curling finger. Such a provocative action instantly enraged the 10 savage beasts. Roar! A giant black scorpion charged forward first, its venomous stinger striking towards Su Hong with lightning speed. Void-piercing finger strike. Su Hong thrust his finger forward, unleashing a surge of white energy that pierced straight through the scorpion's stinger in an instant. The venomous black scorpion beast raged in excruciating pain. Simultaneously, the remaining 9 beasts also charged forward in unison, their massive forms surrounding Su Hong like fortress walls. Roar! With a thunderous roar, all 10 beasts lunged towards Su Hong simultaneously. It's over. Witnessing this scene from outside the house, Wang Dong and Shenbei shook their heads. But the next moment, both of them froze in shock. They saw Su Hong, surrounded by 10 savage beasts, darting and dodging with the grace of a startled swan. Despite the crazed attacks of the 10 beasts, not even the hem of his robe was touched. Holy shit! Witnessing this scene, Wang Dong and Shenbei's eyes instantly widened, their faces filled with disbelief. What did they see? Su Hong, who had only reached the initial stage of the first rank in Qi and blood, effortlessly dodged the attacks of 10 ferocious beasts and even managed to counterattack. Is this something a first-rank novice martial artist can even do? Wang Dong's face was filled with disbelief. These were a full 10 high-tier first-rank ferocious beasts. Not to mention a first-level novice, even if it were 2 first-level intermediate martial artists surrounded and attacked by 10 first-level high-tier ferocious beasts, it would still be a situation where survival is nearly impossible. Shenbei, am I dreaming? Wang Dong stammered as he spoke. The next moment, suddenly, he heard Shenbei's slightly trembling voice coming from beside him. Wait a second, old Wang, doesn't this movement technique look kinda familiar? Wang Dong froze for a moment. Seeing Shenbei's shoulders trembling, he quickly focused his gaze on Su Hong's silhouette. The longer he looked, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. It felt exactly like something he'd seen not long ago. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Holy shit! Wang Dong scratched his head in deep thought, then suddenly remembered something, his tone turning horrified. He quickly turned his head and saw Shenbei looking equally dumbfounded. Could this be Lin Xinghe's A-rank movement technique, startling clouds of flying swans? Wang Dong swallowed hard, his face filled with horror. Shenbei nodded dumbly. With an utterly shocked expression, he affirmed firmly, it's the soaring swan steps. At these words, Wang Dong stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, he uttered in disbelief in a low voice. Lin Xinghe is already at the late stage of first rank and just mastered the A-grade movement technique. How could Su Hong, who's only at the early stage of first rank, have also learned it? Moreover, he's from number 1 high school, right? There's no way he should have access to such a high-grade movement technique. Wang Dong's face was full of confusion. Could it be that Su Hong is actually a descendant of a powerful family? I say, is there a possibility? At this moment, Shenbei hesitated before speaking. That he watched Lin Xinghe perform an A-rank movement technique earlier, and just learned it by observing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Dong was momentarily stunned before vigorously shaking his head in denial. This is an A-grade movement technique. No one could possibly master it just by watching briefly. Shenbei pointed towards the beast chamber and said chillingly, then how do you explain his movement technique? Wang Dong was instantly left speechless. Yet in his heart, he still found it hard to believe. Could someone truly master an A-rank movement technique just by watching it briefly? If such a person really existed, just how monstrous would their talent have to be? What's the difference from a monster? Old Wang, what do you think? Maybe we should just drop it. Shenbei murmured gloomily at that moment. Wang Dong froze, his face showing confusion, just as he heard Shenbei's next words. I'm telling you, let's not seek revenge on Su Hong. Even if we team up, we're no match for him. This statement left Wang Dong utterly speechless, his face flickering with hesitation. Gripping the wooden stick tightly in my hand, a wave of unwillingness surged through my heart. Seeing this, Shenbei silently raised his hand and pointed towards the beast's chamber. If you're still not convinced, go ahead, but I'm certainly not going. Though I should warn you, before you go looking for trouble with him, take a look at this first. Wang Dong froze momentarily, then raised his eyes to peer inside the room. In the next instant, he stood completely petrified, rooted to the spot like a block of wood. With a thud, the wooden stick he had been gripping tightly fell to the ground. Inside the ferocious beast chamber, in just this short time, all 10 first-tier high-stage beasts that had been raging moments ago now lay on the ground like dead dogs. Su Hong didn't even seem to have disturbed his breathing. Then, an even more chilling scene unfolded. After resting for just a few seconds, Su Hong went to the screen and tapped a few keys, and 10 more high-tier first-rank savage beasts emerged, snarling and brandishing their claws. Wang Dong was utterly dumbstruck. He couldn't stop roaring internally, "Is this guy even human?" He only exchanged a few words with Chen Bei, and in less than 5 minutes, all 10 peak first-rank ferocious beasts were dead. Even as Su Honglian didn't pause to catch his breath after resting for mere seconds, he began challenging again. "Dude, these are ferocious beasts we're talking about. Why are you treating this like some farming grind? Forget it, I'm outta here." Now Wang Dong was utterly convinced, with not a trace of reluctance left in his mind. He hurriedly grabbed Chen Bei in panic and scurried away, terrified that Su Hong might discover their intentions and come out to give them a brutal beating. As they passed the crowd of students watching Wang Tiantua and the other two, holy shit, 9 high-tier first-order beasts, and Wang Tiantua smashed them all in less than 10 minutes. Lin Xing is no slouch either. 8 high-tier first-order beasts ganged up on him, yet none managed to lay a finger on him. Xiaoyan's the same. I'm seriously stunned. These guys are on a whole different level compared to us. They must be cheating. So unfair, so unfair. With the strength of these three, Wang Tiantua and his team, aren't they guaranteed to sweep the top 3 spots in this training camp? What's there left to compete for? Hearing these exclamations, Wang Dong and Chen Bei's lips twitched involuntarily. They couldn't help but roar internally. Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions were indeed formidable, but the problem was, this training camp also housed an extraordinarily gifted freak of nature. Hey, Wang Dong and Chen Bei, didn't you say you were going to get back at that guy who ambushed you earlier? A student spotted the pair and walked over with a grin. So you've already beaten up that kid? Wang Dong and Chen Bei forced out dry laughs without speaking, inwardly cringing so hard their toes were digging into the floor. Beat him up? If not for our quick thinking, we'd probably be lying on the ground like dead dogs by now. Yet this student failed to notice the expressions on the 2 men's faces. With a look of deep emotion on his face, he said, "This training camp is just insane. Not only do we have freaks like Wang Tiantua and his group, but there are also those who've just broken through to first-rank martial artists, like that Su Hong. The gap in strength is way too big. And forget about Su Hong, even those of us who are mid-tier first-rank martial artists stand no chance competing against monsters like Wang Tiantua." Hearing this, Wang Dong and Chen Bei's mouths instantly twitched. Oh yes. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, the two hastily left. Chapter 61, The Omnipotent King. The doors to the 3 savage beast chambers swung open. The spectating students stepped back in awe, clearing the space. The next moment, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan emerged, their faces drenched in sweat. "How many contribution points did you earn by slaying so many savage beasts?" At this moment, a curious family disciple who recognized the trio asked. 280 points, Wang Tiantua said impassively. 265 points, Lin Xinghe muttered with a shrug. 270 points, Xiaoyan glanced at her smartwatch. Before the 3 had even finished speaking, the group of students was instantly stunned. Holy shit, that many? What's even the point of competing anymore? A single peak-level first-tier beast is only worth 5 contribution points. If these 3 monsters are all considered first-class high-tier dire beasts, the minimum number each has killed is a whopping 53. The group of students' expressions gradually grew complicated. The gap was simply too vast. They couldn't see any hope at all, let alone surpassing these 3. Not even the slightest chance to catch up. Let's go, time to spend at the martial arts pavilion. Lin Xinghe's tone carried a trace of irritation. He never expected to have the least contribution points among the 3 of them. This made him feel a bit embarrassed. Just then, the smart wristbands of everyone present dinged simultaneously. After wearing the weighted vest for 6 hours, the contribution points began to be calculated. Only 10 points for me. Sigh, I only got 20 points. What the hell? I'm wearing a whole ton of weighted vest and only got 30. The students were shouting and exclaiming. The next moment, they all turned to look at Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions in perfect sync, their eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Wang Tiantua didn't hesitate to answer casually. 100 points. Lin Xinghe said with a dark expression, 50 points. Xiaoyan also looked displeased, 50 points. Hearing these 3 numbers, a group of students gasped in amazement. Their highest load-bearing capacity was only 30 points despite managing 1 ton. There's no way around it, the gap is just too big. I remember Wang Tiantua had a weighted vest of 3 tons, while Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan both had 1,200 kilograms, right? That's unfair. My 1,000 kilograms weighted vest only gave me 30 contribution points. Why do they get 20 more than me? Obviously, the heavier the load, the harder it gets. It's normal for the contribution points to increase. If you're not happy, try adding another 200 kilograms yourself. At these words, the discontented student immediately fell silent with a sullen expression. By the way, this weighted vest calculates every 6 hours. Does it count when we're sleeping? Bro, you're still wearing that weight? You're not afraid of suffocating in your sleep, are you? Are you blind? The fine print on the wristband clearly states it doesn't count during sleep. Soon, Wang Tiantua and the other two headed toward the martial skills pavilion, watching the retreating figures of the three. After a brief silence among the gathered students, they began entering the beast chambers one after another, initiating their challenges against the ferocious creatures. On the other side, inside the beast chamber where Su Hong was located, the floor was now littered with corpses of various savage beasts. Blood from the beasts kept dripping from their mangled bodies onto the floor, quickly staining the pristine white surface in expanding pools of crimson. Ha! Su Hong's figure appeared somewhat disheveled at this moment, his entire body drenched in beast blood, with droplets clinging to the tousled ends of his black hair. Bent over with hands on his knees, he gasped heavily for breath as sweat streamed down his face, dripping from his chin to the ground below. After continuously slaying ferocious beasts for 2 hours, even with his overlord physique, he felt somewhat exhausted. On the smart bracelet that recorded contribution points from killing beasts, a line of numbers was displayed. 400 contribution points. This was his harvest from 2 hours of all-out effort in the beast chamber. Not bad, though I wonder what so many contribution points can exchange for at the martial arts pavilion. Su Hong pondered internally, preparing to rest for a while before heading to the martial arts pavilion to check. Ding! At that moment, his smart bracelet chimed. Su Hong raised his hand to look. The contribution points for the weighted vest had arrived. A full 300 points, including the contribution points for slaying the ferocious beasts. He earned a full 700 contribution points tonight. Ha! After resting for a while, Su Hong stood up and let out a long breath. Ever since acquiring the tyrant's body, he could clearly feel that his energy had become exceptionally vigorous. After 2 hours of intense battle fatigue, after resting for less than half an hour, he had already mostly recovered. It's getting late. Let's call it a day here. We still have training early tomorrow morning. Thinking this, Su Hong walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped out the door, he realized there wasn't a single student left in the surroundings. Seems I stayed too long. Su Hong gave a quick glance around before withdrawing his gaze and heading towards the martial arts pavilion. In truth, all the other students had already dragged themselves back to their dormitories over an hour ago, exhausted like dead dogs with their tongues lolling out. After all, which martial artist could keep killing beasts at full strength for a solid 2 hours? Any human would need to rest. Most students could barely last an hour before their arms grew too tired to lift, completely drained of strength. Even the top three like Wang Tiantua only managed to hold out for just over an hour. Under the night sky, Su Hong hurried along while gazing at the star-filled heavens. Soon, he arrived at the martial arts pavilion. Behind the counter stood a martial artist. Upon seeing Su Hong enter, he gestured deftly toward the board nearby. The list of what contribution points can be exchanged for is all here. Take a look first, just let me know what you want to trade. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded and walked over to the board. At the same time, the martial artist rubbed his chin thoughtfully, calculating how many contribution points Su Hong might have. Today he was busy the entire day. Almost every student who came to the training camp visited him to exchange for contribution points. Among them, the ones with the most points were Wang Tiantua and the other two. Aside from those three, among the remaining students, only a dozen or so had contribution points exceeding 100. Without exception, all of these dozen or so individuals were mid-stage first-rank martial artists. That kid's still only at the early stage of the first rank. He probably can only stare blankly and won't be able to exchange for anything. Thinking this, the martial artist simply sat back in his chair and began to yawn. On the other side, Su Hong approached the board. First level Chi Blood Pill, 10 points. First level Blood Restoring Pill. First level Spirit Gathering Pill, 30 points. Second grade Spirit Gathering Pill, 70 points. A-grade Movement Technique, Celestial Soar of the Swift Goose, 3,000 points. A-grade Movement Technique, A-rank Martial Skill Exploding Palm, 2,000 points. A-rank Fire Attribute Martial Skill Ghost Flame Bone Fist, 2,800 points. A-class Marksmanship. Su Hongyue's eyes grew brighter with each glance. This training camp has really gone all out. Elixirs, martial techniques, movement skills, even combat techniques for various weapon types, including those for psychic masters. Not only that, but contribution points can even be used to custom order alloy weapons, with specialized arms for psychic masters available too. It was truly a dazzling array. Even great martial skills are so expensive. Su Hong's eyes burned with envy as he looked. He only had 700 contribution points to his name. These A-rank martial skills would cost at least 2,000 contribution points for the worst among them. Ha, what exactly is an elemental martial skill? Su Hong was momentarily taken aback and asked the warrior. You didn't know? The warrior seemed surprised, then belatedly scratched his head in realization. That's right, you've just reached the initial stage of Tier 1, so it's normal you wouldn't know yet. After a pause, the martial artist began explaining to Su Hong. Martial techniques are divided into two types. One is common martial techniques, which are practiced before breaking through to Tier 1. Once a martial artist breaks through to the first rank, they predominantly use elemental martial techniques. These elemental martial techniques are similar to the exclusive techniques of spiritual masters. By using martial techniques that correspond to your spiritual energy's attribute, you can unleash significantly greater power. For instance, when a martial artist with fire attribute spiritual energy executes the Bone Netherflame Fist, its power surpasses what practitioners of other attributes could ever achieve. Moreover, martial techniques of the same attribute can differ in their effects. Some may not be particularly powerful but possess various abilities, such as control or defense enhancement. After a pause, the martial artist continued. Each of the 7 attributes has its own strengths and weaknesses. Forcing oneself to practice martial skills that don't match one's innate attributes will result in greatly diminished effects and power, making the endeavor not worth the effort. In short, whatever attribute you possess as a martial artist, you should cultivate the corresponding martial skills. Stay away from other attributes, understand? I understand. Su Hong nodded, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. So there's actually such a thing as attribute-based martial skills. What kind of attribute martial arts should one cultivate based on their attributes? Then wouldn't a warrior like him, who cultivates all 7 attributes, be able to practice all of them? This advantage is not just a tiny bit greater than other single-attribute warriors. He's basically the king of versatility. Chapter 62, Thunderfire Gun, 4th Grade Spirit Gathering Pill. Since you understand now, go to bed early. Tomorrow morning marks your first day of training, you'll need to be in top form. The martial artist yawned and turned to head back inside. Wait, I haven't redeemed my contribution points yet. A flash of surprise crossed the warrior's eyes before understanding dawned as they turned around. Walking lazily toward a nearby shelf, they spoke in a casual tone. I see, you want to exchange for first-tier blood chi pills, right? Today he received a first-rank novice martial artist. Most had redeemed a few first-rank blood chi pills. Since they didn't have many contribution points to begin with, they could only afford the blood chi pills priced at 10 contribution points each. In his eyes, Su Hong was no different from those students. What does this spirit gathering pill mean? At this moment, Su Hong glanced at the list and asked. The spirit gathering pill is used by psychic masters to restore their mental strength. Besides that, it has a tiny effect of enhancing mental power, though the effect is very slight and only works the first time you take it. The martial artist was somewhat surprised by Su Hong's inquiry about the spirit gathering pill, but still provided a thorough explanation. Has the effect of enhancing spiritual power? Su Hong's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately pressed for more answers. I see this concentrated divine pellet comes in different grades. Before he could finish speaking, the martial artists all laughed. I understand what you mean, you want to become a spiritual will master, right? Everyone who sees the concentrated divine pellet asks the same thing. But unfortunately, its mind power enhancing effects only work significantly the first time you take it. Higher grades might offer slightly more improvement, but just a little. The first time you take the concentrated divine pellet, the higher the grade, the more your mind power increases. Su Hong glanced at the list. He noticed the highest grade spirit gathering pill available was Tier 4. It required a full 500 contribution points. Give me one Tier 4 spirit gathering pill for starters, Su Hong said without hesitation. Ha! The martial artist froze, the vial of blood energy pills he had just taken out instantly falling to the ground. What did you say? The martial artist's eyes widened. I want to buy a 4th grade spirit gathering pill. Su Hong repeated. Kid, this costs 500 contribution points, not 50. The martial artist couldn't help but emphasize it again. Look. Su Hong, somewhat exasperated, directly displayed his smart wristband. The martial artist stared intently, then instantly froze in disbelief. It really exists. A full 700 points. The martial artist stared at Su Hong with shocked disbelief. This was merely a first-stage novice martial artist. Yet on their very first day at the training camp, they had somehow earned 700 contribution points. What's more, this tally far surpassed even the amounts earned by the 3 elite first-stage warriors, Wang Tentua and his companions. Kid, you're awesome. The martial artist gave a thumbs up. He immediately went to fetch a Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. Besides this, do you need anything else? How many contribution points for a grade C alloy spear? 200 points. The martial artist pondered briefly before adding. I'd suggest saving your points. Later you can directly exchange for an elemental alloy weapon, same logic as elemental martial skills. Weapons made from alloys matching your own element pack a greater punch. Hearing this, Su Hong was momentarily stunned and fell silent for a while. he realized how little he truly understood. In the end, my strength is still too weak to access higher-level knowledge. In Su Hong's heart, his determination to enter a top-tier martial university grew even stronger. At this moment, the martial artist asked curiously, "By the way, what's your elemental affinity?" "Thunder." The martial artist's eyebrows shot up. It was actually the thunder element, known for possessing the strongest offensive power. This talent is truly something to envy. Then I suggest you switch to a thunder-attributed alloy weapon right away. But as for the price, it'll be a bit more expensive. A sly smile crept onto the warrior's face. "How much?" Su Hong inquired. 200 contribution points, just enough to exchange for a thunder alloy lance. Su Hong stroked his chin in thought. Seeing this, the martial artist thought he found it too expensive and was about to say something. However, Su Hong's words made him freeze in surprise. "Does this attribute alloy come with dual attributes combined, or even more?" "Yes, but they're rare. However, because they're rather impractical, the price is only slightly higher than regular alloy weapons." "Of course, I'm referring to dual attributed alloy weapons. The alloys capable of accommodating more attributes become increasingly rare. As for those that can hold 7 attributes, it seems only top-tier martial universities with vast resources or the military possess them." After finishing the explanation, the martial artist asked with a puzzled expression, "Are you looking to switch to this multi-attribute alloy weapon? But let me warn you first, the training camp has very limited stock. Only a few dual-attribute alloy weapons are available. I wouldn't recommend buying this kind. Martial artists usually train in a single attribute, so the power they unleash is the same as with single-attribute alloy weapons. The only advantage is that it can accommodate multiple attributes." Hearing this, Su Hong felt a surge of joy and quickly asked, "Do you have a C-grade alloy spear with thunder and fire attributes?" "There is indeed one available, but it requires 300 contribution points. Did you not hear what I said earlier?" The martial artist couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had already explained that the power output would be identical to single attribute techniques. Why couldn't this kid seem to understand such a simple point? 300 points. I'll take it. Deal. The martial artist shook his head, too lazy to advise further. Soon, Su Hong emerged from the martial skills pavilion. He held an exquisite box in his hand, containing a 4th-rank divine concentration pill. At the same time, in his other hand, he grasped a long alloy spear adorned with intricate patterns of thunder and flames. "Let's just call it Thunderfire Spear." Su Hong casually gave it a name. As he walked back to the dormitory, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. His current understanding of the martial arts world was still far too limited. Take these attribute-based martial techniques and specialized alloys, for example. Without guidance, he wouldn't have known about them at all. "I must get into a top-tier martial academy," Su Hong thought to himself. This training camp, hosted by Huagui with preferential resource allocation, only had a handful of dual-attribute alloy weapons. Since he was coming, he would undoubtedly exchange for a 7-attribute alloy weapon. Such things must be exceedingly rare. The martial artist just mentioned that only top-tier martial arts universities, with their overflowing resources, have such things. Quickly improve your strength and prepare for the college entrance exams. Su Hong glanced at the 4th-grade soul-gathering pill in his hand, his eyes brimming with intense anticipation. "I wonder how much it can boost my spiritual power." Thinking of this, Su Hong immediately quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, he returned to the dormitory. Unable to contain his eagerness, he promptly sat down cross-legged. Clutching the 4th-grade spirit convergence pill, he opened his attribute panel and went straight to the martial arts value column. Martial arts value, 490. The gains here surpass 8 hours of the camp entrance exam. During the entrance exam outdoors, I still had to search for beasts. But in the training camp's beast chamber, all I need to do is focus on killing. There is an extremely stark difference. Reached 100 points of mental energy, still short by 735 points. Not enough yet. Su Hong gazed at the 4th-grade soul-gathering pill in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. This soul-gathering pill is primarily used by psychic masters to restore their mental energy. Enhancing spiritual power only works the first time it's consumed, and even then, the effect is extremely weak. Yet, no matter how you look at it, this is still a 4th-tier pill. I'm not aiming for perfection, just to save me some martial points. With this in mind, Su Hong swallowed the spirit concentrating pill in one gulp. Chapter 63 Perfect Timing. We were just waiting for you. The moment the 4th-grade spirit concentrating pill was swallowed, the concentrated medicinal potency flowed down his throat. Su Hong's exhausted nerves were instantly soothed, his mind becoming extraordinarily clear. This state persisted for a long time, until a certain moment, when the last trace of medicinal potency was exhausted. Su Hong couldn't wait to open his attribute panel and looked at the mental stats column. Spirit, 49.5, plus, that's 23 points higher than the previous 26.5 spiritual power. Is this the power of a 4th-tier elixir? Su Hong was utterly astonished. You should know that the soul-gathering pill primarily restores mental energy. According to that warrior's explanation, its effect in enhancing mental energy is extremely minimal. Hence, Su-hong didn't actually hold much expectation for it. But, unexpectedly, the effect is astonishingly good. I still underestimated the potency of a 4th-grade pill. Su-hong felt somewhat regretful that this spirit convergence pill could only be taken once. Mental power, 49.5%. His martial arts value had also reached 490 points. Putting it all together, he was still 1.5% short of reaching 100%, which translated to 15 martial arts points. Damn it, I should have killed a few more fierce beasts earlier. Su-hong stared out the door, gripped by an impulsive urge to immediately revisit the beast chamber to grind out those remaining 15 martial arts points. But thinking about the mandatory training session tomorrow morning, he could only forcibly suppress this thought. Forget it, I'll practice the guidance technique. My chi and blood haven't improved in a long time. After 2 training sessions in the gravity chamber, his current chi and blood level stands at 135 points. It could be said that, in terms of chi and blood levels, Su-hong ranked at the lowest tier among the prodigies attending the training camp. But there was nothing he could do, compared to improving chi and blood. Becoming a spiritual psychic master clearly held better value for the time being. Ah, what a shame. Just 15 points short. After practicing the guidance technique for a while, Su-hong opened his eyes again, his face etched with melancholy. Half an hour earlier, just as Su-hong took the spirit concentrating pill, at an open space on the other side of the training camp, the group of recruited martial artists, all dressed in black, had eyes glowing with excitement. Everything ready? Move out for the night raid now. Yes, the black-clad warriors acknowledged in unison. He hurried straight toward the dormitory where the students were resting. Heh, these little guys are probably going to be scared out of their wits. Qin Tianlia's lips curled slightly as he led Lin Zhe and Bai Mu, following after them. As they walked, Qin Tianlai spoke up. You two, pay close attention tonight to how these students perform. Those who can defeat the Night Raiders will be rewarded with contribution points during tomorrow's assembly, just to give some incentive to the little ones who can't hold their own. Yes. Bai Mu acknowledged Lin Zhe's response with a sound. Moments later, Bai Mu nudged Lin Zhe's shoulder, prompting the latter to cough. Grandmaster Qin, since you've assigned Bu Jingfeng to watch Su-hong over there, should we be more cautious? That guy doesn't hold back when he strikes. Bai Mu chimed in agreement. Absolutely. Just today when I passed by their lounge, I heard Bu Jingfeng shouting about how he's going to beat Su-hong so badly he won't be able to leave his bed for half a month, said he'd make you regret not switching his opponent. That guy Bu Jingfeng really deserves a beating. Qin Tianlia's lips twitched slightly. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In that case, Lin Zhe, keep an eye out later. After Bu Jingfeng defeats Su-hong, intercept him for me. He just wanted to use Bu Jingfeng to correct Su-hong's idea of practicing 7 different breathing techniques simultaneously. Not to mention, he was already planning to take Su-hong to other training camps later to compete with those prodigies, just to show off in front of those grandmasters. If Bu Jingfeng really ended up beating Su-hong so badly that he couldn't leave his bed for half a month, it would absolutely break his heart. Hearing this, Lin Zhe nodded, indicating that he would keep a close watch and be ready to intervene to save Su-hong at any moment. At the same time, on the way to the dormitory building, 3 middle-aged martial artists also gathered around Bu Jingfeng, whispering advice for him not to strike too heavily. Enough, save your breath. Bu Jingfeng rolled his eyes and quickened his pace, leaving the others behind. He couldn't care less about that. Anyway, Master Qin had promised. All he needed to do was go all out. Kid, blame Grandmaster Qin for not letting me change opponents. Meeting me was your bad luck. Soon, a group of people quietly arrived outside the dormitory building. At once, everyone turned their heads, awaiting Qin Tianlia's command. Go! Qin Tianlai waved his hand commandingly. A group of black-clad martial artists silently rushed into the dormitory building, each heading toward the assigned rooms of their nighttime targets. Hee. Bu Jingfeng chuckled darkly, gripping his alloy longsword as he strode into the dormitory. Seeing this, Lin Zhe stealthily followed behind them. As the group of black-clad martial artists disappeared into the dormitory building. 3 minutes later, boom, boom, boom. The silent dormitory building was suddenly filled with the deafening sounds of doors being kicked open, one after another. Next, the students were startled, and panicked voices kept ringing out. Who are you? What are you doing? Damn it, ambush, how sneaky. Oomph, was this arranged on purpose for training camp? Bring it on. Wait, bro, can I at least put on some underwear first? Damn, fine if I can't dress, but where the hell are you aiming? Jealous much? The dorm instantly descended into complete chaos. The students' curses, the dull thud of fists colliding, the metallic clang of alloy weapons clashing. For a moment, the clamor resounded through the night sky, provoking intermittent roars of fierce beasts from the forest beyond the training camp. Ha ha! Hearing the panicked cries of students, Qin Tianlai laughed uncontrollably, a hint of nostalgia flashing through his eyes. A few seconds later, he turned to Bai Mu with a smile. Who do you think among Wang Tiantuo's trio will defeat their opponent first? Bai Mu pondered for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's too hard to guess, each has their own strengths. I can only be certain these three will definitely be the first to defeat their opponents. But as to who exactly, that's really hard to say. True enough, Qin Tianlai responded with a non-committal smile. At the same time, dormitory room 301. At the first sound of the door being kicked open, Su Hong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gripped his thunderfire spear in an instant. His sharp gaze burned fiercely as it locked onto the entrance. Cultist attack? This was his first thought. On planet Blue, some humans had long been infiltrated by the myriad races. Calling themselves the sacred religion, they hunted human geniuses as bargaining chips to extract resources from the myriad races, even undergoing bloodline modifications to shed their human forms and become members of those alien races. Every year, many gifted individuals perished at the hands of these cults. But soon, after hearing those chaotic sounds for a few seconds, Su Hong immediately realized this was the training camp launching a surprise attack. I wonder what level of martial artist is coming. Just then, bang! The doors were kicked open instantly. Su Hong looked over with eager anticipation in his eyes. A young man holding an alloy longsword walked in slowly, a confident smile playing on his lips. Just an early first-rank practitioner, as expected. Sensing the faint aura emanating from Su Hong, Bu Jingfeng curled his lips in disappointment. A late first-rank martial artist? Ha ha ha, perfect timing. Bu Jingfeng looked bewildered, watching the suddenly laughing Su Hong before him, feeling this man must be insane. Kid, scared stiff? Bu Jingfeng uttered with a light chuckle. Yet before he could finish speaking, Bu Jingfeng's eyebrows arched as he swiftly dodged aside. The next instant, plop! A spear thrust into the spot where he had just been standing, the air exploding violently. Such power. It seems Grandmaster Qin wasn't lying after all. His combat strength truly matches that of a peak first-rank warrior. Bu Jingfeng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young man to be such a genuine prodigy. He had thought Grandmaster Qin was just teasing him earlier. But such combat power was still far inferior compared to him. Moreover, Bu Jingfeng's expression turned slightly cold. Young man, where are your manners? Enough of your nonsense. Before Bu Jingfeng could finish speaking, Su Hong cut him off forcefully. Su Hong held his spear with a single hand, its tip pointing straight at Bu Jingfeng, his gaze blazing. You're just the one we're missing. The first-rank peak martial artist before him was stronger than any savage beast he had ever slain. Defeating him would provide 15 martial arts points, more than enough. Chapter 64, Thunderfire Power defeats Bu Jingfeng. You're exactly the last piece I need. Hearing these words, Bu Jingfeng froze for a moment. What does that mean? But quickly, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it too much. A cold smirk appeared on his face. Kid, being this arrogant will cost you. Today, I'll teach you that lesson. Before she could finish, Bu Jingfeng's blood and chi surged violently as he charged at Su Hong, raising his alloy longsword overhead before slashing down with tremendous force. Su Hong narrowed his eyes and raised his gun to block. Your combat awareness, is this truly how poor it is? Bu Jingfeng's eyes flashed with astonishment at the sight. This strike of his was delivered with full strength, holding nothing back. Its power was terrifying beyond measure. Yet this Su Hong, a mere first-rank beginner-stage martial artist, not only didn't evade but chose to confront it head-on. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? The next moment, Bu Jingfeng's sword came down fiercely upon the spear that met it. Boom! A sharp metallic clang rang out. Ha! Feeling a terrifying force transmitted through the spear, Bu Jingfeng's expression changed abruptly. This power, could this truly belong to a first-stage martial artist? Just then, a more powerful force erupted from the spear, pressing the longsword down slowly. Bu Jingfeng's face flushed crimson as he strained with all his might, yet to his horror, he found himself powerless to stop the longsword from being gradually pressed down like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Waves of shock surged through Bu Jingfeng's heart. In terms of raw strength, he was completely outmatched by Su Hong. Absolutely unbelievable. Monster! Bu Jingfeng swiftly retreated with his blade, his eyes brimming with profound shock and apprehension. In just one instant of combat, the mocking smile lingering at the corners of his lips had completely vanished. Instead, his face was filled with solemnity. In Bu Jingfeng's heart, he had already regarded Su Hong as an opponent of equal standing. No wonder Master Qin holds you in such high regard. You truly are astonishing. Bu Jingfeng offered this heartfelt praise. The next moment, his expression turned grim. But in battles between martial artists, victory isn't as simple as whoever has greater strength. With that, as he raised the long sword in his hand, tongues of flame began coiling around the blade. The dark room was instantly illuminated by the fiery glow. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe, who was hiding in the shadows observing, tensed up completely. He knew that Bu Jingfeng was now playing for keeps. Su Hong's power is truly terrifying. Even Bu Jingfeng pales in comparison. While staying alert to intervene at any moment, Lindsay couldn't help but feel a surge of awe in his heart. "They're here!" At this moment, Bu Jingfeng let out a furious roar. The flaming longsword in his hand came slashing down violently. A blade radiance, carrying fiercely burning flames, shot toward Su Hong with unstoppable force. Flame-severing slash. Seeing this strike, Lindsay's expression abruptly changed as curses exploded in his heart. That bastard Bu Jingfeng actually opened with his signature B-rank martial skill. Did he truly think Su Hong was his equal in cultivation? Just as he prepared to rush to the rescue, the next moment, a shrill thunderclap of lightning violently tore through the air. Facing the flaming slash, Su Hong's thunderfire spear surged with crackling lightning as he forcefully thrust it forward. Boom! A deafening crash. Su Hong shuddered violently, the terrifying impact forcing him back several steps before he barely managed to steady himself. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Bu Jingfeng, however, stood rooted to the spot without moving a muscle, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. To think it's actually the most powerful thunder attribute. Pity you don't seem to know any thunder-attributed spear techniques yet. Had you known them, I might not have defeated you so easily. Bu Jingfeng sighed with emotion, marveling inwardly at Su Hong's terrifying natural talent. In the darkness, Lindsay swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment. Su Hong hadn't used any martial techniques just now, yet facing Bu Jingfeng's blazing slash, he was only forced back a few steps with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Such inhuman physical resilience, it's utterly absurd. At this moment, seeing Bu Jingfeng finish speaking and prepare to turn and leave, Lindsay secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But right at that instant, a hoarse voice slowly sounded. "Since you haven't won yet, why leave so soon?" Lindsay's momentarily eased heart tensed up once more. Bu Jingfeng's footsteps abruptly halted. He turned around, gazing at the youth whose features remained shrouded in darkness. He said in a deep voice, "The outcome is decided. If you insist on continuing, don't blame me for what comes next." "Hey!" Su Hong casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. "I told you, you haven't won yet." "Whatever." Bu Jingfeng shrugged with an indifferent expression. "It seems you won't face reality until you're knocked unconscious. Since that's the case, then come at me." Bu Jingfeng's gaze sharpened as flames once again flickered across his alloy longsword. In the next moment, he unleashed flaming slash once more, sending forth a crescent of fiery blade light. The instant the slash was released, Bu Jingfeng didn't even bother to look as he sheathed his saber and turned to walk towards the gate. In his eyes, Su Hong was already at the end of his tether and would undoubtedly fail to withstand this strike. The buzzing resonance of thunder once again flickered behind him. Useless, what a stubborn mule. Bu Jingfeng shook his head. But the next moment, amid the buzzing roar of thunder, he suddenly sensed an intense heat emerging. Bu Jingfeng's expression abruptly changed. He suddenly turned around, and in the next instant, his pupils contracted to the size of needle points. Facing the flaming slash, the youth's spear erupted with crackling lightning, intertwined with surging flames. Thunder and fire, two forces perfectly fused together, cast flickering shadows across the boy's face. How is this possible? Bu Jingfeng's face showed unprecedented astonishment. A tribute fusion. Meanwhile, Lindsay, hidden in the shadows, looked utterly stunned, his entire body frozen as if struck by lightning. Instantly, both their minds recalled the signature technique of that dual attribute cultivation practitioner from years past. Attribute fusion, thunder and firepower. Before, they only thought it was a legend. After all, the mutual repulsion of attributes was a principle all martial artists understood. But now, they were actually witnessing it with their own eyes. And the one who mastered attribute fusion was actually a youth not even 18 years old. My God, Grandmaster Qin, didn't you say that martial artists took over a decade just to barely grasp attribute fusion? Lindsay was utterly stunned. Go! At that moment, Su Hong let out a furious roar, thrusting his thunderfire spear forward with tremendous force. The fused thunder and flames instantly concentrated at the spear's tip. The next moment, it collided with the blazing sword aura. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Bu Jingfeng's fiery slash was instantly obliterated. Not only that, but upon collision, the thunderfire forces unleashed an utterly terrifying power. The shocking residual waves, carrying an impact that would make anyone pale, surged straight towards Bu Jingfeng. Oh no! Bu Jingfeng snapped back to reality, his face filled with horror as he raised his blade, ready to unleash another flaming slash. But before he could even lift his sword, a terrifying shockwave slammed into his body. In an instant, Bu Jingfeng's eyes rolled back as his figure was sent flying backward, shattering the corridor's glass windows before vanishing from sight. Such power! Lindsay's pupils trembled violently, his entire face etched with shock. The next moment, he cast one solemn glance at Su Hong before silently departing. The moment Bu Jingfeng was defeated, a prompt sounded in Su Hong's mind, announcing his victory over the martial artist. He glanced at the panel that opened. Martial arts value, 17. The final 15 martial points needed to become a psychic master, complete. Chapter 65, Astonished Qin Tianlai. Outside the dormitory building. Looking at the dormitory in utter chaos, Qin Tianlai checked the time. It's about time now. Su Hong should have been defeated by Bu Jingfeng. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Tianlia's mouth. He had even prepared several different arguments to persuade Su Hong to give up practicing multiple guidance techniques. Tonight I must set Su Hong straight and get him back on the right path. Bai Mu, let's go. Qin Tianlai called out to Bai Mu, and the two prepared to enter the dormitory building. At this moment, then came a thunderous boom. The corridor window on the third floor of the dormitory shattered. A black-clad martial artist was sent flying backward, landing rigidly on the ground. Defeated so quickly? A trace of surprise flashed through Qin Tianlia's eyes. Tonight saw the first martial artist failing in a night raid. Seems these students possess decent skills, came the observation. Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu stepped forward with curious expressions. The next moment revealed the face of the black-clad martial artist to them. Both of them froze simultaneously. Bu Jingfeng. Bai Mu gasped in shock, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Tianlai was equally dumbfounded, his expression turning utterly bewildered. Bu Jingfeng was actually defeated? That kid may be arrogant, but his strength is definitely not lacking. One might even call him a genius, otherwise, there'd be no way he'd indulge him like this. Wait a minute. At that moment, Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu suddenly realized something, both gasping in shock. Bu Jingfeng had gone to ambush Su Hong tonight. Now lying here like this, doesn't it mean? My God, did Su Hong defeat Bu Jingfeng, and even knocked him unconscious? Bai Mu came to his senses and immediately froze in place. Qin Tianlai stared with wide eyes, looking utterly incredulous. Bu Jingfeng was a first-rank advanced martial artist. Not to mention, he was also the strongest among all the night raid martial artists this time. Yet in the end, he was actually defeated by Su Hong, who was only at the initial stage of the first rank. What's going on here? Qin Tianlai was nearly driven mad. He had already prepared his persuasion speech for Su Hong. You're something else, how come you're lying flat on the ground? How on earth did we lose? Qin Tianlia's mind raced desperately, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how Bu Jingfeng ended up defeated. This makes no sense at all. Qin Tianlai was completely stunned. Just then, boom, boom, boom. Several successive sounds of shattering glass rang out. Several black-clad martial artists were sent flying and landed beside Bu Jingfeng. All in the same position, sprawled on their backs, unconscious. These few people went to ambush Wang Tiantua and his two companions at night. Bai Mu stepped forward to identify them, then turned back and said. Qin Tianlai gave a slight nod. Each of the three, Wang Tiantua and his companions, had their own strengths. If they couldn't defeat three martial artists of equal skill, they'd be utterly useless. This was within his expectations. The real question was, he truly couldn't figure out how Su Hong had managed to defeat Bu Jingfeng. Just then, at the spot where three glass panels had shattered in the dormitory hallway, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan all leaned out to peer downstairs. Master Qin, next time you better bring someone stronger to fight, this one wasn't even a challenge. Star River Lin, he called out with a grin. Wang Tiantua crossed his arms with the aloof demeanor of a master who disdains idle chatter. Xiao Yan didn't speak either, a confident smile curling at the corners of her lips. But soon enough, they saw four black-clad martial artists lying downstairs. The three of them froze in shock. Another expert? Someone actually took them down faster than us? Lin Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan also felt rather astonished. Perhaps that black-clothed martial artist was simply too weak, defeated so effortlessly. Lin Xinghe speculated aloud. Soon, the three of them quickly put the matter out of their minds, not taking it seriously. Immediately after, they turned and headed back to their dorm. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Xinghe's voice could be heard. Qin Tianlai and Bai Mu glanced at the unconscious Bu Jingfeng, both at a loss for words. Was Bu Jingfeng weak? Clearly not, in fact, he was quite strong. In Qin Tianlia's estimation, Bu Jingfeng had held the advantage even against Wang Tiantua and his two companions. That's precisely why he couldn't fathom how Su Hong managed to defeat him. Even though Su Hong's talent was monstrously terrifying, his cultivation realm was merely at the initial stage of the first rank. He had crossed two minor realms to defeat Bu Jingfeng. Even now, Qin Tianlai still felt somewhat dazed, unable to believe what had truly happened. Master Qin. At that moment, Lin Zhe came running out of the dormitory. Come over here. Qin Tianlai hurriedly urged him on. As soon as Lin Zhe arrived, he immediately asked, how did Bu Jingfeng lose? At these words, Lin Zhe recalled the shocking scene from moments ago and couldn't help but gulp. Grandmaster Qin. Lin Zhe hesitated slightly, speaking tentatively. Maybe we shouldn't persuade Su Hong to give up dual cultivation anymore. I feel he's quite suited for it. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianlia's eyebrows shot up as he reprimanded angrily. Nonsense! Haven't I told you what happens to those who practice dual cultivation techniques? Back then, that warrior spent over 10 years just barely achieving the fusion of two attributes, 10 whole years. Geniuses like Su Hong, with their monstrous talent, losing even a few years, let alone a decade, would be an immense loss for our human race. Moreover, the path of attribute fusion is incredibly difficult even for a genius like Su Hong. It would take at least several years. Qin Tianlia's words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Lin Zhe reluctantly spoke up. But, Su Hong has already mastered attribute fusion. I told you, why won't you just, wait what the hell? As Qin Tianlai was chastising Lin Zhe for talking back, his expression suddenly froze mid-sentence. What did you say? Say that again. Qin Tianlia's voice rose several pitches, his normally dull tone suddenly becoming shrill. I said Su Hong has already mastered attribute fusion. Seeing the furious expression on Grandmaster Qin's face that looked ready to devour someone, Lin Zhe hastily explained. I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. Su Hong used the fused Thunderfire attribute to defeat Bu Jingfeng. Boom! Lin Zhe's words landed like a bombshell. It dropped straight into Qin Tianlia's mind, leaving his thoughts completely blank. Bai Mu was utterly dumbfounded. Could it really be true? You, say that again. After a long pause, Qin Tianlai came to his senses and became extremely agitated. His eyes, fixed on Lin Zhe, nearly glowed green with intensity. Seeing this, Lin Zhe had no choice but to repeat himself. After finishing, he added, it's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Ha 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 ha. Qin Tianlai suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, his demeanor exceptionally agitated as if completely delirious. He remembered that Su Hong had only recently broken through to become a first-tier martial artist. In other words, Su Hong had been practicing the guiding technique and encountering the 7 spiritual energy attributes for no more than a month. 1 month. Mastered attribute fusion and could apply it in combat to defeat Bu Jingfeng. You should know that it took that martial artist from back then a full dozen years to research and develop dual attribute fusion, yet Su Hong achieved it in less than a month. A genius? No. This is simply monstrous. Ha 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 ha. I originally thought Su Hong's talent was downright monstrous, even considered him a true dragon. But now I see, it's not just that. Damn, he's a 5-clawed imperial dragon, the sovereign of all dragons. Qin Tianlai was trembling with excitement all over, his entire body quivering uncontrollably. He was a grandmaster, yet at this moment, he couldn't suppress his overwhelming excitement, because he knew all too well what it meant for Su Hong to master attribute fusion in just a month. You should know, back when that warrior discovered attribute fusion, a first-tier fighter could overpower a second-tier one. Such formidable combat power. The human leadership couldn't possibly remain unmoved. But ultimately, experiments proved it was far too difficult to achieve. Even for a genius martial artist, pursuing the path of multiple attributes would most likely drive them to ruin or madness. The cost far outweighs the benefits. Thus, under the control of the higher-ups, the path of multiple attributes gradually faded into obscurity, with fewer and fewer people mentioning it. But now, unexpectedly, a monster had appeared in Qin Tianlia's training camp, one who had mastered the fusion of dual attributes in just a month. You must know that the reason why multi-element cultivation is abandoned is precisely because it's far too difficult. Only a peerless genius could possibly succeed in this path. Even for those who can manage it, it would take who knows how many years. They would end up like that martial artist from back then, spending over a decade just to master dual-element fusion, yet remaining nothing more than a first-rank warrior. Your level is too low. But Su Hong mastered it in just 1 month. His talent and comprehension are practically heaven-defying. If such a monstrous genius truly grows to his full potential, he might one day become humanity's supreme powerhouse. With 7 elements fused together, just how devastating would his explosive power become? Just one move could probably shock the emperors of all races senseless. Merely imagining it made Qin Tianlia's mouth go dry with anticipation. Chapter 66, Becoming a Spiritual Thought Master. This monster-level talent. After the initial shock, a look of hesitation suddenly appeared on Qin Tianlia's face. He was deeply conflicted in his heart. If it were someone else practicing multiple guidance techniques at once, he would surely correct it. But now, Su Hong mastered dual attribute fusion within a month, an astonishingly prodigious talent. Alas, though I wonder if this might affect his future growth. Qin Tianlia's brows furrowed into a deep crease as he let out a heavy sigh. He was considering the long-term implications. In less than a month, Su Hong had already mastered dual-element fusion. Truly monstrous talent. But what about the future 3 attributes, 4 attributes? Keep in mind, with each additional attribute fusion, the difficulty increases exponentially. This was the conclusion reached by humanity's top brass after extensive experimentation. If Su Hong is allowed to continue cultivating multiple elements unchecked, he risks becoming permanently stuck at a certain stage, unable to make progress indefinitely. Then Qin Tianlai would become the sinner of the human race. By Mu, Lindsay, do you think Su Hong should continue dual cultivation? After some thought, Jin Tianlai finally spoke up and asked. The two were stunned, having never expected the Grandmaster to seek their opinions. It seems you're truly stumped. Bai Mu pondered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Grandmaster Qin, weren't we planning to test the students' abilities through actual combat during tomorrow's first training session? When it comes to real combat, you'll be able to witness Su Hong's performance firsthand. There's no need to rush to conclusions now. Hearing this, Jin Tianlai pondered for a moment before nodding. Let's do it this way. And at that moment, Lindsay suddenly remembered something and promptly smacked his forehead. What's wrong? Noticing Jin Tianlia's puzzled look, Lindsay whispered in a low voice. Grandmaster Qin, while observing the battle just now, I noticed that Su Hong undoubtedly possesses a special constitution. His strength is astonishingly formidable. Bu Jingfeng, who's at the peak of the first rank, delivered a full-powered slash, yet in the contest of strength with Su Hong, he was completely overwhelmed, one might even say utterly crushed. As these words were spoken, Jin Tianlai and Bai Mu were stunned speechless once again. Such an important thing, and you didn't tell me earlier. Jin Tianlai couldn't help but snap out a rebuke. He gazed at the dormitory building, his eyes filled with astonishment. Su Hong Kai is only at the initial stage of the first rank. His qi and blood levels barely exceeded 120. And yet you're telling me his strength surpasses even Bu Jingfeng, who's at the late first order stage, to the point of complete domination. Just what kind of physique does this brat have? Jin Tianlia's expression was profoundly complicated as he murmured softly to himself. Even Wang Tiantua's savage god physique couldn't compare to such an exaggerated enhancement in strength. After all, Bu Jingfeng had over 400 units of qi blood energy. As for Su Hong, he only had just over 120. That's a full 2 times less qi and blood. Yet he completely overpowered Bu Jingfeng in strength? Hiss! Jin Tianlai gasped sharply, his expression grave as he spoke in a solemn voice. The martial contest tomorrow needs some changes. I want to thoroughly assess Su Hong's abilities, and of course, the other students as well. Bring out all the equipment, combat power detectors, energy force meters, everything. Tomorrow we'll measure these metrics first, then proceed to actual combat. Finally, drag Wang Tiantua and the other two out to fight Su Hong one by one. I really want to see this spectacle. What will happen when a demon like Su Hong faces off against the 3 strongest geniuses from the training camp? Work out the specific procedures tonight. Both of you stay up late and get it done. Jin Tianlai ordered the two of them. Yes. At the same time, inside the dormitory. Because of the fight with Bu Jingfeng, the dorm room was now in complete disarray. But Su Hong had no time to clean it up. He sat cross-legged on the floor with an eager expression. Quickly opening his interface, he allocated all 17 martial points into his spirit stat. The next moment, mental state reached 100%. At this very moment, Su Hong only felt a refreshing coolness wash over his mind, an extraordinarily pleasant sensation. This feeling persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Su Hong opened his eyes, feeling as if something miraculous had changed within his brain. Have I become a psychic master? Su Hong glanced around uncertainly, when his gaze fell upon the pillow on the floor. Suddenly, a sudden flash of enlightenment struck him, awakening an unprecedented sensation in his heart. It was as if a man had abruptly grown a third arm, both unfamiliar and unsettling at first. Su Hong quietly savored this feeling. Under the influence of his peerless talent, he swiftly adapted to it. The next moment, his gaze returned once more to the pillow on the floor. With a thought, an invisible force swept through his mind. The pillow on the floor slowly levitated into the air. Ha ha ha! Witnessing this scene, Su Hong could no longer contain his excitement and burst into hearty laughter. Done! He had become a psychic master. This feeling is truly magical, almost addictive. Su Hong maneuvered the pillow to fly around the room. At the same time, he focused part of his attention on controlling the quilt, chairs, and other objects. Soon, a dreamlike scene unfolded within the room. As if gravity had disappeared, everything floated in the air, rising and falling continuously. After experiencing it for a while, Su Hong confirmed that he had grown accustomed to this sensation of releasing mental energy. He restored everything to its original state. With the help of his psychic power, he didn't even move a muscle. The previously cluttered room was soon tidied up spotlessly by his psychic abilities. Open system panel, Su Hong commanded with a thought. The panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Su Hong. Talent, unrivaled through the ages. Vitality, 135, plus. Psychic Master, 100.2, plus. Constitution, Overlord Body Spirit Tier 1%, plus. Guidance Technique, Thunderbolt Guidance Technique. Martial Skill, Void Shattering Finger Perfection. Martial Arts Value, 0. After mental power reaches 100 points, the mental column underwent a change, transforming into Psychic Master. The realm classifications for psychic masters are the same as martial artists. Currently, I'm at the initial stage of the first rank. With a glance at the panel, Su Hong closed it. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the star-filled sky outside as he slowly exhaled. All these days of hard work haven't been in vain. I've finally made it. From now on, he could be just like Xiao Yan. At this thought, Su Hong suddenly froze. Now that he had become a psionic master, that A-grade mental martial skill of Xiao Yan's, he must be able to learn it too. Not just Xiao Yan's, but also Wang Tiantua's A-grade martial skill. And I've heard that Wang Tiantua's skill is of offensive type, though I wonder what attribute it possesses? Su Hong secretly conjectured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 6 a.m. Yesterday, the students wore weighted vests and went through training sessions in the gravity chamber, agility room, and beast simulation room. They were already exhausted beyond belief. And then, as if that wasn't enough, martial artists launched a surprise attack on them at night. They kept tossing and turning all night, barely getting any sleep. Now, each of them was lying in bed, fast asleep. But right at that moment, everyone, assembled downstairs within 1 minute. 1 second late means deduction of contribution points. A loud shout echoing through the dormitory building rang out from downstairs. Chapter 67. When he looks at me, it's definitely recognition. A furious roar rang out. It jolted all the students awake from their dreams. In that moment of dazed confusion, realization struck, sending a shiver through their bodies. He quickly started getting dressed. On the other side, Su Hong, who had been meditating in the lotus position while practicing guidance techniques, opened his eyes. He had practiced all night long. His life force energy had risen from 135 points to 137 points. As my guidance skill level increased, my cultivation efficiency improved significantly. When the martial artist launched the night attack, it was already 3 a.m. By the time he finished allocating points and tidying up the room, his cultivation time wouldn't exceed 2 hours, equivalent to gaining 1 chi and blood point per hour. This rate of chi and blood enhancement could already be described as terrifying. Assemble and move out. Su Hong stood up, pushed open the door, and headed downstairs. He appeared extremely composed. Meanwhile, the students in the dormitory were making a chaotic racket, completely disorderly. Soon, outside the dormitory building, the group of students had finished assembling. As warriors, even with just 1 minute, it's more than enough time for them to tidy up properly. Very good. Not a single person arrived late. Lindsay scanned the group with a glance and let out a light chuckle. Now, let me explain this morning's training regimen to you all. Hearing this, all the students perked up, including Wang Tiantua and his 2 companions. For the first day of training, we need to comprehensively assess the capabilities of every one of you, including chi blood vitality, mental concentration, physical strength, speed, combat effectiveness, martial skill mastery. Everything must be tested. The moment these words were spoken, all the students turned their eyes toward Wang Tiantua and the other 2 with uncanny synchrony. Their gazes brimmed with envy and jealousy. On this test, these 3, the strongest among them, were bound to steal the spotlight. And that's not all. Noticing all the students looking his way, Lindsay continued. After the test concludes, there will be a final practical combat assessment. This combat exercise will involve rankings. The top 10 students will receive contribution points daily based on their specific rankings. As these words were spoken, all the students' eyes lit up. The top 10 will receive rewards. They truly admired Wang Tiantua and the other 2, but that doesn't mean they respect anyone else. For a moment, the students exchanged glances one by one, as a faint scent of gunpowder slowly permeated the air. Wang Tiantua and the other 2 also looked at each other. TSK, as expected of an elite training camp, no holding back right from the start. Lin Xinghe chuckled softly. In that case, I'll humbly accept first place. Xiaoyan chuckled lightly and said, you're pretty much guaranteed third place. Wang Tiantua folded his arms across his chest, saying nothing, but that haughty expression of his spoke volumes. The 3 of them acted as if no one else was around, talking to themselves without a care. The other students felt dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. Who could blame them? Those 3 truly were stronger. The gap was simply too wide. The top 3 ranks were undoubtedly going to be swept by them. They have to compete starting from 4th place. Alright, these are today's tasks, Lindsay said. Next, all students who successfully defeated the Night Raiders last night will receive contribution point rewards. The amount of contribution points allocated depends on the strength of the Night Raid warriors. Hearing this, many students' eyes lit up with excitement. Other students, however, wore somewhat awkward expressions. At that moment, someone shouted discontentedly. Teaching assistant Lin, I could have beaten that night raiding martial artist last night, but he sneak attacked me, wouldn't even let me put on my underwear, and kept aiming at, you know where. That's the only reason I lost. The student was clearly indignant. Lindsay glanced at him and said calmly, stop complaining. If it had been one of the 10,000 races attacking you last night, would you have asked them to wait while you put on your underwear? this shut-up underwearless, who silently shuffled back into the ranks. At this moment, Bai Mu, who had been busily operating her smart wristband by her side, opened her mouth to speak. I've already sent the contribution points. Make sure to check your accounts. As soon as her words fell, ding ding ding, smart bracelets of quite a few students chimed at once. Ha ha, pretty generous. Defeating that mid-level first-tier fighter got me 50 contribution points. Mine was only a low-level first-tier opponent, just 20 points. Damn it. My opponent looks like they've just broken through to the early middle stage of first rank. Only gave me 35 contribution points. That's not bad. Better than nothing at all. Then how many contribution points would you get for defeating someone at the late stage of first rank? The students who hadn't defeated any night-rating martial artists were currently so embarrassed they could dig trenches with their toes. The students who had successfully defeated their opponents exchanged excited chatter before turning their gazes towards Wang Tiantua and the other two. Lin Xinghe flicked open a pink fan, revealing the words "World's Most Handsome" printed on it. He lazily remarked, "Not bad. I scored about 130 points. Trash." Wang Tiantua snorted disdainfully, "I got 135 points. Lin Xinghe froze for a moment, then immediately looked at Xiao Yan with some nervousness. The latter smirked playfully, "Don't bother looking, I've got 140 points. Xiao Yan quickly added, "Just from these contribution points, we can see you're firmly in third place." "Damn it!" Lin Xinghe retorted resentfully, "It's just that the martial artists who ambushed me were too weak. That's why my contribution points are lower than yours." Wang Tiantua also nodded slightly, "True, even if they were slightly stronger, I could still casually defeat them. Gaining more or fewer contribution points is purely a matter of luck." Seeing their unyielding attitudes, Xiao Yan gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet deep down, she knew that Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe weren't wrong. Seeing the three treating over 100 contribution points as insignificant, the surrounding students watched with twitching lips. Ding! The wristband chimed, and Su Hong glanced at it. 150 points. Was that person from last night the strongest among the night raid warriors? The person who planned this night raid must really think highly of me, sending a first-stage novice like me to fight the strongest. Su Hong thought to himself. At this moment, Lindsay cleared his throat, and the room immediately fell silent. Alright, enough talk. Follow me now, we're starting the test. With that, Lindsay and Bai Mu turned and left without hesitation. The group of students immediately followed after them. Soon, the crowd arrived on the open ground outside the gravity chamber. Unlike yesterday when it was completely empty, now it's filled with various detection instruments. Qin Tianlai stood here with his hands clasped behind his back. Grandmaster Qin! Grandmaster Qin! Lindsay and Bai Mu respectfully called out, while the other students followed suit, obediently echoing the greeting. MHM. Qin Tianlai gave a slight nod, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the composed dignity of a true grandmaster. The students inwardly marveled, such was the bearing of a grandmaster. Only Su Hong seemed somewhat perplexed. Ever since becoming a mentalist, his senses had sharpened considerably. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qin Tianlia's gaze kept brushing past him from time to time, and it didn't seem particularly subtle about it either. Grandmaster Qin is looking at me. Could he actually favor me? The student standing beside Su Hong muttered under his breath, clenching his fists as his flushed face burned with excitement. Though he tried to suppress his voice, how could someone of Qin Tianlia's grandmaster level possibly fail to hear it? Shooting an exasperated glance at the student, the grandmaster's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He looked again. Master Qin looked at me again. That single glance from Qin Tianlai sent a shiver through the student's whole body, making him instantly straighten his back and lift his chin high. He understood. This must be Master Qin's silent way of showing approval for him. Chapter 68 Bountiful Rewards, Cloud-Concealing Galefist. Enough! Qin Tianlai withdrew his gaze, swept his eyes across the assembly, and spoke in a low tone. Everyone, silence. Enough talk. The test begins now. First up is the combat strength assessment. The test rules: first throw a full power punch without using any martial techniques to measure pure physical strength. Next, unleash your martial techniques to determine the maximum combat output you can achieve. Hearing this, all the students nodded excitedly in unison. Wang Tiantua and the other two exchanged glances, a palpable tension brewing among them. Oh, right. At that moment, Qin Tianlai grinned maliciously. Almost forgot to mention, the competitor ranking first in overall combat power, blood chi, speed, and all other combined metrics will be rewarded with an A-grade martial technique or movement skill of their choice. This rule was his spontaneous addition. The goal is precisely to ensure Su Hong wouldn't hold back and would give his full effort. As these words were spoken, every student in the venue widened their eyes in shock. Holy shit, this is an A-grade martial skill. Damn, what a lavish move. Now Wang Tiantua's trio will probably have to go all out, right? As expected, upon hearing Qin Tianlia's words, Wang Tiantua and the other two instantly flashed a fierce glint in their eyes, their gazes burning with unparalleled intensity. although their respective backgrounds were quite distinguished. However, A-rank martial skills are not something you can just pick up anywhere, and they were given a choice. You should know, even within their clan, there were only a handful of A-rank martial skills available. As for which ones to cultivate, they had no choice in the matter. But now, as long as they ranked first in the comprehensive assessment, they could freely choose any. Yesterday, they had already visited the martial arts pavilion and seen for themselves, there were no fewer than several dozen A-rank martial skills there. Everything involving all sorts of attributes, we've got it all. This first one is mine. Wang Tiantua licked his lips and declared outright, "It should be mine." Lin Xinghe refused to back down. Xiaoyan clenched her fists without speaking, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination, observing the reactions of the three individuals. A group of students couldn't help but feel envious. This was, after all, a Class A martial technique. They weren't even qualified to compete for it. No matter what, this A-rank martial skill would undoubtedly fall into the hands of these three. The strong remain strong. Someone whispered in quiet admiration. Hearing that first place would receive a grade A martial technique, Su Hong was overjoyed. In reality, Xin Tianlai had worried needlessly. Su Hong had never intended to hide his abilities from the start. After all, they were all here at this training camp. The better the performance, the more resources one gains. Why hide your strengths when you're already full and idle? Rank a martial technique. Su Hong clenched his fist, demonstrating a determined mindset. This drew a subtle nod of approval from Qin Tianlai, who had been observing him all along. Then, a strong anticipation appeared in his eyes. Let me see just how powerful this monstrously talented youngster truly is. With this thought, Qin Tianlai announced that the combat assessment would now begin. Lin Xinghe, you first. Qin Tianlai pointed casually, having lost all interest in observing the other students' performances. Without hesitation, he immediately called Lin Xinghe, the strongest member of the top trio, to take the stage. Xiaoyan, you're next for testing. Wang Tiantua, third test. Hearing Qin Tianlia's words, a group of students clicked their tongues in amazement. Starting off this intense right from the beginning? Not just that, if these three test first, who else would dare to go next? I wonder who's fourth. They must be sweating bullets right now. At that moment, Qin Tianlai pointed at Su Hong and chuckled lightly. Su Hong, you're fourth to take the test. Boom! After a brief moment of surprise, all the students' faces lit up with schadenfreude. Ha, so it's him after all. Isn't that the one who arrived last for the induction test? Senior Qin knows exactly what he's doing. Bring out the three strongest first, then follow up with the weakest group. The contrast is absolutely striking, utterly thrilling. Perhaps Grandmaster Qin intends to use this to motivate the weakest students, hoping they'll feel the sting of shame and rise to the challenge? Feeling the mocking gazes and the evident schadenfreude from the crowd, a trace of bewilderment flashed in Su Hong's eyes. What on earth were these people talking about? Just then, hearing a remark, Su Hong finally caught on, his face brimming with speechlessness. So, just because he had taken too long grinding his combat stats during the camp entrance assessment, resulting in his arriving last, these people concluded he was the weakest? Su Hong was the fourth to be tested? Wang Tiantua and the other two glanced at Su Hong, then withdrew their gaze uninterestedly, not sparing him another look. They had originally assumed that the fourth to be tested might be someone whose strength was second only to theirs, but now it seemed they had overestimated the situation. Grandmaster Qin intends to directly assess our performance. The subsequent lineup was probably arranged casually. Lin Xinghe grinned as he fanned himself playfully with his folding fan. Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan couldn't be bothered to speak. Only Wang Dong and Shen Bei showed no trace of amusement on their faces. Instead, they cast respectful and somewhat fearful glances at Su Hong. As two people who had personally witnessed Su Hong challenge the Beast Chamber before, they had a vague understanding of Su Hong's strength. At the very least, he was certainly no weaker than Wang Tiantua and the other two. These damn fools. Master Qin's testing order is clearly arranged based on strength. Shen Bei whispered softly, prompting Shen Bei to nod repeatedly in agreement. At this moment, Qin Tianlai finished reading the entire sequence list. Without any unnecessary words, they directly instructed Lin Xinghe to begin the test. They're here. Lin Xinghe stepped out from the line with an air of ease. This combat power analyzer isn't really my forte, Lin Xinghe said with a light laugh. Though it wasn't his strong suit, he was brimming with confidence nonetheless. After all, the final ranking would be based on overall performance. In terms of speed, he was absolutely beyond the reach of anyone else in the training camp, holding an overwhelming advantage. Hiya! Standing before the combat power detector, Lin Xinghe took a deep breath before suddenly delivering a powerful punch the next moment. Boom! The numbers on the combat power detector skyrocketed, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Finally, the screen displayed, Combat Power, 4013. The students were all stunned. Holy shit, that was just a punch without using any martial skills. TSK, Lin Xinghe actually said this was his weak point. Just how fast must his strong suit speed be? Didn't you see the movement technique room earlier? Compared to his terrifying speed, his paper stats are indeed his weak point. In battles between martial artists, stats alone don't mean much. Just like Lin Xinghe, with that frightening speed of his, cutting down opponents of equal strength is like mowing grass. In contrast to the students' astonishment, Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan remained completely composed. At this moment, after resting for a few seconds, Lin Xinghe's gaze sharpened as he began to employ his martial technique. Witnessing this, Su Hong immediately perked up, focusing intently on Lin Xinghe's movements. Coming from a privileged background, Lin Xinghe not only cultivated an A-grade movement technique but was also undoubtedly skilled in martial arts. It must be at least a B-grade martial technique. Su Hong isn't that picky, he'd learn any skill available to him. After all, one can never have too many skills. Moreover, he expected that Lin Xinghe would definitely be cultivating wind-attributed martial techniques. As for attributed martial techniques, he hasn't mastered a single one. Cloud Veil Gale Fist. At that moment, Lin Xinghe let out a furious roar and threw a devastating punch. As Su Hong had anticipated, this punch carried the swift and agile wind attribute. Moreover, in terms of speed, it was countless times faster than the previous punch. The punch created afterimages instantly, even whipping up a fierce gust momentarily. Boom! The combat power meter let out a deafening explosion. The screen's numbers finally settled at 5642. Chapter 69, One Fist Strikes, All Things Fall Silent. Combat Power, 5642. Seeing this combat power, the students were so shocked their jaws dropped enough to fit a duck egg. Holy shit, this already meets the standard of a second-tier martial artist. With 500 chi and blood points being the threshold for second tier, could it be that Lin Xinghe has already broken through? Break through my ass. Lin Xinghe's chi blood is only around 350 points. Holy moly, this combat power is insane. The scariest part is he considers this his weakness, not his strength. B-grade wind attribute martial skill absolutely terrifying. A group of students couldn't stop their lips from twitching at Lin Xinghe's earlier words. Only Su Hong's eyes flickered with thoughtful contemplation. Not bad. Grandmaster Qin offered a word of praise. He. Lin Xinghe chuckled mischievously. Seeing the stunned expressions of the students, the corners of his lips curled slightly as he fanned himself swaggeringly and returned to the ranks with effortless grace. Nothing special, look how proud you are. Xiao Yan curled her lips disdainfully. Wang Tiantua gave an indifferent hum in response. TCH. Lin Xinghe scoffed scornfully. Fighting power is simply about explosive attack strength, which has always been my weak point. If you have what it takes, race me in speed. Hearing this, Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan fell silent. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, Lin Xinghe was indeed significantly superior to them in terms of speed. At the same time, a look of sudden understanding flashed in Su Hong's eyes. The next moment, his system panel showed a new martial skill emerging under the techniques category. Martial skill, Wind Cloud Concealing Hurricane Fist Beginner, plus. It truly is a wind attribute martial skill, the technique's prefix now bears the character wind. Su Hong glanced at the panel, inwardly delighted. Next, Xiao Yan will proceed with the test. Hearing this, Xiao Yan stepped up to the combat power detector. Meanwhile, Su Hong quickly raised his head to watch, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Psychic Master Combat Technique. He had been craving this for a long time. This test is an absolute blessing. Su Hong secretly rejoiced in his heart. With the generous reward for first place and the contribution point prizes for the top 10 rankings, everyone will give their all. This is quite a bargain for him. Who knows how many martial techniques I can learn today. Apart from Xiao Yan, Wang Tiantua had also mastered an A-rank offensive martial skill. At this thought, a glint of excitement flashed in Su Hong's eyes. At that moment, Qin Tianlai looked at Xiao Yan and chuckled lightly. You're the only spiritual mind master in the training camp, so the psychic aptitude test is waived. You can directly use spiritual mind master techniques. Thank you, Grandmaster. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gave a cheerful grin as she expressed her gratitude. Moments later, taking a deep breath, she then threw a punch at the combat analyzer's striking pad. Boom! The students of First High hurriedly focused their eyes on the screen. Combat power, 3253. Can't compare to Lin Xinghe at all. Nonsense. Xiao Yan is a psionic master. It's perfectly normal for her physical prowess to be slightly weaker. That's already astonishing. Haven't you noticed something terrifying? Whether it's Lin Xinghe or Xiao Yan, their pure physical strength is considerably stronger than Qi blood warriors. Nonsense. They were born into prominent families and nurtured with resources since childhood. How could ordinary warriors' physiques compare to theirs? Whoosh. Xiao Yan let out a sigh. She was fairly satisfied with the combat strength she had displayed. After all, her true advantage lay in her mental power. Hiya! In the next moment, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. An invisible mental force condensed in the void, forging a nearly tangible hammer. The next moment, the hammer slammed violently toward the punching target. Boom! Combat power, 5942. Holy shit! The students stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. 300 points higher than Lin Xinghe. Is this spiritual power? That explosion was terrifying. Her combat power was just over 3,200 before, but using spiritual power nearly doubled it. That's what a psychic master is, the favorite child of the heavens. Damn it, I'm so jealous. The scariest part is, psychic power isn't just about explosive force, it can control and more, with endless miraculous uses. The students howled with envy, their hearts burning with jealousy, wishing they could crawl back into their mother's wombs and start over. Standing at the back of the line, Su Hong closed his eyes. The scene from moments ago flickered repeatedly in his mind as his thoughts raced, meticulously analyzing every detail of Xiaoyan's martial techniques like unraveling a cocoon strand by strand. A short while later, when Qin Tianlai called out Wang Tiantua's name, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment surfacing in his gaze. At the same time, on his status panel, another martial technique had appeared in the skills column. Martial skill, spirit weapon condensation technique beginner, plus. Su Hong experimented with his spiritual energy in his mind. He discovered that this weapon condensation technique was quite fascinating. It could condense anything, whether it be weapons, tables and chairs, or even ferocious beasts. However, the more tangible the condensed form became, the more spiritual energy it would consume. Xiaoyan hadn't perfected this martial skill either. Recalling the condensed hammer Xiaoyan had just formed, Su Hong affirmed in his heart. At this moment, as Elder Qin called out Wang Tiantua's name, in an instant, all eyes turned toward him. Su Hong was no exception, but his gaze differed from others. It brimmed with anticipation. Damn, the true god of combat power has arrived. Wang Tiantua possesses the barbarian god physique. His terrifying strength gives him an absolute advantage in combat prowess. He's practically guaranteed first place. I wonder how high he'll score. Xiaoyan nearly reached the 600-point threshold earlier, the benchmark for second-rank warriors harnessing blood qi. 500 chi points mark the early stage of the second tier, 800 points the mid stage, and 1000 points the late stage. Damn, could Wang Tiantua actually hit 8000 combat power right away, reaching the mid-stage standard of the second tier? Wang Tiantua stepped up to the combat power detector. Without any preamble, he couldn't even be bothered to prepare. He casually raised his fist and violently struck the punching target. A deafening explosion rang out in response. Combat power, 5310. With just the raw strength of his body, this punch had already reached the combat standard of someone who had just stepped into the second rank. What? Ha? No way, dude, are you for real? Holy shit, this is insane. With just a bare-handed punch, he's only 300 combat points behind Lin Xinghe, who's using martial techniques. Damn, so this is the legendary berserker god physique among special constitutions, famed for its monstrous strength. The entire student body was utterly stunned. Even teaching assistants Lin Zhe and Bai Mu were visibly stunned for a moment. Quite impressive. Qin Tianlai nodded with satisfaction. Apart from Su Hong, there were still some promising talents in the training camp. Lin Xinghe and his two companions were all exceptionally talented. Hey! Receiving praise from Master Qin, Wang Tiantua grinned widely. Next, I'll be using martial techniques. The moment these words were spoken, the boiling clamor instantly ceased. All eyes were fixed intently upon him. Su Hong focused intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. Crackle, pop. Wang Tiantua raised his fist, upon which pure white flames ignited. These flames were unlike ordinary fire, emitting no scorching heat but rather a bone-chilling coldness. Oh, the nether bone ghostfire fist. Qin Tianlai immediately recognized Wang Tiantua's martial technique. Hearing this, Su Hong subconsciously licked his lips. He remembered that this martial skill was also available in the martial arts pavilion. An A-grade fire attribute martial skill, requiring a staggering 2,800 contribution points to exchange. At this moment, Qin Tianlai wore a hint of a smile as he turned to Wang Tiantua and spoke. I remember the Lord of Star City cultivates the wood element Dao, yet he specifically found a fire attribute A-grade martial skill for you. Seems he holds you in particularly high regard. Can't be helped. With all the siblings my father sired, I just happen to be the one with the best martial talent. Wang Tiantua said with undisguised pride. That's true. Qin Tianlai was somewhat amused, a glimmer of anticipation rising in his eyes. Come on, let's see how strong you are. Yes, Wang Tiantua responded, his gaze turning icy. Bone nether flame fist. With a single punch, a resounding boom echoed throughout the arena. The punching target bore a charred fist imprint. Combat power, 7534. When they saw this number, the entire venue fell deathly silent. The students were completely dumbfounded, their faces mirroring expressions of sheer disbelief. 7,534. Another 500 points higher, reaching the standard of a mid-stage second-rank martial artist. As for Wang Tiantua, they remembered his chi and blood were only around 350. The students kept opening and closing their mouths, too shocked to speak. Lin Zimubai's pupils contracted sharply. Clearly, he was astonished too. Excellent. With this combat strength, your old man's lifelong dream of producing a grandmaster, I can see there's no problem with that. Grandmaster Qin raised his brows and praised. Then I'll take your auspicious words to heart. Wang Tiantuo cupped his hands in salute and returned to the ranks. Barbarian. Lin Xinghe curled his lips in displeasure. Now things had taken a turn after the three of them completed their tests. He turned out to be the weakest in combat power. If I can only rank third in combat strength, I'll regain my pride through speed. Lin Xinghe sulked inwardly. In his eyes, the competition among the three of them was a battle for the top 3 spots. Even his so-called weakness in combat was only when compared to Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan. If measured against the other students in the training camp, this weakness would undoubtedly be considered an overwhelming strength. Next up, Su Hong, the fourth to be tested. Qin Tianlai spoke up. The next moment, all the students turned their gazes toward Su Hong, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. The performances of the top 3 were utterly outrageous. At this point, having one's name called to go up would be an utterly humiliating affair. Meanwhile, Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 didn't even bother to glance at Su Hong. The trio huddled together, engrossed in their own private conversation. In their minds, the top 3 rankings had been decided the moment they completed their tests. After all, the gap between other students and themselves was too vast to merit any attention. Coming, Su Hong responded and slowly stepped out of the line, walking toward the combat power detector. A group of students chattered and joked around, completely dismissing Su Hong's test as inconsequential, in stark contrast to how they had watched Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 during their tests. But Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu were different. At this moment, everyone was staring at Su Hong with serious expressions. Bai Mu even flipped to a fresh page in his testing notebook, preparing to specifically record Su Hong's data. You may begin now, Qin Tianlai reminded them with eager anticipation. The first punch, sheer physical strength only, no martial techniques allowed. All right. Listening to the clamor of students chatting behind him, Su Hong nodded expressionlessly. During the test, Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 remained completely silent, not making a single sound. When his turn came, it grew unbearably noisy instead, filled with all sorts of clamor. This obvious favoritism displeased him, and he was determined to silence these people. With that thought, Su Hong turned his fist toward the punching target of the combat analyzer. He slightly hunched his back, his spine arching like a dragon, his eyes suddenly turning ferocious like a lurking tiger or leopard ready to deliver a fatal strike. In the next instant, Su Hong twisted his waist and hips, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous boom exploded beside their ears like a sudden clap of lightning. The chaotic, grating buzz of conversation instantly ceased. Wang Tiantuo and his 2 companions, who had been chatting idly, jerked their heads up in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. At that moment, every person present, including Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu, turned their gazes toward the screen. Combat power, 6551. The instant this combat power number appeared, the entire arena fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. One fist strikes, and heaven and earth fall silent. Chapter 70, Strength that astonishes the crowd. Combat power, 6551. Gazing at the combat power he had personally achieved, a flicker of astonishment flashed through Su Hong's eyes. This combat power was unexpected even to himself. Is this the overlord body, the mightiest of all special physiques? Su Hong marveled inwardly, it was simply too ferocious. At the same time, behind him, the previously laughing students now wore expressions of stunned disbelief. Their gazes kept darting between the combat power readings and Su Hong's retreating figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell is going on? How could it possibly be over 6,000? And he didn't even use any martial skills, maybe the combat power detector's broken. Come on, with the grandmasters right here, do you think they wouldn't know if the combat scanner was broken? Holy crap, wasn't this guy struggling to last in 1.5x gravity just yesterday? How's he turning into a monster today? Damn, I thought Wang Tiantuo was invincible in this training camp. Didn't realize there was someone even stronger. Watching Su Hong's retreating figure, the students were stunned, their eyes gradually filling with awe. Many who had mocked Su Hong the previous day now felt overwhelmed with embarrassment and shame. They had assumed he was nothing but an underachiever. Turns out he was the ultimate badass. At this moment, someone stammered with trembling lips. Holy shit, and that was just a single punch without using any martial arts techniques. His combat prowess is actually higher than Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan unleashing their full martial skills. He's on a whole other goddamn level. If he actually uses martial techniques, how the hell could Wang Tiantuo even compete? This person's chi and blood definitely aren't at the initial stage of first rank, impossible. He must be using some method to conceal it. No first-rank beginner could unleash combat power like this. Absolutely. Su Hong must be close to reaching second-rank warrior status. He's probably just a few dozen chi points away. Looking at this combat performance, all the students concluded in that moment that Su Hong had deliberately concealed his true cultivation level from the beginning. Otherwise, this would simply be too unbelievable. You must know, Wang Tiantua, possessing the physique of a barbarian god and at the peak of first-tier cultivation, could only achieve a combat power of 7,500 when using martial techniques. After a collective gasp of astonishment, many students subtly turned their gazes toward Wang Tiantua and his two companions. At this moment, the trio stood frozen like wooden statues, their stunned eyes fixated on the combat power display, unable to snap out of their daze for the longest time. To think he could unleash 6,551 combat power. Bai Mu's tone was filled with astonishment, so much so that the scorebook in her hand fell to the ground without her even noticing. As a fifth-rank martial artist, she had seen her fair share of geniuses, but never had she encountered someone who could produce such terrifying data without using any martial techniques. My god, Su Hong is truly a monster. Lin Zai's throat went dry from sheer shock. What the hell? As for Qin Tianlai, even his normally unshakable grandmaster demeanor was beginning to falter, though he prided himself as a widely experienced grandmaster. Having encountered numerous geniuses from both the demon capital and imperial capital, the two premier cities. Yet, to his knowledge, no one at the initial stage of the first rank had ever possessed such formidable combat prowess. And this was just a single punch without even using martial techniques. Watching the calm-faced Su Hong, Qin Tianlai secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. At this moment, the stunned Wang Tiantua and his two companions gradually began to regain their senses. Lin Xing has said in a deep voice, "This absolutely cannot be the combat power of someone at the first-rank beginner stage. His chi and blood must be at least at the first-rank advanced stage, if not already nearing the second-rank martial artist level." With a grandmaster overseeing the proceedings, he naturally couldn't suspect Su Hong of cheating or the combat power detector being faulty. This combat power was undoubtedly genuine, but Lin Xingha absolutely refused to believe Su Hong was merely at the first-rank beginner stage. You should know that 100 to 200 points of qi and blood are considered the initial stage of the first rank. Even if Su Hong had 199 points of qi and blood, his standard combat power would only be around 2,000 at most. Yet surprisingly, his combat power nearly quadrupled. This is impossible. Such terrifying combat power. If he landed even one punch on me, I'd be severely injured at the very least. Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. I was being too arrogant. I never imagined there'd be such a monster in this training camp. A complex gleam flashed through Wang Tiantua's eyes before instantly transforming into an intense blaze. Only with such formidable opponents in the training camp would things get truly interesting. I'll fight him in this afternoon's combat test. Wang Tiantua felt a surge of fierce anticipation rising in his heart. The combat power among martial artists ultimately amounts to nothing more than numbers on paper. He was confident that even if Su Hong's combat power slightly surpassed his own after activating martial techniques, reaching over 8,000, he still stood a fair chance of winning. What's going on with you two? Lin Xingha asked somewhat perplexedly. Do you really think his vitality is still at the initial stage of rank 1? Bullshit, of course not. Xiao Yan rolled her eyes. Wang Tiantua exclaimed excitedly, in terms of vital energy, he's at least on par with us, if not significantly surpassing us. With his barbarian god physique, even a punch without using martial skills barely surpassed 5,000 combat power. Meanwhile, Su Hong's punch directly unleashed a combat power of 6,500. Therefore, Wang Tiantua concluded that Su Hong's vital energy must be significantly higher than his own. It's possible it could be over 100 points higher than ours. Lin Xingha speculated silently to himself. At this moment, seeing Grandmaster Qin remain silent for a long time, Su Hong asked, Grandmaster Qin, shall I continue? Continue, please continue. Qin Tianlai coughed lightly and spoke, taking advantage of the moment when Su Hong was adjusting his state. Bai Mulinza, how powerful do you think his combat skills will make him? Qin Tianlai asked with an expectant expression. Bai Mu cautiously reminded, Grandmaster Qin, don't forget, Su Hong comes from an ordinary family. His martial arts grade likely isn't very high, probably only C rank at best. Hearing this, Qin Tianlai froze momentarily before shaking his head with a wry smile. This brain of mine, so shocked I forgot even this basic fact. Lin Zai added, even so, I believe he'll surpass Wang Tiantua's level. His combat power might even reach 8,000. Well said. Qin Tianlai nodded and said, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have an A-level martial skill. As long as he takes first place, I can openly reward him with one. Meanwhile, seeing Su Hong was about to continue the test, the students immediately fell silent. Not daring to utter a word, they held their breath in tense anticipation. This was their respect for true strength. The current dead silence stood in stark contrast to the noisy commotion that had preceded Su Hong's test earlier. Even Wang Tiantua and his two companions ceased their chatter, fixing their gazes intently on Su Hong as they waited to witness his martial technique. Old Wang, this has to be at least 8,000 combat power minimum, it'll definitely outclass you. Lin Xinghe teased. Doesn't matter if I'm outclassed. Even if it's over 8,000 combat power, it's only slightly higher than mine. Wang Tiantua smiled faintly. What really matters between martial artists is actual combat ability. Xiaoyan said faintly, when it comes to actual combat ability, that's only true when the combat strength between both parties isn't vastly different. What if Su Hong unleashes a strength of 9,000? Would you still have the confidence to say that? Wang Tiantua was taken aback and shook his head. 9,000? Do you have any idea what that implies? That would already rival the combat strength of a second-rank martial artist who's not far from reaching the third rank. Do you think that's even possible? Chapter 71, Waiting Online, Very Urgent. At this moment, Su Hong standing before the combat power detector became the center of all attention. The gaze of everyone in the venue was firmly locked on him. The students didn't dare to blink, afraid they might miss something. Huff! Su Hong slowly exhaled and fixed his gaze upon the punching target with sudden intensity. The next moment, he raised his fist upon which strands of pure white flame, exuding an icy aura, flickered into existence. At the mere sight of this spectacle, everyone present was instantly struck with astonishment. Wait a second, isn't this Wang Tiantua's bone nether flame fist? Why does Su Hong know it too? Hiss, I remember this martial art was the only one in the technique pavilion. Could Su Hong have exchanged for it? Damn, that requires 2,800 contribution points. We just arrived yesterday, how could he possibly have so many contribution points? A group of students buzzed with discussion, their faces full of shock. Holy shit, he just exchanged for an A-class martial skill? Lin Xinghe's expression was utterly incredulous. Yesterday, he barely managed to earn less than 1,000 contribution points all day. Meanwhile, Su Hong doubled or even tripled that amount? A look of utter astonishment spread across Xiaoyan's face. But the next moment, the two exchanged glances, their expressions growing peculiar. Old Wang, your luck's really out. Su Hong swapping to the exact same martial technique as yours. Now there'll be direct comparisons. Lin Xinghe wore a look of schadenfreude. Wang Tiantua scowled darkly, replying irritably. Happy my ass, my bone nether flame fist is on the list, and your soaring swan grace steps aren't? Who knows, in a couple of days, Su Hong might even perform the soaring swan steps right before your very eyes. Hee, that's impossible. Lin Xinghe said with a mischievous grin. I've already checked the martial techniques pavilion list, my soaring swan steps aren't there. So stop dreaming. Su Hong will never get the chance to use soaring swan steps against me. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiantua was immediately left speechless. As for the trio of Qin Tianlai and his companions, the atmosphere here was distinctly different from theirs. Ha! Seeing Su Hong actually execute the bone nether flaming fist, Qin Tianlia's expression instantly became wildly incredulous. As the head instructor, he knew perfectly well that since the training camp began, absolutely no one had redeemed an A-rank martial technique. Where did Su Hong get this martial arts technique from? Qin Tianlai frowned, racking his brain in deep thought. Master Qin. At this moment, Bai Mu looked like he had something to say but hesitated to speak. You know? Qin Tianlai was somewhat surprised and urged, if you know, then speak up quickly. Well, I'm just guessing. A guess is fine too, stop dawdling, out with it. Is there any possibility that? Bai Mu whispered, Su Hong's talent is so terrifying, could it be that he watched Wang Tiantua perform and then? Ha! Qin Tianlai froze instantly, instinctively wanting to deny it. After all, even if an A-rank martial technique were placed right in front of the students at the training camp, the vast majority still wouldn't be able to learn it. Not to mention, just glancing at something so outrageous. Had someone told Qin Tianlai this before meeting Su Hong, he surely would have laughed at them for life. But, this is Su Hong we're talking about. That guy, a monstrous genius with 100% compatibility in all 7 attributes. The denial that had surged to Qin Tianlia's lips was swallowed back down. But this is an A-grade martial skill. Even a freak like him couldn't possibly. Qin Tianlai muttered in disbelief. In truth, Bai Mu's words had already convinced him 80%. It's just that he still couldn't quite accept this absurd reality. Even if he personally taught these students, very few could master an A-grade martial skill. Yet Su Hong managed to learn it with just a glance? Seriously buddy, are you some kind of Kakashi? Just one look and you could copy-paste it. Everyone was stunned by Su Hong's martial technique. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yet Su Hong didn't hesitate in the slightest. The instant his fist became enveloped in pure white cold flames, he summoned all his strength and threw a devastating punch toward the punching target. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. A charred object was sent flying directly. Everyone instinctively looked. To their horror, they discovered it was the punching target of the combat power detector. Earlier, Wang Tiantua had left a charred fist imprint on it. He has already shocked everyone. But now, Su Hong went even further. He actually punched the target so hard it flew away. Holy shit, he knocked the punching bag clean off? Damn, That's insane. Just how powerful is he? The students stared unblinkingly as the combat power numbers on the screen kept skyrocketing. The next moment, a combat power that shocked everyone appeared. Combat power, 9013. Ha? Dude, no way. Are you serious? 9,000. Holy shit, a full 9,000. Just 1,000 life points means reaching the mid-late stage of second order. The combat power benchmark is only 10,000, yet Su-hong actually pulled off 9,000? Holy shit, he's only at the first stage. The students' eyes were wide open, too shocked to even speak properly. What the hell? Bai Mu and Lindsay were stunned. These two fifth-tier martial artists suddenly raised their voices several pitches at this moment. Hiss! Seeing the combat power displayed on the screen, Qin Tianlia's eyelid twitched violently. That kid is a real monster. Qin Tianlai muttered to himself. Now he truly believed Su-hong must have genuinely learned just by watching Wang Tiantua execute his martial techniques. The combat capability displayed was simply too outrageous. He couldn't help but accept it. As far as he knew, none of those top-tier geniuses from the imperial cities of magic, young talents whose martial arts aptitude stood at the pinnacle across the entire Hua nation, had displayed such exaggerated combat prowess when they were still first-level martial artists like Su-hong. What the hell is the principal of Star City No. 1 High School playing at? They actually claimed Su-hong's chi blood level was merely 123 points. Qin Tianlai suddenly recalled the documented records and couldn't help cursing inwardly. With combat ability like this, you could tell him Su-hong is a second-rank martial artist, and he'd actually believe it. Holy shit. Lin Xing's fan slipped from his hand without him even noticing. He stood there gaping, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Wang Tiantua was also stunned. Xiaoyan swallowed hard, gazing at Wang Tiantua as she spoke in a hushed tone. What did you say earlier? What does 9,000 combat power even mean? Yet at that moment, it seemed Wang Tiantua couldn't hear her voice at all. Wang Tiantua stared blankly at the screen, muttering to himself in disbelief. 9,000, 9,000. Using the same bone netherfire fist technique, Su-hong's combat power exceeded his by a full 1,500 points, with such a glaring disparity in their strengths. Even with his berserker physique, Wang Tiantua, no matter how confident he was, dared not claim that he could defeat Su-hong in actual combat or dismiss combat power as merely theoretical data anymore. Soon, Wang Tiantua was filled with doubt. To display a staggering 9,000 combat power, could Su-hong's vitality have already reached that of a second-tier warrior? Highly likely. Xiao Yan nodded gravely. Lin Xinghe curled his lips. Wasn't it you who just said chi and blood were crucial? After a pause, he complained, Old Wang, do you still believe Su-hong is at the initial stage of first rank? Wang Tiantua sighed helplessly. Initial stage of first rank? More like initial stage of second rank. With a grave expression, he added, even if he hasn't reached second rank, Su-hong's chi and blood must be frighteningly close to 500 points. Otherwise, how could he possibly unleash such terrifying combat power? Who knows? Once everyone finishes testing, the next step will be the chi blood examination. Then we'll see exactly how much chi blood he truly has. Hearing this, Qin Tianlia's eyes flickered as well. He was also extremely curious about Su-hong's chi and blood. Could he really have already become a second-rank martial artist? At this moment, Lin Xinghe couldn't help but complain again. This is a combat power of 9,000. There's still the practical test later. How are we even supposed to test this? Just declare Su-hong the winner already. Hearing this, Qin Tianlia's lips twitched. It seemed the original practical test would have to be conducted differently. One-on-one? There's no comparison needed, they'd all be knocked down by Su-hong. Have Wang Tiantua and the other two fight Su-hong together? I wonder if even that would be enough for Su-hong to handle. Maybe just have all the students in the training camp gang up on him? Qin Tianlai pondered silently, feeling deeply troubled. Waiting online, a student's combat strength in the training camp is ridiculously overpowered. How should I arrange the practical test? It seems I'll have to bring Su-hong to other training camps to show off, for exchange and sparring sessions sooner than planned. While thinking this, Qin Tianlai announced that the remaining students should continue with their combat strength tests. Meanwhile, he walked aside and pulled out his phone. I opened the Grand Master group where I was serving as the head instructor for this training camp in Jiangnan province. He quickly had mentioned everyone, and uttered a sentence. Qin Tianlai, what a bunch of losers. I'm bringing my crew to wipe the floor with your training camp. Do you still stand by that wager we agreed on? Qin Tianlai was the first to cast down the gauntlet. The message had barely been sent for a few seconds. Ding ding ding. The hitherto quiet Grandmaster group instantly erupted into a flurry of messages. The first person to reply had an avatar of a white-haired old man. Wang Qingshan, Little Qin, I'm not one to criticize, but last time after the bet you went silent. Everyone kindly let it slide, yet you just had to come back and practically beg to get slapped in the face? Wang Qingshan, alright, just come to my training camp. I'll tell my students to go easy, promise they'll leave your students dumbfounded but unharmed. Ahem, and don't forget to bring what you bet. no bet, no entry. Chapter 72, hey? How much is a grandmaster's kidney worth? Seeing Wang Qingshan putting on such airs, Qin Tianlai gave a mocking smile. Earlier, in the heat of the moment, he had made a bet with all the grandmasters. Among them, this Wang Qingshan had stirred things up the most aggressively. Moreover, this guy was none other than the training camp supervisor of Hangzhou, the provincial capital of Jiangnan province. Hangzhou city is teeming with extraordinary talents. Just among those Qin Tianlai knows, there are already over a dozen genius martial artists who have reached the second tier. This was exactly why he hadn't dared to speak in the Grandmaster group chat before. There's simply no comparison. The gap in strength between Xingqing and Hangzhou's training camp students was far too vast. There was absolutely no chance of winning. But now, Qin Tianlai glanced at Su Hong and chuckled darkly. His fingers flew as he typed a reply in the group chat. Qin Tianlai, Wang Qingshan, stop pulling seniority here with your cheap provocations. Just wait, I'll be paying you a visit soon enough. After sending it, Qin Tianlai thought for a moment and added. Qin Tianlai, however, Hangzhou is too far from Xingcheng. I'll take my students to the nearest training camp first, then bulldoze our way through all the others before finally coming to crush the so-called geniuses of your Hangzhou camp. Wang Qingshan instantly replied, ha ha ha, just admit you're too scared to fight. What a pathetic excuse, finally coming to Hangzhou my ass. Qin Tianlai curled his lips in disdain. If it were up to him, he'd have immediately taken Su Hong straight to Hangzhou. But as the head coach of the training camp, he felt it was necessary to let Su Hong gain more experience first. After all, the facilities at the training camp were sufficient enough to nurture geniuses like Wang Tiantua and the other two. But what about Su Hong? Staying in the training camp for a month has indeed made Su Hong stronger. But it's not enough. It's absolutely nothing compared to the improvement he'd gained from personal guidance and real combat with geniuses from other training camps. After witnessing Su Hong's combat prowess firsthand, Qin Tianlai felt it would be such a waste of martial talent to let Su Hong stay at the training camp for a whole month. It would be holding him back. Meanwhile, inside the Hangcheng training camp's office, an old man with white hair sat carelessly in his executive chair, laughing so hard that snot bubbles popped out of his nose. He flashed the chat content to two teaching assistants beside him, suppressing his laughter as he spoke. See this? This Qin Tianlai actually wants to bring Star City's genius to challenge my genius from Hang City. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the two teaching assistants chuckled in amusement. Hangzhou is the top-ranked city in Jiangnan province, and its universities are also #1 in the province. The quality of students here simply can't be compared to that of Star City, which is only ranked in the middle to lower tiers. A teaching assistant chuckled. Grandmaster Wang, Star City students probably couldn't even beat nearby Yang City's training camp, let alone challenge our Hangzhou camp, right? Hearing this, Wang Qingshan froze for a moment before slapping his thigh with a face full of joyous surprise. Never would have guessed, you've got quite the aggressive streak, kid. Having said that, he immediately picked up his phone and started texting. Wang Qingshan, I'm dying of laughter. Qin Tianlai, how dare you talk about bulldozing your way through everything. I tell you what, forget about defeating geniuses from Hangcheng even against those from neighboring Yangcheng close to your Star City. Your so-called Star City prodigies wouldn't stand a chance. Don't try to play dead and weasel out of it when the time comes like you did last time. At that moment, someone immediately chimed in. Jiang Lin, well said, old Wang. Qin Tianlai, stop your nonsense here. Don't you know exactly how low Star City ranks? Still clinging to your worthless pride while suffering the consequences. I'll tell you what, why don't you just bring your students to my Yangcheng training camp first and let's see how they perform. Of course, if you don't dare, then forget it. The closest city to Xingcheng is Yangcheng, and Jiang Lin happens to be the head coach of the Yangcheng training camp. As Jiang Lin spoke, a group of grandmasters who were eager for some excitement also began to fan the flames. Some people were stirring the pot, while others had their eyes on the stakes of Qin Tianlia's initial bet, relentlessly provoking him, practically begging him to come deliver the goods straight to their doorstep. Those damn bastards. Scanning the flood of messages in the group chat, 8 out of 10 being taunts from martial arts masters across Jiangnan province's training camps, Qin Tianlai let out a furious laugh. Fine, fine. You asked for this. Just as he was about to reply, Qin Tianlia's eyes suddenly flashed with an idea. He deleted the insults he'd drafted and began rewriting his message instead. In the next instant, he sent out a new message. Qin Tianlai deliberately feigned rage, acting completely worked up and provoking the group by asking if they dared to raise the stakes. The moment someone read his message, the group chat that had been flooding the screen froze for an instant. The next moment, countless messages surged forth instantaneously. Before a second had passed, they'd already surpassed 99 plus. All the grandmasters teasingly asked how he wanted to make the bet. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai curled the corner of his lips slightly. The fish had taken the bait. He began to state the terms of the bet. Qin Tianlai, before, it was just me betting against you, but I think we should also offer some benefits to the geniuses. So, my wager is this: if I bring my students to your training camp and your students lose, they must teach my students one A-grade elemental combat skill any element will do. The same goes the other way around. If I lose, I'll teach one of your students an A-grade elemental combat skill too. The group of grandmasters were stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into ecstatic expressions as they responded, unanimously agreeing to the offer. Many even began thanking Qin Tianlai in advance, saying, "Our students will certainly never forget your contribution." Grandmasters delivering goods to your doorstep, and these goods being A-grade attribute martial techniques at that. This is truly the epitome of generosity. Wang Qingshan exclaimed, "What grand generosity! What magnanimity, Grandmaster Qin! Why bother with other training camps? Come directly to our Hangzhou training camp. Allow me to first express gratitude on behalf of all our Hangzhou geniuses." Zhang Lin, upon hearing the stakes Qin Tianlai proposed, saw red with agitation. While Yangcheng holds a slightly higher ranking than Xingcheng, it still only occupies a middle-tier position at best. When it comes to resource allocation, it's far from matching Hangzhou's level. Although Wang Qingshan also wanted Qin Tianlai to go to Hangzhou, his financial power ultimately made him merely slightly more amiable than before. Zhang Lin, however, was entirely different. Yang City's training camp did have A-grade attribute martial techniques, but they were far fewer compared to Hangzhou's offerings. That said, when stacked against Qing City, Yang City's training camp held a clear advantage in its martial technique reserves. But the question is, who would complain about having too many A-ranked martial techniques? Zhang Lin, brother Qin, it's been ages since we hung out. Why not make a trip to Yangcheng first? I promise to have the geniuses from the training camp go easy on the students you bring, absolutely no harm done. Just come, and on my word as your brother, you'll get the absolute best treatment. Unlike their previous provocations, Zhang Lin suddenly became extremely affectionate, almost pleading with Qin Tianlai to come. And it wasn't just him, the masters from other city training camps were also pulling out all the stops. Some deliberately provoked him, hoping to stir Qin Tianlai's anger and thereby convince him to visit their training camp first. Others were even more shameless, outright promising to introduce him to female masters if he came. In short, the masters of each city were displaying their extraordinary skills at this very moment. The atmosphere in the group chat was as intense as the 36 stratagems. Reading these messages, Qin Tianlai put down his phone, folded his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky with an air of quiet accomplishment. "Su Hong, oh Su Hong, I've done everything I could to secure advantages for you," Qin Tianlai silently thought to himself. He had proposed this wager after serious consideration. First of all, Su Hong had 100% compatibility with all 7 attributes. In theory, Su Hong could cultivate any attribute-based martial skill. But there's one problem. Su Hong's demand for martial skills will be extremely high. After all, others only need to practice one attribute of martial skill. But Su Hong has to practice a total of 7 attributes of martial skills. Master them all. To put it mildly, it would be incredibly difficult for Su Hong to cultivate just one combat skill for each of the 7 attributes on his own. After all, even the training camp doesn't have a complete collection of A-grade attribute combat skills. Not to mention the required contribution points even with Su Hong's current abilities. Gathering enough would be an immense challenge. What's more, even if you were really given 7 elemental martial techniques, wouldn't you still need time to master them? Even Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, this trio of the training camp's strongest. With their backgrounds, they could definitely access many A-rank martial techniques. But why have each of them only cultivated one A-rank elemental martial technique? There's no other reason, it's just too damn hard to master. The requirements for martial arts talent are absurdly high. Even if some once-in-a-century genius prodigy showed up, they'd probably struggle to make progress in a short time. In fact, if Qin Tianlai hadn't just witnessed Su Hong suddenly demonstrate the bone netherflame fist, and it really looked like Su Hong had learned it just by watching Wang Tiantua perform it, there was absolutely no way he would propose this kind of bet. The path is laid out for you, kid. Whether you can grasp it and master it, that depends on your skill and talent. Staring at Su Hong, Qin Tianlai silently thought to himself. But soon, Qin Tianlai seemed to recall something, his expression shifting slightly. He had been so focused on securing benefits for Su Hong that he'd nearly forgotten if Su Hong were to lose, what price would he have to pay? His plan was to take Su Hong through every battle in Jiangnan Province's training camp. Though with Su Hong's combat prowess, defeat seemed nearly impossible. What if a few monsters emerged who could actually take him down? How many A-grade attribute martial skills would he have to fork out? Remember, excluding Star City, Jiangnan Province has a full 49 cities. At the thought of the potential cost, Qin Tianlai shuddered from head to toe. If Su Hong were to truly lose, a few matches wouldn't be so bad, he could still manage to produce a few A-grade attribute martial skills. But what if he lost too much? Then he'd really have no choice but to call the hospital and ask how much a Grandmaster's kidney could fetch. Chapter 73, Reckless Youth. Wait, why am I doing this? Qin Tianlai slapped his thigh. You must understand, Su Hong had just demonstrated a combat power of 9,000, and he hadn't even tapped into the merged lightning fire attributes yet. If he were to unleash that, his combat power would undoubtedly soar even higher. An ordinary second-tier high-level martial artist would probably be completely overwhelmed by a single strike. Yet here he is, worrying that Su Hong might lose? If he really loses, it'll only be to a martial genius whose realm far surpasses Su Hong's, at least 3 levels higher. A relieved smile spread across Qin Tianlia's face. As far as he knew, none of the cities in Jiangnan province seemed to have produced any martial genius who had already reached the 3rd level. Even in Hangzhou, it seems the strongest realm reached is only the late stage of the 2nd rank. With Su Hong's thunder firepower unleashed, dealing with this should be effortless. Qin Tianlia's anxious heart finally settled. At this moment, the combat power test concluded with the final student. Master Qin, everything has been documented. Bai Mu and Lin Zhe approached. Lin Zhe whispered. Aside from Su Hong and Wang Tiantua's group of 3, the other students' combat abilities are relatively normal, just slightly above the standard, with none exceeding it by more than double. That's more like it. There aren't so many freaks in this world. MHM. Qin Tianli nodded. He looked up at the blazing sun overhead and realized it was already noon. Alright everyone, dismissed for now. Go have lunch first. Assemble back here at precisely 1 p.m. for the Qi blood test, followed by the combat assessment. Qin Tianli announced. With that, he gave a beckoning wave. Su Hong, come with me. Yes. Su Hong stepped out from the ranks and followed Qin Tianli towards the office. Watching his retreating figure, the students all wore expressions of either admiration or complicated emotions. There was envy, there was awe, but not a trace of jealousy. This was the first time since their arrival at the training camp that Master Qin had called someone out alone. Clearly, there must be some benefit involved. However, this was something Su Hong had earned through his own capabilities. As they recalled the staggering combat power of 9,000 displayed on the screen, the students all felt a momentary daze. Chen Tian and Li Tu were utterly stunned. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they'd never have imagined that Su Hong, who came with them, could be this formidable. If the principal knew about Su Hong's performance, he'd probably go mad with joy. On the other side, Wang Tiantua and the other 2, however, had slightly complicated expressions. In their eyes, the training camp had only 3 competitors among themselves. But who would have thought, a dark horse would suddenly emerge? No, this is no longer just a dark horse. At least with a dark horse, they could still put up a fight. Su Hong is simply a tiger. He completely crushed the trio, leaving them utterly speechless. Lin Xinghe sighed helplessly. What's the point of the afternoon combat assessment now? With Su Hong achieving 9,000 combat power, he's at least a high-level first-rank martial artist. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already second-rank. Wang Tiantua said with a serious expression. Even with my powerful berserk god physique, I only managed to unleash a combat power of just over 7,000. Even if Su Hong has a special physique, his strength couldn't possibly surpass mine by much. That leaves only one truth: Su Hong must be a second-rank martial artist. Xiao Yan nodded silently, her face revealing a complex expression. Soon, all the students headed toward the cafeteria. As they walked, excited about the afternoon's Qi blood test, the students enthusiastically began speculating about Su Hong's Qi blood levels. Some idiot earlier actually said Su Hong was at the initial stage of the first rank. If I find out who said that, I'll grab their head and make them look at that 9,000 combat power score. He's definitely a second-rank martial artist. Even Wang Tiantua with his barbarian god body only scored just over 7,000 in combat power at the peak stage of the first rank. TSK, I have to admit, the Su Hong is truly low-key. With strength like his, he didn't even react when we laughed at him before. His temper is really good. Good temper my ass. More likely, in Su Hong's eyes, we're simply not on the same level. Would a dragon care about the mockery of ants? Enough already, quit speculating. Either Su Hong is late-stage first-tier approaching second-tier, or he's straight-up a second-tier martial artist. Right, those are the only 2 possibilities. That's a full 9,000 combat power we're talking about. You should know that the combat standard for a second-tier high-level martial artist is only 10,000. Qin Tianlia's office. Sit. Qin Tianli smiled. After Su Hong took his seat, he got straight to the point. Su Hong, have you ever thought about challenging other training camps in Jiangnan province? Su Hong froze for a moment. Soon, Qin Tianli explained the bet he had just made, including what rewards he could win if he succeeded. Su Hong gradually became stunned as he listened. To be honest, he had originally intended to refuse. After all, at the training camp, he could continuously challenge the beast chambers. Not only could he constantly obtain martial arts points, but he could also exchange contribution points for A-grade attribute martial techniques at the martial arts pavilion. For him, this training camp was practically paradise already. But now, these words from Qin Tianli had instantly made Su Hong understand. He'd been thinking too small. His vision was too limited. A frog at the bottom of a well. Listen, just listen. A grade attribute martial skill. Just win, and you'll gain it. And it's the Grandmaster teaching personally. Moreover, by defeating other geniuses from different training camps, he could still earn martial arts points. Having the system for some time now, Su Hong understood it clearly in his heart. The stronger the enemy he defeats, the more martial value he gains. This had already been proven true when dealing with savage beasts. Keep in mind, for any genius who could enter the training camp, slaughtering savage beasts of the same rank was a trivial matter. This also implied that defeating them would yield far greater martial value than what he obtained from beasts of the same rank. The most crucial thing is, Qin Tianlia's words left him with no way to refuse. His talent was simply extraordinary. He had 100% compatibility with all 7 attributes. He could cultivate any attribute-based martial technique. But the question is, where do combat skills come from? Originally, Su Hong was quite troubled by this. But unexpectedly, happiness came too suddenly. After all, Jiangnan province has precisely 50 cities. Excluding Star City, that makes 49 cities in total. Every city has its own training camp. Of course, we'll need to subtract those cities whose rankings were already lower than Star Cities. But even so, the number is definitely not small. After all, Star City only ranks in the middle to lower tiers of Jiangnan province. At the same time, we must exclude those grandmasters whose rankings are higher than Star Cities but have no interest in the wager. But how many such people exist? Grandmasters are hardly saints. They can brave all dangers for the human race, willing to risk their lives at any moment to battle against the myriad clans. But this doesn't mean they've lost the desires inherent to being human. From their perspective, Star City is just an average middle to lower tier city in the rankings. Who wouldn't play in this sure win, no lose situation? Su Hong grew increasingly excited the more he thought about it. As long as he didn't lose and kept winning continuously. When this challenge training camp ended, he'd have at least 2 complete sets of A-grade martial techniques covering all 7 attributes. Each attribute could master 2 A-grade martial skills. By that time, he would truly become an invincible all-round fighter without weaknesses. The ultimate Omni King. Of course, this represents the most ideal scenario. After all, it's an A-rank attribute martial skill, which attribute it should go to still depends on what those grandmasters say. So, have you made up your mind? Qin Tianlai asked with a smile. Holy crap! Su Hong nodded seriously. He stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Tianlai. Many thanks, Master Qin. Su Hong will live up to your high expectations. Although Qin Tianlai had attributed everything to matters beyond his control when explaining. But how could Su Hong fail to understand this was Qin Tianlai lending him a helping hand? After all, if it were just a matter of personal enthusiasm, Master Qin could simply gamble with other masters himself, couldn't he? It wouldn't involve any benefits for the students at all. Ha, you're quite sharp, young man. Qin Tianlai laughed while pointing at Su Hong, who didn't dodge and calmly accepted the gesture. Go ahead, get some food first. After this afternoon's test, go back and prepare, we set off tomorrow. Yes, Su Hong responded with noticeable excitement and headed out the door. Oh, by the way, for this afternoon's combat test, I'm planning to have Wang Tiantua and the other 2 team up against you. What do you think? Qin Tianlai added, if you think it's too much, I'll stick to the standard one-on-one rules. Master Qin, you underestimate me too much. Hearing this, the young man stopped outside the door, his tall figure bathed in sunlight. He turned around, his brow filled with the unique confidence and boldness of youth. Those 3 aren't enough for me to fight. Oh, Qin Tianlai was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and teased. Since you said Wang Tiantua and the other 2 aren't enough for you, don't tell me you want all the students to come at you together? He was joking. Then let them all come at once. Su Hong grinned with spirited confidence, his entire demeanor radiating an unbridled audacity that cut like a blade. But even if they all come at me together, they still wouldn't be my match. Qin Tianlai could see that Su Hong was dead serious, without the slightest hint of joking. This realization stunned him into complete stillness. A single person wants to challenge all the geniuses in the training camp? A long while later, when Qin Tianlai came back to his senses, he realized Su Hong had already left. He gazed silently at the doorway, as if that sharp-tongued youth still stood there, exuding an arrogance that dismissed both geniuses and monsters as nothing special before him. Qin Tianlai remained stunned for a long time, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. In Su Hong, he saw his younger self. Just like a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers, with ambitions as high as the heavens, believing there's nothing in this world they can't achieve, thinking everyone else is mediocre, while they're the one and only protagonist in this world. Even the existence of the common masses was merely to serve as green leaves setting off his brilliance, the singular flower in full bloom. The image of his youthful self gradually sharpened in memory, until one moment arrived, as if abruptly awakened from a dream. Qin Tianlai suddenly raised his head, turning sideways to glance at the mirror. The reflection revealed his weather-beaten face. For a moment, a tumult of emotions arose. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Xin Tianlai sighed deeply and spoke with intense nostalgia. Youth is fucking wonderful. Chapter 74, Su Hong? Hardly worth mentioning. After a while, Xin Tianlai picked up his phone. Within the Jiangnan Province Grandmaster group chat, he sent out a single message. Xin Tianlai, starting tomorrow, I'll bring my students to sweep through your training camp, beginning with Yangcheng. The moment this message was sent, within mere seconds, countless messages flooded the screen. A group of grandmasters could tell just from the words alone that they seemed to be wailing in agony. Why didn't you choose our city? Why pick that godforsaken Yang city? Now Jiang Lin is going to snatch up this A-grade attribute martial skill at a bargain price. Wang Qingshan, TSK, hey little Qin, still charging straight through everything as usual, ha, ha ha. Qin Tianlai, old man, quit yapping. Before I bring my students to steamroll through your Hangzhou, you'd better have your training camp students put in extra practice. Wang Qingshan, ha, your mouth is the toughest I've ever seen, like SSS grade alloy. Fine then, I'll be waiting for your delivery service here in Hangzhou. Just don't get crushed in Yangcheng first and become too scared to come to my city. Qin Tianlai, save your breath. Just focus on preparing to teach combat techniques. Jiang Lin, brother Qin, I knew you still had my back. I'll go notify the training camp students about this great news right away. Whoever dares lay a finger on your students, I swear I'll knock their teeth out. Seeing this message, Qin Tianlai smirked coldly and tossed his phone aside without another glance. At the same time, Yangcheng training camp, the Grandmaster's office. Ha ha ha, Qin Tianlai, I'll be waiting for you to deliver the goods right to my doorstep. A hearty, boisterous laugh rang out. Jiang Lin had jet black hair and a stern, chiseled face that exuded authority. Yet at this moment, his mouth was stretched wide in a grin so broad it looked like his face might split. After quite a while, Jiang Lin finally composed himself, stood up, and prepared to inform the students of this wonderful news. It's practically like a pie falling from the sky. Jiang Lin was overjoyed. Thud, thud, thud. The door was knocked. Come in, Jiang Lin said with a smile in his voice. The next moment, the door swung open. A middle-aged man carrying a long spear walked in, followed by two youths holding firearms. Jiang Ming, you rascal, you actually came after me over two mere disciples. Jiang Lin's face showed a flicker of surprise. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Ming, accompanied by his two disciples, Li Yan and Li Ming. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Ming called out with a face full of respect. Jiang Lin nodded, rising to his feet and stepping forward to greet the three of them. His gaze fell upon Li Yan and Li Ming. The two looked nervous. This was a grandmaster standing right before them. To be honest, Li Yan and Li Ming both felt somewhat unreal at this moment. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected that their teacher Jiang Ming was actually related to this Grandmaster Jiang. Uncle Jiang, I'll have to trouble you to guide these two disciples of mine. Jiang Ming pleaded with utmost respect. In truth, he felt extremely helpless inside. He wouldn't resort to such important connections unless absolutely necessary. Though they were relatives, their relationship remained rather distant. Favors are like arrows, once spent, they're gone forever. But he had no other choice. Ever since Li Yan and Li Ming were both defeated by Su Hong at Xingqing No. 1 High School, these two disciples were utterly crushed. They barely practiced cultivation anymore. Their morale was completely shattered by Su Hong. No amount of persuasion or consolation from him made any difference. Finally, Jiang Ming had no choice but to promise to pull some strings and get them into the training camp to learn under the Grandmaster's guidance. Only then did Li Yan and Li Ming perk up again. Not bad talent. Jiang Lin examined for a while before speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Li Ming and Li Yan's faces lit up with joy. This was praise from a grandmaster. However, their happiness didn't last long. Then came Jiang Lin's next words. Probably somewhere in the middle to lower ranks in the training camp. Li Ming and Li Yan were stunned. At this moment, Jiang Ming spoke up. Don't worry, you two. The Yangcheng training camp is filled with top-tier geniuses. It's perfectly normal that you can't match them. After a pause, Jiang Ming smiled. At the very least, if you stay in this training camp for 1 month, I can guarantee you'll go back and take revenge on Su Hong. So you must cultivate diligently, no slacking off. Hearing Su Hong's name, Li Yan and Li Ming suddenly perked up. Speaking with solemn determination, they said, Teacher, we promise we'll train diligently. After this month concludes, we'll go back and defeat Su Hong, letting you vent your pent-up frustration before Principal Li. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's face revealed a gratified expression. What's going on? At this moment, Jiang Lin asked with visible curiosity. So, Jiang Ming had another reason for seeking him out. It's like this. Jiang Ming hastily explained, recounting every detail of his encounter at Xingqing No. 1 High School. A first-stage novice martial artist, a student from Xingqing No. 1 High School, defeated both your disciples? After hearing this, Jiang Lin showed a hint of surprise. It seems this student from Xingqing No. 1 High School is quite the little genius. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Lin's expression turned peculiar. Given the caliber of students in Xingcheng, this young genius shouldn't have any trouble getting into the training camp. Would Qin Tianlai actually bring such a student to challenge them later? Just a measly first-rank beginner? Zhang Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. If Qin Tianlai really showed up with a first-rank beginner to issue a challenge, he might genuinely struggle to contain his laughter. You should know, their Yangqing training camp actually has 2 martial geniuses who just advanced to the 2nd tier. That's a whole major realm of difference. However, Zhang Lin quickly dismissed the thought, knowing it was impossible. No matter how mediocre Xingqing students were, they wouldn't send someone still at the initial stage of the 1st tier. At this moment, Zhang Lin's surprised tone could be heard. Li Yan and Li Ming wore awkward expressions. Seeing this, Zhang Lin smiled. Don't worry, after spending a month with me, you'll effortlessly defeat that student from 1st high when you return, getting revenge for your teacher. His tone was utterly casual. Just a mere 1st stage novice student, nothing more. After training for a month in his camp, wouldn't it be easy to manipulate? Yes. Thank you, Master Jiang. Assured of this, Li Yan and Li Ming repeatedly expressed their gratitude with delighted expressions. Soon after, the two saw Jiang Ming off as he departed the training camp. Before parting ways, Li Yan and Li Ming confidently pledged their commitment to Jiang Ming. Teacher, you can go with peace of mind. In a month, when we come back fighting. Hee, but the Grandmaster himself is teaching us. When the time comes, we'll make 1st high school pay dearly. Both Li Yan and Li Ming gave their assurance. Especially Li Ming, whose face couldn't contain his grin. Just imagining it, defeating Su Hong a month from now and watching his stunned expression gave him the exhilarating satisfaction of gulping down an ice-cold soda on the hottest summer day. Starry City Training Camp, 1 p.m. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu arrived punctually outside the student dorms, accompanied by Master Qin. Everyone, gather here in 1 minute. Lin Zhe shouted. Within seconds, a group of students filed out of the dormitory building. The assembly was quickly completed. The afternoon test will be divided into Qi and blood testing and combat assessment. Lin Zhe repeated it concisely. Alright, now follow me to the testing grounds. Chapter 75. Wait, is this real or not? On the way to the testing site, after this morning's combat capability assessment, originally positioned at the very end of the line, Su Hong had now moved to the front of the formation, walking shoulder to shoulder with Wang Tiantua and the other two. The students kept staring at Su Hong's retreating figure. I thought about it for an hour at noon. I'm sure Su Hong's Qi and blood have reached 2nd rank warrior level. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve 9,000 combat power? Does that even need saying? That's just stating the obvious. I've been saying it all along. Even if he's not a 2nd tier martial artist, his vital energy is close to that level. The students whispered among themselves. Next came the vital energy test. They were intensely curious about Su Hong's vital energy level, especially after witnessing his combat power reach 9,000. At noon in the dormitory, quite a few people even got into arguments over it. In the end, they even started betting with contribution points. Nearly half the students bet that Su Hong was a 2nd rank martial artist. The remaining half wagered that Su Hong was a high-level 1st rank martial artist, with vitality energy reaching at least 450 or higher. Speaking of this bet, a group of students couldn't help but glance towards Chen Shan and Li Tu. Someone chuckled lightly. Chen Shan, Li Tu, you two are definitely going to lose. That's right. You two actually bet Su Hong was a 1st stage beginner warrior. I'm literally dying of laughter. This combat prowess is almost on par with mid-tier 2nd rank. How could he possibly be a beginner 1st rank martial artist? Someone chuckled and said, no worries, Chen Shan and Li Tu are rolling in contributions. They've got plenty to spare. They're practically delivering them to us on a silver platter. A group of students laughed and jeered at Chen Shan and Li Tu. Despite this, Chen Shan and Li Tu remained unfazed. Not only was he not angry, he even grinned and joined in the laughter with the others. This sight made the group of students shake their heads in disbelief. In their eyes, Chen Shanli was no different from a fool. Soon, everyone lost interest and stopped paying attention to Chen Shanli. Chen Shan and Li Tu were more than happy with this outcome. In reality, their laughter just now wasn't meant as assent. They had simply been unable to hold back their amusement. As fellow students from the same high school as Su Hong, they understood his level perfectly well. Before setting out, he had just barely broken through to become a 1st stage, entry-level martial artist. Yet in their mouths, every speculation jumped straight to late-stage 1st rank or even 2nd rank martial artist. If they weren't willing to bet on this, was there any justice in the world? Wasn't this like getting contribution points handed down from the heavens? Even though we've profited, I'm genuinely curious about how Su Hong managed to achieve a combat power of 9,000. At this moment, Li Tu said with a puzzled expression. Chen Shan gave him a speechless look. Buddy, all you need to know is that he's Su Hong. Chen Shan shrugged and said, at this point, nothing Su Hong does would surprise me. True enough, Li Tu nodded silently. Chen Shan stretched out his hand and gestured dramatically. Even if Su Hong were to stand up later and say he's going to take on everyone in the training camp, I'd still think he has absolute confidence. That nearly made Li Tu lose his composure. He gave Chen Shan a playful punch and laughed. You're really exaggerating now. If you said Su Hong beat 3 people like Wang Tiantua alone, I might actually believe that. Chen Shan chuckled and said, I was just talking nonsense anyway. Soon, under the guidance of Lin Zhe and the others, everyone has arrived at the testing grounds. Qin Tianlai cleared his throat and announced loudly, no need to repeat the rules. As for the order, it remains the same as this morning. Qin Tianlai pointed at Lin Xinghe. Lin Xinghe, you go first for the test. Yes. Lin Xinghe acknowledged with a response. He glanced at Su Hong with a complex expression, then walked up to the Qi blood detector and placed his hand on it. Soon, the Qi blood test results were out. Lin Xinghe, 335 Qi blood points. A full 335 Qi blood points. If not for Su Hong's performance earlier in the morning, the students must have looked utterly astonished. But at this moment, only sporadic applause broke out. Nearly all the students, their attention mostly fixed on Su Hong, barely glanced at Lin Xinghe's test. Clearly, they were now most eager to see Su Hong's vital energy results. Damn it! Seeing my treatment undergo an earth-shaking change compared to this morning. From being the center of attention this morning to being completely ignored now. This made Lin Xinghe, who enjoys showing off, curse under his breath. Being strong is so impressive. What's the use of being strong if you can't even hit me? A strong sense of discontent rose in Lin Xinghe's heart. He decided to use his movement techniques to toy with Su Hong during the practical combat later, venting his frustration at failing to show off successfully. Next, Xiao Yan. Soon, the test results came out. Xiao Yan, 300 points of qi and blood. Most students just glanced briefly before turning their attention back to Su Hong. Xiao Yan pursed her lips helplessly and returned to the formation. Soon, Wang Tiantua's qi and blood test results were announced. Wang Tiantua, 370 points of qi and blood. This time, it caused a stir among some students. Holy crap, already 370? He must have redeemed some elixirs with contribution points yesterday, improving so fast. What's the use of being fast? Still can't compare to Su Hong. Day after day you compare people to others. Why don't you compare yourself to Wang Tiantua first? Ridiculous. After the qi blood test concluded, Wang Tiantua walked expressionlessly back to the line. Next up, Su Hong. Hearing this, Su Hong walked towards the blood qi detection device. As he passed by Wang Tiantua who was approaching the group, Wang Tiantua lowered his voice and said, combat power is just numbers on paper after all. In real combat, you might not necessarily defeat me. His tone was dripping with defiance and provocation. Su Hong showed no reaction to this, directly brushing past him as he walked toward the blood energy detector. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Tiantua narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. TCH, putting on airs. So what if he's just a second-rank martial artist? Lin Xinghe said somewhat irritably. Is reaching the second rank not impressive enough? Xiao Yan murmured quietly. Lin Xinghe was rendered speechless by the retort. At this moment, Su Hong stepped up to the blood vitality testing device. All three turned their gaze in that direction. The other students also widened their eyes, not daring to blink. Seeing Su Hong about to test his qi blood level, Qin Tianlai, who had been quietly observing from the side, immediately strode over to the qi blood detector. A spark of curiosity also gleamed in his eyes. The materials from the previous recruitment assessment had long been discarded by him. Who knew which trash can they ended up in? After all, those documents were utterly ridiculous. They actually claimed Su Hong was a martial artist who had just broken through to the initial stage of the first rank. Since when could a first-rank novice deliver 9,000 combat power? This material is utter nonsense. Let's begin. Just place your hand on the device. Qin Tianlia's tone was extraordinarily gentle. The favoritism couldn't be more obvious. Bai Nulin's lips twitched slightly at the sight. Yes. Su Hong nodded and placed his hand on the device. Seeing this, Qin Tianlai immediately leaned his face closer, staring intently at the screen. The next moment, the numbers on the screen skyrocketed. Finally, it settled on a figure that was utterly unimaginable. What? Qin Tianlai froze completely in an instant. The next moment, he snapped out of it and exclaimed in disbelief. Is this blood qi detection device malfunctioning? Vitality 137. Staring at the digital display, Qin Tianlai was utterly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? How could Su Hong, who unleashed 9,000 combat power, have only 137 vitality? Damn, how many times stronger is this compared to standard combat power? Chapter 76, so many contribution points to spend, what a headache. As everyone knows, the standard combat power rating for regular martial artists is simply their blood energy multiplied by 10. Genius martial artists, due to their talent, physique, or other factors, can surpass this standard combat power threshold. The more gifted they are, the further their combat power exceeds the standard. As a grandmaster, Qin Tianlai naturally understood this principle. Thus, he believed that Su Hong, who could deliver a combat power of 9,000, most likely possessed mid-tier level 1 Chi blood strength. This was already an extremely exaggerated estimate. Even those top-tier geniuses from the imperial capital of Modu would fall slightly short of this. But what Qin Tianlai never anticipated was that he had still underestimated the monstrous extent of Su Hong's talent. 137 points of Qi and blood. How is this any different from just breaking through to the initial stage of the first rank? As a result, with just this little bit of stamina, he managed to achieve a full 9,000 in combat power. Damn it! Qin Tianlai stared dumbfounded at the screen, muttering to himself, endlessly repeating those 3 words. His face was practically pressed against the screen. Bai Mulans, Wang Tiantua, and the other students could only stare helplessly from the side. What's going on? Damn, Grandmaster Qin, don't stop him now. Wait a minute, why is Grandmaster Qin's shoulder trembling? Holy shit, could it be that Su Hong's Qi and blood are too higher than even Grandmaster Qin estimated? No way, could Su Hong possibly be a mid-level second-rank martial artist? That Su Hong is just too monstrous. A group of students buzzed with excitement, burning with curiosity about the outcome. But frustratingly, Grandmaster Qin's head seemed disproportionately large. No matter how they craned their necks left or right, they simply couldn't see past it. For moments, a group of students felt an unbearable itch in their hearts. At that moment, Qin Tianlai still wore a blank, dazed expression. Bai Mu poked Lin Zhe and threw him a meaningful glance. You want me to go? Lin Zhe's mouth twitched at the corner. After hesitating for a few seconds, he mustered his courage and stepped forward, giving Qin Tianlai a gentle push. Grandmaster Qin, holy shit, what's with this vital energy? Halfway through his tentative address, Lin Zhe caught sight of the vital energy reading on the screen out of the corner of his eye and let out an incredulous exclamation. His expression was utterly spectacular, as if he'd seen a ghost. Lin Zhe was also dumbfounded, looking nearly identical to Qin Tianlai. Seeing this scene, Bai Mu wore an exasperated look on his face, muttering under his breath as he walked forward. Is it that serious? Su Hong's Qi blood level was already high, you should have all been mentally prepared. Oh my god. After approaching the Qi blood detector and seeing that outrageous reading, Bai Mu also froze like a wooden chicken. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room turned eerily strange. A grandmaster and 2 5th-level martial artists crowded before the Qi blood detector, staring wide-eyed at each other like owls. The students watching from behind were practically climbing the walls with impatience. Especially when they saw the exaggerated reactions of those 3, it made them scratch their heads in utter frustration. They wanted to tell the trio to scram, but didn't dare speak up. This agonizing silence persisted for over 10 seconds. Qin Tianlai snapped out of his dazed state. He saw a group of students whose eyes were strained from staring. A twinge of embarrassment rose in his heart. His grandmaster demeanor slipped in an instant. It's mainly because Su Hong's vitality is ridiculously overwhelming, not outrageously expensive, but dropped to an unimaginably low level. This Qi and blood alongside 9,000 combat power, who would believe these were the stats of the same person if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Ahem. Qin Tianlai cleared his throat and put on a stern face to reprimand them. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, what's the matter with you two? How much longer are you going to block in front of this blood Qi detector? What? Bai Mu and Lin Zhe were completely baffled by Qin Tianlai's sudden outburst. Wasn't it you who blocked the way first? His old face was practically pressed against the screen. How dare they lecture us while striking first? Of course, Bai Mulans only dared to grumble these thoughts internally. There was absolutely no way he'd voice them aloud. Outwardly, they promptly responded before quickly stepping aside. The blood and Qi results on the screen were revealed. A group of students, who had been waiting impatiently, instantly shifted their gaze. Someone muttered under their breath, damn, they finally left. Let me see Su Hong's blood and Qi levels. Holy shit. When the students saw the blood and Qi results, their minds instantly buzzed as if stunned by an explosion. Right after, exclamations of holy shit filled with shock kept resounding. 137 HP. Seriously, bro? For real? 137? Are you sure it's not 1370? You're missing a zero there. Holy shit, no way. Su Hong is actually a first-rank novice warrior. The students simply couldn't believe this result. It was fucking absurd. They stared at Su Hong as if looking at a monster. He's actually still a first-stage martial artist. The moment they saw the Qi blood results, Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyan froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Lin Xinghe didn't even notice when that flamboyant pink fan in his hand fell to the ground. 137 points? Ha! Lin Xinghe grew agitated, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but no coherent words came out. This result was the absolute polar opposite of what he had imagined. He's not even at the mid-level of the first tier. Wang Tiantua muttered hoarsely, his gaze toward Su Hong instantly becoming extraordinarily intricate. Thinking back to how he had just provoked Su Hong earlier, he was acting like a complete clown. Wang Tiantua's face instantly flushed red, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Xia Yan covered her mouth with both hands, her wide eyes bulging as if about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, all eyes in the venue were fixed on Su Hong. The young man stood calmly beside the chi blood measuring device. On his way here, when he overheard these students debating whether he was a second-tier martial artist, he had already anticipated this outcome, thus showing not the slightest surprise. Chen Shan and Li Tu were also astonished by Su Hong's blood chi aura. It's just that they weren't thinking it was too low. On the contrary, they were wondering how the hell it could be so strong. Hadn't Su Hong just broken through to first-level martial artist a few days ago? Is the chi blood already at 137? After several seconds of shock, uncontrollable grins spread across Chen Shan and Li Tu's faces, especially when they saw the dumbfounded expressions of the students who had mocked them earlier that made them laugh even harder. Ha ha ha, what a massive win! Stop dawdling, everyone. Transfer all your contribution points to me later. Damn, this round made us filthy rich in one go. Chen Shan and Li Butcher shouted with beaming smiles, urging the losing students to hand over their contribution points promptly. The crowd of betting students immediately turned ashen-faced. Chen Shan snorted. Didn't they say Su Hong was a second-rank martial artist? He pointed at the screen and shouted, now tell me, what's Su Hong's chi blood level? Ha ha ha. Halfway through his sentence, he could no longer control his rising smirk and burst into loud laughter. When placing their bets earlier, they had been mocked by these students for so long, they'd been holding back their anger the whole time. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize this chance for mockery. A group of students turned even darker in the face, as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, Li Tu also quickly followed up with his own taunts. Mimicking the students' earlier smug expressions, he sneered in a sarcastic tone. Oh my, are you all stupid? How could Su Hong possibly be a first-level beginner martial artist? So eager to give away your money, huh? Didn't expect you two first-level beginners to have so many contribution points to spare? Ha ha ha. Li Tu even imitated the mocking laughter flawlessly. The expressions of the group of students gradually began turning green with humiliation. Seeing this, Li Tu continued speaking as if to himself, though deliberately loud enough for others to hear. Tisk, suddenly earning so many contribution points makes my head hurt just thinking about how to spend them all. Chapter 77, everyone, come at me together. Tisk, suddenly earning so many contribution points makes my head hurt just thinking about how to spend them all. This remark instantly shattered the defenses of the betting students on the spot. The students turned green one by one, their faces twisted with visceral pain. After witnessing Su Hong's combat prowess that morning, they had concluded he was either a peak first-tier warrior or had already reached the second tier. The probability of winning the bet was very high. As a result, they had previously placed their bets, investing almost all of their contribution points. But to their shock, Su Hong's chi and blood level turned out to be only 137. In an instant, they were back to square one. The contribution points in his trouser pocket were completely emptied. Alright, students in the back, hurry up and come test your chi blood levels. At this moment, Xin Tianlai spoke up. After the testing, we'll proceed directly to combat practice to determine the top 10 martial artists. Don't forget, the first place winner gets to obtain a grade A attribute martial skill. Hearing this, the group of students exchanged peculiar expressions. Was there even a choice for first place? That grade A attribute martial skill might as well already bear the Su family name. Who dares to challenge Su Hong one-on-one? A staggering combat power of 9,000. Even Wang Tiantua, the barbarian god's vessel, only has slightly over 7,000. Yet, contrary to what the students believed, after recovering from the shock of Su Hong having only 137 points of chi and blood, Wang Tiantua and the other two calmed down, beginning to see things differently. Who would have thought Su Hong's chi and blood would be so low? In that case, it seems there might still be a chance. Lin Xingha rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself. Originally, after witnessing Su Hong's terrifying combat prowess that morning, he had already given up fighting for the first place, because in his mind, he was prejudiced to think that since Su Hong's combat power was so high, his chi and blood must also be very high. Against Su Hong, at best he could only rely on his speed to toy with Su Hong a bit, and then exhaust his stamina first and be eliminated. After all, the higher the chi and blood, the higher the stamina for prolonged combat naturally becomes. But who would have thought that Su Hong, despite having such formidable combat strength, would have such low vitality? I could totally wear him down with my movement skills. What use is high combat strength if you can't even land a hit on me? The more Lin Xingha thought about it, the more excited he became. After all, he was the man who possessed the A-rank movement technique Flying Swallow Startles Cloud Steps. In terms of speed, nobody in the training camp could possibly be faster than him. Exactly, and Su Hong is fire attributed, specializing in the Bone Netherflame Fist. At this thought, Lin Xingha's face broke into a radiant smile. After all, he was wind attributed, speed was his forte. Come to think of it, as long as I didn't confront Su Hong head-on, dealing with him would be like taking candy from a baby, sure to win. The advantage is ours. At this moment, Lin Xinghe wasn't the only one who thought of this. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan had the same realization, their eyes gradually lighting up. Not long after, the blood energy testing for all students was completed. Next, combat assessment. As Qin Tianlia's voice fell, all students turned their gazes towards Wang Tiantua and the other two, their expressions showing surprise in the next instant. They had originally thought that this former top trio should have already given up, and their expressions would surely be quite unpleasant. But now, it seems completely different from what they had imagined. Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan were all wearing confident smiles on their faces, looking as though they were determined to secure first place. This left the students utterly baffled. Soon, under Qin Tianlia's lead, the group arrived at an open clearing. Senior Qin, I want to fight Su Hong. Before Senior Qin could speak, Lin Xinghe eagerly shouted with excitement. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan were stunned, silently cursing his cunning move. Just now on the road, Lin Zabemo explained the rules to them. The ranking is based on overall performance. Defeating opponents with higher combat power in actual battles adds more points to the overall score. Who here has the highest combat power? There was no doubt it was Su Hong with his 9,000 combat power. If they could defeat Su Hong, the top ranking would be secured effortlessly. Having witnessed the earlier vitality test, they had already identified Su Hong's greatest weakness, his low vitality and poor stamina reserves. Even if I can't defeat you head-on, can't I just overwhelm you with my superior endurance? With this thought in mind, both Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan looked forward to being the first ones to encounter Su Hong. Yet as it turned out, Lin Xinghe, who clearly didn't play by the rules, suddenly stepped forward and volunteered directly to spar with Su Hong. Staring at Instructor Qin, Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan silently prayed he would quickly reject Lin Xinghe's request. Oh, you want to fight Su Hong? Qin Tianlai was genuinely surprised this time, casting an unexpected glance at Lin Xinghe. Yes. Faced with Lin Xinghe's resolute answer, Qin Tianlai found himself momentarily speechless. Who in this day and age would voluntarily ask for trouble? Not possible. Qin Tianlai shook his head in refusal. Wang Tiantua and Xiao Yan both breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Lin Xinghe, however, wore a look of disappointment, unwilling to give up and wanting to say something more to plead his case. But Qin Tianlai beat him to it, smiling as he spoke. Originally, it would have been allowed, but after this morning's combat assessment, we'll need to adjust the rules. All the students froze. Lin Xinghe hurriedly asked, how have the rules changed? Well, about that. Qin Tianlai smiled and beckoned to Su Hong. Su Hong, since it was your proposal, you should come forward and explain it yourself. Su Hong's proposed rule? Along with Lin Xinghe and the other two, all the students were stunned. Then, they watched as Su Hong walked over to stand beside Qin Tianlai, facing the entire group. Under the gaze of all the students, a flicker of excitement flashed in Su Hong's eyes. His proposal to Qin Tianlai about fighting everyone wasn't merely for showing off. After all, under normal circumstances, practical tests would employ mechanisms like random draws. 64 advancing to 32, 32 to 16. Following this process, he'd be done after just a few matches at most. How much martial arts value would that even amount to? Keep in mind, the training camp has dozens upon dozens of students. What's more, tomorrow he and Qin Tianlai are going to challenge other training camps. Who knows when they'll be back? Therefore, Su Hong had to challenge every target that could provide martial arts points. He didn't want to miss a single one. The next moment, Su Hong spoke. The rules are simple. You all come at me together, and I'll fight all of you alone. His tone was utterly calm, so calm it was as if he'd casually greeted a friend on the street. To the ears of everyone present, these words were no less explosive than a bomb. What the hell? Su Hong's going to fight Wang Tiantua and his two buddies alone? Dude, are you deaf? Su Hong's fucking challenging all of us single-handedly. Holy shit, that's way too fucking arrogant. No matter how strong he is, nobody's ever been this cocky before. Damn it, there's dozens of us. We could drown him in our spit alone. How fucking arrogant. Does he really think he's already a second-tier martial artist? The scene exploded into complete chaos. The students were absolutely beside themselves with excitement. Bro, you really don't take us seriously at all. Su Hong, no matter how strong you are, you can't be so arrogant as to think you can take on all of us alone. Chapter 78, Dual Cultivation? 7th Cultivation. Ha! Wang Tiantua, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, upon realizing this, were so furious they burst into laughter. His gaze at Su Hong gradually turned hostile. He really seems to think he's got this in the bag? Wang Tiantua folded his arms, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a show-off! Talking about taking us all on, I alone could run circles around him. Staring at Su Hong, Lin Xinghe's face darkened with displeasure, jealousy gnawing at him like a maddening fire. Such a pretentious line, it should have been his to deliver. Xiao Yan let out a mocking laugh but remained silent. Alright, all of you can come at me together. Qin Tianlai announced the start at this moment. The students looked at each other, but none of them took action. The expressions of Wang Tiantua and his two companions turned slightly unpleasant. Su Hong proposing such an absurd rule was one thing, but to think Master Qin wouldn't stop it and instead directly let them begin? It was obvious they thought Su Hong could take them all on by himself. This was simply too insulting, as if they weren't even worth considering as opponents. Besides, they were confident they could each wear Su Hong down in single combat. Wouldn't ganging up on him just make them a laughingstock? At this point, Qin Tianlai added with a laugh. Anyone who participates in besieging Su Hong and defeats him will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. And whoever ultimately defeats Su Hong will receive 1,000 contribution points. Such generous rewards. Wang Tiantua and the other two were stunned. The students who were originally prepared to watch the show, waiting for Wang Tiantua and his two companions to take action, instantly turned green with envy. Just participating earns you 100 contribution points? And defeating him rewards 1,000 contribution points. Master Qin, are you deliberately trying to ensure we beat Su Hong to death? A group of students could no longer hold back and were about to charge forward. But someone moved far faster than them. Just as Qin Tianli's words trailed off, Wang Tiantua and his two companions instantly lunged towards Su Hong. Lin Xinghe, executing the soaring swan startles the clouds technique, moved with the fastest speed and was the first to charge before Su Hong. With extraordinary boldness, he struck Su Hong with a hidden cloud swift wind fist and immediately retreated backward. When it came to speed, Lin Xinghe possessed absolute confidence. This hit-and-run guerrilla tactic was something he had mastered to perfection. Even martial artists of the same rank would be utterly dominated by him, let alone Su Hong, who was only at the initial stage of the first rank. Darting backwards dozens of meters, Lin Xinghe had just steadied himself and was about to turn around to look at Su Hong, when he saw a group of students who had just charged forward halt in their tracks, their faces filled with shock as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. What's wrong? Lin Xinghe froze slightly. Danger! Lin Xinghe, dodge now! At that moment, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan simultaneously shouted with voices thick with shock. Lin Xinghe's complexion abruptly changed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a massive hand reaching toward his shoulder from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xinghe immediately activated the flying swan startles the cloud's footwork and darted sideways. But then something terrifying occurred. No matter how he dodged, that enormous hand remained persistently within his peripheral vision, shadowing him like a haunting specter. Moreover, this enormous hand was steadily reaching toward his shoulder at a deliberate pace, just like a cat toying with a mouse. How is this possible? Lin Xinghe let out an incredulous roar, his eyes filled with both shock and fury. Just then, the massive hand abruptly accelerated, forcefully grabbing his shoulder. The 5 fingers slightly curled, the terrifying strength making Lin Xinghe instantly grimace in pain. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Suppressing the pain, he turned around to meet a pair of utterly calm eyes. You, how can your speed possibly be this fast? You're even quicker than me. Lin Xinghe uttered an unbelievable question from the depths of his soul. Su Hong showed not the slightest intention of answering him. Instead, he swiftly raised his fist and aimed straight for Lin Xinghe's face. Just as the punch was about to land, the punch seemed controlled by some unseen force, frozen midair. At the same moment, Lin Xinghe felt the immense hand on his shoulder momentarily slacken its grip. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xinghe's figure flashed as he instantly broke free. Psychic power? First time experiencing this controlled sensation, truly disorienting. Ignoring Lin Xinghe who fled, Su Hong clenched his fist and murmured under his breath. Seems I'll have to deal with you first. Su Hong abruptly turned around, fixing his gaze on the distant Xiaoyan. That single glance made Xiaoyan feel as if she'd been targeted by a ferocious tiger. In the next instant, Su Hong shot towards Xiaoyan with terrifying speed. The soaring swan step. How could this be? Upon witnessing Su Hong's movement technique, Lin Xinghe's expression instantly became extraordinarily dramatic. How could Su Hong possibly know it too? Moreover, this speed was actually far faster than his own. It was evident that Su Hong not only practiced the soaring swan steps, but had also far surpassed him in mastery. But then, Li Xinghe seemed to notice something, his eyes widening in utter shock. He let out an incredulous scream. Wind attribute. He actually saw wind attribute spiritual energy emanating from Su Hong as he charged toward Xiaoyan. Lin Xinghe couldn't believe his eyes at this sight. Wasn't Su Hong fire attribute? How did he suddenly become wind attribute? Could it be? Damn it! Su Hong is actually an extremely rare dual-element martial artist. Lin Xinghe suppressed the agitation in his heart and shouted a warning, look out! At the same time, the instant he saw the wind-attributed spiritual energy surrounding Su Hong, Wang Tiantua and Xiaoyan's faces changed dramatically in an instant. A group of students stood dumbfounded, utterly stunned by this scene. Holy shit, Su Hong is a dual-element martial artist? Damn it, he's definitely a genius. Most martial artists only practice the guidance technique that aligns best with their highest affinity attribute. Yet Su Hong cultivates two attributes. Could it be that both his fire and wind affinities are exceptionally high? That's not the issue. It's not unheard of to have high compatibility with multiple attributes, but the difficulty of cultivating them is that even humanly possible. Double cultivation, we're talking about here. The challenge of boosting chi and blood isn't comparable to single attribute training. Only absolute geniuses can tread this path. I recall those peerless prodigies from Imperial Capital and Demon City. Many had high compatibility with multiple attributes. Yet in the end, they all chose single attribute guidance techniques. That alone shows how hard dual cultivation is. Even once-in-a-generation talents gave up on it. Damn it, now I get why Su Hong only has 137 health points. How could cultivation speed not be slow when practicing dual cultivation? Hearing these words, Imulance, who had previously reviewed Su Hong's records, displayed an extremely peculiar expression. You're already this shocked by dual attributes? Just wait till you find out Su Hong isn't practicing dual cultivation, but masters all 7 attributes. You'll lose your damn minds. At this moment, seeing Su Hong perform the flying swan startles the cloud steps, charging toward her at a speed far surpassing Lin Xing as, Xiaoyan hastily shouted, "Stop him!" Her voice was laced with terror. Su Hong's combat power alone was terrifyingly strong at a staggering 9,000, she couldn't possibly withstand even a single punch from him. Initially, she had thought she could rely on her abundant chi and blood to exhaust Su Hong, but who would have guessed he was also a wind-attributed martial artist? In a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't stand a chance at all. Her earlier thoughts had been too naive. With Su Hong's speed, there wasn't even the slightest possibility of wearing him down. No, not just her. Neither Wang Tiantua nor Lin Xinghao would ever be a match for Su Hong. No wonder Master Qin actually agreed to the rules Su Hong proposed. Wang Tiantua was utterly shocked, his expression grave to the extreme. After witnessing Su Hong's speed with his own eyes, he realized there was absolutely no way he could defeat Su Hong in a one-on-one fight. Only by joining forces with 2 others could they stand a chance against him. I'll hold him off. You use psychic restraints. Wang Tiantua roared and blocked in front of Xiaoyan, his bone nether flame fist erupting as he faced the charging Su Hong. The moment pale flames flickered across his knuckles, Su Hong was already upon him. Wang Tiantua's pupils contracted instantly as he unleashed a full-powered punch without hesitation. Su Hong, in response, also activated his bone nether flame fist and punched forward. The icy white flames emitted a terrifying aura, far more powerful than Wang Tiantua's white flames. At this sight, Wang Tiantua was utterly shocked. He hadn't noticed during the previous test, but now he realized that Su Hong's mastery of the bone nether flame fist far surpassed his own. Chapter 79. How is he counting? No wonder he can unleash 9,000 combat power. Damn it, is this great perfection or flawless mastery? Staring at the incoming fist, Wang Tiantua's face turned ashen. His combat power was a full 1,000 points weaker than Su Hong's. Without Xiaoyan's assistance, he stood no chance against Su Hong in a head-on confrontation. He hurriedly shouted, "Xiaoyan, coming, hold him for me." Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened as she concentrated her psychic energy, instantly immobilizing Su Hong. Su Hong's punching motion froze mid-air, his entire body seeming to hit an invisible pause button. Seeing this, Xiaoyan felt reassured in her heart. With him restrained by her psychic control, Su Hong was now completely at her mercy. If she didn't voluntarily release her psychic energy, she was confident she could control Su Hong for at least 10 seconds. 10 seconds in a battle where every moment counts was already enough to tip the scales of victory. Huff! What a monster! As Wang Tiantua mentally heaved a sigh of relief, his fist wreathed in white flames lashed out fiercely toward Su Hong, who remained unable to move. You may be strong, but thinking you can take on everyone at once is downright delusional. Demon Su, take this fist of mine. At that moment, Lin Xinghao appeared behind Su Hong, his cloud-concealing gale fist instantly slamming into Su Hong's back. It's over. Su Hong is truly a monster. It took the strongest trio from the training camp working together just to take him down. No wonder he's so arrogant. If it weren't for Xiaoyan's mental control, Wang Tiantua would have had his arms broken in a head-on clash with Su Hong. The watching students murmured in awe, their eyes filled with shock at Su Hong's overwhelming strength. In the end, it was still just a bit short, Bai Mu said with some regret. Lin Zhe retorted irritably, Su Hong did well enough. Don't forget Wang Tiantua and the other 2 could easily take down a second-tier warrior when working together. What a pity. Qin Tianlai stroked his chin, expressing slight disappointment. Su Hong was ultimately too young. First defeating the interfering psyker was the right decision. Yet, he failed to consider being immobilized by psychic restraints. That was rather reckless. Qin Tianlai shook his head. Once controlled by a psyker, it's extremely difficult to break free. Either rely on an overwhelmingly strong physique to forcibly shatter the psychic energy through brute force, or counter with psychic energy of your own, or receive assistance from someone nearby. The last 2 points don't meet the criteria. The first one doesn't apply because Su Hong isn't a psychic master to begin with, so he doesn't possess psychic energy. As for the latter, Su Hong was fighting everyone single-handedly. Where would support come from? That only leaves the possibility of using physical strength to disperse psychic energy. But sadly, Su Hong's blood chi is ultimately too low, just at the initial stage of the first rank. Trying to break free from a peak first-rank psychic master's control is nothing short of wishful thinking. Qin Tianlai was halfway through his thought when he suddenly sensed something, his eyes widening abruptly in realization. At the center of the scene, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe encircled Su Hong from front and back. Just as their fists were about to strike Su Hong, immobilized by psychic control, suddenly shuddered violently throughout his entire body. Put! Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion rapidly turning pallid. Her face was filled with disbelief. The next moment, she urgently shouted at Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantua, who were still attacking. My spiritual power has been scattered. Su Hong, he's able to move freely now, retreat quickly. Hearing this, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's expressions changed abruptly. But with fists already mid-swing, what retreat could they possibly make? So what if he's recovered? Attack! Don't back down. Strike before he can react. With a surge of ruthlessness in their hearts, Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe not only refused to retreat but roared in fury as they unleashed their full power, aiming to defeat Su Hong outright. Meanwhile, facing the two incoming fists from front and back, Su Hong, who had just regained mobility, stood with an expression of utmost calm. He adjusted his stance and suddenly thrust out both hands, left and right, reaching to grasp the incoming fists. The next moment, hand met fist. Boom! Two dull, thunderous impacts rang out. The watching students hurriedly strained their eyes, while those standing further back fidgeted anxiously, even hopping on the spot to peer forward. The next moment, all the students froze in shock at the scene before them. Su Hong, without using any martial techniques, had actually relied solely on his formidable physical strength to withstand all of Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's attacks. Holy shit, he blocked it. What? This is insane. I feel like even ferocious beasts might not match Su Hong's strength. He's practically a humanoid beast. Don't you realize the most terrifying part? Su Hong actually shattered psychic energy with pure physical force alone. Xiaoyan even spat blood from the backlash. What the hell kind of fight is this? Could he actually win? Even Wang Tiantua's trio joining forces can't beat him. Gasps of shock continued as the students felt their scalps tingle with awe. Lin Zhe and Bai Mu stood dumbfounded, staring in stunned disbelief. Bai Mu exclaimed in shock, this power is simply incredible. Lin Zhe clicked his tongue in admiration. If Wang Tiantua is a savage bull, then Su Hong is a savage dragon. Wang Tiantua, with his barbarian god physique, unleashed his bone netherfire fist, yet Su Hong actually blocked it with sheer physical strength. Their bodily toughness isn't even on the same level. That kid. Qin Tianlai visibly froze for a moment. It seems Su Hong's physical body was far more powerful than he had imagined. To think a peak first-grade psionic master's mental energy could actually be shattered upon impact, this was utterly unbelievable. Su Hong's special constitution appears to be vastly superior even to the barbarian god physique. Qin Tianlai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Among the special physiques currently recognized in this world, the barbarian god body ranks just over 500. If considering pure strength alone, the barbarian god body could even break into the top 300. One must remember this is a global ranking, making the top 300 is already astonishingly high. Just looking at Su Hong's strength and unique constitution, he should easily rank within the top 200, if not higher. Qin Tianlai secretly speculated in his heart. At the same time, on the field, while the spectating students were merely shocked and awestruck. At this moment, only terror remained in the hearts of Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe. This was blocked? The two stared in disbelief at the palm that had intercepted the fist, their minds overwhelmed by colossal shock. However, Su Hong gave them no time to process their astonishment. His palm intercepted their fists, fingers curling like hooks that instantly clenched around their knuckles. Look out! Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe's expressions changed dramatically as they immediately exerted full force, their faces visibly flushing red. Yet Su Hong's hand remained motionless. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Damn it! If we can't escape, we fight! Wang Tiantua roared in anger, clenching his other fist and swung it straight towards Su Hongming's face. Lin Xinghe, hearing this, also hardened his heart and threw a punch simultaneously. Yet, before either fist could fully extend, Su Hongming suddenly yanked both wrists violently with his gripping hands. The two instantly lost their balance. Damn it! Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe gritted their teeth, trying to steady themselves to strike. But where would Su Hong give them such an opportunity? At this moment, Su Hong, holding the two men, started smashing them violently against the ground like the Hulk pummeling Loki. Boom! The two made their first intimate contact with the ground. The ground cracked instantaneously with web-like fissures. Boom! Second intimate contact. The ground was smashed inward, forming a small crater. Boom! The third time. The fourth time. Watching Su-hong resemble the Hulk in his rage, the surrounding students felt their scalps tingle with apprehension. Damn, that's ruthless. I'm exaggerating a bit here, but isn't this just like a father beating his son? This is absolute overpowering might against mere technique. When facing Su-hong, who could possibly withstand such relentless battering? Amidst the sea of astonished voices. Boom! Su-hong released his grip after slamming both opponents onto the ground one final time. At this moment, two massive craters had already formed on the ground. Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe lay at the center of the two craters, their faces covered in dust. Their expressions were numb yet carried a trace of serenity, so serene they resembled corpses lying in coffins. Both had been thoroughly battered, utterly subdued, and beaten into submission. Ha! Su-hong let out a sigh of relief. That had been way too close. Xiao Yan's mental fortitude was slightly stronger than he had anticipated. Barging through with brute force had actually cost him a full 2 seconds. If only my mental energy weren't just 100 points, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Su-hong silently thought to himself. His psychic energy barely reached 100 points, placing him at the initial stage of Tier 1. Moreover, his psychic energy wasn't as terrifying as his physical body, it was just at the normal level for a mentalist. Against Xiao Yan, who had already reached the advanced stage of Tier 1, his psychic energy stood no chance of breaking through her defenses. I nearly forgot about her. Su-hong scanned his surroundings before advancing toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, lying on the ground with a trickle of blood at her lips, stared as Su-hong approached. Her expression shifted from shock to terror, sheer, overwhelming terror. Stay away from me. Either surrender, or I'll toss you so hard you leave a third crater in the ground. Su-hong still maintained respect for women after all, giving her at least one chance. Though he said those words, his hand was already reaching toward Xiao Yan's foot. Clearly, if Xiao Yan refused to concede, he would undoubtedly repeat his earlier actions. Stop, stop, I surrender, I surrender. Xiao Yan's face turned deathly pale upon seeing Su-hong capture Wang Tiantua, even paler than when she had spat blood earlier. Nothing else, purely fright that blanched her face. She had no desire to end up like Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe with their serene expressions. At this moment, with Xiao Yan's surrender, it means that Su-hong alone actually defeated the strongest trio of the training camp. Realizing this, all the students erupted in shocked discussions. Holy shit, he really won. Forgive my lack of culture, but damn that's insane. I never could have imagined this is truly ruthless. Wait a minute. Su-hong, what do you mean by charging at us like that? Buddy, we're not fighting. Holy shit, holy shit. As they spoke, the students gradually sensed something amiss, their voices dwindling into silence, because they realized Su-hong was walking towards them step by step, all the while scrutinizing them closely. 7, 19, 38. When he got close enough, they could faintly hear Su-hong muttering these numbers. Bro, why are you counting numbers now? A group of students twitched their eyelids, sensing something ominous. 65. By this point, Su-hong had finished counting. The students clearly noticed the unmistakable excitement flashing in his eyes. The next moment, Su-hong charged toward the students, looking ready to unleash a massacre. Holy shit, he's serious. The students' faces instantly turned pale. Dude, when you said you'd take on everyone solo earlier, you weren't just showing off, you actually meant it. Counting them so earnestly, as if someone might actually go missing. Chapter 80, Flaming Cage. Damn it, what do we do? What do we do? How the hell am I supposed to fight this? My frail body wouldn't survive a single punch from him. I don't want to end up peacefully like Wang Tiantua and Lin Xinghe. Stay away from me, bro. The students instantly lost their composure, freaking out completely. But at this moment, someone gritted their teeth and spoke fiercely. We have a full 60 or 70 people here, no matter how strong Su-hong is, he can't possibly defeat all of us. The moment these words were spoken, all the students froze for a second, and soon a few of them began to show fierce determination. Damn it, you really think we're pushovers? Wang Tiantua and the other two may be strong, but fighting all 60 or 70 of us at once? We'll definitely batter them black and blue. That's right, not to mention Su-hong Kai is alone. Brothers, let's get him. Stop fucking running. 60 or 70 of you being chased around the training camp by Su-hong alone, you've completely disgraced yourselves. Turn around and fight back. Several leading students roared, and the group of students who had already turned around and run a few steps immediately halted. Come to think of it, this does seem quite embarrassing. If everyone else stays and only they run away, how could they possibly continue to blend in at this training camp afterward? Charge through. At this moment, several leading students took the initiative to charge, howling as they rushed toward Su-hong. Seeing this, the remaining students got caught up in the frenzy, roaring and following suit. The next moment, bang bang bang. With one punch each, Su-hong sent the few leading students crashing to the ground, their faces oddly serene. At the sight of this, the students' howls came to an abrupt halt. The burst of hot-blooded fury lasted only a few seconds before the students instantly sobered up, becoming extremely calm. 1 punch per person. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Are you beating up kindergartners here? Someone else can take this, whoever wants it. No way in hell I'm going up there to get beaten again. Holy shit, he's coming. Run. What the hell are you waiting for? Seeing Su-hong charging at them again, someone bellowed and was the first to dash away. Oh shit, scram. Damn it, stop shoving. No, who's pulling my pants? Have you no shame? Damn, I'm not wearing any underwear. Su-hong, it's me, Chen Shan. Hold back. Bang. Damn, we all graduated from the same high school. There's no need to be so serious. Bang. A group of fleeing students stood no chance against Su-hong in terms of speed. With the assistance of the Flying Hong startling cloud steps technique, Su-hong moved with lightning speed, catching up and knocking them out 1 punch at a time. Even classmates Chen Tian and Li Tu were mercilessly knocked out by him. However, with over 60 students scattering in all directions, even if Su-hong took down one with each punch, it still required considerable time. 20 minutes later. The last one. Cornering the final student, Su-hong ignored the terror in his eyes and punched him into unconsciousness. Phew, finally over. Su-hong gasped heavily, sweat pouring down to the ground like rain. After over 20 minutes of all-out pursuit, even with his tyrant's physique, his stamina was nearly depleted. I need to improve my chi and blood quickly, to think full exertion only lasts this short a time. Su-hong muttered to himself. Qin Tianlai, Lin Zhe, and Bai Mu happened to walk by just in time to hear this remark, causing their lips to twitch involuntarily. An ordinary first-stage martial artist could typically sustain full power exertion for only a few minutes at most. This refers to maintaining maximum exertion without any rest periods whatsoever. Even a genius, if they had the same chi and blood as Su-hong, wouldn't possibly possess such abundant stamina as him. Yet Su-hong seemed perfectly fine, while drenched in sweat. He clearly still had some energy to spare. On top of that, he actually looked disappointed that he couldn't last longer. A downright monster, Lin Zhe remarked with amazement. He actually knocked them all down. He's practically a human-shaped beast. Bai Mu looked around at the students lying dazed on the ground, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Bai Mu, Lin Zhe, I'll leave these students in your care. Qin Tianlai grinned at Su-hong. First place, come with me to claim your reward. You'll be choosing a Class A attribute martial skill. Upon hearing this, Su-hong's eyes suddenly lit up. Soon, he followed Qin Tianlai to the martial skill pavilion. Grandmaster Qin. The martial artist lounging lazily on the deck chair jolted upright with a start. Bring me the list. Yes. Soon, Su-hong received the martial arts catalog from the practitioner's hands. After perusing it for a while, Su-hong mused thoughtfully, Master Qin, which elemental martial art would you recommend I choose at my current level? What the hell? The warrior beside him was utterly confused. What does he mean by choosing which attribute of martial skills? Is this even a choice? Of course you picked the one with the highest compatibility. Is this kid an idiot or what? What elemental martial skills have you learned so far? Qin Tianlai asked curiously. The martial artist stared at Qin Tianlai in shock. What's going on? Has even someone like you become confused today? He couldn't help asking, Grandmaster Qin, what exactly is happening here? What do you mean by choosing which elemental martial skill? Qin Tianlai glanced at him with surprise and asked, it means exactly what it says. Have you been slacking off so much that you can't even understand normal speech now? The martial artist looked blankly and said, aren't martial skills all about cultivating the attribute with the highest compatibility? Oh, you mean this? Qin Tianlai casually replied, that's true for normal martial artists, but Su-hong is different. His compatibility with all 7 attributes is 100%, so he has to choose. What? The martial artist froze as if struck by lightning. All 7 compatibility rates are at 100%? What kind of monster is this? Wait, the martial artist suddenly came to his senses. Dual cultivation. But isn't dual cultivation a well-known prohibition? He hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The attribute-based combat skills I'm currently practicing include the bone-chilling Ghost Fist, Flight of the Swan through Stormy Cloud Step, Hidden Cloud Swift Wind Fist, and the B-grade Void Piercing Finger. The rest are of lower grades. At this moment, as Su-hong spoke, he casually demonstrated several attribute-based martial techniques. The martial artist was instantly dumbfounded, swallowing the words that had rushed to his lips, his eyes filled with intense shock. Cloud-concealing Gale Fist. Qin Tianlai clearly froze for a moment. The next moment, he regained his composure and looked at Su-hong with an indescribably complex gaze. Back when he discovered that Su-hong knew the bone-chill Nether Fist, he had already suspected that Su-hong might have learned it just by observing others perform it. This suspicion only solidified when he later saw Su-hong also master the Soaring Swan Cloud Step. He became certain that his initial thought must be correct. And now, he was absolutely certain of it. The Cloud Veil Gale Fist, this wasn't a martial technique found in the martial arts repository. Moreover, Lin Xingha had only demonstrated it once since arriving at the training camp, during the combat assessment that morning. Did you really learn it just from watching that one punch this morning? Although he knew this must be the case, Shin Tianlai still found it somewhat hard to believe. Su Hong nodded. Hiss. The martial artist beside them, who had just regained his senses, sucked in sharp breaths repeatedly upon hearing this, looking at Su Hong as if he were gazing at a monster. At this point, even Shin Tianlai didn't know what to say anymore. Damn, an A-grade martial skill, even prodigies like Wang Tiantua and the other two had struggled to master it. Yet here you are, Su Hong, picking it up with just a glance. Monster, Shin Tianlai could only mutter in awe. After a moment, he began seriously pondering what martial skill to recommend to Su Hong. You've already got attacking martial techniques and movement techniques, now you should learn a control-type martial technique. Shin Tianlai pondered for a moment, then pointed to one of the techniques on the list. This one looks good. Su Hong followed his pointing finger with his gaze. 4 large characters came into view. Fire prison.